I woke up in a dark, damp basement, feeling cold and tied up. My body was stiff, and the floor beneath me was dirty and freezing. Before I could gather my thoughts, the iron door opened, and bright light flooded in, making me squint. Footsteps echoed as 3 people came down the stairs. My father, Long Guanghui, led the way with a bucket of water. Behind him were his mistress, Chen Meilin, and my half-sister, Lan Lifei. Without warning, my father splashed freezing water on me. I gasped and opened my eyes, struggling to focus. It took me a moment to realize where I was, and I thought, am I not dead? Where's this place? But before I could fully comprehend, his voice pierced through the air. Yaoran, are you awake? He asked with a smile that looked gentle, but I knew better. Seeing him made hatred boil inside me. I wanted to tear that mask of kindness off his face. Chen Meilin clung to his arm, whining about time and some President Su waiting. Lan Lifei agreed, talking about contracts. My father snapped at her to shut up, and she did, looking at me with disdain. He then turned to me, using that same fake, gentle tone, trying to convince me to hand over the Yao family company. He mocked me for being young, for not understanding business, and claimed it was my duty to save the company and please him. His words made my skin crawl, but I didn't respond. I just stared at him coldly. He sighed, pretending to be disappointed, but I saw through his act. I thought about how blind I'd been before, how I'd fallen for his lies. He left, giving me more time to think about his demand. Chen Meilin rolled her eyes at me, and they both walked out. Lan Lifei stayed behind, sneering. She felt powerful, standing over me, thinking she had won. She mocked me, saying I was beneath her and would have to beg for mercy. I ignored her, which made her furious. In the past, I would have apologized to keep the peace, but not anymore. She threatened me, saying I better sign over the company. She promised to make me suffer if I didn't, but I wasn't afraid. Not anymore. When Lan Lifei finally left the basement, I was alone again, surrounded by darkness. My mind raced, trying to make sense of everything. The last thing I remembered before blacking out was the intense, tearing pain. But now, after hearing my father's words, I realized something incredible. I had been reborn. In my past life, this moment happened about 3 months before the end of the world. Lan Guanghui, my so-called father, had locked me here to force me into giving up my grandfather's inheritance. Back then, I had desperately wanted his love, and I foolishly handed over the Yao group. That was the beginning of my nightmare. Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself and closed my eyes, focusing inward. To my surprise, the abilities I had gained before my death were still with me. 3 energy spheres hovered inside me. 1 black, 1 green, and 1 blue. The black one, which represented my spatial powers, seemed weaker than the others. Could it be that my spatial ability brought me back in time? The realization made me laugh despite the situation. I never thought I'd owe my second chance to the serum those bastards injected into me. With that, I summoned my water ability and created a small blade, slicing through the ropes that bound me. Just as I was about to hide the evidence, the door creaked open again. Light flooded the room, and someone placed a plate of food in front of me. The middle-aged woman, who seemed completely uninterested, muttered, "Miss, it's time to eat," and then turned to leave. Seizing the moment, I used a thin vine from my wood ability to steal her phone from her pocket. The phone, thankfully, had no password. Smiling, I called the police, trying to sound scared and desperate. I was kidnapped. "Please help me," I whispered, adding sobs to make it believable. The officer on the line grew serious and asked for my location. I told him the address of my father's villa as best I could remember. Before ending the call, I made sure to sound terrified, urging them to hurry. Once I hung up, I tapped the phone, a cold smile spreading across my face. If I can't kill them now, then I'll make them suffer. Let's see how they like being trapped in the dark. We had plenty of time, and I was ready to make them pay, slowly and painfully. After calling the police, I sat up and checked myself. There was no pain except for the soreness in my wrists and ankles. That told me Lan Guangwei hadn't hit me yet, which meant this was the 3rd day of being locked in here. In my past life, I had been locked up for over 2 months, stubbornly refusing to hand over my inheritance. Back then, my father had thugs beat me daily, and his mistress, Chin Mailin, and my half-sister, Lon Li Fei, also took turns hurting me. Remembering the torture I suffered here before filled me with rage. To make sure Lan Guangwei paid for this, I needed to make myself look even worse. So, I summoned a vine and whipped myself, tearing my cheap dress and leaving bloody wounds all over my body. The pain stung, but I knew it was necessary. I waited for the police in the darkness, unsure how long had passed. Finally, I heard noise outside. The police had arrived, and the basement door burst open. They rushed in, and I pretended to be lifeless on the floor. The sight of me covered in blood made them panic, and they called for the paramedics. They were shocked at how badly I was injured, whispering about how horrible it was for a father to do this to his daughter. As they carried me out on a stretcher, I saw Lan Guangwei and the others outside. Lon Li Fei screamed, calling me a faker. Chen Mailin looked stunned, realizing I must have somehow tricked them. But the police weren't fooled. They arrested everyone, shutting down their protests. Later, I woke up in a hospital room. Two men stood by my bed. One of them seemed familiar, and he introduced himself as Assistant He, my grandfather's former assistant, now working for me. The other man, a lawyer named Lawyer Li, smiled politely and asked if he could ask me some questions. When I looked at Assistant He, memories of him finally came back to me. He had helped me live comfortably after my grandfather passed away, at least until my father, Lan Guangwei, took everything from me in my previous life. After Lan Guangwei fired Assistant He, I never saw him again. Feeling a bit more at ease now, I nodded at Lawyer Li, who wanted to ask me questions. He turned on a recorder and asked me to explain what Lan Guangwei had done to me. I put on a show, letting my body tremble as I spoke about the torment I endured. After half an hour, Lawyer Li promised me that my father and his accomplices would face punishment. When I asked what would happen to them, he listed serious crimes: kidnapping, abuse, and attempted murder. He said they could spend their lives in prison, but I hesitated and asked if we could reduce my father's sentence. Despite my hatred, I didn't want them to escape the consequences so easily when the world fell apart. Lawyer Li seemed surprised but gave in to my request, asking how long I wanted them locked up. I decided 3 months was enough. It would keep them from preparing for the end of the world, and I wanted to see them struggle when everything fell apart. After Lawyer Li left, Assistant He returned with breakfast. He told me I needed to stay in the hospital for a few more days. He then handed me a small wooden box that he hadn't had the chance to give me before. My thoughts shifted as I opened the elegant box, wondering what secrets it might hold. Inside the box, resting on soft silk, was a simple green jade pendant. Seeing it brought back memories of my grandfather telling me it was a precious Yao family heirloom, meant only for the next head of the family. In my previous life, Lon Li Fei had taken it from me, but this time, I promised not to let her near it again. I put the pendant back and turned to Assistant He, asking for his help. I told him I wanted to sell the company and everything I owned: houses, cars, jewelry, anything that could be converted into cash. He was shocked, reminding me of the legacy my grandfather had built. But I knew a disaster was coming, and money would soon become useless. I needed to stock up on supplies while I still had time, even if I couldn't explain the truth to him. I lied and said I wanted to leave the country. He sighed but agreed to help, though he asked what my plans were after leaving. I didn't have a real answer, so I told him I'd figure it out. Once he left to make arrangements, I checked my bank account, only to see a few hundred yuan left. It reminded me of how foolish I had been in my past life. I shook off the self-pity and started making a list of essential supplies. The end of the world in my previous life had been full of unending disasters: floods, extreme temperatures, earthquakes, plagues, and more. My space ability could only store a limited amount, but with enough money from selling everything, I planned to survive better this time. The list grew: weapons, food, medicine, protective clothing, seeds, fuel, and solar generators. My current abilities were weak, so I even had to add water and purification equipment. The hardest things to get would be weapons, medicine, and fuel, as they were heavily controlled. Scrolling through my phone contacts, I saw a list of people connected to my grandfather. These were powerful figures in business and the military, his old friends or their descendants. I needed their help. I found Grandpa Su's name, took a deep breath, and called him. When he answered, his voice was calm, but he immediately showed concern for me, calling Lan Guangwei a beast for what he did. Grandpa Su had always been close to my grandfather, and unlike him, he ran an underground empire. If anyone could help me get what I needed, it was him. Grandpa Su, I have handed this matter over to Assistant He. He knows how to handle it, Yao Ran said with a faint smile on her pale lips. After hearing this, Grandpa Su calmed down. He nodded and said, Assistant He is a capable person. He paused for a second before asking curiously, Ran, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Do you finally agree to meet my useless grandson? Yao Ran heard the teasing in Grandpa Su's voice and smiled. Grandpa Su, I call you for another matter. I need your help. HM? What help do you need from an old man like me? Yao Ran did not hesitate and answered, Grandpa Su, I want to buy weapons. Can you help me? After hearing this, Grandpa Su was silent for a while and said, Old Yao left a lot of money for you. You are right. You need to be prepared and protect yourself. He thought for a moment and asked, How many weapons do you need? Yao Ran knew little about weapons. As long as they can be used to kill people, they are good weapons. She thought for a second and replied, The more, the better. I don't know much about weapons, so I will leave it to you, Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su touched his chin and asked, How much are you willing to spend on it? Based on the asset list and cash given to her by Assistant He 3 months ago, Yao Ran should be able to earn at least tens of billions after selling all her assets and company. After thinking for a while, she replied, I can spend 2 to 5 billion to buy weapons and bullets. When Grandpa Su heard this, he was surprised and asked, Ran, do you want to build an army? Yao Ran chuckled and said, Grandpa Su, in addition to weapons, I also want explosives. If you can find some helicopters, military vehicles, or boats, I'd like those too. After listening to her requests, Grandpa Su laughed. Child, you really want a lot. Fine. Grandpa will see what I can do for you. However, I can't guarantee that I can get everything you want. Hearing this, Yao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Then I will trouble Grandpa Su with this matter. I will send the money as soon as possible. After hearing her polite words, Grandpa Su laughed again. You don't have to be so polite to me. Just send me the money whenever you have it. All right. Then I won't disturb your rest. See you later, Grandpa Su. After ending the call with Grandpa Su, the big stone in Yao Ran's heart finally fell. As long as she can get the weapon, she will be safe at the beginning of the end of the world. After settling the weapons matter, Yao Ran made a few more calls to buy a large amount of medicine and fuel. Because the government also controls fuel and medicine, she needs to spend more than 6 billion through a secret connection to reserve enough medicine and fuel to last her 10 lifetimes. By the time she finished the call, it was already lunchtime. Just as the nurse came to deliver lunch, her cell phone rang. Yao Ran looked at the caller's name and pressed the answer button. Assistant He, what's wrong? Assistant He's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss, Gu Group heard that you were going to sell the company, so they came to me and said they were willing to buy the company from you. Gu Group is Yao Group's biggest and strongest competitor in the business circle. For decades, the two companies battled each other, with neither one able to defeat the other. Yao Ran was not surprised that Gu Group wanted to acquire her company when they got the news. How much are they willing to pay? She asked calmly. 20 billion. Yao Ran spent more than 11 billion in a few hours, and she still needed to purchase a large amount of supplies. Combined with money from other assets, she barely had enough money to buy other supplies. She thought for a moment and said, double the price. If Gu Group weren't willing to spend the money, spread the news and let other companies bid for the company. The highest bidder will have the opportunity to acquire the Yao Group. Assistant He couldn't help but swallow when he heard what she just said. In one sentence, she dared to double the Gu Group's offer. If the Gu Group refuses, the Gu family will face another enemy after the acquisition that may be more powerful than the Yao family. But if they agree and spend 40 billion at once, the Gu family's foundation will be harmed. Miss Yao's move is too ruthless. Assistant He was stunned for a few seconds and then came to his senses. I understand. Have you taken care of other things? Yao Ran asked. Assistant He replied, Yes, miss, Everything that can be sold has been taken care of. However, it may take a few weeks to sell everything. Yao Ran was very satisfied with his work efficiency and said, "Very good. Just transfer the money directly to my account." All right. After asking a few more questions, Yao Ran hung up the phone and looked at the small wooden box on the table. The next second, she touched it, and the small wooden box disappeared. Since Lan Fei has taken a fancy to this jade pendant, Yao Ran will never let her have a chance to take a look at it in this life. While Yao Ran was busy contacting people and hoarding supplies that couldn't be bought through regular channels, something happened in her space. Without her noticing, the small wooden box disappeared as soon as it was placed in the space. The next day, Yao Ran woke up feeling groggy and very tired. When the doctor came over to check, he frowned and asked, "Miss, didn't you sleep last night?" Yao Ran answered, "I went to bed at 9 last night." The doctor looked at the examination results for a while and then said, "You need to stay in the hospital for another day. We should do one more examination and observe your situation before we make our next decision." Seeing the doctor's frown, Yao Ran asked, "Doctor, is there something wrong with my body?" The doctor handed the examination result to the nurse and replied, "According to your examination results, you just need to have a good rest. The injury you suffered yesterday was not serious, but you lost a lot of blood. I will ask the nurse to prepare a special menu to help you replenish your blood." Yao Ran nodded and said, "Thank you, doctor." After completing the checkup, the doctor left the ward with a group of intern doctors. When she was the only one left, Yao Ran rubbed her brows, closed her eyes, and looked into her space. However, when her consciousness entered her space, she was dumbfounded. To her surprise, the originally ordinary space had undergone tremendous changes. She looked up to see the bright sky and looked down to see the vast expanse of black soil and a lake. Yao Ran grew up in a farmer's family after being picked up on the roadside by a childless old couple. Although she is not a professional, she still knows enough about agriculture. Just by looking at it, she knew that the black soil was the highest quality and most fertile soil she had ever seen. From what she could see, the black soil area should be about 2 acres. To the left of the farmland, she could see the clear water of the lake. However, when she looked into the water, she couldn't see the bottom. She raised her eyebrows, surprised by the depth of the lake. After checking the farmland and lake, Yao Ran looked to the right. Unlike the areas around farmland and the lake that are covered in soil, the area on the right is covered in some kind of black metal. Yao Ran looked at the black metal and confirmed that this was the same material that surrounded her original space. However, unlike her old space, this area has no walls and no roof. It is even several times larger than her small space. Based on her rough calculation, this area is at least 3 times the size of a football field. With so much space, Yao Ran didn't know if she had enough money and time to fill it up with supplies. Furthermore, she does not yet know the maximum height of her space, so the total area available to her becomes uncertain. Yao Ran walked around her own space for a while, and then retracted her consciousness out of the space. Sitting on the hospital bed, she fell into deep thought. After a long time, her eyes flickered. Yao Ran curled her lips and said, with a hint of interest in her voice, "No wonder I never found the place where Lan Guangwei stores the supplies. It turns out that he hid the supplies in the jade pendant. So this is why Lan Fei can still stay healthy and clean many years after the end of the world." After learning about the change in space, Yao Ran took her mobile phone and revised the list of supplies she needed to prepare. Yesterday, due to limited space, she did not dare order too many medicines and fuels or list too many types of supplies. But today, with the upgrade of her space, she felt more confident. She had more place to store the supplies, so she contacted her grandfather's friends and tripled her order for medicine, fuel, and other supplies. While she was busy doing online shopping, assistant he sent her a message. "Miss, the Gu family agrees to your price. The contract will be ready tomorrow. Do you want to meet CEO Gu?" In her previous life, the Gu family owned a private base and rose to become one of the most powerful forces in the post-apocalyptic world. It is easy for her to avenge her grandfather and mother, and it is not difficult for her to deal with Lan Guangwei, Qin Meilin, and Lan Fei. However, she also wants to take revenge on the organization that used her as a human experiment subject. From their domineering and boldness in doing things, Yao Ran was sure that behind this organization, there was another powerful force supporting them. If she wanted to fight against that organization, it was best to stay away from the sight of those powerful forces. Who knows if one of them is actually a supporter of the organization? Or, worst of all, they are all connected to the organization and work together. It would be suicide for her to fight them alone. She needed to take the time to make a plan. After thinking for a while, Yao Ran replied, "No. All you have to do is send me the contract to sign, and I will leave the rest to you." The next second, a message came from Assistant He. Understood. Since the Gu family was willing to spend 40 billion to acquire Yao Group, Yao Ran felt happy and continued to make phone calls. Early the following day, Assistant He came to the hospital with the contract. After Yao Ran signed the contract to sell the Yao Group, Assistant He put the contract away and said, "Miss, I need to go to the headquarters of the Gu Group. Do you need me to call the driver for you?" Yao Rao shook her head and asked, "What about the other items? Is anyone interested in them?" Assistant He handed her a file and said, "This is a list of things sold from 2 days ago. The money has been deposited into your account. The remaining unsold items are fixed assets. It may take several days or weeks to find a buyer and complete the procedures. There are still 3 months until the typhoon hits their country." Since she still had time and money on hand, Yao Ran was not in a hurry and said, "All right. You can take care of them." Assistant He nodded and said, "Then I will take my leave first." After Assistant He left, a group of doctors came. Her attending doctor examined her for a while and reviewed yesterday's examination results. After he was done, he smiled at Yao Ran and said, "Congratulations, Miss Yao. You can be discharged from the hospital today. I will prescribe some medicine for your wounds so that there will be no scars, and the nurse will assist you with the discharge procedures." Yao Ran nodded and thanked the doctor. When the nurse came over with the discharge form, Yao Ran had already changed out of her hospital gown and packed her things. She took the form, paid the hospital fee, and left with a small backpack. After leaving the hospital, Yao Ran took out her mobile phone and opened the messaging app. She opened a chat conversation with the real estate agent and sent him a message. "Sir, have you found the warehouse?" She waited for a while, and then the notification tone came. Yao Ran looked at her phone and saw a message from the real estate agent. "Miss Yao, we have several warehouses that meet your requirements. When do you have time to take a look?" Before accepting the goods from her grandpa's friends, Yao Ran needs to prepare the warehouse. The matter was urgent, so she replied, "I can go now." The real estate agent was anxious to rent out the warehouse and replied within a few seconds, "Good. Then I will go to the office and wait for you." Good. After making an appointment with the real estate agent, Yao Ran called a taxi using a taxi app and went to the agent's office. When she arrived 40 minutes later, the agent was waiting for her. He saw her get out of the taxi and leave the office. He held several documents in his hand, smiled at Yao Ran, and stretched out his hand. "Miss Yao?" Yao Ran shook hands and said, "Yes." The real estate agent had been working in this field for more than 20 years, and he knew at a glance that Yao Ran was not someone who could be easily fooled. He smiled at her and said, "Miss Yao, we can go to the warehouse now." Yao Ran agreed. "All right." The real estate agent then made an invitation gesture and said, "Let's drive my car to the warehouse and have a look. If you find something you like, we can come back and sign the contract." Yao Ran didn't object, and the two walked to the parking lot. The real estate agent drove to the first warehouse and introduced 5 warehouses that met Yao Ran's requirements on the way. Arriving at the first warehouse, Yao Ran looked around and found that in addition to the empty warehouses, there were many other warehouses with many people coming and going. She plans to buy a lot of supplies that she will later need to put into the space. Therefore, a place where people come and go is not suitable for her needs. "Sir, this place is not suitable for my needs," she said calmly to the real estate agent. It's normal for clients to be picky, and most of the time, they won't be satisfied with the first building he introduces. The real estate agent smiled and said, "No problem. There are 4 more warehouses that might fit your needs. Let's go and take a look." After leaving the first warehouse, they headed to other warehouses. However, none of the 4 warehouses meet Yao Ran's needs. They had spent 2 hours looking around the 5 warehouses under the scorching sun. The real estate agent wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and tried to persuade her. "Miss Yao, all the warehouses I introduced to you today are located in prime locations with convenient transportation. If you miss them, it will be difficult to find a place with a better location than these warehouses. Yao Ran thought for a while and asked, Sir, do you have a large warehouse located in the suburbs with not many people around? I plan to open a supermarket and need to prepare a lot of things for the opening. We need to move a lot of stuff every day and night, which may affect other people's business. The real estate agent's eyes lit up as he listened thoughtfully to her words. He smiled and said, Miss Yao, there is indeed a place that meets your requirements. Good. Can we take a look now? Sure. After that, the two of them drove to the suburbs. Along the way, the real estate agent said, the warehouse owner needs money urgently, and the monthly rent is very low. But no one wants it because of the location. If you like it, I will try my best to negotiate with the warehouse owner to give you a lower price. Yao Ran nodded. Then the negotiation for the price will be left to you. The real estate agent patted his chest and confidently said, Don't worry, leave it to me. After arriving at the warehouse, Yao Ran carefully checked the surroundings. There is only one warehouse there, and there are no other buildings. Despite the remote location, the roads are in good condition. This is precisely what Yao Ran wants. She nodded with satisfaction and said, Sir, I want this place. I will rent it for 1 month. After hearing what Yao Ran said, the real estate agent smiled and said, All right, I will inform the owner, and we can go back and sign the contract. Yao Ran agreed, and the two returned to the real estate office. 2 hours later, the contract was signed. Yao Ran paid the rent, and the owner handed over the keys. Miss Yao, if you want to find a property, you can contact me at any time. The real estate agent said with a smile. Yao Ran nodded to him and left the office. She looked at the time on the phone and saw it was still early. She felt a little hungry, so she went to the bakery and bought 2 breads to cushion her stomach. After filling her stomach, Yao Ran went to a car rental shop. She will need to go to several places to stock up on supplies, and it will be more convenient for her to have a car. After comparing a few cars, Yao Ran decided to rent an old-fashioned but sturdy small truck. Although she would keep everything in her space, she would still need a vehicle to facilitate moving items. Despite having a lot of money and supplies, Yao Ran still needs to keep a low profile so as not to draw attention to herself. It would be dangerous for her if anyone knew she had so many supplies after the natural disasters began. Furthermore, if the government knew, her supplies may even be confiscated, and she could lose her life. Therefore, Yao Ran plans to buy some from Haicheng City, then leave the country and go to other countries to buy more supplies. If she still has time and money, she can also visit a few nearby cities to buy more supplies later. She must use up all her money before the end of the world because money will become waste paper and a string of numbers in the future. After signing the lease contract and paying the fee, she drove the small truck to the wholesale market. The wholesale market has a complete range of products at low prices, and if she buys in large quantities, she might be able to get better prices. When she arrived at the wholesale market, it was almost lunchtime, and there were not many people shopping there. Yao Ran first needed to buy shelves so that she could organize her supplies and make it easier for herself to get things from the space. She parked her small truck in front of a store that specialized in sales shelves, got out, and walked into the store. Business was not good, so the store owner was very excited when he saw Yao Ran coming in. With a business smile on his face, he asked, Miss, what type of shelves do you need? We have many types and different sizes for you to choose from. According to Yao Ran's experiments on her own space, the maximum height of her new space is 10 meters. With so many supplies to prepare, she couldn't waste any space, so she decided to stack the shelves to maximize space. After making the decision, Yao Ran said, I need shelves that can be used in warehouses and supermarkets. It would be better if the shelf is strong enough to carry heavy items. The store owner has been in this business for many years and has extensive experience. After listening to her explanations, he knew that Yao Ran wanted to open a supermarket. The store owner led her to the warehouse at the back of the store and said, These are the 2 most commonly used shelves in supermarkets and warehouses. They are very sturdy and can be stacked to save place. Yao Ran looked at the shelf and checked its size. It is 3 meters high, 2 meters long, and 1 meter wide. It's very sturdy and large enough to fit a large box. She nodded and said, I want this one. How do you sell it? Each shelf costs 250 yuan. If you buy in bulk, I can give you a discount. Yaoran thought for a while and said, I want 3,000 shelves. The store owner was stunned for a second and said immediately, since you bought so much, I will give you a preferential price. For 3,000 shelves, you only need to pay 650,000 yuan. Yaoran agreed and gave him the address of the warehouse after paying the deposit. Boss, please send them to this address tomorrow. After receiving a large order, the store owner was very excited and generously said, No problem. We will assemble the shelf for you later. After buying the shelves, Yaoran went to the nearby grain store. Unlike the store selling shelves, the grain store was bustling with activities. Yaoran calmly watched the workers and customers busy buying and packing things. A moment later, the store owner saw her and asked, Miss, what do you want to buy? While waiting, Yaoran took a look at the products sold in the grain store. The store is large and has a complete range of products. She looked at the store owner and asked, Boss, how much does this rice cost? The store owner smiled and replied, The wholesale price of rice is 4.3 yuan per kilogram, but we sell it by ton. Miss, how much do you want to buy? Yaoran thought for a while and said, Please give me 200 tons of long grain rice, medium grain rice, and short grain rice. Give me 150 tons of glutinous rice, black rice, brown rice, red rice, kalmochi rice, and aromatic rice. I also want 100 tons of basmati rice, jasmine rice, Valencia rice, arborio rice, parboiled rice, and wild rice. Since the store also sells flour, she added, Please give me 150 tons of all-purpose flour, wheat flour, corn flour, bread flour, gluten-free flour, buckwheat flour, oat flour, potato flour, rice flour, tapioca flour, sorghum flour, and glutinous rice flour. Also, 80 tons of chickpea flour, almond flour, gluten-free flour blends, spelt flour, rye flour, semolina flour, 00 flour, self-rising flour, instant flour, pastry flour, beans flour, and cake flour. After she listed what she wanted, her store owner's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Sensing his gaze, Yaoran asked, Is there any problem? The store owner came to his senses and said, Miss, do you really want to buy so many grains? Yaoran nodded, Yes. The store owner looked at her suspiciously, and Yaoran added, You can calculate the price first, and I will pay half as a deposit. I will pay the rest after you deliver the goods. The store owner thought for a while and picked up the calculator. After calculating the price, he then showed Yaoran the bill. The store owner said, The wholesale price for 1 kilogram of flour is 2.4 yuan. The total amount of rice and flour is 15.846.000 yuan. Since you bought more, I will give you a discount of 46,000 yuan. Yaoran glanced at the long bill and thought in surprise, These things only cost me 15 million? Is grain so cheap now? After living at the end of the world for 10 years, Yaoran's understanding of standard commodity prices before the end of the world has changed. At the end of the world, everything will be paid for in gold bars or barter with other supplies. Now, a kilogram of rice costs less than 5 yuan, and a kilogram of flour costs less than 3 yuan. If it were after the end of the world, then 1 kilogram of rice could be exchanged for at least 2 pounds of gold, or exchanged for 3 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Seeing that Yaoran didn't speak, the store owner frowned and said, Miss, if you don't want to buy, you can leave. After coming back to her senses, Yaoran took the bill from the store owner and asked, What is your bank account? I will transfer 7 million to you first, and then I will transfer you the rest after receiving the goods. When the store owner heard this, he asked, Do you really want to buy it? Yaoran calmly said, Yes. The shop owner suddenly became happy and gave his bank account to Yaoran. After transferring 7 million to him, Yaoran gave him the address of the warehouse and said, Please send the goods to this address. All right. After Yaoran left the grain store, she went to other grain stores and bought the same amount of rice and flour. When she left the last store, she had spent almost 100 million. After buying enough rice and flour for several lifetimes, Yaoran went to the edible oil store. When she saw that the store had a full range of edible oils, she walked up to the store owner and asked, How do you sell the oils? The store owner smiled. The wholesale price of edible oil is 16.4 yuan per kilogram. The prices of all kinds of edible oil are the same. Please give me 2,000 barrels of each type. The store owner has been dealing with big clients and was not surprised by Yao Ran's order. He calculated the price and handed the bill to Yao Ran. Seeing the total amount of 5.2 million yuan, Yao Ran transferred 2 million yuan to the store owner. After paying the down payment, Yao Ran left the warehouse address and went to the grocery wholesale store to buy various seasonings and condiments. Salt is an essential item that has become highly sought after in the post-apocalypse. However, with production lines disrupted, most things can no longer be produced after natural disasters hit the world. Seasonings and condiments, such as salt and sugar, can also be used later as hard currency. Yao Ran walked into the store, planning to buy more. After checking the products in the store, she walked to the counter. The store owner looked up from his account book and asked, "Miss, what do you want to buy?" Yao Ran asked, "Boss, what is the price of salt?" The store owner looked at her calm face and replied, "We have local salt and imported salt. The wholesale price of local salt is 2 yuan per kilogram, and the wholesale price of imported salt is 4 yuan per kilogram. Which salt do you want?" Yao Ran thought for a second and said, "Boss, give me 200 tons of refined salt, kosher salt, sea salt, flaky salt, rock salt, pickling salt, and Himalayan pink salt. In addition, I also want 150 tons of black salt, seasoned salt, smoked salt, Celtic salt, black Hawaiian salt, red Hawaiian salt, and fleur-de-sel salt." As soon as the store owner heard this, he knew that this was a big customer. He quickly picked up the pen and wrote down Yao Ran's order. Seeing more than 20 kinds of beans on display, Yao Ran said, "Boss, give me 100 tons of each type of beans." In addition to beans, she also saw nuts on display. There are more than 50 kinds of nuts in the store, including cashews, pistachios, pecans, almonds, macadamia nuts, peanuts, walnuts, etc. Nuts are a suitable replacement for grains, so Yao Ran decided to buy a lot of them. Yao Ran pointed to the display stand and said, "Boss, I want 100 tons of each type of nut." On another display shelf, Yao Ran also saw various edible seeds and said, "Also, please give me 100 tons of each type of seed." She looked at the store owner and asked, "Boss, do you sell anything else besides these?" The store owner wiped his sweat, handed her a product list, and said, "We have everything on this list." Yao Ran looked at the product list and said, "I want 200 tons of white sugar, fine sugar, powdered sugar, pearl sugar, granulated sugar, cane sugar, demerara sugar, turbinado sugar, muscovado sugar, light brown sugar, and dark brown sugar." While the store owner was busy writing her order, Yao Ran added, "Add 100 tons of each type of dried mushrooms, 60 tons of each type of dry herbs, and 50,000 boxes of each type of hot pot base." Yao Ran also ordered 30 tons of various sauces, vinegar, seasonings, spices, and seasoning packets. Because Yao Ran's order volume is enormous, the goods can't be shipped until tomorrow at the earliest. She spent more than 300 million in that store and left with satisfaction. Passing by a grain seed store, vegetable seed store, medicinal herb seed store, and fruit sapling store, Yao Ran bought everything in those stores, spending another 100 million. No plants can grow after the extreme heat. However, as long as she has seeds and soil, there is hope for the future. Thinking that black acid rain would occur in the future, Yao Ran decisively bought 10,000 planting pots, 30 tons of soil suitable for growing various seeds, 30 tons of fertilizer, 20 tons of nutrient solutions powder, and 100 sets of farm tools. Yao Ran spent a whole day shopping in the wholesale market and spent more than 1 billion yuan to clean up the stock of those stores. When she left the wholesale market, the sky had changed color. Touching her empty stomach, Yao Ran decided to find a place to have dinner. She turned on her phone, checked online for a while, and found a nearby restaurant with good reviews. Walking to the parking lot, she drove to the restaurant without delay. When she arrived, the aroma of the restaurant's food spread throughout the street, making her stomach growl in protest. She quickly parked the small truck and walked into the restaurant. Since she arrived early, there were not many people dining in the restaurant. Yao Ran sat down in the corner and prepared to order. Looking at the list of dishes on the menu, she swallowed her saliva. In her previous life, Yao Ran was always hungry. There was never a day when she had enough food or water to fill her stomach. After her rebirth, she ate hospital food for 2 days. After being discharged from the hospital, she only ate some instant foods or bought them from a roadside food stall to save time. Now, Looking at the pictures of delicious food on the menu, she couldn't hold back and quickly ordered. Soon, a group of waiters came out with her order. After a while, the table was filled with food. Looking at the amount of the food she ordered, an uncle sitting nearby muttered in a low voice, "Young people nowadays don't know how to cherish food. So many dishes were ordered at once. Can she finish them?" His wife, who sat next to him, nudged him with her elbow and said, "Stop talking. Whether she can finish them or not is none of your business. Shut up and eat your food." After being scolded by his wife, the uncle stopped talking and concentrated on eating his noodles. Yaoran heard their conversation, but she ignored it. There is no use explaining herself to strangers. While enjoying the food, Yaoran felt sad that she won't be able to eat such delicious food after the end of the world and made a quick decision. She waved her hand, ordered 300 portions of each item on the menu, and continued eating her dinner. Because of her order, the restaurant owner decided to close early, and the chef was very busy preparing her order. When they moved the food to the truck's container was full, and Yaoran left the restaurant in a good mood. When she reached a deserted area, she parked her small truck on the side of the road and put the food into her own space. Seeing that it was still early, she drove to the night market. Yaoran has a lot of favorite foods and snacks and decided to stock up on them. In this way, even at the end of the world, she can still enjoy her favorite foods and snacks. Walking into the night market, Yaoran ordered a lot of food at each stall. When the truck was full, she would drive to a secluded area, put the food into her own space, and then return to the night market to buy more food. After running back and forth more than a dozen times, the food in her space has formed a small mountain. With these ready-to-eat meals, Yaoran can eat for several years without cooking. After running around the whole day, she was exhausted and drove back to her small apartment. After taking a quick shower, she lay on the bed, opened several online shopping platforms, and ordered facial cleansers, hand cream, moisturizers, and other skincare products. After the natural disasters, it won't be easy to repurchase such things. She remembers that 8 years after the end of the world, the government still hadn't restored production lines. At that time, humanity could only guarantee basic needs and live frugally. Yaoran didn't plan to stay in Haicheng City, so she sent them all to the warehouse. After that, she rechecked the list before going to bed. That night, she dreamed about her past life and woke up from nightmares several times. Early the next day, Yaoran contacted the real estate agent and put her small apartment for sale. Since she doesn't plan to stay in Haicheng City, she might as well sell the apartment and make more money. After eating a simple breakfast at a roadside stall, she ordered 300 portions from the stall and moved the food to her space after finding a secluded place. With a full stomach, Yaoran started another day of shopping spree. Yesterday, she bought a lot of grains, edible oils, spices, condiments, and sauces. So today, she planned to go to the fruit wholesale market. Haicheng City has a pleasant climate, with mild summers and mild winters. Even in the middle of summer, Yaoran still saw a wide variety of fruits in different seasons in the fruit wholesale market. Due to abundant resources, the price of fruits is very cheap. Looking at the fresh fruits displayed on the storefront, Yaoran decided to buy all of them. These fruits would become extinct when the disaster came. She ordered hundreds of tons of each fruit and spent another 200 million yuan in an hour. After leaving the fruit wholesale market, Yaoran drove to the vegetable wholesale market. The market was crowded but well-stocked, so Yaoran walked around and bought all the vegetables she saw. Pumpkin, sweet potato, corn, potato, bitter melon, eggplant, cucumber, garlic, pepper, radish, ginger, greens, cabbage, lotus root, tomato, lettuce, leek, various bean seeds, etc. Walking past a store selling eggs, she decided to buy 50,000 chicken eggs, 50,000 duck eggs, and 50,000 goose eggs. Thinking of future nuclear radiation and animal and plant mutations, Yaoran decisively bought 5,000 fertilized chicken eggs, 5,000 fertilized duck eggs, and 5,000 fertilized goose eggs. After leaving the vegetable wholesale market, Yaoran went to the largest seafood wholesale market. Haicheng City is close to the sea, and people living there can taste countless kinds of seafood all year round. When she arrived at the wholesale seafood market, the fishing boat had just unloaded its cargo. Looking at the fresh fish and seafood, Yao Ran felt excited. After tsunamis and earthquakes hit the world, the tectonic plate moved, causing nuclear power plants to explode and radiation to spread across the globe. Due to pollution of water, soil, and air, most plants and animals have mutated. Some parts of the mutated plants and animals are edible, but most are poisonous and taste terrible. Yao Ran shuddered when she thought of the hardships and blood she shed for a bite of meat. Waking up from her memory, Yao Ran went to the largest seafood store. The shop was bustling with people unloading fish and seafood from fishing boats and customers who had made an order. She stood at the door of the store and looked at the busy scene. Seeing this, Yao Ran became depressed again. A sight like this will disappear in 2 months, and nothing can stop it from happening. Seeing her standing there in a daze, the store owner approached her and said, "Miss, our fish and seafood are very fresh. Do you want to buy some?" Yao Ran came back to her senses and asked, "Boss, what kind of fish and seafood do you have today?" The store owner looked at the list in his hand and said, "Miss, you are lucky. Our fishing boat just arrived this morning, and the catch was bountiful. There are many kinds of fish and seafood to choose from. Which one do you want?" Yao Ran thought for a while and said, "I want 300 tons of fish and 300 tons of seafood." The store owner was stunned after hearing what she said. He laughed and asked jokingly, "Miss, are you kidding me?" Yao Ran smiled slightly. "No, I'm serious." The store owner looked at her for a while, then took the calculator and calculated the price. After a while, he handed Yao Ran a bill and said, "The wholesale price of 300 tons of fish is 9,363 million yuan. Seafood is more expensive. The wholesale price of 300 tons of seafood is 17.82 million yuan. Since you bought a lot, I will give you discounts and bonuses. You just need to pay me 27 million. We accept transfers and we pay." "Miss, how do you want to pay?" After he said that, Yao Ran took out her mobile phone and said, "Please give me your bank account. I will pay via bank transfer." Seeing Yao Ran's calm expression, the store owner smiled and said, "To ensure freshness, we will immediately deliver the goods." After saying that, he gave his bank account to Yao Ran. She wired him 15 million and said, "I will pay the rest after you deliver the goods to this address." Yao Ran gave him the warehouse address, and the store owner said, "All right. We will deliver your purchase as soon as possible." Good. As soon as she got into the small truck, her cell phone rang. Yao Ran unlocked her phone and answered the call. "Hello?" In the next second, a man's voice came. "Hello, Mississippi. I'm from the store selling shelves. Are you at the location? We are on the way and almost there. It is not far from the seafood wholesale market to the warehouse," so she said, "I will be there in 30 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Yao Ran quickly drove to the warehouse. When she arrived, the workers were already there and waiting for her. Seeing her coming, the team leader walked up to her and handed her a document. "Miss, please sign here, and we will start assembling the shelf." Yao Ran took the document, checked the quantity and price, and then signed her name. She returned the document to the team leader and went to open the warehouse. While the workers were busy moving shelves and assembling them, Yao Ran said to the team leader, "Sir, I still have something to do. You can work here, and I will be back in a few hours." Assembling 3,000 shelves is no joke, and it will take them a whole day to complete the task. The team leader agreed and said, "All right, I will call you when we are done here." "Thank you." Leaving the busy workers behind, Yao Ran drove to a nearby village. After 2 hours of driving, Yao Ran arrived at the small village. Unlike in cities and suburbs, people in villages live simple lives. After the morning work, they would get together and chat to pass the time. When they saw the small truck approaching from the distance, the uncles and aunts sitting under a big tree looked at it with curiosity and interest. It is rare for them to see strangers coming to their village. Yao Ran parked the small truck on the nearby roadside and walked towards them. She smiled politely and greeted, "Excuse me, uncles, aunts?" The uncles and aunts looked at her and smiled. One of the aunts asked, "Miss, are you looking for someone?" Yao Ran shook her head. "Aunt, I'm here to buy livestock." When the uncles and aunts heard this, their eyes lit up. It seems that this young lady is here to do business with them. "Miss, what animal do you want to buy?" An uncle asked curiously. Yao Ran looked at him and replied, "I want to buy some cattle, sheep, pigs, lamb, goats, chickens, ducks, geese, turkeys, rabbits, and fish." When she listed the livestock she wanted to buy, The uncles and aunts looked at each other in shock. The young lady appeared to be from an ordinary family. Can she afford the price of these animals? One of the uncles asked curiously, Miss, what do you want to do with so many livestock? Yaoran smiled politely at him. Uncle, I won't hide this from you. My family wants to open a leisure place for children and animals to play. My parents sent me here to find and buy these animals. After hearing her answer, the simple-minded uncles and aunts all believed it, thinking that city people really knew how to spend money. However, despite their thoughts, no one was stupid enough to let go of this opportunity to make money. After a moment of silence, the oldest uncle stood up from the wooden bench and dusted off his pants. He looked at Yaoran and said, Miss, I am the village chief. You can call me Uncle Han. I will take you to see the animal husbandry in the village. Please come with me. Yaoran nodded to the other uncles and aunts and then followed the village chief. Along the way, she saw many buildings in the distance with thick smoke coming out of their chimneys. The village chief followed her gaze and said, Those buildings are firewood kilns and coal kilns. Yaoran's eyes lit up when she heard this. Although she had ordered fuel from one of her grandfather's friends, she didn't know if her grandfather's friend would add charcoal and firewood to her order. She should be more prepared because the extreme cold will come first and take at least a year to pass. Thinking of this, Yaoran asked, Uncle Han, are you selling charcoal and firewood? The village chief nodded. Yes. Our village has no fertile land and can only raise livestock. But this is not enough for us to live a good life, so we also sell charcoal and firewood. The prices are low, but the income is enough to allow us to live a more comfortable life. After speaking, he asked, Do you want to buy coal and firewood? Yaoran waited for the question and smiled. Yes. Uncle Han, how much charcoal and firewood do you have now? The village chief thought for a while and replied, We have just taken out another batch of charcoal and firewood from the kiln. There should be at least 200 tons of coal and 170 tons of firewood for now. If nothing goes wrong, they will be delivered to other cities within 2 days. Hearing this, Yaoran hurriedly asked, Uncle Han, can you sell them to me? The village chief smiled and said, Miss, if you want them, we can sell them to you. This will save us some shipping costs. How much do you want? I want them all. Yaoran answered calmly. The village chief was stunned and looked at Yaoran in surprise. He was silent for a moment and then asked, Miss, are you sure you want to buy so much charcoal and firewood? Yaoran nodded again, and he advised, Nowadays, almost everyone uses a gas stove or an electric stove. Except for barbecue restaurants or those rich people who buy some for barbecue parties, charcoal and firewood have no use. Seeing Yaoran looking at him calmly, the village chief added, It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but money is hard-earned and cannot be used indiscriminately. You should think about it again. After hearing the village chief's explanation, Yaoran knew that he meant well and said, Uncle Han, it's useful to me. Thank you for the reminder. The village chief was silent for a moment and nodded. If you really want to buy all of them, I will be happy to sell them to you. After all, who doesn't want to make money? When the two arrived at the animal husbandry area, the village chief said, You can look at the livestock. We have more than 300 cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and lamb. We also have more than 2,000 chickens, ducks, geese, turkeys, and rabbits. As for the fish, after you choose the livestock here, we can go to the fish pond to have a look. Yaoran looked at the animals grazing on the other side of the wooden fence and said, They all look healthy. How do you sell them? The village chief replied, The market price of live cattle is 7 yuan per kilogram. Pigs will be slightly more expensive, 12 yuan per kilogram. Goats, sheep, and lambs are the same, 3 yuan per kilogram. Their prices will be calculated based on their weight. The price of chicken is 20 yuan per kilogram. The price of the duck is 30 yuan per kilogram. The price of the goose is 25 yuan per kilogram. The price of turkey is 3 yuan per kilogram, and the price of rabbit is 40 yuan per kilogram. How much do you want? Yaoran thought for a while and said, Please give me 10 pairs each. After she said that, the village chief made a quick calculation and said, Based on the average weight of the livestock, the total for your purchase is 191.520 yuan. Yaoran nodded and said, Please also calculate the prices of coal and firewood. The village chief counted for a moment and said, Our coal is of good quality, smokeless, lasts 60% longer, and generates 70% more heat than ordinary coal. Usually, we sell it at 6 yuan per kilogram. However, since you bought more, I will give you the wholesale price of 4 yuan per kilogram. Our firewood price is 5 yuan per kilogram, but I sell it to you at 4 yuan per kilogram. The total of all items, including livestock, is 1,671,520. I will give you a discount. You only need to pay 1.6 million. The village chief then asked, "Do you want to see the fish?" Yao Ran nodded, "Yes. The fish pond is by the river. Please come this way." With the village chief leading the way, the two of them came to the fish pond area. Looking at the countless square ponds filled with water, Yao Ran saw the fish inside jumping around, looking healthy and energetic. She followed the village chief to look around the area and found that the fish were of different sizes. The village chief stood by the fish pond and said, "We have many kinds of fish. Which one do you want?" Yao Ran thought for a while and asked, "How do you sell it?" The village chief replied, "We have about 100 kinds of freshwater fish and more than 200 kinds of saltwater fish. The price of freshwater fish is 5 yuan per kilogram, and the price of saltwater fish is 3 yuan per kilogram." Thinking that the water would be polluted in the future, Yao Ran said without hesitation, "Uncle Han, I want 50 fish of each kind. It would be even better if the fish could be used as a brood stock." The village chief nodded and said, "Then I will ask the workers to prepare the fish first. You can sit in the office while waiting." "All right." An hour later, the village chief came back and said, "We weighed the fish. Freshwater fish weigh about 20 kilograms each, and seawater fish weigh about 25 kilograms each." Yao Ran nodded and asked, "What is the total price?" The village chief sat behind the table and wrote down the price while saying, "The total price of all the fish is 1.25 million. Adding the price of livestock, coal, and firewood, the total is 3,040,000 yuan. Just give us 3 million. He handed the bill to Yao Ran and said, "We accept payment by bank transfer or credit and debit card." Thinking that the signal in this village was not very good, Yao Ran took out her black card and said, "I will pay with a debit card." Looking at the black card, the village chief couldn't believe his eyes. After living for more than 50 years, this was the first time he saw the legendary black card. This young lady really couldn't be judged by her sweet and innocent appearance. As soon as she made a move, his heart trembled from the shock. After the payment was completed, Yao Ran gave him the address of her rented warehouse and asked, "Uncle Han, can you deliver the goods to this address?" Since she bought a lot of things, the village chief agreed to deliver the goods. He said, "Loading the goods and preparing the animals takes time. The soonest we can send them is tomorrow." Yao Ran had no objection and said, "Then I will wait for the delivery tomorrow." "Good." After bidding farewell to the village chief and villagers, Yao Ran looked at the time and saw that there was still a lot of time. Since she loves to eat meat, she plans to stock up a lot of meat. Seeing that she still had time, she decided to go to the butchery. Yao Ran parked the small truck in the parking lot and got out. As soon as she got out, she smelled the strong fishy smell in the air. Having lived at the end of the world for 10 years and accustomed to the terrible smell, Yao Ran calmly walked towards the office building near the parking lot without changing her expression. When she pushed open the glass door, she was greeted by cool air. After sweating and being covered by sweat, Yao Ran shuddered slightly as she walked into the small office. Sitting behind the working desk was a woman in her 30s, busy typing on the keyboard. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, she looked away from the screen and smiled at Yao Ran. "Hello, how can I help you?" Yao Ran sat down in front of her and said, "I want to buy fresh meat." The woman nodded, took out a price list from the drawer, and said, "This is the price list of meats. Our price is lower than the market, but you need to buy at least 1 ton. Yao Ran looked at the price list and saw a complete range of varieties. There are more than 10 kinds of beef alone, with different qualities and different prices. In addition to beef, they also sell mutton, venison meat, pork, chicken, duck, etc., as well as seafood, with a full range of varieties." She looked at the price list and said, "I want 200 tons for every type of meat and 200 tons for every type of seafood." The woman was not surprised by Yao Ran's order. This is the largest butchery in Haicheng City, and most of its customers come from chain restaurants or supermarkets. The woman nodded, started typing on the keyboard, and said, "Miss, we need at least 1 day to prepare your order. The earliest we can deliver your order is tomorrow. Yao Ran nodded. All right. The woman typed for a while and asked, do you want to pay by card or cash? Yao Ran took out her black card and said, I will pay with a debit card. After typing on the keyboard, the woman printed out the purchase order and said, this is your purchase order. You need to pay a 10% deposit first, and the rest will be paid after we ship the goods. Yao Ran nodded, signed the purchase order, and paid the down payment. After spending more than 800 million to buy meat, she received a call. Hello? The next second, a man's voice came, Miss, we are done here. Yao Ran glanced at the time on her phone and said, Sir, you can leave when you are done. I will transfer the money after I check the shelves. The man agreed and hung up the phone. Afterward, Yao Ran drove back to the warehouse. Before she could take a look at the shelves, she received another call from the grain store and then the oil store. Those stores will deliver the items she ordered. Yao Ran checked the shelves while waiting for the delivery. After making sure there was no problem, she sent the remaining money to the shelf store owner. She waited for a while and saw several large trucks approaching from a distance. As the delivery came one after another, including her online purchases, Yao Ran spent the rest of the day receiving the goods. When she received the last delivery today, it was already dark. She turned off the lights and put away the shelves that were already filled with supplies. After locking the warehouse, Yao Ran drove back to her small apartment. When she got home, Yao Ran took a quick shower and then lay on the bed. While she was resting, she used her consciousness to sort out the supplies in the space. With the addition of these shelves, the space became more organized, and she was able to free up more space. After handling the supplies, Yao Ran measured the land next to the farmland. She plans to build a pig pen, chicken coop, cowshed, etc., to house the livestock she just bought. Considering the fish, she also needs to prepare a fish pond for them. The lake water is reserved for drinking water and is not suitable for fish and seafood farming. After finishing that, Yao Ran withdrew her consciousness from the space. Before going to bed, she ate a few steamed buns for dinner and bought many things from several online shopping platforms. The next day, a phone call woke her up. Yao Ran fumbled around the bed for a while before finding the phone. Half asleep, she turned on her phone and answered the call. Hello? Who is this? She asked in a hoarse voice. The next second, Assistant He's voice came. I'm sorry to disturb your sleep. Mississippi Yao Ran rubbed her eyes and said, It's fine. What's wrong? Assistant He replied, Lawyerly just contacted me and said that Long Guangwei, Chen Mailin, and Lan Lifei would be imprisoned for 2 months. It seems that Lan Guangwei has a backing and connection with people in government. Yao Ran was not surprised after hearing Assistant He's answer. If Lan Guangwei doesn't have abilities, he won't be able to live a comfortable life at the end of the world. Moreover, the fact that he was able to prepare so many supplies in the previous life proved that he indeed got some information about the incoming natural disaster. Yao Ran sat up and said, It doesn't matter. 2 months is enough for them to learn their lesson. Is there anything else? Yes. I listed your fixed assets on the market, your jewelry and antiques up for auction, and sold your bags, shoes, etc. The money will be credited to your bank account in a few hours. Yao Ran listened to Assistant He's report calmly and said, I understand. Thank you, Assistant He. There was a hint of a smile in his voice when he said, This is what I should do. I have to go see Lawyerly, so I won't disturb you any longer. All right. Yao Ran hung up the phone and looked out the window. She stretched, went to wash up, and started another day of shopping spree. After a simple breakfast, Yao Ran drove to the warehouse. When she arrived, she sat on a chair and took out her phone. While waiting for delivery at the warehouse, Yao Ran placed a lot of orders on the food app. After the end of the world, she would never have the chance to taste this kind of food. Therefore, she might as well stock up on more while she can. After placing big orders at more than 20 restaurants, Yao Ran searched for the contact information of several companies and factories. Today, she plans to purchase goods directly from large companies and factories. In addition to a sufficient supply and complete varieties, the price is also lower than that of the market. If she can save more money, she can buy more supplies. The first company she contacted was a mineral water company. No matter what natural disasters the survivors face in the future, water is the scarcest resource. Before the emergence of ability users after the spread of nuclear radiation, people had no way to find clean water sources. The best they could do was gather rainwater and filter the contaminated water for drinking. However, the consequences were dire. Most people either died from poisoning or mutated into brainless monsters. Recalling her experience in the early days of the apocalypse, Yao Ran decisively placed a big order. She ordered 300,000 bottles of the 10-liter size and 200,000 boxes each of the 1.5-liter, 1-liter, 750 milliliters, 500 milliliters, 350 milliliters, and 250 milliliter sizes. After ordering mineral water, Yao Ran called the water tank company. After thinking about it, she bought 50 water towers, 5,000 water storage tanks that can store 20,000 liters, 5,000 gallons used for water dispensers, and 5,000 extra large buckets. When she has time later, she can visit the water reservoir and fill those water towers, tanks, gallons, and buckets. Although there is a lake in her space, it is not known whether the lake water can be restored since she didn't find any water source inside the space. Her water ability will take a long time to improve. At her current level, she can only fill 2 buckets of water every day, which is far from enough for her daily use. After settling the water problem, Yao Ran contacted companies and factories that sell instant foods, such as instant noodles, meals, dry food, dried fruits, compressed biscuits, instant soup, self-heating rice, self-heating dishes, etc. Yao Ran then called other companies and bought canned food. Hundreds of thousands of boxes of canned vegetables, fruits, legumes, meats, beans, soups, ready meals, and dairy products were purchased. She bought everything in the companies and factories, enough to last her for several lifetimes. In addition, Yao Ran also placed a large order for energy bars, chocolates, energy drinks, and Snickers bars to replenish energy in an emergency. She also ordered tea, coffee, alcohol, cigarettes, and even a small umbrella. These items could be used as hard currency after the end of the world. Thinking about children and babies born after the end of the world, she bought some baby supplies such as milk powder, diapers, rash cream, baby wipes, baby clothes, baby shoes, etc. Shun then bought water purification tablets, water purifiers, and daily necessities washing powder, laundry detergent, soap, shampoo, shower gel, conditioner, toothbrush, ointment, dishwashing liquid, lotion, sunscreen, etc. She also bought toilet paper, wet wipes, disinfectant wipes, sanitary napkins, disinfectant, insect repellent, snake repellent powder, and other items that could last her several lifetimes. After thinking about it, she decided to stock up on a lot of cheap daily necessities. If she can't use them all, she can trade them for other supplies after the end of the world. These things cannot be produced anymore, and the price will only get higher and higher in the future. Considering that there was no electricity after the torrential rain, Yao Ran decided to buy solar panels, solar generators, kerosene, gas bottles, gas stoves, bottled gas cylinders, and liquefied gas cylinders. She then placed another large order for wood stoves, coal stoves, alcohol stoves, and alcohol blocks. Candles, matches, lighters, flints, flashlights, and fire starters are also on the list. She might need to go out after heavy rains and floods, so she bought inflatable boats, motorboats, and kayaks, as well as life jackets, raincoats, life buoys, fishing nets, fishing rods, fish-catching equipment, moisture-proof mats, diving suits, diving equipment, and other necessities. Yao Ran also ordered various blankets, such as down blankets, silk blankets, wool blankets, cashmere blankets, etc. She bought 500 each. At the end of the world, clothes are consumable. She needed to prepare more, ordering 10,000 outfits for every season. In addition, she ordered 300 sets of heat-resistant clothes, cold-resistant clothes, assault clothing, and military combat clothing. She even spent a lot of money to prepare 200 sets of clothes and 300 rolls of nanofabrics that can stabilize the temperature at 25 degrees Celsius. For short sleeves and shorts, Yao Ran didn't care about the style and only chose the simplest black and gray colors. She ordered more than 3,000 sets of each color at once. To increase the variety, Yao Ran ordered 2,000 more military jackets, leather jackets, and cotton jackets. She also bought 1,000 sets of expensive warm clothes. Compared with the various styles of clothes, the styles of shoes are relatively simple. Yao Ran didn't think much and ordered 200 pairs of hiking boots, sports shoes, rain boots, slippers, and thick military shoes. She bought 200 pairs of each style and size. Thinking that she might be able to exchange these items for other supplies in the future, Yaoran added some items for men and children. Even if she can't use it herself, maybe she can find someone she likes and have a family of her own in the future. Although she had no hope, she still had to make some preparations. When extreme cold comes, the lowest temperature can reach -80 degrees Celsius. After thinking about it, she decided to order the equipment used by scientists in Antarctica, including snowmobiles, thermal clothing, skates, snow boots, etc. Not forgetting the trouble of going to the toilet, Yaoran contacted a cat litter company and purchased 200 tons of cat litter. In order to prepare for earthquakes, Yaoran called the construction factory to order cement, steel bars, sand, bricks, etc. She may need to build a house after the earthquake. In addition to these daily necessities, Yaoran also contacted several scientific research teams and ordered their products' radiation protection suits, air purification masks, portable toilets, space capsule houses, escape pods for tsunamis and earthquakes, home planting kits, etc. She bought everything they made, spending $3 billion on high-technology products. When she transferred the down payment, the scientists were so happy that they nearly called her daddy. 2 hours later, by the time she was done, she had spent more than $5 billion, and the first delivery of the day had arrived. Yaoran put away her phone and went to receive the goods. She spent days stocking up on supplies and accepting deliveries that filled up half the space in the small villa. 6 days later, Yaoran received a call from Grandpa Sue. She answered the phone and smiled. "Grandpa Sue, has what I wanted arrived?" Recalling her experience in the early days of the apocalypse, Yaoran decisively placed a big order. She ordered 300,000 bottles of the 10-liter size and 200,000 boxes each of the 1.5-liter, 1-liter, 750 milliliters, 500 milliliters, 350 milliliters, and 250 milliliter sizes. After ordering mineral water, Yaoran called the water tank company. After thinking about it, she bought 50 water towers, 5,000 water storage tanks that can store 20,000 liters, 5,000 gallons used for water dispensers, and 5,000 extra large buckets. When she has time later, she can visit the water reservoir and fill those water towers, tanks, gallons, and buckets. Although there is a lake in her space, it is not known whether the lake water can be restored since she didn't find any water source inside the space. Her water ability will take a long time to improve. At her current level, she can only fill 2 buckets of water every day, which is far from enough for her daily use. After settling the water problem, Yaoran contacted companies and factories that sell instant foods, such as instant noodles, meals, dry food, dried fruits, compressed biscuits, instant soup, self-heating rice, self-heating dishes, etc. Yaoran then called other companies and bought canned food. Hundreds of thousands of boxes of canned vegetables, fruits, legumes, meats, beans, soups, ready meals, and dairy products were purchased. She bought everything in the companies and factories, enough to last her for several lifetimes. In addition, Yaoran also placed a large order for energy bars, chocolates, energy drinks, and Snickers bars to replenish energy in an emergency. She also ordered tea, coffee, alcohol, cigarettes, and even a small umbrella. These items could be used as hard currency after the end of the world. Thinking about children and babies born after the end of the world, she bought some baby supplies such as milk powder, diapers, rash cream, baby wipes, baby clothes, baby shoes, etc. Sean then bought water purification tablets, water purifiers, and daily necessities washing powder, laundry detergent, soap, shampoo, shower gel, conditioner, toothbrush, ointment, dishwashing liquid, lotion, sunscreen, etc. She also bought toilet paper, wet wipes, disinfectant wipes, sanitary napkins, disinfectant, insect repellent, snake repellent powder, and other items that could last her several lifetimes. After thinking about it, she decided to stock up on a lot of cheap daily necessities. If she can't use them all, she can trade them for other supplies after the end of the world. These things cannot be produced anymore, and the price will only get higher and higher in the future. Considering that there was no electricity after the torrential rain, Yaoran decided to buy solar panels, solar generators, kerosene, gas bottles, gas stoves, bottled gas cylinders, and liquefied gas cylinders. She then placed another large order for wood stoves, coal stoves, alcohol stoves, and alcohol blocks. Candles, matches, lighters, flints, flashlights, and fire starters are also on the list. She might need to go out after heavy rains and floods, so she bought inflatable boats, motorboats, and kayaks, as well as life jackets, raincoats, life buoys, fishing nets, fishing rods, fish-catching equipment, moisture-proof mats, diving suits, diving equipment, and other necessities. Yao Ran also ordered various blankets, such as down blankets, silk blankets, wool blankets, cashmere blankets, etc. She bought 500 each. At the end of the world, clothes are consumable. She needed to prepare more, ordering 10,000 outfits for every season. In addition, she ordered 300 sets of heat-resistant clothes, cold-resistant clothes, assault clothing, and military combat clothing. She even spent a lot of money to prepare 200 sets of clothes and 300 rolls of nanofabrics that can stabilize the temperature at 25 degrees Celsius. For short sleeves and shorts, Yao Ran didn't care about the style and only chose the simplest black and gray colors. She ordered more than 3,000 sets of each color at once. To increase the variety, Yao Ran ordered 2,000 more military jackets, leather jackets, and cotton jackets. She also bought 1,000 sets of expensive warm clothes. Compared with the various styles of clothes, the styles of shoes are relatively simple. Yao Ran didn't think much and ordered 200 pairs of hiking boots, sports shoes, rain boots, slippers, and thick military shoes. She bought 200 pairs of each style and size. Thinking that she might be able to exchange these items for other supplies in the future, Yao Ran added some items for men and children. Even if she can't use it herself, maybe she can find someone she likes and have a family of her own in the future. Although she had no hope, she still had to make some preparations. When extreme cold comes, the lowest temperature can reach -80 degrees Celsius. After thinking about it, she decided to order the equipment used by scientists in Antarctica, including snowmobiles, thermal clothing, skates, snow boots, etc. Not forgetting the trouble of going to the toilet, Yao Ran contacted a cat litter company and purchased 200 tons of cat litter. In order to prepare for earthquakes, Yao Ran called the construction factory to order cement, steel bars, sand, bricks, etc. She may need to build a house after the earthquake. In addition to these daily necessities, Yao Ran also contacted several scientific research teams and ordered their products' radiation protection suits, air purification masks, portable toilets, space capsule houses, escape pods for tsunamis and earthquakes, home planting kits, etc. She bought everything they made, spending $3 billion on high-technology products. When she transferred the down payment, the scientists were so happy that they nearly called her daddy. 2 hours later, by the time she was done, she had spent more than $5 billion, and the first delivery of the day had arrived. Yao Ran put away her phone and went to receive the goods. She spent days stocking up on supplies and accepting deliveries that filled up half the space in the small villa. 6 days later, Yao Ran received a call from Grandpa Su. She answered the phone and smiled. "Grandpa Su, has what I wanted arrived?" Su Ruihan looked at Yao Ran thoughtfully and said, "No need. The money you gave is enough." Now that he had said that, Yao Ran just accepted his and Grandpa Su's kindness. Walking out from the warehouse, Su Ruihan looked at her and said, "I will take you back." Yao Ran thought for a while and shook her head. "I need to wait for my people to transport the goods. You can go back first. Thank you for today, young Master Su." Su Ruihan didn't force her. "All right. Be careful." After Su Ruihan and his men left, Yao Ran contacted Grandpa Su. "Grandpa Su, I have received the goods. Thank you for the early birthday gift." Grandpa Su smiled and asked, "It's good as long as you like it. Have you talked to your elder brother Ruihan?" Yao Ran said, "Yes." "How is it? Do you like him?" Listening to Grandpa Su's eager voice, Yao Ran felt awkward and changed the subject. "Grandpa Su, I heard that there may be a typhoon coming in 2 months. You should stock up on some supplies and move to higher ground." With Grandpa Su's wide network of contacts, he may already know about this, but Yao Ran still wants to remind him. After accepting his gift, she could only use this small gesture to repay his kindness. Good. Indeed, having a granddaughter is better than having a grandson. Ran, you should consider Ruihan. If you like him, Grandpa will definitely fulfill your wish and let you two get married as soon as possible. Yao Ran listened to Grandpa Su's happy laughter and said helplessly, "Grandpa Su, I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you." "All right. Go and do your things. After hanging up the call with Grandpa Sue, Yao Ran walked back to the warehouse and put everything into her space. After leaving the empty warehouse, she called a car and waited for more than 30 minutes before the car arrived. As soon as the car drove out of the warehouse, Yao Ran's cell phone rang. She saw the name on the screen and answered the phone. Hello, Grandpa Hua. The next second, a gentle old man's voice came. Yao Ran, the medicine you want is ready. When do you want to get it? Yao Ran thought for a moment before asking, Grandpa Hua, can you deliver the medicine? Of course. If you give me the address, I will have my people deliver it today. All right. Thank you, Grandpa Hua. Grandpa Hua thought of Grandpa Yao and sighed. This child, your grandfather and I are friends. Taking care of you is what I should do. If you need more medicine, just tell me. Yao Ran smiled slightly when she heard what he said. After talking for a little bit more, Grandpa Hua hung up the phone because he didn't want her to think of her grandfather and became sad. After sending Grandpa Hua the address of the rented warehouse, Yao Ran said to the driver, Sir, please go to this address. All right. 2 hours later, Yao Ran arrived at the warehouse. After paying the driver, she came out of the car. Before she could take a step, a dozen large trucks arrived one after another. Yao Ran knew that these must be medicines sent by Grandpa Hua, so she asked the worker to move them into the warehouse. When they unloaded everything and left, it was already dark. Yao Ran turned off the lights, put everything into her space, and locked the warehouse. In the middle of the night, she received a call from Grandpa Mu. Yao Ran gave him the address of the warehouse and quickly got out of bed. Fuel is one of the state-regulated commodities. It is a crime to engage in private transactions. Because of this, Grandpa Mu contacted Yao Ran in the middle of the night to deliver the goods. When Yao Ran arrived at the warehouse, the moon was still high in the sky. One of the men approached her and said, Miss Yao, Chairman Mu ordered us to deliver the goods here. Yao Ran nodded and went to open the warehouse for them. She looked at the team leader and said, Please help me move everything inside. Yes, Miss Yao. Yao Ran stood aside and watched quietly as men in black uniforms moved hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil from trucks to the warehouse. After a while, the air was filled with the smell of gasoline, diesel, ethanol, kerosene, and other oils. By the time they were finished, the sky was tinted with a faint light blue. After the trucks left under the cover of darkness, Yao Ran collected all the oil barrels and put them into the space. Now that she has received everything, it is time for her to leave Haicheng City. However, before that, she had to go somewhere. Yao Ran drove the small truck back to her small apartment and took a nap. When she woke up a few hours later, she packed everything up and put them into the space. Looking at the empty small apartment, Yao Ran didn't have any regrets or nostalgia. She was just a little uneasy and scared. She carried her small backpack, locked the door, and left the small apartment where she had lived for more than 4 years. After leaving her apartment building, she visited nearby roadside stalls and restaurants, ordering hundreds of portions from every place. This might be the last time she comes to this place, so she wants to buy more of her favorite foods. After eating breakfast and putting the food into the space, Yao Ran drove the small truck to one of the most luxurious residential areas in Haicheng City. An hour later, a security guard saw a small truck approaching. He raised his hand to stop Yao Ran outside the gate. The security guard walked up to her, and Yao Ran lowered the window. Seeing that it was a young and beautiful woman, the guard's expression softened a little. The security guard nodded at her. Good morning, Mississippi. Are you delivering things? Yao Ran shook her head. No. My father has a villa here, and he asked me to come and get something for him. After hearing her explanation, the security guard frowned and said, Miss, please leave. Yao Ran knew that he didn't believe her, so she turned on her phone and showed the security guard a photo. This is my father, Long Guangwei. You should know who he is, right? The security guard looked at the family photo and then looked at Yao Ran. He was silent for a few seconds and then said, You can go in. When the security guard went to open the gate, Yao Ran closed the car window. After passing the gate, she nodded to the security guard and drove to Long Guangwei's villa. The villa is located near an artificial lake and has a magnificent view. Parking the small truck in front of the villa, Yao Ran got down and looked at the huge 3-story villa. She sneered, You must have stolen a lot of money from my family in the past 20 years, right? Now, I will take back everything from you. See if you can still live a good life at the end of the world when you have nothing. Yao Ran walked to the door and found that a password was required. She opened the lock and calmly entered the code. The next second, the electronic lock made a beeping sound. After entering the villa, Yao Ran walked directly to the main door. After opening the door with another password, she walked into the villa. Looking at the luxurious interior and expensive items in the living room, she couldn't help but feel itchy. Before starting, Yao Ran went to the security room in the front yard. She deleted the record of her entering the villa, turned off all the surrounding security cameras, and then returned to the living room. Spending a few minutes, she put everything into her space, leaving nothing behind. After cleaning up the living room, Yao Ran went to the kitchen. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw the complete range of supplies and high-quality kitchen utensils. She took everything she could and then went to the storage room next to the kitchen. Opening the door, she saw all kinds of expensive food, including rice, condiments, canned food, and fresh vegetables. After taking the supplies, Yao Ran noticed a large iron door on the wall. She opened it curiously and found that it was an ice cellar. When her eyes fell on the rows of meat hanging there, she smacked her lips and muttered, "These white-eyed wolves really know how to enjoy life." She took everything there without batting an eye. After cleaning the first floor, she went to the second floor, which had only a few bedrooms. When she opened the first bedroom, she knew at first glance that this must be Lan Li Fei's bedroom. The luxurious interior almost blinded her. Yao Ran looked around and lost interest. Although clothes, shoes, bags, and cosmetics are not valuable to her, Yao Ran doesn't want to leave anything for Lan Li Fei and takes everything away. The next room is Chen Meilin and Long Guangwei's bedroom. Yao Ran did the same, putting everything into her space. Even the guest room didn't escape her evil claws. High-quality wooden furniture can be cut down and used as firewood in extreme cold, so it should not be wasted. After sweeping the second floor clean, she climbed the stairs to the third floor. There are only 2 rooms on this floor, the study and the library. Yao Ran believed that knowledge is the foundation of human beings. She took away all the books in the library, including the bookshelves, chairs, and tables, leaving only 4 bare walls. When she went to the study, she didn't look at anything else and went directly to the photo hanging on the wall. In her previous life, Yao Ran, Long Guangwei, and others were never separated. After the extreme cold had passed and the water had receded, Long Guangwei brought them here before leaving Haicheng City. At that time, Yao Ran didn't know that Long Guangwei had secretly gathered his own people and established his own power. Remembering the stupid things she did in her previous life, Yao Ran clenched her hands. She looked at the family photo, and her eyes became cold. She took out a military dagger from space and stabbed the faces of Long Guangwei, Chen Meilin, and Lan Li Fei in the photo repeatedly. After venting some hatred, Yao Ran grabbed the photo and moved it aside. Behind the photo, a small button can be seen. She pressed the button, and the wall opened. She put away the military dagger, entered the password into the security lock, and then pushed open the heavy metal door. Entering the spacious hidden room, Yao Ran saw a mountain of gold bars piled up on the side, weapons displayed on the wall, boxes of bullets stacked in the corner of the room, and many antiques on display with glass covering them. She didn't waste time admiring the antiques and put everything into her space. 10 minutes later, she walked out of the hidden room and took everything except the family photo. After walking out of the villa, Yao Ran did not leave, but went to the underground wine cellar. Lan Guangwei is an avid wine collector, and he has an extensive collection of wines here. Opening the door of the wine cellar, Yao Ran once again discovered that Lan Guangwei was really good at stealing and spending money. Looking at the wine racks filled with expensive wines and the barrels of wine stored in the wine cellar, Yao Ran said with an evil smile, "I really want to thank him for giving me these things." Leaving the empty wine cellar, Yao Ran headed to the underground storage room. She put everything into the space without wasting time. When she left, that place didn't even have a grain of salt left. Yao Ran couldn't wait to know how Lan Guangwei would react when he found out that his treasure trove had been robbed. His expression must be very interesting. After taking everything from Lan Guangwei's villa, Yao Ran bought a ticket to another country. There were still a few hours before her flight, so she drove to the real estate office to return the warehouse key and then went to return the small truck. After she was done, she called a car and went to the airport. Just as she was about to board the plane, assistant he sent her a message. Miss, the news of you selling your assets has spread throughout the wealthy circles. Most of the houses, villas, apartments, and cars have been sold. However, antiques and jewelry are too expensive, and no one can buy them. Should I sell them to other countries? Yaoran thought for a while and sent a reply. No need. Keep them for now. Those antiques and jewelry are my grandfather's collection and my Yao family's heirloom. I will keep them since no one can afford them. Understood. After reading assistant He's reply, Yaoran turned off her phone and boarded the plane. 10 hours later, Yaoran landed, turned on her phone, and saw a notification that another 80 billion had arrived. She had spent 13.5 billion hoarding supplies in Haicheng City, leaving less than 35 billion in her bank account. Just now, another 80 billion was added, so Yaoran's funds for purchasing supplies increased again. She clenched her phone, took a deep breath, and left the airport. After arriving at the hotel, Yaoran took a shower and sat on the soft bed. She looked into space as she towel-dried her hair. The moment her consciousness went into her space, Yaoran was stunned. She retracted her consciousness and then looked into her space again. She repeated it a few times, but the scene remained the same. Looking at the space that had doubled in size, Yaoran muttered in disbelief, "Isn't space ability unable to be upgraded?" After a moment of confusion, Yaoran became excited. At first, she thought her space couldn't be changed and that she needed to limit the number of supplies she bought. However, when she looked around the space again, Yaoran discovered that there was a way to upgrade her space. It's just that she doesn't know how to do that. With the upgrade of her space, the storage area that was almost full after she received weapons, vehicles, medicines, and fuel now has a lot of space left. The farmland has also doubled in size, and a pond has appeared beside the lake. The pond is not too big, just enough for her to raise the fish she bought before. In addition to the pond, the grassland has also doubled in size. Only the lake remains the same. Yaoran looked into the lake, but saw nothing change. Now that there is more space, she doesn't have to hesitate when buying supplies. She spent 2 days in that country stocking up on wheat, barley, oats, rye, corn, quinoa, and other grains. Yaoran bought more than 400 tons of each grain and left the country before the government found out. Before going to the airport, she disguised herself and boarded a plane to the Maple Leaf country. Every time she flies to another country, she changes her disguise just in case someone knows or follows her. Yaoran traveled all over the world and bought many specialties from different countries, such as cheese, wine, fruits, cigars, etc. After spending 40 days stocking up around the world, Yaoran had only a little space left, so she decided to return to her country. When she walked out of the arrival gate, she saw assistant he was leaning on his black sports car and typing on his phone. Sensing Yaoran's gaze, assistant he raised his eyes and waved to her. Yaoran smiled and then walked up to him. Looking at her tired face, he frowned slightly and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Yaoran waved her hand and asked, "I'm fine. Have you been waiting for a long time?" Assistant he opened the car door for her and said, "No, I just arrived." He looked at her pale face as she put on her seatbelt, hesitated for a second, and said, "Miss, you should take a rest first. We can go to the bank after you recover. There is not much time left before the typhoon comes." Thinking that she still needed to find a place to stay in Juncheng City later, Yaoran shook her head and said, "I can rest later." Now that she had made her decision, assistant he stopped persuading her and drove to the bank. With assistant he leading the way, Yaoran can open the safe vault without going through complicated procedures. Standing outside the safe vault, assistant he said, "Miss, I will wait here." Yaoran nodded and walked through the heavy metal door. Inside the vault, many boxes were stacked neatly. She opened some of them and saw various antiques and paintings. She didn't understand antiques or paintings, but she knew that they must be very precious if those wealthy families couldn't afford them. With a wave of her hand, she put everything into her space and left the vault empty. When she came out, the worker closed and locked the thick metal door. Assistant he then handed her the key. "Miss, this is the key to the vault. You can come here alone in the future. I have already told the manager about you, so you don't need to go through the formalities anymore." Yaoran took the key from him, and the two left the bank. Assistant he stood next to his car and looked at her with a hint of worry in his eyes. Assistant he was silent for a long time and asked, Miss, do you really want to leave this country? Yao Ran shook her head and replied, I changed my mind. I won't leave this country, but I don't want to live in this city anymore. I will move to Junqing City. Hearing this, Assistant he understood why she wanted to leave. He sighed, that's good. You'd better stay away from your father and his family. There are not many people in her life who care about her, but Assistant he is one of them. Yao Ran thought for a while before saying, Assistant he, I got a secret message from someone that a typhoon was coming. The news of the approaching typhoon had been broadcast for several days, and Assistant he also knew about it. He looked at Yao Ran and said, Miss, don't worry about me. You need to take care of yourself. Looking at his sincere face, Yao Ran took a step closer to him and lowered her voice, Assistant he, hurry up and stock up on supplies and find a higher place to live. When Assistant he heard what she said, his expression sunk, and he asked, Miss, do you know something confidential? Yao Ran nodded. When the typhoon arrives, it may be accompanied by torrential rain and cause floods. You should also make preparations for extreme weather. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Assistant he nodded, Thank you, miss, for reminding me. Yao Ran sold the company, and Assistant he was no longer her exclusive assistant. He looked at her with a hint of reluctance and a worried expression. Miss, remember to call me when you need anything. MHM. I know. After a long silence, he finally said, Then I will leave now. See you next time. Mississippi Yao Ran watched him get into his black sports car and waved to him. Assistant he took one last look at her and then drove away. After the black sports car disappeared from her sight, Yao Ran transferred 300 million to Assistant he. After this separation, she didn't know if they would ever see each other again. However, she hopes the money she gives him will help him survive and lead a better life in the future. Yao Ran clenched her hands and looked at the gloomy sky. With only a month left before the end of the world, the weather begins to change. In her previous life, the end of the world did not come without warning. There are many signs, but humans fail to notice them. There will be a month of rain before the typhoon hits. The rain comes and goes, so people don't care. In addition, it is normal to rain in September. Just as she was recalling about the past, the first rain of that year finally fell. When the rainwater fell on her cheek, Yao Ran came back to her senses. She looked away from the gloomy sky, called a car, and bought a plane ticket to Junqing City. The distance between Haicheng City and Junqing City is quite far. It takes 3 hours to reach Junqing City by plane. When Yao Ran came out of the arrival gate, she was already starving. She looked at her phone and saw that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yao Ran rubbed her flat belly and thought, No wonder I felt so hungry. I haven't eaten in almost 20 hours. She sighed and called a car with an app. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Yao Ran finally got into the car and said, Sir, please go to the nearest restaurant. The driver looked at her through the rearview mirror and asked, Miss, is this your first time in Junqing City? When Yao Ran heard the driver's question, her aura changed instantly. She was used to being cautious in her previous life, and once the driver raised a question, Yao Ran became alert. The driver almost died of fright when he saw her suddenly opening her eyes. Stared at by her cold eyes, he smiled awkwardly and explained, Under normal circumstances, people will tell me the name of the restaurant. Only tourists will tell the driver to go to nearby places or take the lead in choosing a restaurant or hotel. Yao Ran stared at the driver for a few seconds before retracting her murderous intent. Feeling the change in the air, the driver secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This young lady looks innocent, but her eyes are terrifying. Yao Ran didn't know that she had scared the driver with her gaze. She closed her eyes and said, I see. Then I will trouble you to go to a recommended delicious restaurant. The driver was frightened by her and said quickly, Yes, yes, yes. Then, the driver stepped on the accelerator, almost breaking the maximum speed. In just 15 minutes, he parked his car in front of a famous restaurant. Miss, we are here. Yao Ran opened her eyes and said, Thank you. After she closed the door, the driver stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly disappeared from her sight. Yao Ran raised her eyebrows slightly but was too hungry to think about what had happened to the driver, so she walked into the restaurant. A few minutes later, Yao Ran had ordered a bowl of beef noodles and searching something on her phone. She remembered that in her previous life, She had heard that a place in Junqing City was still in good condition after experiencing floods, extreme cold, extreme heat, and earthquakes. Because it is located in the new development area of Junqing City, not many people buy apartments in that complex. When typhoons hit the country, only 40% of apartments were rented out. Yaoran searched for a while before finding it. Her eyes lit up when she saw the promotional pictures and the familiar name. Ling Yuan Apartment Complex. This should be the place. After Yaoran found the contact information for the marketing office, she quickly made a call. After a few seconds, a woman answered the phone. Hello, this is the marketing office of Ling Yuan Apartment Complex. Is there anything I can help you with? Yaoran replied, Hello, I want to rent an apartment in Building 3. All right. Please wait a moment while I check if there are any apartment units available in Building 3. 30 seconds later, the staff said, Customer, there are still some available units in Building 3. Which floor do you want? After the typhoon, Junqing City suffered the same fate as other places in the world. The whole city was flooded, and the water in Lingyuan was as deep as 14 floors. Yaoran recalled the garbage, corpses, and unknown objects in the water when the city was flooded and said decisively, I want the top floor. The typing sound lasted for a few seconds, and the staff said, There is only one room left on the top floor of Building 3. Customer, do you want it? Yes. All right. I have reserved the last unit on the top floor of Building 3 for you. You can visit our marketing office before 6 o'clock in the evening. May I know your name, customer? My name is Yao Ran. Then we will be waiting for your visit, Miss Yao. After hanging up the phone, Yao Ran quickly finished her lunch and took the subway to the Lingyuan marketing office. Lingyuan apartment complex is located in the suburbs of Junqing City. Yao Ran needed to change the subway 2 times before arriving at the marketing office. Seeing Yao Ran walk in, a woman in her early 20s sitting behind the workbench stood up. She walked to Yao Ran, stretched out her hand, and smiled. Miss Yao? Yao Ran shook her hand and nodded. Yes. The woman made an invitation gesture and asked, Would you like to take a look at the building model first? No need. I want to check the apartment first. The woman's eyes flickered, and she went to take a pile of files with her. She walked back to Yao Ran and said, Then I will take you there. Along the way, the woman introduced the area to Yao Ran and promoted the benefits of living in the Lingyuan apartment complex. When they stepped out of the elevator on the 20th floor, Yao Ran had already learned everything about the Lingyuan apartment complex. The woman unlocked the electric lock and opened the door. She walked in and said, As you can see, the top floor has the best view, and there are only 3 apartment units on this floor. Unlike the lower floors, the top floor also has the benefit of using the rooftop. Yao Ran looked around the apartment and asked, How much is the monthly rent? The woman smiled and replied, The monthly rent is 10.000 yuan. When Yao Ran heard this, she was surprised and thought, It's no wonder that when natural disasters hit the world, only 40% of units are rented or sold. With this price, not many people can afford to rent an apartment here, let alone buy it. Seeing that Yao Ran was thinking, the woman just stood there with a smile. After a moment of silence, Yao Ran looked at the woman. I will take this unit. Listening to Yao Ran's words, the woman's eyes lit up. Once the unit is rented out, she will receive this month's bonus. The woman was already prepared and took out the files. Since Miss Yao had decided, we should go through the formalities and sign the contract as soon as possible. Miss Yao, please have a seat. Yao Ran and the woman were sitting around the dining table. Although the monthly rent is 5 times higher than the average monthly rent elsewhere, the apartment is fully furnished and clean. After Yao Ran signed the lease, the woman handed her the key to the rooftop and said, Miss Yao, we don't have the key to unlock the door, so you just need to change the password. No one can open this room except you. Yao Ran took the key, nodded, and walked her out. Before leaving, the woman added, If you need anything else, please feel free to contact us. Thank you. After the woman left, Yao Ran changed the door password and went to take a shower. Then she changed the bed sheets, dried her hair, and got into bed. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. The next day, Yao Ran woke up feeling refreshed. After taking a quick shower, she sat around the dining table and drank a glass of soy milk, a fried dough stick, and a bowl of wontons. She ate while sending her consciousness to her space. When she went to those countries to stock up on goods, Yao Ran had no time to organize them. Because she still had more than 20 billion left, she needed to reorganize the supplies and free up some space. In case she forgot to stock up on something, she still had time to buy it. Just when her consciousness entered the space, Yao Ran spat out the soy milk in surprise. She blinked a few times and looked at the space that had doubled in size again. This time, in addition to the larger area, there is also a house next to the supplies area. Yao Ran looked at the house and thought, there is no safe place anywhere in the world after the end of the world. It would be great if I could get into this space and live here. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Yao Ran felt dizzy and closed her eyes. The next second, she fell to the ground, feeling pain in her bottom. Yao Ran rubbed her butt and groaned in pain. Ouch! Opening her eyes, Yao Ran found herself sitting on the ground covered with soft grass. In front of her was the house she had just seen in her space. Yao Ran looked down and saw that she was still holding a half-eaten fried dough stick in her left hand. This I'm in my space? When Yao Ran realized where she was, her heart beat fast. She was so excited that she quickly stood up and ran around the space, looking at everything in amazement. After inspecting the space, she walked back to the house. After calming down, Yao Ran walked into the house. It had no front door and no furniture. She looked up and saw a bright light coming from the lamps on the ceiling. The living room area is about 100 square meters. The floor height is about 4 meters, and there is a large balcony outside the large floor-to-ceiling glass windows. In addition to the living room, there is a bathroom. It is about 30 meters square and has a bathtub, shower area, and toilet. She turned on the faucet, and clean water came out. After checking the house, Yao Ran noticed a timer suspended in the air in the living room. 11 hours, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. Seeing that the seconds on the timer were counting down, Yao Ran thought for a while and muttered, could it be that I can only stay here if there is still time remaining? In order to verify her guess, Yao Ran decided to leave the space. When she returned to the living room, she looked into the space and saw that the timer had stopped. Since she guessed correctly, Yao Ran smiled. This is really an unexpected surprise. With this space, I should be able to survive those disasters in the future. Thinking of this, Yao Ran continued to organize supplies with her consciousness. After she was done, she frowned in confusion. Strange. Where are the antiques I took from Long Guangwei's villa? She searched for a long time but couldn't find those antiques and fell into deep thought. She thought for a moment before her eyes flashed with a realization. Grandpa's collection. Yao Ran quickly sent her consciousness into space and opened the boxes taken out from the vault in Haicheng City. After a few minutes, she looked at the empty boxes in a daze. No wonder my space suddenly changed. It turns out that after swallowing antiques, the space will be upgraded. After finding a way to upgrade her space, Yao Ran clenched her hands and laughed. It seemed that God had taken pity on her and given her a way to survive. Yao Ran withdrew her consciousness from the space and started washing the dishes. When she was done, she left her apartment. Since she needs to stay here for at least a year, she plans to increase the security of her apartment. When people are hungry and desperate, they can do anything. Yao Ran has experienced how terrible it is to face those people who lose their reason and morality. This time, she didn't want to experience the same things again. After leaving the apartment, Yao Ran went to the car showroom first. There are several military vehicles in her space, but she can't drive them openly now. After thinking about it, she still needs to buy a few cars to use. After renting a public electric bike, Yao Ran drove to the nearest car showroom. She returned the bike to the designated location and then walked for a few more minutes to the car showroom. As she entered the building, a salesman approached her with a smile. "Welcome." Mississippi. Yao Ran nodded to him, and the salesman said, "We have a promotion for the latest car models. Do you want to take a look?" Yao Ran nodded again, and then the salesman took her to see the cars. After listening to the salesman's explanation, she decided to buy a Hummer, an SUV, a minivan, a small truck, a minibus, and 3 off-road vehicles. After paying the money and asking the salesman to deliver the cars tomorrow, Yao Ran drove her new small truck and left the car showroom. As she drove out of the underground parking lot, she saw a bicycle store across the street. Thinking about the terrible road conditions at the end of the world, she headed toward the bicycle store. After looking around the store, she decided to buy 30 mountain bikes, 10 tricycles, 20 electric bicycles, and enough spare parts to last her for a lifetime. Unlike Haicheng City, Juncheng City's economy is based on industry and manufacturing. Compared to other cities in the country, there are many factories in Juncheng City. After checking the list, Yaoran remembered that she had forgotten to buy a few things in Haicheng City, so she decided to buy them here. She drove the small truck to the largest outdoor supply store. Before long, she walked into the store and approached the counter. The staff behind the counter smiled and asked, "Welcome, Mississippi. How can I help you?" Yaoran looked around the shelves for a moment and replied, "I want to buy earthquake and fire emergency kits, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, telescopes, radios, large-capacity solar batteries, and large-capacity solar chargers." The man nodded. "How much do you want?" She thought for a while and replied, "Give me 20 for each item, 200 large-capacity solar batteries, and 50 large-capacity solar chargers." When the man heard her words, he was stunned for a moment and then broke out into a bright smile. He walked out of the counter and said, "Miss, you must like outdoor activities very much. We have many things that are very useful when you go camping or hiking." As he spoke, he took Yaoran around the store and enthusiastically recommended assault jackets, sleeping bags, coal stoves, kerosene lamps, etc. Yaoran followed the man and asked, "Do you have anything that can withstand the cold of 70 or 80 degrees Celsius below zero?" The man thought for a while and said, "We have Arctic cold-proof clothing and mummy sleeping bags, which can withstand extreme cold when used together. But the price is a bit expensive." Yaoran said, "I want 20 sets of them." "All right." Yaoran spent more than 400,000 yuan on the outdoor supply store. When she left, her small truck was filled with goods, which she put into her space when no one was looking. After leaving the outdoor supply store, Yaoran drove to the largest electrical appliance store. There, she bought air conditioners, ice maker machines, portable coolers, fans, heaters, humidifiers, air purifiers, and other things. By the time she walked out of the store, it was lunchtime. Seeing the mobile phone and computer store next to the outdoor supply store, Yaoran decided to buy some mobile phones, laptops, SSDs, HDDs, and USBs. After coming back, she will download some movies, TV series, practical knowledge videos, and e-books. When she is bored in the future, she can watch videos or read books to improve her survival skills. When she left the store, Yaoran frowned slightly as she looked at the gloomy sky covered with rain clouds. From now on, the intensity of the rain will increase day by day. She looked away from the gloomy sky and drove to a store selling doors and windows. To save time, Yaoran had measured the doors and windows of her apartment this morning. She gave the sizes to the store owner and said, "I would like to order 3 metal doors with this size and windows of this size made of triple-layer bulletproof glass. Also, please cover the outer layer of the windows with tempered glass." The store owner was stunned when he heard her request and asked, "Miss, do you want to build a fortress?" Yaoran smiled slightly. "I live alone, so safety is my priority." The store owner looked at Yaoran's cute and sweet face and said, "Since you want safety, what about using this newly launched metal to make the door? The material is made of tungsten carbide. This material is so strong that not even bombs can damage it." Yaoran looked at the sample handed over by the store owner and agreed. "All right, please prepare the doors with this material and prepare 10 additional doors. In addition to the windows I ordered, I also want 500 pieces of tempered glass and 500 pieces of bulletproof glass." The shop owner was very happy to get this big order and smiled. "Since you bought a lot, I will help you install the doors and windows for free. However, I need 2 days to prepare your order, and you need to pay half of the money as a deposit." Yaoran agreed and paid the money. After running around for hours, she felt hungry, so she drove to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Before leaving, she ordered 300 portions of every dish on the menu. After lunch, she drove to the factory area. Her farmland has expanded twice and is now too big for her to grow and care for the crops manually. Yaoran needs to buy some farm machines to facilitate farming in the future. She has electricity and water in her space and has no problem using the machines. When she arrived at the factory area, Yaoran asked around and quickly found a factory selling agricultural machinery. Tractors, combine harvesters, trashing machines, sprayers, balers, fertilizer spreaders, harrows, mowers, seed drills, skid loaders, tillers, harvesting equipment for different crops, planters, etc. Yao Ran bought all the necessary agricultural machinery and equipment. Thinking there was no way to deliver these machines to her apartment, she quickly rented a warehouse. After leaving the warehouse address with the factory owner, she went to another factory. There are 2 military bases in Juncheng City. The army was stationed near the city, and a factory specializing in the production of military canned food and army rations was also located in this factory area. Military canned food has a long shelf life, with an average of more than 100 years. When she died in her previous life, there was no news about when the natural disaster would end. She plans to buy military rations and military canned food in case she needs them in the future. Before she was sold to the organization, she heard that a group of survivors had stumbled upon a warehouse full of military canned food. 8 years had passed since the beginning of the end of the world when they discovered the food, but it was still edible and had a shelf life of 48 years remaining. When they sell the food to the market, 1 can military canned food could be exchanged for 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Although the price is high, powerful bosses and wealthy people are still willing to buy it. At the end of the world, food, weapons, oils, and rare commodities are limited. For survivors, supplies are power. Since Yao Ran wants to take revenge on the organization, she needs strength and power, and preparing these foods will give her more leverage in the future. Yao Ran drove for half an hour before she arrived at the factory. She parked her truck in front of the small office and walked inside. The middle-aged man working behind a table saw her. He smiled. "Welcome. What can I help you with?" Yao Ran greeted him and replied, "I want to buy military canned food and military rations." It is not unusual for ordinary people to buy military canned food and military rations. As online streaming becomes increasingly popular, many people buy these foods and record videos to gain popularity. The middle-aged man has several repeat customers working for the live broadcast platforms, and he thinks Yao Ran is one of them. The middle-aged man motioned for Yao Ran to take a seat and said, "There are many varieties of military canned food and military rations. You can take a look at this list first." Yao Ran took the list and saw that there were more than 200 varieties of military canned food alone. From meats to desserts, there's almost everything on the list. The canned food sold by the factory is packed in boxes, with 100 cans in a box. They also offer 4 main types of military rations: fresh rations, pre-cooked rations, mries, and dehydrated meals. These military rations are sold in boxes, with 24 packs in each box. Each pack contains 3 meals, 2 snacks, 2 packs of instant drinks, and 2 compressed biscuits and energy bars. Yao Ran put down the list and said, "Sir, I want to order 50,000 boxes of each kind of canned food and 100,000 boxes of each type of military ration." Seeing that they also sell compressed biscuits and energy bars special for the military, Yao Ran said, "I also want to buy 500,000 boxes of compressed biscuits and 500,000 boxes of energy bars." After hearing what she said, the middle-aged man looked at her and said, "Miss, military rations are not cheap. Are you sure you want that much?" Yao Ran actually wanted to buy more, but she was worried that the government would notice if she bought too much, which would cause her some trouble. She thought for a while and asked, "Sir, can I buy these foods?" The middle-aged man chuckled when he heard her question. "Of course, you can buy it. But the price of military food is different from that of ordinary food. I have money, but if I buy so much, won't the government arrest me?" she asked cautiously. The middle-aged man shook his head. "They don't have that much time to care about my business." Yao Ran's eyes lit up when she heard his answer. She smiled and said, "Then I want to double the amount of my order." The moment her words fell, the middle-aged man was stunned. Yao Ran saw him looking at her thoughtfully and smiled. "Sir, your factory is the largest manufacturer of military food in this country. Don't tell me you have that many in stock." After hearing her words, the middle-aged man laughed. "We have more than that, but you might not be able to afford the total price," he said. Yao Ran took out her black card and smiled. "Don't worry, I can afford it." Seeing the black card, the middle-aged man laughed again. "I'm sorry that I looked down on you. Since you have money, I will accept this business." Yao Ran likes to talk to smart people. She asked, "Sir, how much can you sell me?" The middle-aged man typed on his laptop for a few seconds, looked at the screen, and said, "It is not a problem to sell more to you." Yao Ran's eyes flickered as she calmly said, "Then I want all your stock." The middle-aged man glanced at her and nodded. Sure. Please wait a moment while I check our inventory. After making several calls, the middle-aged man said, our warehouse currently has 500,000 boxes of military canned food of each type, 300,000 boxes of military rations of each type, 6 million boxes of compressed biscuits, and 5 million boxes of energy bars. He smiled and asked, Miss, are you sure you want them all? Yao Ran heard the provocation in his voice and smiled back, of course. Please send them to this address. After speaking, she wrote down the warehouse address and added, I will pay half of the money as a deposit and then pay the rest after receiving the goods. Seeing that she was serious, the middle-aged man quickly calculated the price and drafted a purchase contract. Yao Ran signed the contract, paid a down payment of 1 billion, and said, this is my phone number. Please call me when the goods are shipped. The middle-aged man took the address and nodded, sure. After spending more than 2 billion in half a day, Yao Ran drove to a bank. She still had more than 18 billion left, but she had bought everything on the list. She plans to exchange the money for gold bars before it loses its value. After exchanging the gold bars and placing them in the space, Yao Ran withdrew the remaining money from her bank account. According to her memories, electricity, gas, and water were cut off as the city flooded. 5 days after the typhoon hit the country, electronic devices could not be used, and transactions could only be made in cash. In the early stages of the end of the world, money still has value. However, as supply became scarce, prices continued to rise, and money slowly turned into waste paper. Although she knew about all of these, Yao Ran still needed to prepare some cash so that she could blend in with the crowd and not attract unnecessary attention. She withdrew the remaining money from her bank account, put it in her space, and left the bank. When she walked out of the door, it finally started to rain again. Yao Ran drove to the supermarket near the Ling Yuan apartment complex to buy some daily necessities and food. A few people in the apartment complex saw her as she moved in yesterday. Since she had just moved in, she needed to put on a show for them and act as usual. Otherwise, once someone knows about her space, she might lose her life. Yao Ran parked the small truck in the parking lot reserved for her apartment unit and took the elevator to the 20th floor, carrying several large plastic bags full of things. When the elevator stopped on the ground floor, several people walked into the elevator. A middle-aged woman saw her and asked curiously, "Are you new here?" Yao Ran looked at the middle-aged woman and nodded, "Yes." The middle-aged woman glanced at the big plastic bags in her hand and asked, "Which floor do you live on?" Yao Ran didn't like the way this middle-aged woman looked at her. It seemed that she was trying to determine Yao Ran's worth. Seeing that Yao Ran did not answer her question, the middle-aged woman snorted and muttered in a low voice, "Young people nowadays are really lacking in manners." The other people in the elevator rolled their eyes when they heard her words. Yao Ran calmly observed them, and her brows slightly raised when she saw their reactions. It seemed that she should stay away from this noisy middle-aged woman in the future. A few minutes later, Yao Ran walked out of the elevator. As she passed the door of Unit 2001, it suddenly opened from the inside. Yao Ran and that person paused at the same time. The woman, who was in her early 30s, smiled apologetically at Yao Ran and said, "Hello, are you the new owner of Unit 2003? Yao Ran nodded to her, "Yes, I just moved in yesterday." The woman smiled and said, "My name is Zhou Ruilin. Nice to meet you." Mississippi. Yao Ran nodded, "Nice to meet you." Seeing that she was carrying a lot of things, Zhou Ruilin stepped aside. Yao Ran thanked her and then walked away. Opening the door, Yao Ran turned to look at Zhou Ruilin and saw her entering the elevator carrying a garbage bag. Yao Ran's first impression of Zhou Ruilin was not bad. However, she has a secret in her heart and cannot let her guard down. Besides, a person can know someone for years and still not see their heart. She learned this lesson after paying a heavy price in her previous life. After locking the door, Yao Ran put away the things she had bought and went to take a shower. 10 minutes later, she came out feeling refreshed. She looked out from the window and saw that the rain had stopped. However, the sky was still covered with dark clouds. Yao Ran sat on the carpeted floor in the living room and dried her hair with a towel. After her hair was half dry, she put away the towel and took out the laptop and mobile phone she bought from the electronics store. After connecting all mobile phones and laptops to Wi-Fi, Yao Ran began to search for and download videos and ebooks. After adding hundreds of videos to the download list, Yao Ran took out a bowl of spicy beef noodles. While she ate dinner, she browsed the internet to read news and forums. Among the countless news and rumors from the entertainment industry, Yao Ran's eyes stopped on a post that did not attract much attention. Is this a sign of the end of the world? When she saw the title, she clicked on it without hesitation. Yao Ran read the post and found that this netizen had collected a lot of news, articles, and scientific reports. Because she was so focused on reading the article, she even forgot to move her chopsticks. Yao Ran continued reading and found that most of the people who commented did not believe this article and said that the poster was spreading fake news for popularity. Out of thousands of comments, only a handful believed the article. By the time Yao Ran finished reading the article, her noodles were already soggy and cold. Realizing that she had spent 2 hours browsing the internet, she quickly finished her cold noodles and continued to add more videos to the download list. Within hours, she had downloaded thousands of videos. Stretching her sore body, Yao Ran stood up and went to change clothes. Yao Ran wore a shirt, a black hoodie, short pants, and a raincoat. She also put on a mask to cover her face and then pulled down the hoodie. In the middle of the night, she took her car keys and left the apartment. There are several water reservoirs around Junqing City. One of them is located 50 kilometers away from the Ling Yuan apartment complex. Tonight, Yao Ran plans to visit this water reservoir and fill up the water towers, storage tanks, gallons, and buckets. Due to heavy rain, it took her longer to reach the water reservoir. There was no one around, so Yao Ran parked the small truck near the reservoir. She came down and walked towards the lake. Since she uses her mental power to put things into or take things out of her space, Yao Ran wanted to see if she could put water directly into those empty containers. She dipped her left hand into the water and concentrated. She tried to move the water into her space and poured it directly into a water tower. The next second, a stream of water appeared in the air inside the space and flowed into the water tower. Seeing this scene, Yao Ran's eyes lit up and she became excited. Not having to use a water pump to fill these water containers greatly reduces the risk of exposure. As long as she concentrates her mind, she can transport a large amount of water into the space every second. Because how much water moves into the space depends entirely on her wishes, it would also save her a lot of time. Drenched by the heavy rain, Yao Ran kept filling up the water tower one after another. When she was forced to stop because of a headache, the rain had turned into a drizzle, and the sky gradually changed color. Yao Ran withdrew her hand from the water and rubbed her forehead. When she felt her headache subsided, she quickly drove back to the Ling Yuan apartment complex. Returning home, she took a hot bath and went to sleep. A few hours later, she woke up. Yao Ran rubbed her eyes, took her phone from the bedside table, and checked the time. Seeing that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning, she got up and went to wash up. Since it was not raining, she decided to eat outside and leave the apartment. When she came out, she saw 2 workers installing 3 heavy metal doors in Unit 2002. A worker saw her looking at them and asked, "Miss, are we disturbing you?" Yao Ran shook her head. No. The soundproofing of Ling Yuan apartment complex was excellent, so she didn't hear anything before she came out. She didn't even know workers were replacing the door in Unit 2002. When the workers saw that she had locked her door, they continued working without saying a word. Yao Ran looked at the heavy metal doors thoughtfully for a moment and then left. She drove her small truck to several restaurants and stocked up on a lot of food. The factory called her when she was waiting for her order in one of the restaurants. After putting the food into the space, Yao Ran drove to the warehouse. Not long after, the farm machinery she bought yesterday arrived. She had put aside the money to pay for the farm machinery and transferred it to the factory owner after making sure the machinery was new and worked perfectly. Just as she moved the farm machinery into her space, the manager of the car showroom called her. Now that the manager had asked where to deliver the cars, Yao Ran gave him the address and waited in the warehouse. An hour later, she saw vehicles approaching from the distance. The drivers parked the car in front of the warehouse and handed the keys to Yao Ran. After checking the vehicle, she paid the remaining money, and the driver left. Now that the farm machinery and the cars have been delivered, only military canned food and metal doors and windows are left. Yao Ran locked the warehouse and continued to stock up on food. During the day, she stocked up on food and filled water containers at midnight. Early the next morning, Yao Ran received a call from the factory selling military food. She ate a few steamed buns and went to the warehouse to receive the goods. After she paid and put everything into her space, she returned the warehouse's key to the owner and went home. In the afternoon, workers came to install metal doors and windows. Seeing that her home did not have floor heating, a worker asked, "Miss, do you want to install floor heating? We also sell it in our store. If you need it, we can install it today." Considering the incoming extreme cold, Yao Ran decided to install floor heating in her bedroom. While the workers were busy, the store owner called her. "Miss, the metal doors, tempered glass, and bulletproof glass you want are all ready. You can come and get them." Yao Ran said, "All right, I will be there in 30 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Yao Ran told the workers that she would be back soon. She drove the small truck and hurried to the store. When she arrived, the store owner was waiting for her. He smiled and said, "Miss, your order is ready. Do you want to check the goods?" "Yes." The store owner took her to the warehouse, where she carefully inspected the goods. Yao Ran was very satisfied with the quality and paid the remaining money. Seeing that she was alone, the store owner asked the workers to help load the goods onto Yao Ran's small truck. Once the truck was full, Yao Ran drove to a secluded alley and moved everything to her space. It took her several trips to move everything into her space. When she finally got home, the workers had finished installing 3 metal doors and replacing the windows. Seeing that the floor heating was also almost done, Yao Ran sat outside and waited. Half an hour later, a worker said, "Miss, we have installed the floor heating. You can try it out. If something goes wrong, we can fix it immediately." "All right." Yao Ran went to the bedroom and turned on the floor heating. The floor heating system she bought uses the latest technology. It only takes a few seconds for warmth to spread throughout the bedroom. After she turned it off, the workers gave everything a final check before leaving. Looking at the thick metal doors and bulletproof windows, Yao Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the preparations were complete, all she could do was wait for the natural disasters to strike the world. In the next few days, Yao Ran stayed in her apartment. She cooked a lot of food, downloaded videos, and filled water containers at night. It took her 6 days to fill all the empty containers with clean water. At the same time, the intensity of the rain was increasing day by day. 20 days later, the government issued the first typhoon warning. Warning: a super typhoon is expected to hit Junqing City in a week. Please be prepared. After reading the message from the Bureau of Meteorology and Geophysics on her mobile phone, Yao Ran looked at the heavy rain outside. She clenched her phone and frowned. The natural disaster came faster compared with her previous life. While she was deep in thought, someone rang the doorbell. Yao Ran came back from her thoughts, walked over, and opened 2 metal doors. Instead of opening the last door, she looked out through the peephole. Seeing that the person waiting outside was a stranger, Yao Ran opened the last metal door. The middle-aged man was surprised to see the thickness of the metal door. Yao Ran saw him curiously looking toward her apartment. She frowned and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Hearing Yao Ran's question, the middle-aged man retracted his gaze. He smiled at her and said, "Hello, my name is Sun Jiuping. I am the community manager of Building 3. I'm here to ask if you would like to join our community chat group." Yao Ran considered for a moment and decided to join the chat group. With the supplies she had, living alone for a long time was not a problem. However, she still needed to know what was going on outside. Yao Ran never intended to live alone until she died, and she wanted revenge. Therefore, she needs to interact with the outside world and collect information about the organization. After making her decision, Yao Ran took out her mobile phone and joined the community chat group. After inviting Yao Ran into the chat group, Sun Jiuping said, "We post news and information about our community in the community chat group. You can also chat with other members if needed." Yao Ran nodded, understood. After Sun Jiuping said a few words to her, he left. Yao Ran saw him go to her neighbor and rang the doorbell of Unit 2002. A few seconds later, the door opened, and she saw a man wearing a black shirt open the door. The man has a handsome and cold appearance. He was tall and lean, with muscles faintly visible under his clothes, giving him a powerful and intimidating aura. As soon as Yao Ran's eyes fell on the man, a chill ran down her spine, and she felt danger. Sensing her gaze, the man looked up, only to find that Yao Ran had closed the metal door. Walking to the kitchen to start today's cooking, Yao Ran couldn't help but think of the owner of the Unit 2002. Her brows furrowed as she thought, "It will be good if nothing happens while I'm living here. I should be more careful. The secret of my space cannot be known to anyone." While Yao Ran was busy in the kitchen, Lan Guangwei's family had just come out of prison. After 2 months in jail, they couldn't wait to return to their home. However, when they arrived, they found their villa had been robbed. There was nothing in the villa except the 4 bare walls and their damaged family photo. Search. Find the thief within 3 days. Otherwise, there is no need for all of you to come back. Lan Guangwei roared furiously and ordered his men to find the thief. He gritted his teeth and swore, "Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will skin you alive." While Lan Guangwei and the others were about to die of anger, Yao Ran was busy farming in her space and cooking in her apartment. While she was busy every day, time passed quickly without her realizing it. 3 days later, the super typhoon finally came ahead of schedule. Yao Ran stood on the balcony, looking out at the pouring rain outside and the typhoon ravaging the surroundings. Thick 4-layer glass and metal railings surrounding the balcony muffled the sound. However, the faint sound of thunder and rainwater hitting the glass still made her feel depressed. In just one night, streets flooded, many vehicles were submerged, and the floodwater washed away low-lying areas. The heavy rain blocked her sight, and Yao Ran couldn't see the situation outside clearly. She took military binoculars from her space and finally could see more clearly. It's only 7 o'clock in the morning, but the sky outside is gloomy and dark. Yao Ran looked around and saw that the sky was getting darker and darker. The water level kept rising, and the dark clouds loomed lower and lower. A few minutes later, Yao Ran saw a whirlpool appearing in the water, connecting heaven and earth, and her eyes trembled. As the vortex spins rapidly, it sucks in everything around it: rainwater, trees, cars, seemingly wanting to devour the world into that dark vortex. A tornado? Why does a tornado suddenly appear here? She muttered with a hint of shock and confusion in her voice. Yao Ran clenched the binoculars tightly until her fingers turned white, but she seemed unable to take her eyes away from the tornado. While she was thinking, the tornado had severed the overpass. As the tornado raged, lightning struck trees and started fires that were quickly extinguished by heavy rains. Watching the tornado destroying buildings and streets, Yao Ran's mind spun rapidly. She tried hard to recall everything in her previous life, but she had no memory of the tornado in Junqing City. She lowered the binoculars, and her eyes flickered. Did my rebirth make things develop in a different direction? Just as she was deep in thought, her phone kept buzzing. She took it out of her pocket and saw that there were more than 99 notifications in the community chat group. Seeing what those people in the group were saying, Yao Ran muted the community group chat and went to the kitchen to cook. She had to stock up on more cooked food before the gas and water outages. According to her memories, on the 5th day after the typhoon struck, there were power, gas, and water outages across the country. These outages lasted for more than 10 days and then resumed for a few hours. Before anyone could rejoice, the electricity, gas, and water were cut off again and could no longer be connected. That was the mark of the beginning of the end of the world. However, as different things have happened one after another since her rebirth, Yao Ran is no longer sure what will happen in the future. Her memory can only give her a general direction, but it can no longer be used to predict what will happen in the future. After taking out the ingredients for beer duck, braised chicken feet, braised mutton, braised pork belly, and braised beef shank, Yao Ran started to work. The smell of braised food was very strong, and she planned to prepare more while she could. Since it was raining heavily outside, the rain would dilute the smell of her cooking. Moreover, in the early days of the end of the world, people still had food and supplies, so it was safe for her to cook at home. When every household runs out of supplies, Yao Ran will cook in the space to avoid trouble. After being exposed to the cooking fumes for hours, Yao Ran had no appetite. For lunch, she just made a bowl of egg and tomato noodles. Yao Ran turned off the range hood, put away the trash, and placed the trash bag outside. Just as she was about to close the door, she heard a faint cry from Unit 2001. Yao Ran was admitted to a famous medical university through a scholarship and studied for 2 years. With years of medical experience in her previous life, she accumulated enough experience to know that the child's crying sounded wrong. She stood there for a moment, but decided not to meddle in other people's business. Before she could go back, the door to Unit 2001 suddenly opened. Looking at Zhou Ruelin's panicked face and red eyes, Yao Ran knew that the crying child must be her family member. Just as she was about to close the door, Zhou Ruelin saw her. When she saw Yao Ran, her eyes lit up with hope. Zhou Ruelin rushed over and stood a few steps away from her. She wiped the tears from her face, forced out a polite smile, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, Mississippi. Can you do me a favor? My son started having a fever 2 days ago, but because of the heavy rain and floods, I couldn't take him to the hospital. Please help me." Yao Ran looked at her in silence for a moment before asking, "Where is the father?" Zhou Ruelin clasped her hands together and said in a choked voice, "My husband is a firefighter and hasn't come back for several days." Yao Ran glanced at her trembling hands and said, "I am a medical student at Haicheng University. I can examine your son, but I can't guarantee that I can cure him." When Zhou Ruelin heard Yao Ran's words, she quickly bent down and thanked her sincerely. "Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you very much." Yao Ran stopped her from bowing and said, "Wait here. I had to get my medicine bag first." After Yao Ran finished speaking, she closed the door. She walked into the bedroom and then carried the medicine bag out. When Yao Ran came out, Zhou Ruelin was gone. Seeing that the door of Unit 2001 was left open, Yao Ran locked her door and walked to the apartment. As soon as she stepped into the apartment, she heard Zhou Ruelin's voice, full of fear and panic, coming from one of the bedrooms. "Shu Shu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother." "Shu Shu." Yao Ran knew something had happened and hurried over. Seeing the child having a seizure, Yao Ran's expression changed. She quickly walked to the bed and took out a set of silver needles. She held a silver needle between her fingers and, without hesitation, penetrated the Shuego and Rinzhong acupoints on the child's body. As she flicked and rotated the silver needle, the seizure slowly stopped, and the child's breathing stabilized. Pulling out the silver needle, Yao Ran looked at the stunned Zhou Ruelin and said, "Your son's fever is too high. We need to reduce his fever as soon as possible. Is there any antipyretic medicine for children at home?" Zhou Ruelin came to her senses and quickly replied, "I still have some antipyretics for children left at home." Yao Ran nodded. "Good. You should give him medicine according to the instructions, feed him some porridge, and wipe his body with alcohol to lower his body temperature." Zhou Ruelin nodded repeatedly, trying to remember everything Yao Ran had just said. When she finally calmed down, she held Yao Ran's hands, choked on her tears, and said, "Thank you, miss. If it weren't for you. My son Yao Ran had seen and experienced the cruelty of people's hearts, and her heart had already long become cold. However, she still has a bottom line. When faced with a mother desperately trying to save her child, she still couldn't ignore her. It reminded her of how she felt when she desperately asked for help, but no one would reach out. She took her hand out of Zhou Ruelin's and said, "That's all I can do for you." After saying that, Yao Ran left without waiting for Zhou Ruelin's reply. When she came out from Unit 2001, she met the owner of Unit 2002. Looking at the raincoat and his wet hair, Yao Ran's eyes flickered for a second. He can still go out when a tornado and super typhoon are raging outside. This person is indeed not simple. The two looked at each other for a moment before Yao Ran nodded at him as a greeting and returned to her apartment. As she walked home, the man's eyes followed her. Seeing Yao Ran had locked the door, he also went home. After returning home, Yao Ran put away the medicine bag. Then she put away everything in the apartment into her space. Except for a bed in the bedroom, a sofa in the living room, and the kitchen, everything had been put away. Yao Ran only installed floor heating in the master bedroom, and the temperature was getting lower day by day. She had to be prepared in advance so she wouldn't have to pack her things if she needed to run away. The end of the world is unpredictable, and Yao Ran knows how easy it is for humans to lose their lives. It's better to be safe than sorry. Her apartment had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a spacious living room, a study, and a kitchen. Now, all the rooms are empty except the master bedroom and kitchen. Looking at the empty apartment, Yao Ran decided to plant some vegetables and fruits. In addition to helping her pass the time and distract her attention from her anxiety, growing vegetables gives her a legitimate reason to enjoy fresh vegetables and fruit openly. Although there is plenty of food in her space, she still has to be careful. Currently, her abilities are too low to be used in combat, and she has no backer or power to protect herself. As the saying goes, 2 hands are no match for 4 feet. Therefore, acting cautiously and keeping a low profile are her only choices at the moment. Squatting on the balcony, Yao Ran took out several planting pots and soil, as well as a few sprouted potatoes. She then cut the potato sprouts, mixed wood ash with water, coated the cut edges, and planted the potatoes into pots. Yao Ran planted 20 pots of potatoes on the spacious balcony. When she was done with the potatoes, she planted several pots of garlic, green onions, rapeseed, cabbage, water spinach, and chicken feather vegetables. She then used some hollow hooks to hang the pots on the iron railing. After filling the balcony with planting pots, Yao Ran went to an empty bedroom. Seeing that the bedroom had no windows, she decided to grow mushrooms there. The mushrooms tasted great, with a meaty flavor and texture. They are also rich in fiber and contain vitamins, zinc, potassium, and micronutrients. In a world where food is scarce, and it is hard to grow fresh vegetables or fruits, mushrooms are very popular as vitamin and mineral supplements. Yao Ran bought many tools and growing kits for growing mushrooms in Haicheng City before, and she can use them now. The easiest way to grow mushrooms indoors is to use pre-inoculated logs. The mushrooms can be harvested in 10 days, and once harvested, she can let them grow naturally before harvesting again. The high-quality mushroom growing kit she purchased allows the pre-inoculated logs to grow mushrooms for several years. Yao Ran cleaned the room first and then took out several mushroom growing kits. She placed the pre-inoculated logs around the room and planted a variety of mushrooms, including oyster mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, white mushrooms, and black poplar mushrooms. She then covered the logs with clean burlap to maintain moisture. After she was done, Yao Ran went to another empty bedroom. In the second room, she planted tomatoes, cucumbers, green peppers, hot peppers, and other vegetables. After adjusting the light and temperature, Yao Ran closed the door. When she came out, it was raining heavily outside. She went to the balcony and looked out. Seeing that the tornado had disappeared, Yao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she saw that the water level had reached the entrance of the Ling Yuan apartment complex, she decided to seal the drain with cement. It's better to prepare early rather than wait for water to rush into her house through the drains. Just thinking about the mess and the smell made her shudder. After she finished, Yao Ran went to the space to take a quick shower. After so many days, she had accumulated a lot of time. Every day, 12 hours are automatically added to the remaining time. Yao Ran took 5 minutes to shower and then quickly left the space. She needs to save and accumulate time for emergencies. Coming out of the space, she sat on the bed and picked up her phone to surf the internet. The hottest topics are the once-in-a-century torrential rains and the sudden appearance of tornadoes in many cities. Many people complained, some cursed, and some gloated at others' misfortune. Looking at the comments on the post, there was no ripple in her heart. This is only the beginning, and people still have a bottom line. When order and law crumble, human beings will change. Their inner demons and true selves will emerge, and that is when the hell in the world begins. Yao Ran closed the browser and opened the community chat group. Many people are talking about the food stored in their homes, and some even take photos and videos to show off. Yao Ran chuckled and muttered, "Idiot. Once food shortages threaten people's lives, these people will become prime targets for theft." Among those who show off their wealth, some people in the chat group are asking for help. Almost all of them are young people who rely on food delivery when they are hungry. These people spend money lavishly on everything else, but they never cook. They have fashionable clothes, cosmetics, bags, shoes, and face masks at home but nothing to eat. Although today is only the first day of the end of the world, some people already have nothing to eat. The government issued warnings early on, but not everyone followed the instructions, leading to the current situation. Yao Ran read the chat for a while before going to sleep. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by the faint sounds of screams downstairs. She got out of bed, opened the thick curtains, and saw several bodies floating in the murky water below before they were swallowed by the whirlpool and disappeared. Judging from their tattered clothes and blackened bodies, these people should have been electrocuted to death after coming into contact with water. Water levels were rising again compared with a few hours ago, and rainwater had already flooded the first floor of the apartment building. Yaoran took out the night vision binoculars and observed the surrounding situation. Seeing that the screams had just now woken many people, she pulled down the curtains and put away the binoculars. She returned to bed, turned on her phone, and checked the group chat. As she expected, everyone was talking about what had just happened. 0501. Did anyone see what just happened? 0203. I saw it. My God. It's really terrible. A group of young people died just like that. 1202. It's raining so heavily outside. What do you think about when you go out at night? Does the rain flood your brain? 0701. Upstairs, be careful with what you say. You never know when you will be forced to go out due to circumstances. 0904. Does anyone have medicine at home? My son has a fever. Please help me. I'd pay double no, triple the market price. Yaoran read the chat for a while and then switched to the news online. After the water level rose, many requests for help appeared on the internet. Unfortunately, the overwhelming number of new posts quickly submerged the requests. People living in the Ling Yuan apartment complex also stopped showing off their food after witnessing people die and realizing the situation would only get worse. Yaoran put away her phone, went to take care of the plants, and started another day of cooking. After cooking until noon, she ate a bowl of chicken noodles. While she ate, she took care of the crops and fed the livestock in her space. After she was done, she opened the community chat group. More people are asking for help and buying food than there were this morning. However, as the rain gets heavier and the water levels continue to rise, no one is willing to sell their food anymore. Before she could finish her lunch, the lights suddenly went out, and faint screams of fear and surprise could be heard. Yaoran lit up the room with her mobile phone and walked to the balcony. Under dark skies and pouring rain, the world plunged into darkness. After a few seconds, a faint light slowly lit up inside the buildings. Looking from a distance, the scenery is stunning, like a carpet covered with diamonds. She walked back to the sofa and frowned. Even the power outages came earlier. Is it because of the tornado yesterday? Yaoran took out the solar emergency light and turned it on, then continued eating lunch. While eating, she looked at the community chat group again. This time, more people are joining the conversation. 0302. Oh my God. Why did the power suddenly go out? What should we do? When will they send someone to rescue us? I live on the 3rd floor, and it's terrible. The water had already flooded the 1st floor, and we had just lost power. I'm scared. 0504. Didn't you see the warning alert on your phone? This is a global torrential rain, and it did not happen just in Juncheng City. Rescue? We may have to wait for a long time before they come. 0601. How much supplies do you have in stock? I only have 2 cabbage heads left. 1406. Yesterday, I went to a supermarket, but the shelves were empty. After 3 hours of journey, I only got 2 chocolate bars. 1701. I also can't get much yesterday. I bought 2 bags of flour, but I can't cook. 0104. I seek shelter and am willing to pay generously. 0601. You'd better go out and book a high-rise hotel. They even provide meals. Someone started, and many others followed. Some people even invited beautiful girls to eat hot pot together, but they were ruthlessly rejected. There were many onlookers, but no one was willing to help until someone offered to exchange items. 5 expensive face masks were exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, and soon, someone responded. With a successful exchange as an example, more and more people began to take out their items to exchange. The messages were overwhelming, and Yaoran quickly scrolled down. She saw someone posted a video and opened it. A car was caught in the torrent, and firefighters risked their lives to save people in the typhoon. However, the torrent engulfed the car, and it disappeared in an instant. Following the video, more people posted videos in the group, and Yaoran watched them calmly. Some people were successfully rescued, while others suffered devastating losses. Watching those videos, her expression didn't change at all. Nothing is more important to her than her survival and revenge. She respects those firefighters, police officers, and soldiers, but she can't completely trust them. After the last message was sent, the signal suddenly disappeared. A few minutes later, it was restored, but Yaoran knew that it wouldn't be long before they would lose the signal completely. By then, the situation where people could remain calm and rational would be broken in an instant. Yaoran thought for a while, and then sent a message to the group asking for food. Seeing that no one had responded to her request for help, she asked to buy a pack of instant noodles for 5 yuan, but there was still no reply. Seeing this, she raised her brows slightly. There seemed to be more people without food than she had imagined. It didn't matter to her that no one wanted to sell her food. She just wanted to join in the fun and make others believe that there was nothing to eat at home. Outside, the typhoon raged, shattering many windows. Howling winds carried rainwater into homes, leaving panicked homeowners cursing their bad luck. Meanwhile, water levels continued to rise. Many people felt uneasy, and the lively atmosphere in the chat group disappeared. Seeing that she couldn't get any more helpful information, Yaoran put away her phone. She stood up and returned to the kitchen with the emergency light. After a power outage, gas and water will also be cut off. She didn't know how long it would take, so she had to cook more food before that. Thinking of the current situation outside, Yaoran decided to change the menu. She no longer makes food with strong smells but instead makes steamed buns, meat buns, fried dough sticks, scallion pancakes, egg pancakes, and other convenience foods. When she has time, she also prepares food and puts it in lunch boxes. She has bought tens of thousands of lunch boxes before. She packs food into these lunch boxes and stores them in her space so that it will be easier to eat in the future when she can't cook. While Yaoran was busy cooking in the kitchen, most people were staring at the heavy rain outside while rubbing their empty bellies, hoping that rescue would arrive as soon as possible. After spending a whole day in the kitchen, Yaoran had cooked a lot of food. After taking a quick shower in the space, she came to the planting room and decided to start to train her water and wood abilities. Yaoran's wood type ability is a support ability and can only speed up the growth of plants. However, when she was used as a human experiment subject in her previous life, her wood type abilities evolved, and she gained wood type healing ability. As for now, because her ability level is too low, she cannot use the healing effects yet and can only grow plants. Yaoran stood in the middle of the planting room, spread her hands, and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a green aura slowly emerged from her palm and slowly moved toward the planting pots. When the green aura enveloped them, something slowly emerged from the soil. 20 seconds later, Yaoran opened her eyes and gasped for air. She smiled as she looked at the little sprouts popping out of the soil in the planting pots. It takes all her wood energy to germinate these seeds. After resting for a while, she came to the balcony and did the same thing with the potatoes and vegetables there. When she exhausted her wood energy again, Yaoran felt a splitting headache. She rubbed her forehead, sighed, and decided to train harder. Yaoran sat on the balcony for a while and vaguely heard movement outside. Taking out the night vision binoculars, she saw 2 middle-aged men wearing raincoats and life jackets paddling out from building 1 in a kayak. Watching them rowing hard, more and more people came to their windows to watch. Not long after, several people also came out of other buildings. Some of them had inflatable boats, while some of them had kayaks. People without water transportation either sat on buckets and rowed with their hands, or wore life jackets and swam in the murky water. However, the water flow was so fast that most of them were swept away and disappeared within a few seconds. Seeing this scene, their relatives and friends could only shout their names and cry desperately. Once the flood engulfs them, their chance of survival is almost zero. Yaoran observed those people for more than 20 minutes and then went to sleep. At the same time, more and more people are becoming anxious because they have nothing to eat. After those who went out came back, the initially quiet chat group became lively again. 0702. What should I do? It has been 2 hours, but my husband hasn't come back yet. 1803. Is it your husband who went out just now? Why did he go out in such heavy rain? 0702. We have a baby at home, and we have run out of diapers and milk powder. 0401. My husband also went to the hospital to get medicine for the elderly at home. 1202. You guys actually have a boat. This is really impressive. 0401. I bought it when I was camping last time. 0306. I just opened the door and saw that the water had risen again, and the rain seemed to be getting heavier. Just now, several people disappeared after being sucked away by the water vortex. Could it be that they also? 0702. What are you talking about? My husband will come back. 0401. Are you cursing my husband? Be careful, I tear your mouth apart. After the two women sent angry messages one after another, some people tried to comfort and ease the tension, but no one dared to go out to search for their husbands. Fortunately, the women's husbands returned safely at 3 o'clock in the morning and brought many supplies with them. They also brought news that the government had taken over the 3 largest supermarkets in Juncheng City and set up multiple rescue points and shelters in high-rise office buildings and hotels. Because of this news, the chat became lively again, and more people decided to go out to buy some food and medicine before the supplies were sold out. Early the next morning, Yao Ran was woken up by a message notification. She reached for her phone and saw another warning from the government. After reading the warning message, she checked the community chat group. Some people also got struck by lightning while fetching water from their balconies. Neither the ambulance nor the police could come, and the body can only be kept at home. Some households in the community have too many people and insufficient food storage. Rescue was delayed. Water levels continued to rise, and panic and anxiety were uncontrollable. Last night, the water and gas were cut off, and the crowd became even quieter. However, some people are still posting videos showing rising water levels and photos of water reaching the ankles of a family living on the first floor. Residents complained and hurriedly moved their things upstairs. Building 3 had many empty apartments. The people living on the first floor found one, broke the door open, and moved in. Those who couldn't find a place to stay sent messages to the community chat group, asking who could accommodate them. They are willing to pay more as long as they have a place to live. In a normal situation, this doesn't matter because neighbors usually help each other. However, not only was there a power outage, but the gas and water were also cut off. There is not much food left at home, so who dares invite people in? The police could not be contacted, and no rescue was seen. It is easy to invite people, but difficult to send them away. What if they come in and don't want to leave? Finding shelter is a problem, but finding food is even more difficult. No one wanted to make enemies or cause trouble at home, so the chat group fell into silence again. Residents who couldn't find a place to stay were annoyed but couldn't live on a damp and cold corridor. Adults can tolerate it, but what about children and the elderly? Many people were unwilling, so they carried their things, climbed upstairs one by one, and knocked on the door, asking for help. Some people were so desperate that they were even willing to pay more than 500 yuan a night, but still no one agreed. Those residents living on the first floor refused to give up and knocked on the door one after another. Other residents either pretended to be dead or simply ignored them. After asking around without results, they had no choice but to stay in the corridor. After a simple breakfast, Yao Ran sent her consciousness into the space to feed the livestock and inspect the crops. With the watering machine, she no longer needs to water the farmland manually, saving her a lot of time and energy. After she finished her work inside the space, she took out a few empty buckets to collect rainwater. Afterward, she went to the planting room and used her wood-type ability to promote plant growth. When her wood energy ran out, she went to the kitchen and filled 2 buckets with water until her water energy ran out. Yao Ran needs to be strong enough to survive the apocalypse, so she can only increase her ability level by continuing to use them. When she waited for her energy to recover, Yao Ran took out a treadmill and started training. Whenever her wood and water energy recovered, she filled empty buckets and accelerated plant growth again. After that, she continued to temper her physical strength. While Yao Ran was busy training, time passed in the blink of an eye. When night fell, Yao Ran went to the space to wash off her sweat. When she came out, she had changed into a black outfit and a waterproof hoodie. Now that everyone is out searching or buying supplies, it's also time for her to go out. Yao Ran walked to the balcony, took out night vision binoculars, and checked the situation outside. Seeing that the heavy rain had subsided, she put away the binoculars. Taking out the inflatable boat, Yao Ran left with a waterproof backpack on her back. When walking past the door of Unit 2002, Yao Ran noticed water stains on the floor. She raised her eyebrows and thought, Going out every day? Is he so desperate to collect supplies? Although curious, Yao Ran knew that curiosity killed the cat and decided not to mess with Unit 2002. She looked away from the metal door, then carried the inflatable boat down the stairs. When she reached the first floor, the water below had reached the height of an adult's waist. Yao Ran thought for a while, turned around, and climbed back to the second floor. Since the main entrance was unusable, she had no choice but to go out through the window. Arriving on the second floor, Yao Ran frowned when she smelled the stench in the air. Looking at the garbage and human excrement in the corridor, Yao Ran frowned in disgust. It seems that everyone who lives on the first and second floors has moved upstairs. There was no one around, so Yao Ran carried the inflatable boat to the broken window at the end of the corridor. She moved the boat out first and then jumped out of the window. After landing gently on the inflatable boat, she took out a special engine for the inflatable boat and set it up. When she was done, Yao Ran put on a night vision goggles, started the engine, and left the apartment building. The engine's sound was not too loud, but many people came out after hearing it. However, when they looked out through the window, Yao Ran was already gone. Yao Ran's first goal is a medical university in Junqing City. Medical books are what she needs most. She still has a lot to learn in the medical field, and having medical skills will give her more leverage in the future. The rain continued to fall, but the wind weakened and was not as strong as before. Big raindrops hit her face, but she ignored the pain. In her previous life, when she didn't have a boat or a raincoat, she had to go out to look for supplies while sitting in a basin during a heavy storm. Now, it's much better than her previous life. She just had to be careful about the whirlpool, and she would be fine. As Yao Ran drove the inflatable boat and maneuvered around the corpses and garbage, she saw that the first floor of the low-lying buildings had been submerged, and the water had begun to submerge the second floor. It seems that the situation is even more severe now than it was in her previous life. An hour later, Yao Ran arrived at the medical university. She looked around carefully for a while. After making sure no one was around, she used a car safety hammer to break the glass window and got in. She took the boat into her space and walked towards the library. Along the way, Yao Ran took away everything that could be used. When the extreme cold comes, these things will be frozen under the water and can no longer be used. Rather than let them rot in the water, it's better to take them away. When she arrived at the library, she took out hydraulic pliers and cut off the anti-theft lock. When she entered, she found that everything was still intact. Since the library uses air conditioning, the windows cannot be opened, and no drop of rainwater can get in. Yao Ran was pleased to see these books and took them all away, including the bookshelves. When she left the second floor, there were only empty rooms and bare walls left. This medical university has 6 floors, and Yao Ran took everything she saw. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when she left the empty building. Seeing that it was still early, Yao Ran took out the inflatable boat and drove to Junqing Antique City. To expand her space, she needed antiques, lots of them. Junqing Antique City is far from the medical university. Yao Ran was worried about being targeted, so she took detours. 2 hours later, she arrived at Junqing Antique City. After Yao Ran entered Area A, she hid in the shadows and observed the surrounding situation for a while. Seeing that no one was around, she drove to the building, took out the hydraulic pliers, and cut off the anti-theft lock. After putting away the boat and the hydraulic pliers, Yao Ran walked into the building. The water was up to her thighs, but everything inside was intact. She walked in slowly and saw that most of the antiques were well preserved. The objects displayed on the tables were not damaged by being submerged in the water, while the walls were hung with paintings and other delicate items. People were busy looking for food and medicine, and no one came to collect these antiques, so Yao Ran was not polite and took everything there. After she cleaned up the main exhibition hall, she walked to another area and collected everything that looked valuable. Area A displays classical furniture, ancient clocks, porcelain, jade, agarwood, jadeite, bamboo, ivory, horn carvings, stationery, calligraphy and painting, and many more. As long as Yao Ran can open the door and get in, she will take everything with her. When she finally came out of Area A, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Yao Ran quickly went to Areas B and Area C to collect the antiques. She comes here to find antiques and expand her space. As for whether there were other supplies in Junqing Antique City, Yao Ran didn't have time to look for them. After cleaning up everything in Junqing Antique City, Yao Ran took out the inflatable boat. Before she could get on the boat, she heard the sound of a motorboat approaching. Yao Ran didn't waste any time, got on the boat, and hid in the shadows. While observing those people with night vision binoculars, Yao Ran transmitted her consciousness into space. When her consciousness entered the space, she was stunned. After 2 expansions, the farmland, warehouse area, lake, and pond expanded 4 times compared to their original size. But now, everything has doubled in size, including the house. Yao Ran entered the house and saw a 50-square-meter kitchen. Seeing a door on the side, she opened it, and inside was a 300-square-meter storage room. Before her surprise subsided, she saw another door in the kitchen, walked over to it, and opened it. The moment she opened the door, cold air hit her face, making her shiver. It turns out that this is an ice cellar. Leaving the kitchen, Yao Ran found a staircase that appeared in the living room. However, there was nothing at the top of the stairs. Yao Ran looked at the stairs thoughtfully, guessing that there should be a second floor. Looks like she needs to find more antiques to upgrade her space. After checking everything in the space, Yao Ran retracted her consciousness from it. As her space expanded, she had more room to gather supplies. Yao Ran only spent a few minutes checking her space, and the motorboat had just passed the entrance of Junqing Antique City. Judging from their clothes, this group of men look like soldiers. Why are the soldiers here? Isn't the top priority now to ensure enough food and medicine? Out of curiosity, Yao Ran stayed there until the soldiers came out. She looked at their bulging military backpacks but couldn't tell what was inside. Yao Ran raised her eyebrows slightly and thought, there seems to be a hidden room or storage room that I don't know about. I wonder what kind of things they hide here. Although she had many questions, no one could answer them. When the soldiers left, the sky slowly changed color. Yao Ran looked at the waterproof watch on her left wrist and decided to go back before dawn. When Yao Ran arrived at Building 3, she saw many people getting ready to go out. Seeing this, she hid behind a building and dismantled the inflatable boat's engine. Using 2 oars, she slowly paddled back to the apartment building. Before she even got close, the middle-aged woman, who had asked her a question in an elevator before, saw her. She pointed at Yao Ran and said, "Look at that. She has a boat." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone standing by the broken window turned around. Their eyes lit up when they saw that the person coming was the young woman living alone on the 20th floor. Yao Ran noticed the greed and excitement in their eyes and sneered in her heart. The water level was higher than when she left last night, and the height from the water surface to the window was only half a meter. If those people hadn't blocked the way, Yao Ran could easily jump into the corridor. Before those people could speak, Yao Ran picked up her backpack and calmly said, "Get out of the way." When the middle-aged woman heard this, her face darkened. She pointed at Yao Ran and said, "Is this how you talk to your elders?" Hearing her words, Yao Ran chuckled, "Elders? My elders have already gone to visit the King of Hell. Or do you want to be my elder and visit him too? I can send you on the road if you want." As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged woman choked up at Yao Ran's words. She was speechless for a moment, then looked at the others and angrily said, "Look at her. She was so rude." Irritated because they wasted her time, Yao Ran's face turned cold. She reached into her backpack and pulled out a nail gun from her space. She pointed the nail gun at the crowd and said coldly, "Get out of the way." I won't say it a third time. The moment she took out the nail gun, the crowd was stunned. Looking at this sweet and innocent young woman standing under the rain, none of them expected that she would take out a nail gun as soon as she was upset. After a moment of silence, a burly man stepped out, crossed his arms, and raised his chin proudly. "If you want to get in, hand over your boat." Others heard this and quickly supported his words. A young man who looked like a monkey said quickly, "Brother Ma is right. If you want to go in, hand over your boat." Seeing that these people agreed with her point of view, the middle-aged woman looked at Yao Ran and cursed. "You should share with others since we are all neighbors living in the same building. Can't you see that we are all starving? We just want to borrow your boat for a few hours. When we encounter difficulties, we should help each other. Miss, you are too stingy." After hearing what they said, Yao Ran felt funny. These people can actually make robbery sound so fair and just. When the crowd saw Yao Ran standing there without moving, they became even bolder. Those who had been hiding behind others and did not dare speak out before also followed up and scolded Yao Ran. Do you hear what we are saying? Hand over your boat, or we won't let you come in. That's right. Hand over your boat. Just when everyone was getting bolder and the curses were getting louder and louder, Yao Ran suddenly laughed out loud. It's really been a long time since she met someone who dared to scold her. She had almost forgotten how it felt when people wronged her. This is not good. She should not forget these feelings, or her heart will soften, and her determination will be lost. Ha ha ha. This is great. Thanks to all of you. I remember this feeling again. Indeed, I shouldn't forget this stuffy and annoying feeling. When everyone saw Yao Ran laughing and talking to herself, they were speechless. Is this woman crazy? There are so many people suffering from mental illness these days. Is she one of them? However, just as Brother Ma was about to speak, Yao Ran's laughter suddenly stopped, and she shot at Brother Ma's thigh. Stab. Arg. Thud. A second later, Brother Ma fell to the dirty ground. The long nail pierced deeply into his thigh, and he screamed from the pain. After a while, his blood covered the ground, dyeing it red. Upon seeing this, the shocked people came to their senses and ran away while screaming in horror. Killing people. Run. This woman is crazy. Blood. In just a few seconds, only Brother Ma and Yao Ran were left on the scene. When Brother Ma raised his eyes and met Yao Ran's cold gaze, he almost peed himself. Instinctively, he knew this woman was dangerous, very dangerous. He hurriedly crawled away with his hands for a while, then remembered that he had only injured one leg, and quickly stood up, holding on to the wall. Seeing Brother Ma running away with his tail between his legs, Yao Ran snorted and muttered, "You have so much courage to rob someone, but you run away when you see a little blood. I thought I could play with him for a while. What a disappointment." After scaring everyone away, Yao Ran jumped into the corridor and pulled the inflatable boat in. She climbed up the stairs steadily with a nail gun in one hand and a boat in the other. Those who peeked at her from their homes were glanced at by Yao Ran and quickly closed their doors. It was really not worth losing their lives for something they couldn't get. After Yao Ran left, the monkey-faced man came out to help Brother Ma. He said while carrying Brother Ma back, with a hint of fear in his voice, "That woman is crazy." Brother Ma grimaced in pain and gritted his teeth. "I will make her pay for what she did today. Hosey, go and gather our brothers. Let's give that bitch a taste of men tonight." Hosey glanced at Brother Ma's bloody thigh and chose not to speak. Back on the 20th floor, Yao Ran was about to open the door when the door of 2002 suddenly opened. The man saw her there, thought for a moment, and then approached her. Yao Ran knew that this man had nothing to do with her. If he approached her, he must have something to say. Thinking of this, Yao Ran put down the inflatable boat and looked at him. He stood a few steps away from her and pointed at the trash bags beside Yao Ran's door and his door. "The property management didn't come to pick up the trash. We need to discuss how to deal with it." Listening to his deep, magnetic voice, Yao Ran felt that his voice sounded familiar. However, before she could recall her memories, the door of 2001 opened. Seeing the two of them standing there, Zhou Ruelin was a little surprised. The man looked at her and said, "Your timing is perfect. We were discussing what to do with the trash." Zhou Ruelin walked up to them and said, "I had called the property management several times, but their answer was the same. They couldn't come, and they told us to take care of the trash ourselves." After saying that, Zhou Ruelin asked, "Should we follow others and throw the trash outside?" The man considered her suggestion for a moment and nodded. "Since there is no other way, let's just throw the trash into the water outside." After saying that, the man picked up the trash bags next to his door and walked to the window at the end of the corridor. Without saying a word, he opened the window and threw the trash bags down. Seeing that even Zhou Ruelin did the same, Yao Ran also picked up the trash bags and dragged them to the window. After disposing of the trash, the man said, "I have an extra security door. Should we install it and block the corridor? I bet the people downstairs will be moving up in a few days." Yao Ran glanced at the rain outside and then thought of the stench in the corridor on the second floor. As the rain continued to fall with no sign of stopping, it was only a matter of time before water levels flooded the floors below. With no place to live and no food to eat, sooner or later, some troublemaker will come and rob their houses. Instead of waiting for them to come, it is better to be prepared and strengthen the security on the 20th floor. After thinking for a while, Yaoran nodded and said, I agree with you. She then turned to look at Zhou Ruilin and asked, What do you think? Zhou Ruilin did not object and said, I will follow you too. After making a decision, the man said, My name is Long Yu. We should work together to protect the 20th floor. Yaoran nodded to him and introduced herself. You can call me Yaoran. My name is Zhou Ruilin. My husband is a firefighter, and we have a son. Zhou Ruilin also introduced herself. Long Yu nodded. I will go back to get the door. With that, he returned to his apartment. Seeing Zhou Ruilin's pale and exhausted face, Yaoran said, I will help him. You can go back and take care of your son. Zhou Ruilin hesitated for a moment before smiling. Thank you, Miss Yao. Yaoran nodded and returned to her apartment. After closing the door, she entered the space with her inflatable boat and backpack. She took a hot bath and drank a cup of ginger water to warm herself up before coming out. Appearing in the living room, Yaoran dragged a metal door out of her apartment. Seeing Long Yu installing the door, she said, Long Yu, I have an extra metal door here. Let's install 2 doors. Long Yu turned around and saw her dragging the heavy metal door. He put down the tools and went to help her. Watching Long Yu easily lift the heavy metal door, Yaoran decided to train harder. The two of them then worked together to install the metal doors. It was mainly Long Yu who did the work, and Yaoran handed the tools to him. An hour later, Long Yu gave her a key. This is the key to the door. Yaoran took the key and handed the key of her metal door to him. After exchanging keys, Long Yu gave her another key and pointed to the 2001 door before returning to his home. Looking at the closed door of 2002, Yaoran nodded in satisfaction. Didn't talk much, but good at work. Not bad. Before going home, Yaoran knocked on 2001's door. Zhou Ruilin opened the door, saw it was her, and smiled. Is there anything I can do to help you? Yaoran handed over the 2 keys and said, These are the keys to the metal doors. Just remember to lock them every time you go out or come back. Zhou Ruilin took the keys and nodded repeatedly. I will remember it. After giving her the keys, Yaoran went home to rest. 3 hours later, she woke up from hunger and went to cook something. After working all night, Yaoran wanted to eat something light. After thinking about it, she decided to make a bowl of wonton soup and a plate of spicy cucumber salad. For wonton soup, she only needs to prepare the soup and then take out a package of wontons that has been prepared in advance. While the soup was simmering, Yaoran prepared cucumbers. She washed the cucumbers and smashed them with a kitchen knife. Then, she cut them into bite-sized pieces and set them aside. Just as she was preparing the sauce for the cucumber salad, the soup was ready, and Yaoran put the wontons in it. After the wontons were half-cooked, Yaoran mixed the cucumbers into the salad sauce. Afterward, she sprinkled a pinch of sesame seeds on top of the cucumber salad. The spicy cucumber salad is ready, and the wontons are cooked. Yaoran poured the wonton soup into a bowl and left the kitchen with the bowl and a plate of spicy cucumber salad. While Yaoran was enjoying her late breakfast, the rain that had already lightened up became heavier again, and the water level continued to rise. As soon as Yaoran took the first bite of plump meat and vegetable wontons, screams came from outside. Sensing something was wrong, she put down the chopsticks and hurried to the balcony. Yaoran's breathing became tight when she found out why those people outside were screaming in panic. She quickly took out her binoculars and observed the situation. At this moment, 2 identical tornadoes spun in opposite directions as if they were dancing with each other. Wherever they go, they tear off trees, bring down buildings, throw cars into the air, and even suck up floodwaters. The 2 tornadoes were approaching quickly, and the rapidly rotating wind was like countless sharp blades crushing everything in its path. Help! Yaoran watched as the pair of tornadoes destroyed one building after another in the blink of an eye, killing countless people. Judging from their direction, if they do not change course, Building 3 will disappear in a few minutes. If she had left the apartment now, she might still have had a chance to survive. However, the extreme cold is coming, and without a house to protect her from the cold, she is doomed. Yaoran gritted her teeth, and her mind spun rapidly. Before she could make a decision, the two tornadoes collided violently. They fought and merged their powers, sliced through a skyscraper, devoured it, and the tall building disappeared without a trace. In less than 30 seconds, a 30-story skyscraper completely disappeared. The fused tornado continued its rampage, mercilessly shattering and swallowing everything in its path. Yao Ran had never seen twin tornadoes in her 2 lifetimes, nor had she witnessed how twin tornadoes merged and destroyed buildings in just a few seconds. A twin tornado is twice as damaging as a regular tornado, but lasts only half as long. Yao Ran didn't even blink as she watched the giant tornado destroy half of Junqing City before disappearing. After the tornado disappeared, Yao Ran still couldn't calm down. This time, it was really a close call. The 2 tornadoes not only swallowed up and destroyed skyscrapers, but also wreaked havoc on the surrounding areas. They destroyed half of Junqing City's commercial and residential areas and the most densely populated area in the city center. With how strong the tornado was, would those people still be able to survive? If the tornadoes did not merge, Yao Ran was sure that they would definitely move toward the Ling Yuan apartment building. At that time, she would have no choice but to leave. By then, her survival rate would be very low, and she may die the moment the extreme cold comes. Yao Ran stood there for a long time before calming down. After her rebirth, her confidence in her ability to survive natural disasters came from her 3 abilities, supplies, and knowledge of the future. However, based on what she had just witnessed, she was not sure anymore. She gripped the binoculars tightly and took a deep breath. Just as she was about to put it down, Yao Ran saw a woman standing on the rooftop of another apartment building, holding a boy in one hand and a baby in the other. The woman with messy hair stood in the pouring rain and shouted hysterically, "Husband, we are here to accompany you." The frightened boy struggled to break free from his mother's hand and cried loudly. The rain hit his little face, and he couldn't even open his eyes. Seeing that the baby in his mother's arms made no sound, the boy desperately held his mother's hand and begged, "Mommy, Mommy, let's go back. I'm scared. Mommy, I'm hungry and cold." When people in other buildings saw this scene, some exclaimed in shock, and some tried to persuade the woman. However, before their words reached her ears, the rain drowned their voices and disappeared without a trace. The woman ignored those people and looked at her son. She smiled and coaxed him, "Don't be afraid. Let's go see Daddy." The boy was stunned and nodded, I miss my daddy." Seeing the obedient look on the boy's face, the woman smiled and jumped down with her children. Splash. The boy struggled in the water, stretched his hands to the sky, and shouted in horror, "He help! Mommy, help me." A second later, the boy sank into the water and disappeared. Everyone shouted in horror and could only watch the woman and her children disappear into the muddy water. Yao Ran looked up at the gloomy sky and the destroyed city in front of her. Her cold eyes were full of determination. After it became quiet outside, she returned to the living room and put away the binoculars. While Yao Ran continued to eat breakfast calmly, the typhoon came again, and the rain became heavier and heavier. The people who survived the disaster just now looked at the heavy rain outside while their hearts filled with anxiety and fear. It seems that everything is different from before, and the world has changed. Will this natural disaster really end? Everyone has the same question in their mind, but no one can answer it. The typhoon was still raging outside, and Yao Ran spent the whole day cooking and training. At night, when everyone was asleep, she was awakened by the sound of someone prying the outer metal door. Since the power outage, Yao Ran has found that the apartment building's sound insulation has been less effective. Perhaps it's because of her enhanced abilities, which have heightened her 5 senses, or perhaps it's because the building's soundproofing uses some kind of technology that requires electricity to operate. Now, she vaguely heard a conversation outside and knew that a group of people were trying to pick the lock of her metal door. Yao Ran immediately took out the electric baton and nail gun, put on her shoes, and put on her night vision goggles. She slowly walked out of the master bedroom and heard some noises coming from outside. "Be quiet." Slap. "Ouch. Brother Ma, can you stop hitting me on the head? Stop talking and hurry up." Yao Ran stood behind the metal door and listened carefully. It turns out that the people outside are Brother Ma and his brothers. She sneered and turned on the electric baton to the maximum. When she purchased it, the seller promised that it would be several times more powerful than an ordinary electric baton after the modification. Yao Ran put on night vision goggles and used the electric baton to knock on the metal door. The next second, she heard a choking sound coming from the other side of the door. Ugh. A few seconds later, she heard Brother Ma's angry voice and someone falling to the ground. Thud. Damn it. Why did he suddenly fall and have a seizure? Putting away the electric baton, Yao Ran quickly opened 3 metal doors and fired nails at the people outside. Stab. 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 Ugh. Arg. In just 3 seconds, 3 more men fell to the ground. There were no lights, and the corridor was very dark. Yao Ran looked at Brother Ma and his brothers and saw that they didn't even bother to cover their faces. They must be very confident that they will succeed tonight. 10 men have come to her door tonight, and Yao Ran has already killed 4 of them. Brother Ma and others were stunned for a moment before they came back to their senses. One of them was so frightened that he fell to the ground when he saw that 4 of their men were dead. Before he could see who was their enemy, Yao Ran shot him in the head without expression. After dealing with that man, Yao Ran looked up and saw Brother Ma and the others bumping into someone. Before they could see who was blocking their way, they felt something cold brushed against their necks. Ugh. The next second, blood spurted out from their necks, and they fell to the ground. Yao Ran lowered the nail gun and approached the man who helped her. She glanced at Brother Ma and others for a second and then looked at Long Yu. Thank you. Imichum. Long Yu looked back at the metal doors installed on the stairs and said, they broke the lock. Yao Ran followed his gaze and found that the lock on the 2 metal doors was indeed broken. She thought for a moment and said, I have some extra locks. Can you help change the locks? MHM. After he nodded at her, Long Yu dragged the bodies of Brother Ma and the others toward the window. Knowing what he wanted to do, Yao Ran also dragged the bodies to the window at the end of the corridor. After they dumped the bodies, they returned home to get mops and water. The 2 then cleaned the corridor and fixed the door lock. Returning home, Yao Ran thought about Long Yu. This man kills neatly and efficiently. Based on her experience, she is sure that Long Yu must have killed people before the end of the world came. Seeing that he helped her deal with Brother Ma and the others tonight, at least he is not her enemy yet. As long as he doesn't offend her, they can maintain their current relationship. After thinking about it, Yao Ran returned to the space to take a shower and change her blood-stained clothes. She threw the clothes into the washing machine and left the space. Returning to the warm bed, she fell asleep quickly. Early in the morning, the resident on the 9th floor realized that someone had broken into his home and robbed him of all his food. The typhoon was still raging outside, and food was people's lifeline. But now, it was actually taken away by despicable people. Residents from the 1st and 2nd floors occupy the corridor on the 9th floor. There was no way they didn't know someone had broken into the house during the night while they were staying there. Even if they think about it with their toes, the residents on the 9th floor know that the culprits who robbed their food must be those people staying outside their doors. Both sides were angry and had their own thoughts. They shouted and fought, and the noise lasted for a long time before they finally calmed down. Residents on the 9th floor weren't the only ones whose houses were broken into last night. This has happened on other floors as well. Although the noise awakened some owners, they could not see the robber due to the lack of lights, and the robber's face was always covered. This was clearly an organized robbery by a group of people. Even if people living in the corridor saw the robbers coming, they would not dare to take action when faced with a gleaming knife or other weapons. As they watched the robbers break the doors, their eyes were full of complexity and darkness. Some people even take malicious pleasure in seeing other people's misfortunes. Those who were robbed deserved it because they refused to share their food. Now, everyone can starve together. Others who heard the cries for help were afraid to come out and help. Instead, they dragged refrigerators, sofas, and other heavy furniture to block the door. They hid in their homes and did not dare make a sound, praying that the robbers would not target their houses. For a while, the whole building was in chaos. Those who were robbed put on masks, took knives, and joined in robbing others. Evil thrives wildly in the human's heart during the stormy weather. Yao Ran ignored the situation outside and adjusted her schedule. She ate dinner early, went to bed early, and got up in the middle of the night to work on her physical exercises and abilities. It had only been 5 days before Yao Ran heard some noises from outside. She left her apartment with the nail gun and met Long Yu. The two nodded to each other and walked to the stair door in silence. Yao Ran approached the metal door and listened carefully. Someone was indeed secretly trying to pry the lock. It's been very chaotic and crazy these days. During the day, several groups of people knocked on the stair door, begging them and want to borrow food, saying that the children and elderly people at home were starving to death. After being trapped for 10 days without electricity and a way to get food, who still has food to eat at home? Even if there is food at home, if you give it to one family and not to other people's families, won't they become hungry, jealous, and swarm to rob you? In the current chaotic situation, no one dares to lend food to others, and everyone pretends to be poor. After looking at Long Yu, Yao Ran then took a step back. She nodded to him and quietly opened the inner door, then quickly opened the outer door. Outside, the man who was prying on the door did not expect that the door would suddenly open. Before he could scream, Long Yu covered his mouth and cut his neck with a dagger. The next second, the others came back to their senses and attacked Long Yu. But before they could take a step, Yao Ran shot them in the head. The flashlight swung over and illuminated the dagger stained with blood in Long Yu's hand. The man was shocked and wanted to run away, but Long Yu was faster and stabbed him in the chest from behind. 4 men came to rob them, and the last man turned around when he saw his 3 companions falling to the ground in just a few seconds. It's a pity that Yao Ran's fingers are faster than his legs. Swish, stab, thud. The nail pierced the back of his head. The man took his last breath and rolled down the stairs. After dealing with these 4 people, Long Yu and Yao Ran calmly disposed of their bodies. While they were cleaning up the bodies, another group of people came. Seeing this, Yao Ran exchanged a look with Long Yu. He nodded, and the two started another round of killing. There was a rumor circulating in the apartment building that the young woman who lived alone in Unit 2003 had a lot of food stored at her home. Several people saw her when she came back with her bulging backpack a few days ago. Since then, she has never left her home. There is no need to think about it. Everyone knows that she still has a lot of food at home. These people came at night not only to snatch Yao Ran's food, but also to sexually take advantage of her body. She is just a beautiful but weak woman with fair skin and a tender body that can make men salivate at the sight of her. However, they never expected that such a seemingly weak woman was actually a devil in disguise. After killing the last man, Yao Ran took off his mask and discovered that this was the man living in Unit 1202. Seeing her staring at the man, Long Yu said, "You did nothing wrong. Keeping such a person will only bring disaster to you and the world." Yao Ran looked up at him and smiled. "Are you comforting me?" Long Yu looked away and said awkwardly, "I will get the mop." Looking at his straight back, Yao Ran chuckled and started throwing the bodies out the window. After they cleared the corridors and locked the doors, they returned home. After returning home, Yao Ran went to the space to take a shower, threw the blood-stained clothes into the washing machine, and left the space. She had experienced the most terrifying things about the end of the world, so something like this was nothing to her. Yao Ran lay comfortably on the soft bed and fell asleep in a moment. When Yao Ran woke up again the next day, the water level had risen a lot again. She stood on the balcony, eating fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk for breakfast. The fried dough sticks were golden and crispy, and the soy milk was warm and fragrant. The breakfast was particularly enjoyable, and she was in a good mood. While having breakfast, Yao Ran saw several people jumping into the flood and swimming out. Without exception, they were all people who braved the typhoon to go out in search of food. People go out every day, but Yao Ran doesn't see anyone coming back. Maybe some people had come back, but she just didn't see them. There was another loud banging sound at the top of the stairs. Yao Ran ignored it, brushed her teeth, and rinsed her mouth to remove the smell left by the food. When it was almost noon, Zhou Ruilin came and knocked on the door. "Yao Ran, there are more and more people knocking on the door. We need to stay vigilant these days." Zhou Ruilin can't help when it comes to fighting, but she can help guard the door. Since her home was closest to the stairs, she volunteered to guard it during the day. She listened for a while on the stairs this morning and heard some news. A few nights ago, a young woman living downstairs was in trouble. Not only was her door forcefully broken in the middle of the night, but a group of men also bullied her. Since their faces were covered, no one knew who they were. Zhou Ruilin looked at Yao Ran worriedly and said, "You live alone, and they may target you first. You and Long, you should pay attention these few days. Our floor is no longer safe." There was a commotion last night, and Yao Ran didn't know why Zhou Ruilin didn't notice it. But when she saw Zhou Ruilin's pale face, she knew that Zhou Ruilin must have been too tired taking care of her son and had slept deeply. She nodded and said, "I know. Sister Zhou, you should also be careful and get more rest. If something happens and you are too tired to take care of Shu Shu, that would be bad." Zhou Ruilin smiled and nodded. "I know. Then I will go back first." After Zhou Ruilin returned home, Yao Ran glanced at the closed door of Unit 2002 for a few seconds before closing her door. In the evening, before anyone could sneak up the stairs, Zhou Ruilin knocked on her door. Yao Ran opened the door and saw Zhou Ruilin holding a kitchen knife and her son standing behind her, holding her skirt tightly. A second later, the door to 2002 suddenly opened. Long Yu saw them and pointed to the metal door blocking the stairs. 3 adults and a child looked at each other and then walked toward the door quietly. Long Yu signaled Yao Ran, Zhou Ruilin, and Shu Shu to step back and suddenly opened the metal door. Facing all the residents on the 20th floor, several people who tried to break the door felt guilty at first but later became confident and threatened Yao Ran and the others with vicious words. "Hand over the food obediently, or don't blame us for being rude." Hearing his words, Yao Ran chuckled and asked lazily, "Why are you so sure? Who said we have food?" A man glared at her and shouted angrily, "Don't lie. If there is no food, why are you guys blocking the stairs?" The leader brandished a knife and roared, "We are all starving to death, but you lock yourself in and eat alone, regardless of our life or death. Who do you think you are?" Another man added, "Don't talk nonsense to them. Just rob if they won't give willingly. Just grab the food." He glared at Yao Ran and others and threatened, "Hand over the food, or I will kill all of you." Yao Ran couldn't help laughing after hearing what they said. Long Yu thought she was being sarcastic and glanced at her, but found that she really found the words of those men funny. He thoughtfully stared at her and said nothing. Seeing Yao Ran laughing so hard that tears came out, the leader became even more angry and shouted, "Why are you laughing?" Hearing his question, Yao Ran waved her hand and tried to hold back her laugh. When she finally stopped laughing, Yao Ran wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and spread her hands helplessly. "You can't blame me for laughing. What you said was too funny. Why should we give you food? Who are you to us?" Then she pointed to the leader and asked, "What does it have to do with you if we have food to eat when you are hungry? If you think it's unfair, go out and find the food yourself. What's the use of barking at our door?" In fact, Yao Ran only eats until she is 70% full every meal, and all her energy is spent on extensive training and leveling up her abilities. Yao Ran had no reason to avoid people, but she also had no reason to help them. They all looked pale and thin from hunger, but she still looked healthy. Her healthy, rosy appearance set her apart from the masses, and she knew that was why they thought she had plenty of food at home. These people are so hungry that they have lost their bottom line as human beings. Reasoning with them is like talking to a wall. Yao Ran was too lazy to talk nonsense to them and said, "Fine. If you have the ability, come and take my food. Whoever can grab the food will own it." Seeing her carefree look, the leader gritted his teeth and said, "You are really courageous. Aren't you afraid of death?" Yao Ran shook her head and replied seriously, "No." The leader, "Hey, you don't follow the rules." After her answer choked the leader and made him speechless, Yao Ran glanced downstairs. Although only a few people knocked on the door, countless people hid in the darkness. If you don't kill the chicken to scare the monkey today, the monkey will keep coming in the future. Seeing Yao Ran ignored them, the leader shouted furiously, "Kill all of them." The moment he gave out the order, the men kicked the metal door, raised their weapons, and rushed forward. Yao Ran glanced at Zhou Ruilin and said, "Sister Zhou, please step back." The next second, she pulled out the dagger from her waist and rushed forward. She lowered her body and suddenly slashed the abdomens of 3 men, then kicked them away. Seeing this scene, everyone else was startled by Yao Ran's well-trained movements and took a step back in shock. The leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "What are you waiting for? She is just a woman, and you can't deal with her? Don't you want to eat?" Whoever grabs the food is the owner. Thinking of their families waiting at home, the men clenched their weapons and rushed toward Yuran. However, how could Long Yu let them do whatever they wanted? Before they could even set foot on the 20th floor, Long Yu grabbed one of them, dislocated his arms, and kicked him down the stairs. The man yelled in pain, rolled down the stairs, and bumped into several other men. For a moment, screams echoed on the 20th floor, making the surroundings particularly eerie late at night. People living on the lower floors could only cover their ears, close their eyes, and try to ignore the commotion and screams outside. Yao Ran slashed at those people several times, making sure to avoid the vital points. However, every time her dagger cut through their flesh, blood would spurt out and stain the stairs red. There were 6 attackers tonight. 3 people were slashed by Yao Ran and bled profusely. Long Yu broke the arms of one of them and then beat the other 2 into pulps. Zhou Ruilin, on the other hand, could only stand behind and hug her son with a pale face. Yao Ran stood at the top of the stairs, holding a blood-stained dagger, looking down at the leader, and smiled. "Do you want food or your life? It's your choice." The leader clutched his bleeding belly, stared at Yao Ran, and roared, "This is illegal. You are committing murder." Hearing this, Yao Ran chuckled. "Murder? Didn't you threaten to kill us just now? Why is it suddenly illegal when it's my turn to kill you?" The leader couldn't help but shudder when he saw Yao Ran's smiling face. Her sweet-looking face was stained with blood, and a pair of cold eyes stared at him, making the leader tremble in fear. He was really wrong. This woman can kill someone while smiling. How can they say she is weak? She is clearly a devil incarnation. The leader really regrets his decision to come tonight, but there is no cure for regret. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yao Ran walked down the stairs and took off their masks one by one. Looking at their faces, Yao Ran raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh, it turns out it's you, Sun Zhoping. No wonder they listened to you. What's wrong? Did you quit your job as a community manager and become a robber?" Sun Zhoping lowered his head in shame and gritted his teeth. "What do you want to do?" Yao Ran didn't answer him, but took out her mobile phone. She turned on the camera and took pictures of them one by one. After she was done, she showed the photos to Sun Zhoping and said, "You all are working for the community office, right? You guys usually like to show your good personality and kind heart, but now you hide your face and commit crimes." She sighed and added, "I wonder what the police would do if I showed them these pictures." As soon as she said this, the other men quickly begged her despite the pain in their bodies. "Miss Yao, please spare me. I won't dare anymore." Yes. It was Sun Zhoping who encouraged us to rob you. Yes, we are just too hungry to think clearly. Please let us go." "That's right. It was he who told us that you have plenty of food and you live alone. He also said that we can keep you for a few days to relieve our boredom." Hearing this last sentence, Long Yu frowned slightly. He looked at Yao Ran and found that she still had a smile on her lips, as if she didn't care about these dirty words. Yao Ran was too lazy to listen to their empty promises and excuses. Seeing Sun Zhoping's eyes flicker with cruelty for a second, she said, "You can call the police. Let's see who they will arrest first." Knowing that he could not defeat the residents on the 20th floor, Sun Zhoping had no choice but to surrender. "We have no choice. Miss Yao, we are forced to do this. You haven't lost anything. Can't you let us go?" She rolled her eyes at him and asked, "You mean, as long as we don't lose anything, you are not wrong?" Yao Ran glanced at those men, who were kneeling on the ground while begging, and then turned to look at Long Yu. "What do you think? What should we do with them?" Long Yu glanced downstairs for a second and replied, "You can decide." Seeing that Long Yu thinks the same way she does, Yao Ran looks at Zhou Ruilin. "Sister Zhou, what about you?" Zhou Ruilin said, "I will follow your decision." Since they had left her the decision-making power, Yao Ran turned to Sun Zhoping and said, "You are lucky that I'm in a good mood today, but you may not be able to save your life next time. Get out." There was a lot of noise on the 20th floor, but no one dared to open the door to take a look. Yao Ran flicked the blood off the dagger and walked upstairs. They didn't bother to clean up the blood on the floor and locked the 2 metal doors. After watching Yao Ran and Long Yu fighting those men, Zhou Ruilin was curious and wanted to get to know her neighbors. She looked at them with a smile and asked, "You two are really good at fighting. Have you two been police officers before?" Yao Ran smiled and playfully replied, You can guess, Sister Zhou. Zhou Ruilin was curious at first, but she knew that Yao Ran didn't want to tell her, so she didn't continue asking questions. She hugged her sick son and said, "Thank you, Miss Yao and young Master Long, for tonight. Shu Shu is still sick, so I will go back first." After Zhou Ruilin went back home with Qi Shu, Yao Ran waved to Long Yu and went home. After taking a shower, changing her clothes, and cleaning her dagger, she went back to sleep. The warning effect that night was so strong that no one dared to knock on the stairs door for several days. In the early morning, Yao Ran woke up and opened the curtains. The typhoon was still raging outside, roaring and slamming against the doors and windows, making people feel like the whole building was shaking. The typhoon came early and lasted for 15 days without any sign of disappearing. People's fears became a reality. Not only are natural disasters escalating, but people are also uncertain when they will end. But life has to go on, and Yao Ran is doing a lot of training every day to level up her abilities and strengthen her body. The crops grown in the space, the planting room, and the balcony are all lush and green, making her feel comfortable just by looking at them. Seeing the vegetables growing on the balcony, Yao Ran couldn't help but pick a handful of chicken feather vegetables, wash them, and use them to cook noodles. Tasting the crispy and sweet vegetables, Yao Ran's eyes turned into crescent moons. Everything seems to be moving in the right direction. Taking care of the animals and crops in the space, exercising, reading books, watching videos, eating, and sleeping are all fulfilling activities. Soon, Yao Ran developed the habit of getting up early to look at the rain outside. After listening to and watching the rain for so long, Yao Ran could feel the slightest change. On the 18th day, the wind seemed a little different. After Yao Ran took a shower in the space, she went to the balcony. The typhoon was still raging outside, and the wind seemed to have weakened a bit, but the rain was getting heavier. The water has flooded the entire second floor and is now moving up to the third floor, causing chaos in the corridors. Yao Ran had meat buns for breakfast today. She took a bite, and the aroma of meat and mushrooms spread in her mouth, teasing her taste buds. She makes a lot of steamed buns with various fillings and stores them in space, which could last her for a long time. While eating the meat buns, Yao Ran poured herself a cup of warm soy milk. She was sitting on the sofa, enjoying her breakfast and reading a medical book. At noon, someone knocked on Yao Ran's door. She stopped what she was doing and went to open the door. Seeing it was Zhou Ruilin, she asked, "Sister Zhou, what's wrong?" Zhou Ruilin looked worried and asked, "Miss Yao, can you take a look at Shu Shu? He seems to have a fever again." Yao Ran nodded, went to get the medicine bag, and came back. "Let's go." After locking the door, she followed Zhou Ruilin to her home. Yao Ran checked Qi Shu and found that he not only had a fever, but also had a rash. The 5-year-old boy was lying on his small bed, looking very weak and fragile. Yao Ran covered him with a thin quilt and looked at Zhou Ruilin. Shu Shu is weak, and his immunity is deficient. He has a cold and a fever. Do you have any medicine at home? Zhou Ruilin nodded and quickly went to get the medicine box. Yao Ran opened the box and was surprised to find that the children's medicines were quite complete. Seeing that Yao Ran didn't speak, Zhou Ruilin anxiously clasped her hands together and asked, "Miss Yao, can these medicines be used?" Yao Ran nodded, took out the cold medicine for the children, and fed it to Qi Shu. After Shu Shu recovers from his fever, you should focus on replenishing his body. If the body's immunity cannot be improved, it may be difficult to regain health. Zhou Ruilin's expression froze when she heard Yao Ran's words. In their current situation, it was already a blessing to have something to eat. Where can she get nutritious foods to replenish her son's body? Looking at Zhou Ruilin's distressed face, Yao Ran asked, "Sister Zhou, is there no news about your husband yet?" Zhou Ruilin's eyes turned red, and she looked away. After a few seconds, her voice became hoarse, and she replied, "No news yet." Yao Ran glanced at the sick child and asked Zhou Ruilin, "Do you have enough food at home?" Zhou Ruilin wiped her tears, turned to look at Yao Ran, and smiled. "Don't worry. We still have food at home." Since she said that, Yao Ran just nodded and packed her medicine bag. She stood up and looked at Zhou Ruilin. "Sister Zhou, I'm going back first. Call me if anything happens to Shu Shu." Just as she was about to leave, Zhou Ruilin hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss Yao, please wait a moment." Yao Ran turned to look at her and saw Zhou Ruilin walking towards another bedroom. Soon, she came back carrying a small plastic bag. She handed the plastic bag to Yao Ran and smiled gratefully. "Miss Yao, please accept this. You have treated my son twice, but I haven't paid you yet. Thank you for helping us all this time." Yao Ran looked into the plastic bag and saw several packages of instant noodles. In the past, instant noodles were only worth a few yuan, but they could save lives at the end of the world. Yao Ran accepted the instant noodles. She nodded to Zhou Ruilin and said, "If Shu Shu's condition worsens, come to me." Zhou Ruilin thanked her again and sent her out. Back home, Yao Ran harvests vegetables and mushrooms on the balcony and the planting rooms. She practices her wood and water element ability every day, causing the vegetables and mushrooms to grow rapidly. In a few days, they will be ready to harvest again. After she harvested the vegetables and mushrooms, she replanted them and made wine. She included medicinal wine, rice wine, fruit wine, and everything she could think of. After she washed her hands and body and left the space, Yao Ran found that the typhoon outside had changed again. This time, not only her but also many people noticed. These people could not contain their excitement. They shouted and cheered from their windows, thinking the natural disaster was about to end. Yao Ran looked at their smiles and thought, "This is just the beginning. I wonder how many of them will be able to smile in the future." Yao Ran was hungry, so she returned to the living room and took out a lunchbox. The lunchbox includes rice, braised meat, stir-fried vegetables, and shredded potatoes. The portions are big enough for her and very tasty. She ate while looking at the gloomy sky outside and then put the empty lunchbox back into space. Although she has countless new lunchboxes ready to use, these items are no longer available for purchase. After washing it, she can still use it again. After eating, Yao Ran felt sleepy. Just as she was about to take a nap, the roar of the engine coming from outside woke her up. She walked to the window, opened the curtains, and took out the binoculars. She looked around and saw 3 orange inflatable boats approaching. Each boat carries a team of firefighters wearing orange jackets. The typhoon has not left yet, but its power has significantly weakened. Driving a boat is not a problem as long as one steers carefully and avoids whirlpools. 18 days after losing contact with the outside world, they finally saw the rescue teams coming. Seeing the rescue boats and firefighters, many people knelt on their balconies and cried. Some were so happy that they laughed and cried at the same time. "It's the rescue team. The government didn't abandon us. We are saved." Yao Ran looked at the 3 rescue boats below and saw one of the firefighters taking out a loudspeaker. "Please don't panic and listen carefully. We will rescue everyone and visit building by building. Only collect essential items and follow our instructions. Priority will be given to evacuating the elderly and children. Due to a lack of manpower and supplies, rescue will prioritize those living on the flooded lower floors." When everyone heard this, they were shocked and ran downstairs quickly. They waved at the firefighters and asked in panic from windows, "Comrade, what about us? Although we are not flooded, we have nothing to eat." The others heard the man's question and questioned the firefighters. "Yeah, my family hasn't eaten in 3 days. Can you bring us something to eat? Why did you come empty-handed? Why didn't you bring something to eat for us? We are all taxpayers. Shouldn't the government care about us? How would you feed yourself without our taxes? You can't just let us starve to death like this." The more questions they ask, the more chaotic and absurd the questions become. What started as gratitude turned into resentment. Most of them even clung to the firefighter and refused to let go until the firefighter gave them an explanation. While Yao Ran was watching this scene from her balcony, someone knocked on her door. She opened the door and saw Long Yu. He looked at her and asked, "Would you like to go down and check the situation?" Yao Ran thought for a while and agreed. "All right." The two informed Zhou Ruilin before leaving. As they walked down the stairs, many people saw them. However, no one dared to approach them, and they just stared at Yao Ran and Long Yu from a distance with hateful eyes. Seeing Yao Ran and Long Yu coming over, the noisy people from Building 3 immediately shut up and moved aside. It's best to stay away from these 2 devils. When the firefighters saw that people suddenly stopped making trouble, they looked up and saw Yao Ran and Long Yu coming over. The captain breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Everyone, please calm down. The government has prepared a few rescue centers where everyone can go. After listening to his words, someone asked, "How can we get there without a boat? Do you want us to swim to the rescue center?" As soon as these words came out, everyone started to make trouble again. Yao Ran was irritated by their shouting and frowned slightly. So noisy. Hearing her cold voice, everyone shut up at once, shrank their necks, and pretended to be dead. After the surroundings quieted down, Yao Ran looked at the captain and said, "Comrade, please explain." The captain glanced at Yao Ran and Long Yu and said, "The rescue centers are open to everyone. The government provides daily food and water, but due to the limited supplies and limited time, the living conditions may be a bit poor. If you want to go to the rescue centers, just register your name and wait for us to pick you up. For now, priority will be given to those who live on lower floors and are flooded." After the captain finished explaining, he looked at everyone and said, "Now, go pack your things. One person can only carry one bag." "Just one bag? Do you want us to throw away our belongings?" An old woman asked in surprise after hearing the captain's explanation. However, before they could cause trouble, Yao Ran glanced at them and successfully blocked their words. After getting the information, Yao Ran and Long Yu returned to the 20th floor. Back on the 20th floor, Yao Ran knocked on the door of 2001. Soon, Zhou Ruilin opened the door and saw the two of them. It was rare for the two of them to be together, so she asked in surprise, "Did something happen?" Yao Ran shook her head and said, "The rescue team is here." Zhou Ruilin nodded. "I know. What are your plans?" Yao Ran asked calmly. After being trapped in the building for 18 days, Zhou Ruilin had finished most of her food. Although there was still a bag of rice, there was no electricity or gas, and only a few pieces of alcohol blocks were left. To save fuel, she even soaked the rice in a thermos for a long time, then poured hot water into it and let it simmer inside the thermos before drinking. In addition, the humid weather also prevented her clothes from drying, causing her to develop gynecological problems and rashes. Zhou Ruilin could persist, but her son could not. However, she still needs to wait for her husband to come back, and her son is still ill. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Ruilin still decided to go to the rescue center and have a look. At least she needed to find a way to get food and medicine for her son. After thinking about it, Zhou Ruilin asked, "The rescue center should provide food and hot water, right?" Yao Ran nodded, "Yes. However, supplies are limited, and the number of survivors could not be determined. The amount of food given to you may not be much, but the government will provide you with at least the bare minimum to sustain life." Zhou Ruilin clenched her hands and said, "I will go see if I can find my husband." Now that she had decided, Yao Ran didn't persuade her and nodded. "All right. The rescue team will give priority to the elderly and children. You can go down to register first and then pack your things. One person can only bring one bag, so just bring the important things." Zhou Ruilin listened carefully to Yao Ran's explanation and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Yao and young Master Long. If not for the two of you, we, mother and son, would have died at the hands of those people last night. When I find my husband, we will definitely come back to thank the two of you. At the end of the world, a goodbye may mean a lifetime of separation." Yao Ran did not respond to Zhou Ruilin's words, but just reminded her, "Be careful on the road." After saying that, she and Long Yu left. Seeing that she had opened the metal door, Long Yu stopped her and asked, "Are you going to the rescue center?" Yao Ran shook her head and replied, "No. Our location is the highest area in Junqing City, but it is still flooded up to the second floor, let alone other low-lying places. Judging from the water level, the gymnasium and library should also be flooded." Yao Ran frowned slightly and said, "I estimated that the government can only use high-rise office buildings and hotels as rescue centers. There are too few places that can be used as rescue centers in the current situation, and there are so many people who need to be transferred and rescued. Food, drink, and hygiene will become a big problem there." Looking out of the corridor window, she added, "The typhoon has stopped, but the rain has not stopped yet. As long as the rain doesn't stop, the water levels will get higher by seconds, and the floods may continue for months. More and more buildings will be submerged in water, and people will lose their place to stay. As time goes on, the rescue center will only become more crowded. At that time, people will begin to kill each other for a little living space and food." Yao Ran lowered her eyes and recalled what happened in her previous life. Because Lan Guangwei didn't care about her, She had no choice but to go to the rescue center. However, life there is very difficult. Thousands of people were crammed into one place. In addition to eating, defecating, and sleeping, there was not even a place to stand. With no proper place to dispose of garbage and human excrement, the smell was unbearable. In no time, chaos broke out. Fights, robberies, thefts, and brawls occur everywhere. The government had to provide disaster relief and send people out to find supplies and have no time to deal with these criminals. In the end, when they can't find anything, the government even salvages food and supplies from underwater. However, the food had been soaked for too long, and most of it had spoiled. It would be great if they could feed the people until they were 30% full. Most of the time, police officers, firefighters, medical staff, and survivors starve for days before they can get a little bit of food. There was a shortage of manpower everywhere, and the situation was out of control until the army took over. From then on, the law of the jungle would slowly rule the world, and only those with strength and supplies could live decent lives. Seeing that Yao Ran suddenly stopped talking, Long Yu said, "Since you don't want to go, let's take turns guarding the stair doors." Yao Ran woke up from her memory and nodded. All right." Seeing that it was still early, Long Yu said, "You stay on guard first. I will take on the night shift." Before Yao Ran could say anything, he turned around and went home. Looking at the closed door of Unit 2002, Yao Ran felt complicated. For 2 lifetimes, the only people who cared about her were her adoptive grandparents and her grandfather. Being taken care of by a stranger made Yao Ran feel strange and awkward. She scratched her head in a loss and muttered, "Should I give him some vegetables?" Now that she had decided, she went home to the balcony and planting rooms to pick some vegetables and mushrooms for Long Yu. A few minutes later, there was a knock on her door. Yao Ran walked over, opened it, and saw Zhou Ruilin carrying a backpack and holding Qi Shu in her arms. Yao Ran looked at Zhou Ruilin and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Zhou Ruilin nodded. "Yes. One of my husband's teammates is a member of the rescue teams coming here today. He said that my husband was fine, but their captain didn't agree to let him come back. So, my husband's teammate will take us to their headquarters. I can meet my husband there." Yao Ran heard this and said, "That's good. Be careful on the road and be careful of people's hearts." Zhou Ruilin was very grateful for her reminder. She took out the keys to the stair doors in her home and said, "I will give these keys back to you." Yao Ran looked at the key of Unit 2001 and raised her eyebrows. "Why did you give me the key to your apartment?" Zhou Ruilin smiled. "I have observed the situation these days and know that these natural disasters will not end early. We may not be able to come back in the near future. Rather than letting the house be abandoned, it is better to give it to you. You can use it as you like." Yao Ran took the keys and said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, she went to the kitchen and took out 5 kilograms of potatoes, a half kilogram of dried vegetables, and a few bottles of vitamins for children from her space. Yao Ran put them into a black plastic bag and handed them to Zhou Ruilin. "Take this with you." Zhou Ruilin saw the contents inside the plastic bag and wanted to refuse. However, when she saw her son's thin body and sickly appearance, she clenched the plastic bag tightly and bowed to Yao Ran. "Thank you, Miss Yao. I hope we can meet again one day." Yao Ran looked at her and smiled. "Goodbye, Sister Zhou." After Zhou Ruilin left, Yao Ran closed the door and went to get the vegetables and mushrooms for Long Yu. Carrying a big black plastic bag, she left home and knocked on the door of 2002. Not long after, Long Yu opened the door and asked, "What's wrong?" Yao Ran handed over the black plastic bag and said, "This is for you." Before Long Yu had time to check what she gave him, Yao Ran had already turned around and gone back home. Long Yu was puzzled that she had suddenly given him something. He opened the black plastic bag and was surprised to find that it was filled with fresh vegetables and mushrooms. He raised his eyes and looked at the metal door of Unit 2003 for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Back at her home, Yao Ran sat on the balcony and looked at the rain outside while training her with element ability. The rain fell harder and harder, and the sky turned ominous dark. By 4 o'clock in the evening, it was already dark, but the typhoon had stopped. Except for the rescue boats that kept passing back and forth, the entire city fell into an eerie silence. Yao Ran had an early dinner and set the alarm clock before going to bed. The rescue teams rescued all trapped survivors overnight. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Ling Yuan apartment complex was extremely quiet, with only the sound of rain hitting the roof and windows. The alarm went off, and Yao Ran woke up and put on stab-proof clothing. She tested it for a moment and was satisfied that the clothes did not hinder her movement. After that, she put on her coat and full-length raincoat. After she finished her preparation, Yao Ran opened the door and went out. Seeing that Long Yu was not around, she quietly walked downstairs. The stairs and corridors were deserted but full of trash, and the smell was unbearable. Yao Ran frowned slightly and put on an air-purifying respirator. She walked to the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor and opened the window. Seeing that it was dark and raining heavily outside, Yao Ran put on waterproof goggles and a miner's light. After getting ready, Yao Ran took the inflatable boat from her space. She put down the boat on the water and jumped down lightly. She paddled with 2 oars, and the boat slowly moved away in the darkness. It was raining heavily, and the water was flowing fast. Only a few high-rise buildings were left above the water, and the city had changed beyond recognition. Before leaving, Yao Ran studied the map of Junqing City and memorized the landmarks around the city. When she was far enough away from the Ling Yuan apartment complex, she installed a special engine for the inflatable boat. The engine was a bit loud, but the rain drowned out the sound. It took her 2 hours to reach the largest supermarket in Junqing City. Although the supermarket is only 3 stories high, it is located on higher ground. Each floor is taller than a commercial or residential building. The floodwater currently reached only half of the 1st floor and had not yet reached the 2nd floor. It was difficult, but she managed to park the inflatable boat in the driveway. She waited for a while, observed the surrounding situation, and made sure no one was around before putting the boat away. After that, Yao Ran made her way to the top floor of the parking lot. The parking lot was full and mostly filled with expensive cars. It seems that the car owners moved their cars here after receiving the typhoon warning. In accordance with the principle of not wasting supplies, Yao Ran took out an oil pump and drained all the oil from the cars. While she was busy, an RV caught her attention. The body and windows are bulletproof. The tires are explosion-proof and wear-resistant, and most importantly, this is a dual-fuel vehicle with foldable solar panels on the roof. In a world where energy is scarce and gasoline is heavily regulated, not everyone has access to buy this kind of vehicle. Yao Ran already has a few luxurious RVs in her space, but this place will soon be flooded. She shouldn't let this nice mobile home turn into underwater trash. So, she should take it with her. Looking at the lock on the door, Yao Ran thought for a while and took out an electronic jammer. Grandpa Su put this thing together with her purchase and gave it to her. Thanks to Grandpa Su's gift, she can now get this luxurious RV without spending any money. Yao Ran placed the electronic jammer on the door and turned it on. The machine buzzed for a few seconds, and then she heard the sound of the door unlocking. She put away the electronic jammer and opened the door. The RV is very spacious, with a kitchen, living room, bathroom, 2 bedrooms, and even equipped with an oven, washing machine, and small refrigerator. Yao Ran looked around and was very satisfied with the luxurious interior and high-tech equipment. After getting out of the RV, Yao Ran took the car into her space and parked it inside with other vehicles. She then continued draining oil from other cars. After she was done, Yao Ran walked towards the fire exit. She pushed the door open and found it was unlocked. Coming out of the fire exit, she went to the 2nd floor, where the clothing area was. The water hadn't reached the 2nd floor yet, and the clothes were still clean and dry. Yao Ran didn't waste time and put everything into her space. After she had taken all the clothes, she went to the promotion area, where various brands of paper towels, soda drinks, cakes, snacks, and toiletries were displayed. The home appliance area is opposite, and it contains refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines. Yao Ran took some and then selected some small household appliances from the shelves, such as a yogurt machine, ice cream machine, bean sprout machine, eggs incubator machine, and some pans and pots. Next is the daily necessities area, which displays some high-quality air-conditioned quilts, duvets, pillowcases, bed covers, and other items. Yao Ran took everything away and left nothing behind. In another area, there are various types of shoes from different brands. Yao Ran didn't have time to choose, so she put them all into her space. When she has time later, she can arrange them slowly. Anyway, she has a lot of available space and can keep a lot of stuff. She looked around and saw those small items, such as skincare products, facial masks, eye creams, essences, etc. After she cleaned up the things on the second floor, she hurried to the third floor. Yao Ran was not polite when she saw that tea, coffee, tobacco, alcohol, and other expensive products were displayed there. There were countless brands, some expensive and some cheap, but she spared none of them and took them all. At the end of the world, these are all good things. Obtaining them will be challenging, and in the future, people may not be able to buy them even at high prices. As she ran around, she took everything with her. After cleaning the second and third floors, she went to the first floor, where the supermarket was. The water rose quickly, and everything would be submerged before dawn. Walking into the first floor, Yao Ran saw that the shelves had been half submerged. Thinking about the limited resources in the future, she made a prompt decision and went into the space. She put on a diving suit and equipment and left the space. Yao Ran dived directly into the turbid water and took everything there. Even when submerged underwater, some things are still edible and usable. Nowadays, most products are airtight or vacuum-packed. As long as the packaging is not damaged, the contents will not be damaged. The water had reached the ceiling of the first floor, and Yao Ran had no time to check the items on the shelves. Whether the items were damaged by water or not, Yao Ran took them away. Even if she doesn't use them later, she can trade them with other survivors. Seeing that the water had begun to flood the second floor, Yao Ran speeded up. The water was so murky that it was hard to see where she was, but she didn't want to give up because this was her last chance to get supplies easily. When floodwaters rise, salvaging things underwater becomes more difficult. The water pressure alone makes it impossible for ordinary people without diving skills and professional equipment to enter the water. The deeper the water, the more dangers there will be. Just as she put the last shelf into her space, Yao Ran saw a few beams of light sweeping by from not far away. Seeing that the person who came was not alone, Yao Ran decisively decided to retreat. Fighting in the water will put her at a disadvantage. Besides, she's already taken everything in the building, so it's best to leave before those people find her. Yao Ran swam towards the fire exit without leaving the water. She pushed open the door and entered the space to change out of the diving suit and equipment. When she reappeared, she walked quietly up the stairs. Returning to the top floor of the parking lot, Yao Ran suddenly stopped on her way. She looked at the Hummer and SUV parked in the corner for a moment, then took them away. The water levels are rising rapidly, and the currents are becoming so strong that they can easily sweep the inflatable boat away. Instead of using the inflatable boat, Yao Ran took out a motorboat. As she drove the motorboat, she saw that there were many things underwater, so she had to slow down and carefully avoid the hidden obstacles. The city was plunged into darkness, and the heavy rain limited her visibility. Although Yao Ran used a mining lamp, she still couldn't see clearly what was going on around her. After leaving the supermarket, Yao Ran raced against time to drive to another place. It took her half an hour to reach the mall. Seeing that the third floor was flooded, Yao Ran quickly broke the window on the fourth floor with a glass breaker and got in. Then, she headed straight to Solar Technologies' retail store. After confirming that no one was around, she broke open the rolling door and walked in. The store was spacious, but Yao Ran walked directly through the back door. Behind the door is where the company displays its products. Finding that the solar generator she wanted was still there, she quickly put it away. She searched the room but found only a battery box and a converter there. After searching around the store, she discovered a warehouse where she found more solar generators, battery boxes, and converters. Yao Ran was worried that some parts would be damaged if used in extreme weather, so she brought all the spare parts with her. She also took all the mobile battery boxes she found in the corner of the warehouse. There were many expensive household appliances in the building, but she ran out of time. Seeing that it was already 5 o'clock in the morning, Yao Ran left without hesitation. She must go back before dawn. The current became stronger and stronger, and she had to drive the motorboat against the rain and water current. When approaching Ling Yuan's apartment complex, Yao Ran drove the motorboat to a place where the water flow was not too strong and then turned off the engine. After confirming that no one was around, she entered the space with the motorboat. Before leaving the space, Yao Ran sat on an inflatable boat with 2 oars. When she emerged into the outside world again, she slowly paddled back to Building 3. As she paddled to the window, she saw someone on a motorboat moving things from the window. Judging by the body figure, that person is a man. Before Yao Ran could hide, that man turned around. Yao Ran saw that his motorboat had more supplies than hers and decided to get closer to him. If there were a fight, he would lose more supplies since she only had a backpack on her. As she got closer, she finally got a good look at him. With such a figure and height, Yao Ran recognized him at a glance. Long Yu also recognized her and asked, "Are you also going out to look for supplies?" Yao Ran nodded, "Yes." After fixing the motorboat, he reached out to help Yao Ran. She grabbed his outstretched hand without hesitation and let him help pull her up. The two of them then pulled her inflatable boat up. She guessed that moving all these supplies would take him a few trips, as he had brought back a lot of supplies. Yao Ran thought for a while and said, "I will stay here and help you guard them while you move them up." Long Yu did not refuse her help and quickly moved the supplies up. While he was busy moving supplies, the remaining people in Building 3 came out to take a look. When they saw the mountains of supplies in the corridor, their eyes shone with greed. However, when their eyes fell on Yao Ran's cold eyes, they had to cancel their plan to rob supplies. After Long Yu went back and forth several times, there were not many supplies left. Yao Ran looked at the motorboat from the window and asked, "What would you do with your motorboat?" Long Yu calmly answered, "I need to hide it." Yao Ran nodded, "Good. Then you can hide it first. I will wait here." "Thanks." Just as Long Yu was away, several people came over to observe Yao Ran. Some were bold enough to beg for food, but she scared them away the moment she took out her nail gun. By the time Long Yu came back, 20 minutes had passed. He climbed up the window easily and looked at Yao Ran. "Let's go." Yao Ran helped him carry a few bags of supplies, and the two of them returned to the 20th floor under everyone's jealous eyes. Returning to the 20th floor, Yao Ran placed the supplies at the door of Unit 2002 and said, "I'm going back first." Long Yu nodded, "Thank you." The two exchanged glances, then turned around and went home. After putting away her backpack and inflatable boat, Yao Ran went to the space to take a hot bath. She put on her pajamas and drank a bowl of ginger soup to warm herself up. Seeing that there was still some ginger soup left, she thoughtfully stared at the ginger soup. Since she and Long Yu are the only ones living on the 20th floor now, she should establish a good relationship with him. Otherwise, if he becomes her enemy, it will be troublesome. Yao Ran nodded, poured the remaining ginger soup into a thermos bottle, and then left the space. She put on her coat and left the apartment with the ginger soup. After closing the door, she knocked on the door of Unit 2002 and waited a moment before it opened. Seeing her there, Long Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Do you need anything?" Yao Ran handed the thermos bottle over and said, "I made too much ginger soup. You can have it." Long Yu took the thermos bottle and smiled slightly, "Thank you." After she delivered the ginger soup, Yao Ran waved to him and returned to her apartment. Just as she closed the door and went to the balcony to practice her wood element abilities, she heard someone knocking on the metal door blocking the stairs. Yao Ran frowned slightly and muttered, "Another troublemaker?" She glanced at her watch. It was only 7 in the morning. Yao Ran sighed and went out again. It was her duty to guard the door during the day, and the knocking on the door hadn't stopped yet, so she had to take a look. When she came out, she saw that Long Yu had gone out to check. She walked up to him and asked, "Who dares to come again?" Long Yu turned to look at her, "My friends and their families." Listening to his answer, she felt a little curious. Yao Ran walked closer and poked her head out of his back. When she saw 2 men and 3 women there, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Long Yu with curiosity in her eyes. He looked at her for a moment, then turned to his friends and said, "Wait here. I need to talk to her." One of the men smiled and said, "Yes, Captain." As soon as these words came out, Long Yu took the curious Yao Ran's hand. He took her into his home and closed the door. When he looked back at her, he found Yao Ran looking around in his house. "I'm sorry to bring you here, but I have something to tell you," he said after a moment of silence. Yao Ran looked away from the clean and tidy living room and looked at him. "What's the matter?" Looking at her calm expression, Long Yu explained, "They want to live here, on the 20th floor." She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you trust them?" Long Yu nodded as an answer. Seeing her silence, he added, "If you don't agree, I will tell them to go find another place to stay. Yao Ran lowered her eyes and thought, after the end of the world, no place is safe. If these people could be trusted, I wouldn't mind having them live here. From a physical point of view, those two men seem to be no weaker than Long Yu. Having them around could improve security on the 20th floor. After thinking for a long time, Yao Ran raised her eyes and said, I can agree to your request and let them live here. However, I don't like to be disturbed. After receiving her answer, Long Yu smiled slightly and nodded. Don't worry. I promise they won't disturb you. If they do, I will kick them out. Yao Ran nodded and asked, will you let them live with you? Isn't there an empty apartment on our floor? Long Yu asked back. Knowing that he wanted those people to live in Zhou Ruelin's apartment, Yao Ran said, I will go get the key. Also, please tell them to take good care of the apartment. When Sister Zhou and her family come back in the future, they must leave the apartment immediately. Long Yu nodded. Got it. After reaching an agreement, the two left the apartment, and Yao Ran went back to her apartment to get the key to Unit 2001. Seeing Long Yu coming back, one of the men asked, Captain, how is it? Long Yu looked at the others and said, she agreed. There is an empty apartment on this floor, and you can live there. However, you must take care of the apartment and not destroy anything. The owner may return in the near future. When they come back, I will help you find another place to live. Hearing this, the 5 people breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Soon, Yao Ran came with the key to Unit 2001. She handed the key to Long Yu and said, here are the keys and the spare keys for these 2 metal doors. Long Yu took the key, and the corner of his lips curved up slightly. Thank you. The 2 men looked at him in shock when they saw the curve of the corners of his lips. Seeing their reactions, Long Yu glanced at them and introduced Yao Ran. Her name is Yao Ran, and she is the owner of Unit 2003. The scholar-looking man stretched out his hand to Yao Ran and introduced himself. My name is Xian. I am 25 years old and still single. I hope we can be friends from now on. Yao Ran shook his hand, and the other man quickly said, my name is Huang Qian. I am 24 years old. He pulled a young woman who looked similar to him and said, this is my younger sister, Huang Zhihui, 19 years old. Like her elder brother, Huang Zhihui smiled at Yao Ran and said, hello, Sister Yao. Yao Ran nodded to her, and then another woman with long hair and a blue skirt stepped forward. Hello. My name is Deng Qiqi. Hui Hui and I are college roommates. After the 4 introduced themselves to Yao Ran, the last woman with short hair stretched out her hand to Yao Ran and said, my name is Jia Xiang. I am at the same age as Xian. Yao Ran shook her hand and smiled. Yao Ran. She likes Jia Xiang as soon as she sees her cool appearance. After dealing with scheming white lotuses like Lan Li Fei for many years, Yao Ran prefers to be friends with women who look strong and independent, like Jia Xiang. Now that they have introduced themselves to each other, Yao Ran looks at Long Yu and says, then I will go back first. If you need any help, just call me. Long Yu nodded to her and watched Yao Ran walk away. After she closed the door, he turned to look at the other 5 people. He said expressionlessly, take these keys. If you have nothing important to report, don't disturb Yao Ran and me. Seeing that his captain just left them there, Huang Qian looked at Xian and asked in disbelief, Brother Xian, did you see the smile on Captain's face just now? Xian took the keys from his hand and walked to door 2001. He opened the door and said, Qian, do you know that curiosity killed the cat? The 3 women exchanged glances and followed Xian, leaving behind the dumbfounded Huang Qian. A few seconds later, he shivered from the cold and chased after the others. Hey, wait for me. After returning home, Yao Ran started her daily training. She ran on the treadmill for 2 hours, and then did weight training for an hour before training her wood and water element abilities. While she was practicing, time passed by without her realizing it. By the time she finished her daily training, it was already evening. Yao Ran looked out from the balcony with the night vision binoculars and saw many people rowing boats and kayaks outside. She thought for a while, then went to the space to take a quick shower and change clothes. After coming out of the space, she took some money with her and went out. Yao Ran knocked on the door of Unit 2002 and waited for a while before Long Yu opened the door. He looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Yao Ran answered, when I came back this morning, I drove by the supermarket near Junqing University. The terrain was relatively high, so it might not have been completely submerged by now. I saw several boats when I passed that supermarket. They might still open the supermarket to the public. I noticed your friends didn't bring much with them. You should tell them to go to the supermarket and buy something that will last a long time, no matter how expensive it is. After listening to Yao Ran's words, Long Yu thought for a moment and nodded. You are right. Do you want to go together? Yao Ran shook her head, took out a plastic bag full of money, and said, I will stay and guard the 20th floor. You can go with them and help me buy something on your way. Long Yu took the plastic bag and was surprised to find that it was full of money. He looked at Yao Ran and asked, Do you want to use all of this money? Yao Ran nodded. Judging from the current situation, money will probably become waste paper soon. It's best to turn it into supplies while we still can. When she came back this morning, Yao Ran deliberately drove by the supermarket. The heavy rain had flooded supermarkets and wholesale markets, and it was highly probable that the city's national grain reserves would also flood. Almost all food is underwater right now. Even if the military and government are willing to rescue, they can't do anything if they don't have the necessary supplies. Yao Ran clearly remembers that in her previous life, most supermarkets were requisitioned by the government. It opens early, and purchases are limited, so only those with cash can buy things. In the era of electronic payment, who still uses cash? How many people withdraw cash before a typhoon approaches? Therefore, for those who don't have money but still want to survive, they can only resort to violence. The police are heavily armed, but who dares to shoot at hungry civilians? The police only had a few bullets. Who would they shoot at? Everywhere is crowded with people, and they don't want to commit crimes. However, with plenty of money that can only be accessed digitally on banks or payment apps, they have no choice but to rob other people. In her previous life, Yao Ran only received the news in the afternoon. She paddled to the supermarket using a plastic bucket, only to find that everything had been looted and there were blood stains on the floor and walls. From the blood stains, she knew how dangerous the situation was. Waking up from her memory, Yao Ran found Long Yu looking at her thoughtfully. She thought for a while and said, We can divide the supplies evenly. I pay, and you do the work. Long Yu stared at her for a few more seconds and said, There is no need to split the supplies. I also want to go out and take a look at the outside situation. I will see what I can buy for you with the money. After they talked for a while, Yao Ran went home, while Long Yu went to get his money and put on a raincoat. When he knocked on the door of Unit 2001, Jia Xiang opened the door and saw that he was wearing a raincoat and carrying a backpack. Captain, do you want to go out? Long Yu nodded. Tell the others to take all their money. We need to go to the supermarket to buy supplies before it is too late. When Jia Xiang heard what he said, she suddenly became alert and asked, Captain, do you know some secret information? Long Yu shook his head. I don't know, but we can't just wait here. Seeing that she was still hesitant, Long Yu urged, Hurry up. If we arrive too late, you may not even be able to buy a cookie. A hint of realization flashed in Jia Xiang's eyes, and she quickly said, Yes, Captain. Not long after, she walked out with Huang Qian and Shi Xian. Seeing that the three of them were carrying backpacks and weapons, Long Yu said, Let's go. In her apartment, Yao Ran looked out from the balcony and saw Long Yu and others leaving on a motorboat. She reminded them only because she thought they and she needed to live together now. Besides, as long as other people have enough supplies, they won't think of robbing her. And if they could get the supplies, they'd owe her a favor. One more friend means one less enemy. After Long Yu and others disappeared from her sight, Yao Ran did not rest but began to sort out the materials in the space. The space is 8 times larger than when she first got it, and Yao Ran has enough space to sort and store supplies. Looking at the pile of supplies she got from the supermarket, Yao Ran sighed and began to sort them out slowly. She decided to check out the things that were submerged underwater first. If the items are still in good condition, she can wash the package and put it away with the other supplies. If things are broken, she will pile them up together and throw them away when she goes out later. Yao Ran looked at the food that was still edible after being soaked under the water before opening the package. Then, she took several large tarpaulins and spread them on the grassland. After that, she spread rice, corn, millet, and other grains and beans on the tarps to dry. These soaked things taste bad, and Yao Ran won't eat them. However, at the end of the world, where people have nothing to eat, these soaked beans and grains are still very popular. Once, she witnessed an old man bringing a box of antiques to exchange with a pound of broken rice salvaged from the water. If she could use these grains and beans to buy antiques, Yaoran felt that she would get a big bargain. When needed, she can exchange the food with other survivors or sell it to the government. In short, she will not waste anything that can be used. As long as it can be used, Yaoran will keep it. After sorting out the supplies, Yaoran continued to do farm work and feed livestock in the space. Time passed quickly when she was busy. Before she knew it, she had been working all night. Yaoran withdrew her consciousness from the space and went to the kitchen to make a cup of coffee. Seeing that the water in the bucket was gone, she used her mind to transfer the water from the lake in the space to the bucket. After accidentally drinking the lake water before, Yaoran found that it tasted sweeter and had healing properties. One day, she overused her wood energy and almost fainted from the headache. However, when she accidentally drank lake water before fainting, Yaoran's energy suddenly recovered, and her headache disappeared. Moreover, after drinking the lake water for half a month, she felt that her body had become stronger and her abilities had improved rapidly. From then on, Yaoran always boiled the lake water for cooking and drinking. Not only does the food cooked with lake water become more delicious, but it also purifies her body when she takes a shower with it. The lake water flushes out impurities and broadens and strengthens her meridians. After purification, her abilities become easier to control. While making coffee, she noticed that it was very lively downstairs. Yaoran came to the balcony with a cup of hot coffee and took out the binoculars. These days, the typhoon has stopped, but the rain has gotten heavier. As the dangers and threats were reduced, young people who could swim came out one after another. Some paddled with their arms while sitting inside a big plastic bucket, and others wore life jackets or even used wooden boards as boats. Junqing City is located in the south. Despite the rapid industrial development in the past decade, there are still many mulberry fish ponds and crisscrossed waterways in the suburbs. Some of the locals own wooden boats, and they form a group with other people for safety. Some people rode wooden boats into the Ling Yuan apartment complex in search of their family members or relatives. Motorboats and inflatable boats are available, but not many people have them. After all, Junqing City is not a coastal city like Haicheng City. Who would buy motorboats or inflatable boats for no reason? Yaoran stood on the balcony observing the situation in the community while waiting for Long Yu and the others to come back. About half an hour later, she saw Long Yu driving his motorboat, which was full of supplies, toward Building 3. Just as she was about to go downstairs, Yaoran saw several men suddenly swam out of Building 2 and Building 4 and headed straight for the motorboat. Although their movements were fast, Long Yu and others were all not vegetarians. Long Yu drove the motorboat calmly while Shi Xian, Huang Qian, and Jia Xiang drew their military knives and slashed at those people. Before those men could reach the edge of the motorboat, they were kicked back into the water. Soon, the water turned red, and the men never surfaced again. Seeing more and more people coming out and swimming towards Long Yu and others, Yaoran took out the nail gun and left her apartment. As soon as she locked the door, she saw Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi coming out of Unit 2001. The three of them exchanged glances in silence. Huang Zhihui clenched the kitchen knife in her hand and said, "Sister Yao, we will go with you." They all know how to share weal and woe. Although Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi only stayed in Unit 2001 for one day, they had already spent countless sleepless and dangerous nights outside. Based on how much supplies her elder brother and the others brought back, she and Deng Qiqi knew that everyone would target the 20th floor. Last night, the five of them had discussed it and decided to trust Long Yu's judgment and accept Yaoran into their team. They should help each other and survive together. Looking at the two young women with firm eyes, Yaoran did not refuse and nodded, "Let's go." After that, the three of them hurriedly went downstairs. The water had reached the 4th floor, and many people gathered in the stairwell, eager to know what was going on outside. Seeing Long Yu's motorboat approaching, especially since the motorboat was carrying valuable supplies that could help people survive, the onlookers' eyes were full of resentment, jealousy, anger, and even hatred. Some people even showed gloating expressions when they saw Long Yu and others being robbed. That's how humans' hearts are. They care more about inequality than scarcity. Everyone is suffering from the natural disasters. Why should you live a life of luxury while others starve to death? They refused to help and wanted to wait for Longyu and others to come closer before taking away the supplies directly. Seeing the expressions of these people, Yao Ran's eyes turned cold. Holding a nail gun in one hand, she smiled and asked, "What are you looking at? Is there anything fun to watch out there?" As soon as her sweet and clear voice sounded, the people packed in the stairwell and corridor froze. When they turned around, they saw Yao Ran looking at them coldly with a slight smile on her lips. Her sweet smile gives people the illusion that she is a weak woman, but everyone in Building 3 knows that she is far from weak. In an instant, the bloody faces of Sun Zhoping and others appeared in their minds. Some people who didn't know about the 20th floor resident's notoriety reputation looked at the 3 young women and licked their lips with lust clear in their eyes. One of them eagerly rubbed his hands, looked at Yao Ran, and said, "Beauty, why don't you come and have fun with us? You see, it's raining and the weather is very cold. We should keep each other warm, right?" Hearing what he said, his brothers laughed and looked at Yao Ran, Huang Zhihui, and Deng Qiqi greedily. They looked at the 3 of them as if they were goods for anyone to pick and choose. Watching this scene, other residents of Building 3 looked away and lit candles in their hearts for these courageous people. Yao Ran glanced at the man and his brothers, tilted her head slightly, and said, "I have never seen you guys before. Are all of you new residents in Building 3? Thinking that Yao Ran had agreed to sleep with him, the man looked at her body unscrupulously and said proudly, "I have a few relatives living here, so I came over to take a look. This is the first time we have met, so we should spend some time together and take our time to get to know each other." Yao Ran nodded. "You're right. We should really spend some time getting to get to know each other." As soon as these words came out, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi's expressions darkened. They never expected that the person who could make Longyu smile would turn out to be a cheap woman. Not knowing what they were thinking, Yao Ran smiled at the man and raised the nail gun. Before the man and his brothers could react, Yao Ran had already shot them in the thigh. Ouch. In just a few seconds, a group of grown men fell to the ground, holding their bleeding thighs. Blood soon stained the floor red, and the crowd quickly moved away from them. Yao Ran lowered the nail gun and asked, "Now, we should be considered acquainted, right?" The man gritted his teeth and glared at Yao Ran. "Bitch, how dare you hurt me? I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Yao Ran's face disappeared, and that man was shot in the head. Kill people." Yao Ran glanced at the crowd, and they quickly covered their mouths, not daring to look at her. When the corridor had fallen into silence, Yao Ran glanced at the other men. Seeing that they had all run away dragging their bleeding thighs, she lost interest. Besides the crowd, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi were also stunned by Yao Ran's sudden violence. They looked at Yao Ran's sweet and innocent smile, and then looked at the body lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Fortunately, they didn't say anything just now. This elder sister looks so beautiful and sweet, but when she attacks, she is even more cruel than elder brother Longyu. They must not offend her. After dealing with the men, Yao Ran turned to look at Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi. She asked, "Did I scare you too?" The 2 of them shook their heads and waved their hands quickly. No. Sister Yao, you were so cool just now." Suddenly praised by them, Yao Ran was stunned for a moment and smiled shyly. "Really? If there is a chance in the future, I will show you 2 something cooler." After saying that, she walked to the window at the end of the corridor. The crowd moved to the left and right, leaving a wide space for her to walk in the middle. Upon seeing this, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi looked at each other and saw the same fear in each other's eyes. This elder sister seems a little crazy. It's so scary. Yao Ran walked to the window at the end of the corridor and saw Longyu and others still dealing with those who wanted to rob their supplies. She watched for a while and heard someone whisper, "They have so many supplies, but they are too selfish to help us. How could they ignore those in need? This young woman is so cruel." Yao Ran looked back and found that the person speaking was the noisy middle-aged woman she met in the elevator before. She raised her eyebrows slightly at that middle-aged woman and chuckled. "There is no need for you to tell me about those useless moral principles. I have no morals, and it's useless for you to kidnap me with morals." After she finished speaking, the middle-aged woman and the others began to curse her. Yao Ran raised the nail gun at them and said, "If anyone dares to scold us or come up to grab our things, I will kill one for one person that comes and two for each pair that comes. If you already feel tired of living or think that you have lived long enough, you can give it a try." After hearing her words, everyone shut up. However, none of them left the corridor. Maybe they could beg those new people to give them food. Now that the end of the world has begun, Yao Ran doesn't care if these people call the police because it is useless. The police and the government are too busy finding ways to survive and too lazy to care about these kinds of disputes between residents. Seeing that no one dared to say anything anymore, Yao Ran turned around and shot at those who swam toward Long Yu's motorboat. While she was busy killing people, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi stood beside her with knives, glaring at the crowd. The 20th floor's notoriety was known to the entire building 3. These villains indulge themselves with food and drinks and are unwilling to share their food with other residents. The last time someone went to rob the 20th floor, several of those people were stabbed and a few bled to death. Yesterday, someone secretly reported that incident to the firefighters. But firefighters claimed it was not their responsibility and advised the man to wait until the floodwaters receded before reporting the incident to police. After talking for so long to the firefighters, but being unable to do anything about the people on the 20th floor, they felt even more angry and jealous. However, when they looked at Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi's knives and looked at Yao Ran's cold eyes, no one dared to say anything. They were afraid that if they said the wrong thing, that crazy woman would attack them without warning. A few minutes later, Long Yu and others, with Yao Ran's help, dealt with those people and came to the window. Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi guard against the crowd, while Yao Ran helped them move supplies. 14 20 kilograms bags of rice, 5 10 kilograms bags of flour, several boxes of instant noodles with different flavors, several packages of dried vegetables and mushrooms, 3 packages of candles, 6 large boxes of alcohol fuel blocks, a few packages of cold medicine and antibiotics, fermented black beans, several packages of salt, and some chili sauce. Although the quantity is small, these supplies can sustain their lives for several months if they eat frugally. Everyone was exhausted, and Jia Xiang's arm was injured. Yao Ran looked at Long Yu and others and saw that they were all covered in blood. Looks like the journey to the supermarket was very dangerous. Looking at the food and medicine on the ground, the onlookers were full of greedy calculations, but no one dared to step forward to grab the things. Yao Ran was about to speak when she suddenly turned around. Seeing her tense expression, Long Yu lowered his voice and asked, "What's wrong?" Yao Ran glanced at everyone for a while, shook her head, and said, "It's nothing." Since she didn't want to tell him, Long Yu didn't ask any more questions and said, "Let's move the supplies." Long Yu needs to hide his motorboat while Yao Ran stays to guard the supplies, so Shi Xian and the others need to move them. It took them 2 trips to bring all the supplies to the 20th floor. After Long Yu came back, he and Yao Ran climbed up the stairs with cold expressions. Some people still couldn't hold themselves back and asked to borrow Long Yu's motorboat, saying they would pay him. Looking at their calculating eyes, Yao Ran and Long Yu ignored their requests and walked upstairs without even looking at those people. Seeing that the two of them were coldly ignoring them, a middle-aged woman yelled at them, and the others followed suit, scolding those ruthless and inhuman people on the 20th floor. Long Yu was exhausted and didn't want to speak, while Yao Ran regarded their words as farts. Back on the 20th floor, Yao Ran went back to her apartment to get iodine, bandages, and anti-inflammatory medicines. Then she came to Unit 2001 and saw them busy dividing supplies. Yao Ran approached Jia Xiang and said, "Sister Jia, let me help you clean your wounds." Jia Xiang glanced at her bleeding arm, smiled at Yao Ran, and said, "Thanks." The wound was not deep, and it can heal in a few days after disinfecting and bandaging it. She handed Jia Xiang the anti-inflammatory medicine and said, "Keep the wounds away from water for a few days until it scabs over." Jia Xiang looked at the neatly bandaged wound and asked, "Yao Ran, are you a doctor?" Yao Ran put away the iodine and bandages and replied, "I am a medical student at Haicheng University, specializing in traditional medicine and acupuncture." When the others heard this, they all became excited. Huang Qian slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Great! We really need a doctor now. Yao Ran, you can make a lot of money with your medical skills." Hearing his words, Yao Ran shook her head and said, I am still a student and don't know much. I can deal with minor injuries and common diseases, but I am not qualified enough to be called a doctor. Although she has many years of experience as a doctor from her previous life, Yao Ran never planned to become a doctor at the end of the world. Doctors and nurses have the highest mortality rate, second only to soldiers. It's too dangerous to work in a hospital that lacks medicines. Based on her experience in her previous life, most doctors and nurses died not from natural disasters but from riots in hospitals and were killed by patients' family members. Rather than tirelessly working for a meager salary, Yao Ran is more willing to find other ways to obtain supplies. Furthermore, she does not want to work for the government and be bound by rules. After Yao Ran said that, Long Yu motioned to Xian to take Yao Ran's share and said, "We used the money you gave me to buy these supplies. This is your share. Take it." Yao Ran looked at the pile of supplies and saw that they gave her 8 20 kilograms bags of rice, 3 10 kilograms bags of flour, 2 boxes of instant noodles, a small bag of medicine, 2 packages of salt, several packages of dried vegetables and mushrooms, and a box of alcohol cubes. She looked at the remaining supplies, which had been divided into 6 parts, and said, "I grow vegetables and mushrooms, so I will give these dried vegetables and mushrooms to you guys. I have some medicine at home. You guys can share these medicines. I also still have some gas bottles at home, so you can also share the alcohol cubes." After she had divided the supplies, Yao Ran gave Long Yu, Xian, Huang Qian, and Jia Xiang each a bag of rice and said, "This is your payment for going out to buy supplies for me." Seeing that she returned most of the supplies, Long Yu said, "Yao Ran, you can keep the supplies." Yao Ran shook her head. Even brothers have to calculate things clearly between them. "What I give you is what you deserve." Long Yu and others took a look at her for a moment before accepting the supplies and divided the supplies she returned into 6 parts. There were only 4 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 2 bags of salt left. Yao Ran stood up and said, "Now that you are all coming back safely, let's celebrate. I will cook something. We can eat together later." Seeing that she had stood up, Long Yu also stood up and said, "Let me help you carry the rice." Yao Ran did not refuse, and the 2 of them moved rice and other supplies to her apartment. Watching the 2 of them walk away, Huang Zhihui couldn't help but ask her elder brother, "Elder brother, you said that your captain is very cold and stern. Why do I feel that he is a very gentle and considerate person?" Huang Qian rolled his eyes at his younger sister and said, "If you want to live for a long time, don't say these words in front of Captain. Otherwise, your elder brother won't be able to save you if you annoy Captain Long." Huang Zhihui snorted and retorted, "Elder brother, you are so useless." Seeing them quarreling again, Deng Qiqi said helplessly, "Elder brother Qian, Hui, please stop quarreling." The brother and sister turned to look at her and said in unison, "We didn't quarrel. We just exchanged ideas." Deng Qiqi was speechless and stopped persuading them. While the siblings were still dissing each other, Xian stood up and said, "I'm going to cook something." Jia Xiang had no talent for cooking, so she said, "I will clean the house." Deng Qiqi had nothing to do, so she stood up and followed Xian to the kitchen. "Elder brother Xian, let me help you wash the vegetables." At the same time, when Long Yu walked into Yao Ran's apartment for the first time, he was surprised by the empty living room. Seeing that there was only a low table and a sofa there, he wisely didn't ask anything. Seeing Yao Ran go to the kitchen, he followed her and put the rice bags on the floor. "Thank you for your help. Let me make you something to express my gratitude. Do you have anything you like to eat?" Yao Ran asked while washing her hands. Long Yu replied, "I can eat anything." Yao Ran wiped her hands, put on her apron, and asked, "How about we eat hot pot? Now that the temperature is getting colder, it is very suitable to have a spicy hot pot." Long Yu didn't object and nodded, "Sure. Do you need any help?" Although hot pot is delicious, it is quite troublesome to prepare the ingredients. Since Long Yu had already offered to help her, Yao Ran pointed to the living room and handed him a basin and a pair of scissors. "Help me collect the vegetables on the balcony and the mushrooms in the planting room." Yao Ran thought Long Yu didn't know where her planting room was and added, "I used the guest rooms as planting rooms." "Got it." While Yao Ran was preparing the soup, Long Yu came to the balcony with the basin and scissors and saw the lush vegetables. It had been a long time since he had seen vegetables growing on the soil. After coming back to his senses, he squatted in front of the planting pots and began to harvest vegetables. After filling half a basin with various vegetables, he went to the guest room. When he opened the door, Long Yu saw that the room was filled with planting pots. Various vegetables and fruits grow there. After collecting a few tomatoes and chili, Long Yu went to another guest room. Opening the door, he saw a small lamp illuminating the room. In the dim room, many logs are neatly arranged. On the surface of these logs, various mushrooms grow healthily. Long Yu was very surprised that Yao Ran had grown mushrooms indoors. While it's not difficult, people rarely do it. Long Yu, have you picked the vegetables and mushrooms? Hearing Yao Ran's question, Long Yu said toward the direction of the kitchen, "What kind of mushrooms do you want? There are many types of mushrooms here." In the kitchen, Yao Ran had already prepared the soup, so she went over to take a look. Seeing Long Yu standing at the door, she said, "Just pick whatever mushrooms you like to eat." After saying that, she went in to pick mushrooms without waiting for his answer. 2 minutes later, they had finished picking a bunch of mushrooms and returned to the kitchen. Yao Ran took the vegetables and said, "Please help me wash the mushrooms." Oh. With Long Yu's help, the hot pot ingredients were quickly prepared. She looked at the plates filled with various meats, vegetables, and mushrooms and said, "Should we eat here? It would be troublesome to bring all of these over to Unit 2001. Long Yu nodded. "I will call them." All right. Not long after, Long Yu and the others came. Each of them brought food with them, and Long Yu brought a few bottles of soda. When Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi saw that Yao Ran had prepared a hot pot, they quickly went to help her bring out the remaining ingredients from the kitchen. Sitting around the low table, 7 people raised their glasses together and toasted each other. Jia Xiang took a bite of the tender fish meat and couldn't help but give Yao Ran a thumbs up. She swallowed the spicy fish and said, "Yao Ran, the fish is delicious. There is a power outage everywhere. How can you still have fresh meat?" Yao Ran pointed to the small freezer in the corner of the living room and said, "I have a small solar generator. The solar generator is enough to power some basic household appliances." Others followed her sight and looked at the freezer in the corner. There was no electricity, and most of the meat had rotted away. Without Yao Ran, they won't be able to eat fresh vegetables, mushrooms, and meat today. While eating, Long Yu and others recounted what happened after they left last night to Yao Ran. The situation inside Building 3 is already chaotic, but the situation outside is even worse. The 4 of them arrived at the supermarket early despite the heavy rain. There were not many people at that moment, but more and more came, and soon, the supermarket became very crowded. Many people want to steal their motorboat, but Long Yu and the others are not easy to deal with. They guarded the motorboat and finally waited until the supermarket opened. Although the price of rice and flour has increased 20-fold, people still flock to the supermarket. They grab everything they can, whether it's on the shelf or in someone's hand. There is no internet, and supermarkets only accept cash. Those who have cash are naturally happy, but those who don't can only pay with gold necklaces or bracelets, and checkout becomes slow and complicated. Those who have no money, jewelry, or valuables can only grab their things and run away. The police officers at the scene fired a warning shot and temporarily suppressed the commotion. However, too many people didn't have cash, and soon, the situation became out of control. Due to limited supplies, the second wave of people rushed in quickly, grabbed the items, and fled. Everyone is scared, afraid that others will take away the supplies that they finally got. Seeing the chaotic situation getting worse, Long Yu and others decided to leave. Yet, the water was packed with people, like dumplings in a pot. Those people kept rushing over. Some wanted to snatch their supplies, and some wanted to grab the motorboat. Because there were too many people attacking at the same time, Jia Xiang was not careful, and her arm was slashed. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 of them had received professional combat training, it would still be a question of whether they could come back safely. After leaving the supermarket, they met several groups of people who wanted to rob them. They fought all night, thinking they could finally rest after returning. However, as soon as they entered the Ling Yuan apartment complex, more people targeted them, and they even had to fight with people from buildings 2 and 4. If Yao Ran hadn't come to help, they would have had to go through another round of fierce fighting before entering Building 3. Looking at their gloomy expressions, Yao Ran didn't know how to comfort them. After all, the end of the world has not officially begun, and people have not yet gotten rid of the lawful and peaceful environment of the past. Before they could finish lunch, Someone knocked on the metal door on the stairs leading to the 20th floor. The 7 people looked at each other, put down their chopsticks, turned off the stove, and went out to check. Looking out through the small glass window in the metal door, they saw a large group of people gathering there. At first glance, there are at least 20 people. They were so crowded that they couldn't even stand in the aisle on the 19th floor. Yao Ran raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw them. Did these people come to rob after seeing the supplies that Long Yu and the others had just brought back? They risked their lives to obtain these supplies. These people did not dare to go out to look for supplies, but they set their sights on the 20th floor and wanted to take advantage of them. These people really have a great idea. Exhausted, no one wanted to talk to these people except Long Yu, so he went downstairs. Yao Ran thought for a while, returned home, and took out the nail gun from the space. She then walked towards Long Yu with a nail gun in her hand. 7 pairs of eyes, full of murderous intent, stared at the crowd and stunned everyone present. They were scared but unwilling to leave. Thinking that dozens of people still had the upper hand against 7 people, their confidence suddenly increased. A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked up with a smile on his face. With 2 metal doors separating him from Long Yu and Yao Ran, he said, "We mean no harm." Looking at the people standing behind him, Yao Ran smiled slightly and said, "Bringing so many people here all at once? I thought you were here to rob us." The man chuckled and said, "Miss Yao, you misunderstood us. We came in peace." Yao Ran looked at him for a few seconds and asked, "What do you want?" He smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Hong, and I am the building manager elected by the neighbors. We would like to discuss forming a team to go out and search for supplies with you." He waited for a while, but no one among the 7 people on the other side of the metal doors spoke. He smiled awkwardly and explained, "The government hasn't sent out a rescue team yet, and it's very chaotic outside. It's very dangerous to go out alone to look for supplies. Even if we can get something, we might be robbed on the way back. So, after some discussion, we decided to invite those who are skilled and go out together so we can look out for each other." After listening to his explanation, Yao Ran asked, "Do you have a boat?" "Miss Yao, we are here to discuss this matter with you." He smiled and continued, "We are neighbors, so we need to take care of each other. In times of crisis, we should rely on each other, right?" His words sounded nice at first, but eventually, they turned into threats. Yao Ran felt a little annoyed when she looked at Lu Hong's proud and overconfident expression. She smiled and asked slowly, "Lu Hong, right?" Lu Hong nodded, "Yes." "Miss Yao, what do you think of our proposal?" Yao Ran sighed and replied, "After listening for so long, I realized that you are here to borrow our boat." Before Lu Hong could speak, Yao Ran added, "I think you are no longer young. Manager Lu, you need to know that when asking for help, you should show the right attitude. What's going on with your confident and proud attitude? Are you here to borrow a boat from us, or are you here to threaten us?" Lu Hong had heard rumors about the crazy woman living on the 20th floor. Before coming, he thought these were just rumors and that a young woman in her 20s was not his opponent in negotiations. Who knew that this Yao Ran would tear off their faces directly without following common sense? Yao Ran's words choked Lu Hong, and he could only grit his teeth and smile bitterly. "Miss Yao, you are jesting. We really didn't come to fight you. He still wants to live for a long time. Who dares to fight with these lunatics who kill people without blinking an eye whenever they are upset?" Yao Ran was silent for a moment and said, "Wait a minute. I need to discuss it with my companions." She gave Long Yu and the other 5 people a meaningful look and then walked to the window at the end of the corridor to talk. Yao Ran looked at the others and asked, "What do you guys think of Lu Hong's proposal?" Huang Zhihui hates being threatened the most. She clenched her fists and said, "If they want to rob the motorboat, they have to ask my fist if it agrees." Shurxian pondered for a moment and asked calmly, "How about we lend them a boat?" Upon hearing Shurxian's question, Huang Zhihui looked at him in surprise and asked, "Elder brother Xian, you are not afraid of those weaklings, are you?" Shurxian looked at her exaggerated expression and flicked her forehead lightly. "Please use your brain." Ouch. Huang Zhihui covered her forehead and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Shurxian looked at them and explained, "Although we are stronger than them, if they join forces to attack us, we will be at a disadvantage. We need to rest and eat, and we cannot fight 24 hours a day." Huang Qian looked at him, frowned, and said, "Brother Xian, You won't really agree to join them, will you? They may use us as their sword and shield. Huang Zhihui shook her head and said, No, we can't let them do whatever they want. If they get what they want this time, they will continue to come, and their greed will never end. Yao Ran looked at Long Yu and asked, What do you think? I don't care. What about you? Yao Ran looked at the others and said, It's impossible to look for supplies together with them. Not to mention, it's hard to find supplies now. Even if we find some supplies, it won't be enough to divide them with so many people. In the end, they will just plot against each other and stab us in the back. She thought for a second and continued, I agree with Shi Xian. Why not lend them a boat and let them go out to find one? There are many outdoor stores in Junqing City. As long as they go out early, they might be able to find a motorboat or an inflatable boat. When they have a boat, they wouldn't keep looking at what we had. After listening to Yao Ran's thoughts, Long Yu said, What Yao Ran and Aquan said makes sense. Deng Qiqi raised her hand hesitantly and asked, It's so chaotic outside. What should we do if the boat is damaged or stolen? Yao Ran smiled and said, It's impossible to let them borrow Long Yu's motorboat. I have an inflatable boat. We can just let them borrow mine. Also, I won't let them borrow it without making an IOU. After she died in her previous life, Yao Ran deeply realized the good and evil of human nature. No matter how good the relationship is, it's best to calculate everything clearly and write it down. Moreover, those people have a hostile relationship with them. It's better to be prepared than to regret it later. She looked at Huang Zhihui's unwilling look and said, I don't want to lend them the boat either, but continuing the stalemate is not an option. It is safest for us to let them go out to look for supplies. When people starve, they will lose their minds. When that time comes, when life and death are at stake, there's nothing they won't dare to do. After a moment of silence, Huang Zhihui sighed. Since all of you have agreed, then I will follow your decision. After making the decision, Yao Ran said, I will go get the boat. When she returned to her apartment, the others walked back to the metal doors. After closing her door, Yao Ran took the inflatable boat from her space and carried it out. When she dragged the inflatable boat to the stairs, she heard Long Yu say, We won't go looking for supplies with you, but we can lend you an inflatable boat for one day. I suggest you don't be hasty to find food and find a way to buy a boat first. Lu Hong didn't really come to invite them to join his team. From what he has observed these days, the residents on the 20th floor are not close to anyone. They only deal with their own people and will not go with other people to find supplies. However, Lu Hong was not disappointed since he had come for another purpose. As long as he could borrow a boat, his purpose of coming today would be achieved. Lu Hong smiled and said gratefully, Thank you. Without waiting for others to be happy, Long Yu added, We will only lend it to you once. Also, what would you do if the boat is lost or damaged? Lu Hong was stunned, not knowing what to say. We are all neighbors, don't give me those empty words. Should a neighbor be as overbearing as you? Before he could finish speaking about moral kindness, Yao Ran interrupted him. She looked at Lu Hong coldly and said, This boat is our lifeline. Lending it to you is about friendship. Not lending it to you is about principle. Don't think that you can manipulate us because there are more people on your side. Yao Ran narrowed her eyes and added coldly, If you provoke me, it's not a loss to kill one, and killing two is making a profit. Anyone who is not afraid of death can come to me. Survival is human instinct. They may have more people than the people on the 20th floor, but who would be stupid enough to provoke these lunatics and courting death? The residents on the 20th floor have killed people before. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Lu Hong looked at them, feeling very angry in his heart. Before coming to the 20th floor, everyone was talking big words downstairs. But now, each of them was like a turtle huddled in its shell, shrinking its head timidly. However, the goal was almost achieved, and Lu Hong could only grit his teeth. After all, his wife and children were still starving at home, waiting for him to return with food. Since he agreed to take the lead in this matter, others have also decided to give him a larger share of supplies in the future. With power in his hands, many things would be easier to handle. After thinking about it, Lu Hong looked at Yao Ran and said, If it's damaged, we will compensate you with another one. Yao Ran smiled slightly and said, Words are empty. We'd better write it down. You. Lu Hong was furious. but thinking of his starving family, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. It's just a cheap inflatable boat. What's the worst that could happen if they get damaged or not returned? If these people on the 20th floor dare to cause trouble, he can call the police when the flood recedes. When the time comes, he can just compensate her for another boat and be done with it." After reaching an agreement, Xian wrote the contract, which both parties signed and sealed. After getting the inflatable boat, Lu Hong smiled as brightly as the sun, said a lot of nice things, and then left with the others. Before he could take a step, Yao Ran said, "Manager Lu, you are the one who borrowed the boat. If anything happens, I will go find you." Lu Hong paused, smiled at her, and perfunctorily said, "Of course." Yao Ran smiled back at him and sweetly said, "You live in 1307, right? You have a wife, 2 children, a mother with leg problems, and a father with high blood pressure." Shocked by Yao Ran's words, Lu Hong turned pale. Frightened, he immediately promised, "Miss Yao, don't worry. We will take good care of your boat." Yao Ran watched them leave in high spirits and thought, with only one ship, how much supplies can they get? If the distribution is uneven, chaos will occur. It would be fun to see them fight each other. After dealing with Lu Hong and others, they returned to Yao Ran's apartment and continued their lunch. Before Yao Ran went in, Long Yu stopped her and handed her a plastic bag. Yao Ran looked at the plastic bag and asked in confusion, "This is?" "We originally wanted to pay, but the crowd suddenly rioted, and we had no chance to pay. We only spent a few hundred yuan last night," Long Yu explained. Yao Ran took the plastic bag and nodded. "The order is chaotic now, but I believe the government will get it under control soon. We may still have a chance to spend money later." MHM. After returning the money, the two went in to join the others. After everyone finished eating and cleared the table, they returned to their apartments. Standing on the balcony, Yao Ran watched Lu Hong and several men rowing an inflatable boat out of the building. Each of them carried a stick as a weapon. People in other buildings were envious and even wanted to join Lu Hong. When they were ignored, those people wanted to come out to grab the boat but were scared away by the sharp sticks in their hands. Not long after, Long Yu knocked on her door. He looked at her and asked, "Do you know where we can find liquefied gas cylinders?" Before the typhoon came, Yao Ran had been running around Junqing City for a month, so she had visited most of the places in Junqing City. She tried to think of where she could get the gas, then said, "I know a place where we can get it, but that place is located in a lower area, and people are asked to evacuate before the typhoon comes. There may not be any more gas cylinders left now. Even if there are any left, they must all be submerged under the water now. The entire community uses pipeline gas, and most residents here do not use gas cylinders. To put it bluntly, even if they find rice, oil, salt, flour, and other raw materials, they can't cook without fire. There is a lot of gas, coal, firewood, and other fuels in Yao Ran's space. However, if she doesn't go out and find some supplies back, people might become suspicious, and she may expose her space." She thought for a while and said, "There are several snack stores nearby. I have bought snacks in those stores before, and I noticed that they use liquefied gas to cook. How about we go there and try our luck?" Before long, you had time to answer. Xian and others came out from Unit 2001. "What we need most now is not food, but gas and fuel. How about we give it a try?" Xian asked while he walked up to them. Jiaxiang followed from behind and added, "Yes, we must hurry up. Otherwise, when others come to their senses, they will compete with us. By then, it would be hard for us to get even one bottle of gas." Long Yu and Yao Ran had no objection, and they all agreed to visit those snack stores. 5 minutes later, when they gathered in the corridor, Long Yu saw that they were all carrying backpacks and ready to set off. He looked at his friends and asked, "If we all leave, who will guard our house? What if someone breaks into the 20th floor? This is indeed a problem." They are not worried about the front yard being set on fire, but worried that the backyard would catch on fire. They discussed it again and agreed to let one person from each family go out to find supplies. Since there were 5 people in Unit 2001, Xian and Huang Qian will go while Jiaxiang, Huang Zhihui, and Deng Qiqi will stay and guard the 20th floor. Long Yu will provide the motorboat, while Yao Ran will provide gasoline. After deciding who goes and who stays, they check their weapons and make sure that everything is in perfect condition. Huang Zhihui looked at her elder brother and held his hand. Be careful and come back soon. Huang Qin patted her head gently and said, Okay, we will be back as soon as possible. Be good and listen to Jia Xiang. After the brother and sister said their goodbyes, Long Yu, Yao Ran, Shi Xian, and Huang Qin left. While others were still busy looking for food, they took advantage of the time gap to look for liquefied gas cylinders. As soon as Long Yu turned on the motorboat engine, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some shameless people even dared to approach them, but before they could speak, Long Yu had already driven away and fed them a mouthful of exhaust gas. The snack stores were submerged, but it was not difficult to find them because Yao Ran had come to order takeout many times every day before the typhoon came. In addition, the snack stores are located at the entrance of the Ling Yuan apartment complex, and there is a big signboard at the Snack Street entrance. Yao Ran searched for a while with a flashlight and saw the big signboard. Fortunately, a small part of the signboard remains on the water's surface. Otherwise, Yao Ran might not be able to find it. She pointed at the signboard and said, Long Yu, that's the entrance to the Snack Street. Yao Ran pointed the way with a flashlight, and Long Yu followed her guidance. Not long after, they arrived at the signboard's location. While Long Yu tied the motorboat to the signboard, Yao Ran took out a diving mask and waterproof headlamp. The water is more than 10 meters deep. It takes time and physical strength to pry open the doors and windows, and Yao Ran's lung capacity is not enough. There are many oxygen tanks for diving in her space, but she can't get them out now. This was one of the inconveniences of partnering with others. She didn't have the freedom to use what was in her space, and she had to find a logical justification for her supply of resources. N/O/vel/B//n C//om. Just as she was thinking about it, Huang Qian said, Yao Ran, can you lend me that diving mask and headlamp? I am good at swimming, so it's more suitable for me to go. Long Yu took Yao Ran's diving mask and headlamp and then looked at the others. Let me do it. You guys can stay here and guard the motorboat. Now that he had said that, Shi Xian and Huang Qian can only agree, yes, Captain. Before Long Yu dived into the water, Yao Ran stopped him and handed him a rope. Tie it around your waist. If you have trouble down there, just tug on the rope and we will pull you up. Long Yu nodded, tied the rope around his waist, and then dived into the water. After he dived into the water, the other three took out their weapons and stayed vigilant, observing the surroundings in case someone came to ambush them. Huang Qian pointed to the distance and asked curiously, What is that? Yao Ran and Shi Xian looked in the direction he pointed and stared for a long time. The water was so murky that they couldn't see what was that thing clearly. As they watched the thing getting closer, they still didn't know what it was. Curious, Yao Ran picked up the oar and poked it. Their expressions changed as the thing moved and revealed its real appearance. It was a bloated corpse. For anyone seeing a bloated corpse for the first time, the visuals can make them gag and vomit for a long time. It was disgusting and shocking, but Yao Ran had seen countless similar corpses in her previous life. She has long been used to it after seeing them for years. Without changing her expression, Yao Ran pushed the bloated corpse away with the oar and returned her attention to the rope. Shi Xian and Huang Qian were surprised by her calm reaction and exchanged glances secretly. While they silently communicated with their eyes, Yao Ran looked at her watch and counted the time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. She counted until 5 minutes, but there was still no movement from the rope. Yao Ran frowned slightly and pulled the rope a few times, but Long Yu still did not respond. Even for a skilled man like Long Yu, 5 minutes should be his limit. Before Yao Ran had time to take out another diving mask and headlamp, she heard the sound of water splashing. Long Yu emerged from the water and swam toward the motorboat. With Shi Xian's help, he got on the motorboat and said, I have checked several stores. All the doors were forced open, and everything inside had been emptied. Yao Ran frowned when she heard what he said. Empty? Who has such ability to do that? Huang Qian was disappointed after hearing what Long Yu said. He sighed and said, We can't find the gas. Even if we have rice and flour, we can't cook. They react quickly, but others are faster than them. Yao Ran lowers her head and falls into deep thought. The day after the typhoon hit Junqing City, these snack bars were already flooded. Even if some shopkeepers managed to move away some of their goods, Moving all goods from all the stores would be impossible. At that time, there was torrential rain, fast water currents, lightning, and tornadoes. Success was impossible without good diving equipment and skills. Unless the stores were looted as soon as the typhoon started. Yao Ran raised her eyes and looked at Long Yu. She remembered that he would always leave the apartment complex every day and night. At that time, she was even curious about what he was doing outside. She narrowed her eyes slightly but said nothing. Although she had doubts in her heart, she decided to play dumb for now. After making up her mind, Yao Ran looked at the others and said, "Now we can only try our luck at the liquefied gas station. I hope the liquefied gas station has not been emptied yet. Since they have come all the way here, there is no reason for them to return empty-handed. They can only try their luck at the liquefied gas station." Yao Ran took her mobile phone, which was placed in a waterproof plastic bag, out of her backpack and opened the offline map she had downloaded earlier. She showed it to the others and said, "The nearest liquefied gas station is here. It's about 5 or 6 kilometers away. There's also a big banyan tree in front of the station that can be used as a landmark. Although the liquefied gas station is not particularly far away, it is located in a secluded area. Judging from its secluded location, there might be some liquefied gas cylinders left there." After figuring out the location, Long Yu drove a motorboat to the liquefied gas station. The suburbs of Junsheng are full of bungalows. Now that it's all submerged in water, the area looks vast and empty. On the way, they encountered several teams of firefighters who were rescuing trapped people. When the firefighters saw Long Yu's motorboat, one of them quickly grabbed a loudspeaker to call them. "Comrade, please help us." The intention was clear. They wanted to seize control of the motorboat and move the survivors over. In this sudden heavy rain and flood, rescue tools were simply not enough. Long Yu ignored the firefighter and drove away without looking back. Upon seeing this, the firefighter could only put down his loudspeaker and continue to evacuate the trapped people. It was their duty to save these people, but he could not force others to do the same. Because of the flood, Junsheng has turned into a vast ocean, making it difficult to identify the direction. Yao Ran looked around with the night vision binoculars and found something underwater. She pointed at it with her flashlight and said, "That should be the top of the banyan tree." Xian glanced at the spot where the flashlight shone and saw something green. He nodded and said, "Yeah, it should be the banyan tree." After Yao Ran and Xian finished talking, Long Yu drove towards the shadow under the water. As they approached, he slowed down, and sure enough, he saw banyan leaves. Such a tall banyan tree was actually completely submerged underwater. Long Yu tied the motorboat to the tree and looked at the map again. After roughly memorizing the location of the liquefied gas station, he put on his diving mask and headlamp, tied the rope around his waist, and dove into the water. A few minutes later, Long Yu came out of the water and said, "I found the station, but it has rolling shutter doors and sliding iron doors. Huang Qian, help me take out the crowbar from my backpack." After hearing what he said, Huang Qian opened Long Yu's backpack and took out the crowbar. Seeing the diving mask and rope inside, he said, "I will go down with you." Huang Qian tied the rope around his waist and handed the other end to Xian, and the two of them dived into the water again. The water was cold, and Huang Qian trembled slightly when he dived deeper. Using the light of a waterproof headlamp, the two slowly swam toward the liquefied gas station. The two of them dived for a while and arrived at the entrance of the liquefied gas station. Huang Qian gestured to Long Yu and then used the crowbar to open the rolling shutter door. However, the water pressure was too strong for him. Long Yu noticed this and swam over. The two struggled for a while before they pried open the rolling door. When the rolling door slowly rose, they saw the sliding iron door inside. Long Yu took off the big steel pliers from his waist, cut the iron chain on the door, and opened the door with Huang Qian's help. It's dark inside the station. Before they could take a closer look, something suddenly rushed over. Long Yu quickly pushed Huang Qian away, and the two of them barely avoided the shadow. When they turned to see what it was, another shadow came. Sensing the danger, Long Yu and Huang Qian hid by the iron door until nothing flew out from inside. When the last shadow flew to the water surface, Long Yu discovered that the one attacking them turned out to be an empty liquefied gas cylinder. Since those cylinders floated to the surface, they must be empty. Liquid gases have higher density, and those filled cylinders should have sunk underwater. Long Yu nodded to Huang Qian. They searched around the gas station and found several liquefied gas cylinders lying in the corner of the room. Swimming over, Huang Qian tried to lift one, but found it was heavier than usual. However, this weight meant nothing to him and Long Yu. After tugging on the rope, the two of them held a liquefied gas cylinder in each hand. On the motorboat, Yao Ran felt the movement and said to Xian, "Pull them up." The two quickly pulled the ropes, and soon, Long Yu and Huang Qian came out from the water. They swam to the motorboat, and the four of them worked together to move the heavy liquefied gas cylinders to the motorboat. Seeing that there was still a lot of space left, Long Yu said, "There are a few more bottles down there. We will go down and bring more back." After he and Huang Qian took a short rest, they dived back into the water. While Yao Ran was focusing her attention on the water surface, Xian used night vision binoculars to observe the surroundings. Not long after, he suddenly said, "Someone is coming." Yao Ran looked over and saw a motorboat approaching quickly in the heavy rain. It was hard for her to see clearly, but at least 5 people were on the motorboat. She frowned and asked, "How many people are there?" Xian counted and replied, 6 people. 3 of them are holding iron pipes, and the rest are carrying knives. Yao Ran tugged the rope hard a few times while Xian was getting ready to fight. Soon, Long Yu and Huang Qian came out of the water, bringing 4 liquefied gas cylinders with them. As they were loading the gas cylinders into the motorboat, another motorboat stopped a few meters away from them. 6 burly men held weapons and looked at them. When their eyes fell on Yao Ran's face, their eyes lit up. Nowadays, it is rare to see a beautiful woman who looks clean and healthy. Today is their lucky day. After tasting those scrawny and dirty women, they finally had a chance to taste this beauty. A bald, middle-aged man stepped forward and said haughtily, "We have taken over this liquefied gas station. Be smart and hand over what you have collected." After finishing speaking, a man with a mohawk hair said, "Big brother, we don't have a diving mask or a headlamp." The bald man chuckled and pointed at Long Yu and the others. "Isn't this easy? Just let them salvage the gas from the water and give it to us." After saying that, he seemed to remember something and added, "Ah, right? Left behind the motorboat, supplies, and that little beauty. We might consider letting you live." Yao Ran looked at them and sneered. These people acted so domineeringly and confidently. They were obviously members of some gang. In a society where order and law have collapsed, it has become a world of thugs and criminals. In such a world, strength is the ruler. Those 6 men didn't care what Yao Ran and others thought. They talked, laughed, and acted like they already had everything in their pockets. Yao Ran exchanged glances with the other 3 and took out their weapons. She then smiled slightly and said, "Okay, you can come and get it yourself." When the bald man and other thugs heard her clear voice, their hearts itched and they couldn't wait any longer to taste her. The bald man rubbed his hands impatiently and laughed. "Little beauty, brother is coming." The men laughed obscenely as one of them drove slowly toward Long Yu's motorboat, while the others looked at Yao Ran like hungry wolves looking at their prey. When the distance was less than 2 meters, Yao Ran calmly raised the nail gun and shot it directly into the middle of the bald man's forehead. Stab. Thud. A second later, the bald man fell to the bottom of the boat, blood oozing from the wound on his forehead. When he took his last breath, his eyes were wide open, full of confusion and unwillingness. This scene dumbfounded his companions. Before they could react, Long Yu, Xian, and Huang Qian moved and jumped toward their motorboat. Slash, slash, slash. In just a few seconds, the 3 of them killed all the remaining 5 men. All of them had long slashing wounds on their necks. Thud, thud, thud. As they fell one after another, those thugs still didn't understand what was happening. They could only see Long Yu and his 2 brothers look down at them coldly. Yao Ran watched thoughtfully as they effortlessly killed a group of people in a short time. She stared at them for a moment, then looked away and steered the motorboat closer to the other one. She climbed over and began to check the thugs' motorboat while Long Yu, Xian, and Huang Qian threw the 6 bodies into the water. After they were done, Yao Ran looked at them and sighed. Long Yu turned to look at her and asked, "What's wrong? These people must just come out from their lair. There are only a few bottles of mineral water here." She responded and handed the mineral water to Long Yu. Captain, the motorboat is in good condition. We can take it away, Xian said after checking the engine. Long Yu nodded. Good. You can drive it back later. Huang Qian and I will go back to the liquefied gas station. There are still some gas cylinders left. All right. After resting for a while, Long Yu and Huang Qian returned to the water. Without wasting any more time, they moved all the gas cylinders out of the liquefied gas station. Long Yu and Huang Qian lifted it out of the water while Yao Ran and Xian pulled it up. The four of them worked hard together under the heavy rain. Today, they were lucky enough to find 28 gas cylinders, which, if divided equally, would be sufficient to last them for several months. Before leaving, Long Yu went back to the station for the last time and brought back several small gas stoves. He sat on the motorboat to rest and said to Xian, take a look at them later. See if you can repair these gas stoves. Xian nodded. All right. The liquefied gas cylinders were big and heavy, and both motorboats were full. Seeing that the cylinders would shake a lot with a slight movement of the boat, Yao Ran tied them to the motorboat with ropes. After securing all the liquefied gas cylinders, she reached into her backpack and took out 4 chocolate bars from the space. She gave them to others to replenish their energy. After regaining their strength, Xian and Huang Qian jumped into another motorboat. Long Yu and Yao Ran were in his motorboat, followed by Xian and Huang Qian from behind in the other motorboat. They divided into 2 teams and drove 2 motorboats back to the Ling Yuan apartment complex. Retrieving liquefied gas cylinders from the water is difficult, but transporting them safely back is even more difficult. With so many gas cylinders, it naturally attracted many people. On the way back, they met others looking for supplies. When those people saw those gas cylinders and the 2 motorboats, those people's eyes were filled with envy. It's a pity these people only have rubber boats or kayaks. Even if they try their best, they can't keep up with the motorboats. When they arrived near the Ling Yuan apartment complex, Yao Ran saw a long dragon boat approaching them. More than 20 people were on board, and she could clearly see their expressions through the night vision binoculars. Long Yu, a dragon boat is coming from the right intersection. There are more than 20 people on the boat. Long Yu heard her words, signaled to Xian, and then changed direction. After taking a detour, they successfully returned to the Ling Yuan apartment complex. Long Yu did not slow down but speeded up and skillfully parked the motorboat next to Building 3. Jia Xiang, Huang Zhihui, and Deng Qiqi had been waiting for them at the broken window. With their help, Yao Ran and the others quickly moved all the liquefied gas cylinders into the building. Some residents heard the noise and opened their doors to check what was going on outside. However, when they saw that they were the residents from the 20th floor, who were more terrifying than the god of death, no one dared have any evil thoughts. When they went upstairs, they met an old lady who lived on the 19th floor. The old lady did not block the way but stood on the side. She smiled and asked politely, "Miss, where did you get these liquefied gas cylinders from?" Yao Ran looked at her and answered, "We salvaged them out from the water." She had no intention of keeping this matter secret. It is impossible for them to monopolize the city's supplies. Besides, other residents should go out to find supplies instead of continuing to covet the supplies on the 20th floor. After receiving the answer, the old lady thanked her and hurried home. Yao Ran glanced at the door and saw the old lady returning to apartment 1902. She remembers a pair of grandparents living in that apartment. That old lady must be the grandma who lives there. After arriving on the 20th floor, they did not return to their apartment, but placed all the liquefied gas cylinders on the floor. Long Yu looked at them and asked, "How do we divide these?" Huang Qian and Xian looked at each other for a moment, and then Xian said, "Captain, let's divide into 3 portions. A Qian and I are living together and can be counted as one household." Long Yu nodded, looked at Yao Ran, and asked, "What do you think?" Yao Ran shrugged and said, "No problem." Now that everyone agreed, they divided the liquefied gas cylinders into 3 portions. Seeing that there was still 1 gas cylinder left, Yao Ran looked at Long Yu and said, "The last bottle should be given to Huang Qian and Xian. They have more people and need to cook more food. They will use more fuel than we do." Long Yu had no objection, and the last gas cylinder was handed over to Xian and Huang Qian. With today's harvest, they don't have to worry about running out of gas for the time being. After returning to the apartment, Yao Ran left the liquefied gas cylinders in the kitchen for the sake of appearance. In case Long Yu and the others come to visit again, they won't be suspicious when they see the gas cylinders in the kitchen. Since the gas, water, and electricity were cut off, Yao Ran has been cooking with a portable electric stove. By using a power bank to power the electric stove, she can save liquefied gas. Her space has electricity and sunlight, and all mobile power sources can be quickly charged there. She had tried it before, and it only took an hour to charge a large solar battery. A single solar battery can last a long time, which really helps her save a lot of fuel. After everything was arranged, Yao Ran went to the space to take a shower. When she came out, she yawned and decided to take a nap. At dusk, Lu Hong knocked on the stair door to return the inflatable boat. He looked at Yao Ran and smiled. Thanks to Miss Yao's generosity, we managed to buy some boats before others took them away. N/O/vel/b//t/om, Yao Ran ignored him and carefully inspected her inflatable boat. Seeing her silence, Lu Hong smiled awkwardly. He thought for a while and asked, Miss Yao, I heard that you and your friends salvaged a lot of liquefied gas cylinders today. I want to know where you get them from? In the water. Yao Ran responded casually. Which area of water is it in? Lu Hong asked again. Yao Ran glanced at him and replied, Liquefied gas station. Lu Hong smiled and asked eagerly, Is there another liquefied gas cylinder left there? Yao Ran looked at him and smiled slightly. How about I give you a bottle? Looking at Yao Ran's smile, which didn't reach her cold eyes, Lu Hong felt a chill go down his spine. He smiled awkwardly and said, Miss Yao, look, I'm just asking. We are all civilized people. If there is any problem or misunderstanding between us, we can discuss and resolve it. Seeing that Yao Ran didn't answer, he added, Anyway, thank you for lending us the boat. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to contact us. We will be happy to assist you to solve your trouble. Hearing this, Yao Ran smiled and said, As long as you don't cause us any trouble, everything will be fine. Lu Hong knew that he couldn't take advantage of Yao Ran, so he left after a few perfunctory words. After locking the door, Yao Ran moved the inflatable boat back to her apartment and then put it back into the space. After washing her hands, Yao Ran took out a portion of salt and pepper prawns, grilled skewers, a bowl of hot and sour soup, a bowl of rice, and a cup of milk tea to reward herself for today's hard work. There is no shortage of supplies in Yao Ran's space, but she needs to go out and practice her survival skills and combat abilities. In the future, natural disasters will be more severe than floods and heavy rains. In addition, she needs to collect information about the organization and seek revenge. For now, Yao Ran is still waiting for Long Guangwei to come to her. He is the only person she knows who has a clue about the organization. At the same time, she also needs to prepare for the incoming extreme cold and the collapse of order and human society. Yao Ran cannot wait to die in her apartment, so she should continue to improve her skills. After dinner, Yao Ran began the evening training on her wood element and water element abilities. She trained until the wood energy and water energy were exhausted and managed to harvest a bunch of vegetables, fruits, potatoes, and mushrooms. Today is indeed very tiring, but also very fulfilling. The next day, Yao Ran woke up because of the commotion outside. She lay on the bed for a while before getting out of bed and opening the window curtains. She took out her binoculars and looked outside. There were noticeably more motorboats and rubber boats outside than yesterday. Whether they tasted the success of robbery or were forced by the situation to come out to search for supplies, many people came out today, and most of them came out to cause trouble. Without the internet and surveillance, the darkest side of human nature is slowly being released from the shadows. There were all kinds of noises, cries and howls that seemed to be mixed with the gunshots. Gunshots? Who dares to shoot in broad daylight? Yao Ran paused and listened intently to what was going on outside. Seconds later, she heard another gunshot. Indeed, she didn't hear it wrong. Yao Ran was a little curious, so she went into her space to wash up and then left her apartment to see what happened. When she walked down from the 20th floor, she saw the old lady from yesterday. In the corridor on the 19th floor, besides the old lady, several people were talking together. One of them had just come back from outside and was telling the others what had just happened. As soon as Yao Ran walked down the stairs, she heard the man say, "The soldiers just killed someone." Yao Ran was not surprised when she heard that man's words, but the old lady and others gasped in shock. The old lady lowered her voice and asked in disbelief, "Really? How could a soldier kill someone?" The man came close to the old lady and said, "Grandma Quan, don't you know that the government sent out the army yesterday?" Grandma Quan shook her head and said worriedly, "I don't know. Yanwei hasn't come back yet, so we have no way to find out about it." Hearing this, the man and the two middle-aged women looked at each other for a moment. One of the middle-aged women patted Grandma Quan's hand and said, "Auntie, don't worry too much. Your grandson works for the government. He will be fine." The other younger woman nodded and added, "Sister who is right. Yanwei should be fine." After they calmed Grandma Quan, the man continued, "Anyway, we'd better not go out these days. It's too dangerous outside." Grandma Quan and the two women looked worried, but they nodded at that man's words and returned to their apartment. After listening to their brief conversation, Yao Ran canceled her plan to go out and returned to the 20th floor. She stood on the balcony and observed the outside situation with binoculars. After a while, she felt hungry and took out a few pieces of scallion pancakes and a cup of soy milk from the space. After yesterday's chaotic incident in the supermarket, the military and political departments promptly adjusted their strategies and decided to dispatch the army to maintain stability. Unlike the police, the military does not hesitate to use firearms because their mission is to maintain the stability and safety of the country. When Yao Ran stayed in Haicheng City in her previous life, the military also dispatched 2 troops from Junqing City to Haicheng City to maintain public safety. At that time, the military used iron-blooded tactics and executed the largest group of thugs in Haicheng City, stabilizing the situation in just a few days. Looking at the current situation in Junqing City, it seems that the military had taken over earlier than she thought. However, unlike Junqing City, Haicheng City did not have troops stationed there, which delayed the takeover process. Yao Ran observed for a while and saw soldiers in green military uniforms patrolling on motorboats with live ammunition. Gunshots rang out occasionally throughout the morning, and the world felt much quieter. While Yao Ran was practicing her wood and water abilities at home, Xian was busy dismantling and repairing the gas stoves they found yesterday. After working for hours, he finally repaired a few gas stoves using spare parts from other gas stoves that couldn't be repaired anymore. Xian was overjoyed and smiled. "I will give these gas stoves to Captain and Miss Yao." After washing his dirty hands, Xian took 2 gas stoves and knocked on the door of Unit 2002. A moment later, Long Yu opened the door, saw Xian holding 2 gas stoves, and asked, "Have you fixed them?" Xian nodded, handed him a gas stove, and said, "Captain, we would like to treat you to dinner and thank you for finding us a place to live." Long Yu nodded. "Mei-chim, I will go later." The two chatted for a while, and then Xian knocked on the door of Unit 2003. Yao Ran heard the knock and went to open the door. Seeing Xian, she smiled and asked, "Xian, do you need anything?" Xian showed Yao Ran the gas stove and said, "I have repaired several gas stoves. This one is for you." She took the gas stove and said, "Thank you." Xian nodded and smiled. "Miss Yao, my friends and I want to invite you to dinner today to thank you for letting us stay here." Hearing this, Yao Ran did not refuse. "All right, I will definitely come. Thank you for inviting me." Xian smiled. "This is what we should do. Then I will go back and prepare for the dinner." After he left, Yao Ran put the gas stove in the kitchen and connected it to one of the gas cylinders there. Then, she went back to her daily training. A few hours later, Yao Ran finished her daily training and took a shower. Coming out from the space, she harvested a bunch of vegetables and mushrooms from the balcony and the planting rooms. She then left the apartment with a basket full of fresh vegetables, mushrooms, and tomatoes. Just when she knocked on the door of Unit 2001, Yao Ran saw Long Yu coming out of Unit 2002. Seeing her there, he locked the door and walked up to her. Not long after, Jia Xiang opened the door and smiled at them. "Please come in. Dinner is almost ready." Yao Ran walked in, handed over the basket to Jia Xiang, and said, "This is a small gift to celebrate the housewarming." Jia Xiang's eyes lit up when she saw the fresh vegetables, tomatoes, and mushrooms. After the natural disasters began, vegetables, meat, mushrooms, fruits, and other fresh products disappeared from the market, not to mention fresh vegetables. Even dried vegetables and pickles were fought over by people as they were a world delicacy. Therefore, this basket of fresh vegetables, tomatoes, and mushrooms is actually more precious than gold in their current situation. Jiaxiang hugged the basket tightly and smiled at Yao Ran. Thank you, Yao Ran. Behind her, Long Yu closed the door and followed the happy Jiaxiang to the living room. When Long Yu saw that only Huang Qian and Huang Zhihui were in the living room, he went to the kitchen and placed a plastic bag containing instant noodles and canned food on the counter. Since Shi Xian and Deng Qiqi were busy cooking, Long Yu left without saying anything. With the addition of fresh vegetables, tomatoes, and mushrooms, Shi Xian prepared several more dishes for tonight's dinner. They sat around the low table in the living room while Shi Xian and Deng Qiqi brought the dishes out from the kitchen. Looking at the stir-fried vegetables, chili potato shreds, pork dumplings, and a big bowl of mushroom soup, everyone couldn't wait to move their chopsticks. The dishes were very simple, but Huang Qian, Shi Xian, Jiaxiang, Deng Qiqi, and Huang Zhihui almost cried after taking the first bite. These 2 days, they finally lived decent lives after the typhoon hits the world. They finally had a roof over their heads, hot water to wash themselves with, and delicious food to fill their bellies. They even smile in their dreams while sleeping at night. It feels so good to have a house and a full belly. While eating, Huang Qian looked at Long Yu and said, Captain, Yao Ran, if it weren't for you two, we might need to live in the rescue center now. Thank you for letting us live here. He raised his glass and made a toast toward Long Yu. I would like to toast you too. Many thanks for all the help you two have given us these days. After Huang Qian drank the water, others followed suit. Long Yu knew they were sincere and said, We are friends. Helping each other is what I should do. Seeing them toasting each other, Yao Ran felt a little envious. She had lived for 2 lifetimes, but had never had a single sincere friend. Yao Ran really wanted to know what it feels like to have friends to help her when she is in trouble, a friend she can trust and will never abandon her no matter what happens in the future. Long Yu, who was sitting next to her, noticed the change in her mood and asked, What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Yao Ran came back from her thoughts, shook her head, and smiled. No, it's delicious. While eating, Shi Xian said, With the military iron-blooded tactic, the situation outside has stabilized a bit. I heard that the government has allocated supplies to department stores, and citizens can buy them according to their needs. Shall we go together tomorrow? Yao Ran nodded. Yes. If we want to go, we'd better leave early tomorrow. Huang Qian picked up a piece of vegetable and said, By the way, I saw many people diving underwater to salvage supplies today. Jiaxiang nodded and added, Yes, I also saw it. They went to a nearby supermarket, and the water was crowded with people. Unfortunately, the water was too deep, and most people didn't have the equipment. Several people were even swept away by the water current and disappeared. Huang Qian sighed and said, I heard that some skilled divers managed to salvage something, but most of them were damaged. Even so, those people couldn't bear to throw the supplies away. Shi Xian shook his head and sighed. If it weren't for Captain reminding us to go to buy supplies, we would be starving right now. Hearing this, Long Yu said calmly, Yao Ran reminded me. You should thank her instead of me. Sensing the gloomy atmosphere, Yao Ran decided to change the topic and asked, Shi Xian, do you know what time the supermarket will be open tomorrow? Shi Xian thought for a while and replied, Starting tomorrow, the supermarket will be open at 8 o'clock every morning and closed at 5 o'clock in the evening. Yao Ran thought for a while and looked at the others. I'm afraid there will be many people going. How about we leave at 6 o'clock? Everyone agreed with Yao Ran's suggestion and continued to discuss the news found in the past few days. After dinner, Long Yu and Yao Ran went home. The next day, they gathered in the corridor before 6 o'clock. Yao Ran locked the metal door and saw that Long Yu didn't bring anything with him. So she asked, Aren't you going to the department store with us? Long Yu shook his head. I will stay here to guard the 20th floor. Today, except for Long Yu, everyone decided to go to the department store. They carried their backpack, hid their weapons, and left the building at 6 o'clock. Although it was already 6 o'clock in the morning, it was still dark outside. However, many people have already come out and are heading to the nearest department store. It took Yao Ran and others an hour to arrive at the nearest department store in their area. Entering directly from the 4th floor, she found that it was damp and smelly inside, with many people crowded together. Looking at the crowd in front of her, Yao Ran suddenly felt like she had turned into a sardine in a can. She looked at the crowd and noticed that most of them looked sickly, thin, and pale. Because the difference in appearance was too big, Yao Ran and her companions stood out like sore thumbs amongst the crowd. She frowned slightly and fell into thought. The department store is located on the 6th floor, but the queue has extended to the 4th floor. Some people have been queuing since last night, hoping to enter earlier. Seeing this, Yao Ran and others quickly joined the long queue. While lining up, Yao Ran looked around and saw fully armed soldiers patrolling nearby. After yesterday's iron-blooded tactics, no one dared act rashly despite being unsatisfied and angry with the government's arrangement. As time went by, more and more people came to the department store. At 8 o'clock sharp, the soldiers opened the door. The soldiers let 50 people in at a time, gave them only 5 minutes to shop, and signaled them to pay once their time was up. Purchase restrictions are extremely strict. Each person is limited to buying only 2 kilograms of grain or flour, and payment must be made in cash after showing the identification card. They waited in line for 3 hours, but only had 5 minutes to go shopping. In such a large department store, they not only had to be quick, but also had to be wary of other people stealing their things. While waiting, Yao Ran and others discussed it and concluded that rice and flour are the most filling foods and miscellaneous grains should be avoided. As someone who grew up in Haicheng City, Yao Ran chose rice, while others chose 1 kilogram of rice and 1 kilogram of flour. When it was their turn, Yao Ran and others did not waste time. They picked up their shopping baskets and walked directly to the rice area. Yao Ran took a look at the price tag and was not surprised by the astronomical price. Most people may find the price of 100 yuan per kilogram of rice expensive. However, Yao Ran knew that in a few weeks, even if people had money, they might not be able to buy rice. The quality of the rice is average, but it's good enough to have something to eat. In the future, prices will continue to soar, and everything will become very expensive. Later, when paper money becomes invalid, it can't even buy a grain of salt. Junqing City has a large population, so the rice and flour were quickly sold out. The government will release more later, but they will all be salvaged from the water and dried before being sold to the public. Don't mention that the soaked rice tastes terrible or is bad for your health. When people are hungry, they don't care about health. By then, even if someone wants this soaked rice, they may not be able to get it. Seeing that others shared the same idea, Yao Ran quickly took 2 kilograms of rice from the shelf and walked to the snack area. Most people focus on staple foods and forget that chocolate, energy bars, and other snacks can also restore energy. There is a lot of rice and flour in Yao Ran's space, and food can be grown on the farmland, so she prefers supplies that cannot be produced, such as chocolate, snacks, frozen food, or canned food. She still has more than 200,000 yuan in cash, which she plans to spend today. While the purchase of grains and flour is restricted, there are still no restrictions on the purchase of other supplies. As long as you have money, you can buy as much as you want. Arriving at the snack area, Yao Ran found no one around. She glanced at the price tags, quickly swept all types of high-calorie snacks that could replenish energy in an emergency, and headed to the canned food section. There were only a few cans left on the shelves, so she took them all. As soon as she left the canned food area, she met Xian and the others. They looked at each other for a second, and then walked towards the dried foods area together. When they walked through the outdoor supplies area, Yao Ran stopped them and asked, "Xian, do you want to buy a boat?" Xian thought for a while and nodded. While he and Huang Qian were checking the inflatable boat, Yao Ran and others quickly went to buy daily necessities. When passing the women's monthly supplies area, they stopped and quickly picked up a few packs while the 2 men were away. The prices of dried vegetables, sauces, and condiments have also increased more than 20-fold. The costs and risks of coming out today are really too high. Fortunately, they managed to spend all their money before the time was up. When Yao Ran and others left the department store, Huang Qian was carrying a new inflatable boat. There were increasing numbers of people queuing outside, and the department store was running low on supplies. As they walked through the crowd, Yao Ran found a group of people staring at her. She thoughtfully looked at their faces and then looked away. Yao Ran spent all her money today and bought a lot of supplies. Since there were too much supplies to carry on one ship, they decided to split into 2 teams. Huang Qian drove Yao Ran's inflatable boat while Yao Ran guarded the supplies. Behind them, Shi Xian drove the new inflatable boat while Jia Xiang, Huang Zhihui, and Deng Qiqi guarded the supplies. Seeing more and more people coming, Shi Xian urged them, "Let's go." After leaving the department store, they drove directly to the Ling Yuan apartment complex. 10 minutes later, Yao Ran glanced at her back and said to Huang Qian, "A group of people are following us." Huang Qian looked back and found several rubber boats following them. He looked away and asked, "What do you want to do? Should we fight them?" Yao Ran thought for a while and said, "Today, we are taking your sister and Deng Qiqi out. If possible, let's not fight." Huang Qian was surprised that she would consider his younger sister and Deng Qi. He smiled and said, "Okay." Huang Qian sped up as the streets became broader. As he drove by, he signaled to Shi Xian that they were being followed. Shi Xian nodded and sped up. Seeing that their target suddenly sped up, the leader said, "Chase." "Yes, boss." Since Shi Xian and the others only bought a small engine for their inflatable boat, they couldn't escape their pursuers. Yao Ran frowned when she saw this. Huang Qian also noticed this and said, "We must find a way to shake them off. Otherwise, we have no choice but to fight." There are many weapons in Yao Ran's space, but soldiers are patrolling everywhere, and she cannot take them out. Otherwise, the patrolling soldiers will arrest her and confiscate her weapons. Her nail gun can't be used due to the distance between her and the pursuers. After thinking about it, Yao Ran reached out to her backpack and used it as a cover to take out a crossbow from her space. When she was loading arrows onto the crossbow, Huang Qian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow, Yao Ran, you also have a crossbow?" Yao Ran nodded and said, "I have learned marksmanship before and joined the archery club when I was in college." After saying that, she aimed the crossbow at the pursuer's boat and fired the short arrow. Swish stab. A second later, the arrow stuck to one of the rubber boats. Soon, the leader discovered what had happened. He saw an arrow stuck under the rubber boat and cursed, "Damn it! Speed up." The driver was nervous and tried to speed up, but the faster he drove, the faster the rubber boat sank. In desperation, the leader ordered the driver to slow down and jump onto another rubber boat before his rubber boat sank. Seeing that shooting the rubber boat was effective, Yao Ran continued to shoot other rubber boats. Not long after, those people had already floated on the water. They could only furiously curse at Yao Ran. After witnessing the scene just now, Huang Qian gave Yao Ran a thumbs up. 30 minutes later, they returned to the Ling Yuan apartment complex safely. When they arrived, Long Yu had already come down and was waiting for them on the 4th floor. Seeing that they had bought a lot of supplies, he helped them move all the supplies to the 20th floor. After entering her apartment and changing her shoes, Yao Ran went into her space to take a shower. When she came out, she collapsed on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Today, Yao Ran finally felt the benefits of having teammates. However, she has a secret, and she can't make a mistake. Even her biological father can betray and kill her, so she can't really trust Long Yu and his friends. Yao Ran closed her eyes and muttered, "I'm so tired." They didn't go out for the next 2 days. Yao Ran spends her time reading, training, farming, and taking care of the livestock in the space. During this period, Jia Xiang, Huang Zhihui, and Deng Qiqi all visited her and exchanged her fresh vegetables and mushrooms with other supplies. The next day, Yao Ran was busy picking mushrooms but was interrupted by a knock on the door. She went to open the door and saw Deng Qiqi there. "Qiqi, do you want to exchange vegetables and mushrooms again?" Deng Qiqi smiled at Yao Ran and said, "Elder sister Yao Ran, elder brother Xian said he has something important to tell us, so he told me to invite you over." Hearing this, Yao Ran raised her eyebrows slightly and thought, "Something important? What does he want to tell me?" Yao Ran nodded. "All right. I will be there soon." After sending Deng Qiqi away, Yao Ran washed her hands, put the newly picked mushrooms into her space, and went to Unit 2001. Deng Qiqi left the door open, so Yao Ran went in without knocking. Seeing that everyone was already seated in the living room, she casually sat down in the empty seat beside Long Yu. After she sat down, Shi Xian looked at them seriously and said, "I think the end of the world is here." When Yao Ran heard this, her eyes flickered for a second, and she couldn't help but look at Shi Xian. Seeing that no one said anything, Shi Xian added, "Don't you guys think it's strange?" He frowned and explained seriously, "An unprecedented typhoon, a twin tornado, a thunderstorm. a once-in-a-thousand-year torrential rain. All of these are things that will not happen on ordinary days. Xian looked at his friends and said, "On our way here, I heard a lot of news. The government worked day and night to salvage supplies from the wholesale grain and oil market. Even if our country does not farm, our food reserves are enough to feed all citizens for 2 years." He paused for a second and looked at the others. "Why does the government salvage spoiled grains from the water to feed the citizens? I also heard that the government only provides those who stay in the rescue center with 2 meals a day while the government dries and stores all the remaining food." Huang Zhihui thought for a while and said, "Maybe it's because it rains every day and food can't be delivered." Huang Qian shook his head when he heard his younger sister's words. "You must never underestimate the power of a country." He frowned and added, "If what is happening now only happens in Junqing City, the National Rescue Team should have arrived by now. Unless this is a national disaster or even a global disaster." Jia Xiang finished Huang Qian's sentence gloomily. When the internet was still online, Xian followed the news and browsed forum posts to collect information. He found that many other provinces were also affected by natural disasters to varying degrees. If major natural disasters break out everywhere at the same time, what else could it be but the end of the world is here? Even if the floodwaters recede one day, it will take a long time for everything to return to normal. That's why the government is rushing to salvage and stockpile supplies. They must have some information that is unknown to the public. After a long silence, Jia Xiang said, "In the past few days, many people have gone out to salvage supplies from water. Why don't we go out and try our luck?" Long Yu looked at Yao Ran and asked, "Yao Ran, what do you think?" Yao Ran shook her head and replied, "The water is too deep. It is difficult for even professionals to salvage supplies, let alone ordinary people without skills and equipment. She doesn't want to compete with those people for the time being. With so many people going out to salvage supplies right now, it's hard to say whether they can get anything. Even if they manage to find something, it is too dangerous for them, and they may not be able to bring the supplies back safely." Yao Ran looked at the others and added, "Even if we are lucky enough to salvage something, there may not be a way to bring it back safely. It's best to think of a solution from the water's surface." Everyone fell into silence when they thought of the group of people who had followed them back from the department store 3 days ago. "But the malls and supermarkets have been looted. Where are we going to find supplies now?" Huang Zhihui asked after a moment of silence. When Yao Ran heard what Huang Zhihui said, Yao Ran smiled. "We don't necessarily have to find food. As long as we have something that others don't have, we can trade it for food later." Huang Zhihui knew that it was better for them to find things that others didn't want. "But what do these people want besides food?" "Medicines," Long Yu said calmly. "Everyone is looking in malls and underwater. We could try office buildings. There are only companies in the office buildings and basically no supplies. People won't go there looking for food or clothing." Xian shook his head and said, "I heard that many Ling Yuan residents raided office buildings yesterday. Most of the office buildings in the city center have been looted." Huang Zhihui raised her hand and said, "I know a place that people may not go to." As soon as she said this, 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at her. "Where is it?" Huang Qian asked curiously. Huang Zhihui explained, "I went on a field trip with my professor and classmates last month. We went to a company that produces new cancer medicines. The office building was in a remote location, and the road conditions were complicated. Usually, not many people go there. Coupled with the heavy rains, it may be difficult to get to that office building now. The location of the office building is also quite far from here. People without gasoline for their motorboats could only look around the city, and the odds were high that no one would go and loot this office building." Deng Qiqi agreed and said, Hui is right. We can try our luck there. If we can find the medicine, we will have a greater chance of surviving in the future. Companies have no warehouse, but usually have an exhibition hall. Although the quantity of medicines is not large, it is a significant gain for a small group like them. Moreover, it seems that there is more than one pharmaceutical company in that office building. Yao Ran was not interested in ordinary medicines, and there were many such medicines in her space. However, the new medicines for treating cancer that Huang Zhiji mentioned just now piqued her interest. When nuclear power plants around the world explode in the future, there will be radiation bursts that will spread around the world. The air, water, and soil will be polluted, and no living thing can escape. She should get more rare drugs if she can, just in case she needs them in the future. Although Yao Ran is not sure whether this new medicine can work against diseases caused by radiation, who can complain about having too many medicines? In the future, one pill can save lives. The 7 people looked at each other and decided to go to the office building to try their luck. They needed to act quickly. If they waited too long, they might not be able to find anything. Since only Huang Zhihui knew the location of the office building, she had to go this time. After a brief discussion, they decided to let Jia Xiang, Huang Qian, and Deng Qiqi stay and guard the 20th floor. This time, Long Yu joined them, and they had a motorboat and 2 rubber boats. With 3 boats, they should be able to bring back a lot of supplies. Their only concern now is the dangers on the road. After completing preparations, Long Yu, Yao Ran, Shi Xian, and Huang Zhihui left the Ling Yuan apartment complex before noon. The office building is 20 kilometers away, and they set off in Long Yu's motorboat. As they expected, the farther out into the suburbs, the more complex and dangerous the water flow becomes. There are no tall buildings around, and the wind becomes stronger. In such conditions, even the best sailor won't be able to control wooden boats or rubber boats completely. Shi Xian is a professional in this area, and driving in these complicated and dangerous water currents was no problem for him. Huang Zhihui navigated the way for him, and soon, they saw several tall office buildings standing on the vast and gloomy water in the distance. Huang Zhihui pointed in one direction and said, "Elder brother Xian, that is the office building we are talking about." Shi Xian followed her lead and drove towards the tallest office building. As he slowed down the motorboat, they could see the flooded offices through the 5th-floor glass windows. Long Yu observed the office and said, "The office looks very neat. It probably hasn't been looted yet." After speaking, he took out a glass hammer from his backpack and signaled Shi Xian to get ready. When Long Yu broke the large glass window, water quickly poured into the office. The next second, Shi Xian skillfully controlled the motorboat so that the strong water current did not sweep it away. After the water calmed down, they entered the office building and secured the motorboat. With a clear goal in their minds, the 4 of them quickly climbed the stairs and reached the 18th floor. Huang Zhihui led the way and stopped in front of the security door. She turned to look at the others and said, "This is the company we won last month." Long Yu took out pliers from his backpack and cut the lock, and then they quickly walked in. Huang Zhihui still remembered the location where medicines were stored and took the lead there. Seeing that the door was still intact, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That day, the owner told our professor that they had just completed a batch of new medicines and stored them here. Since no one has come here yet, the medicine should still be inside." After speaking, Huang Zhihui stepped aside, and Long Yu cut the lock. When they opened the door, they were disappointed. Looking at the special storage for storing medicines in the room, Huang Zhihui sighed in disappointment. Without electricity, these medicines can't be kept for long. When Shi Xian and Huang Zhihui were looking at the medicines inside the special storage, Yao Ran and Long Yu walked into another room in the back area. Unlike the outer room, this inner room was smaller, but they found several boxes inside. The 2 exchanged glances and then opened the boxes one by one. Seeing that the medicines in these boxes were all commonly used medicines, including anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, rheumatism, cold medicine, etc., Yao Ran called Shi Xian and Huang Zhihui. "Shi Xian, Zhihui, come take a look. There is a batch of medicines here." After hearing this, Shi Xian and Huang Zhihui hurriedly walked to another room. Huang Zhihui saw at least a dozen boxes there and smiled. "Fortunately, we didn't waste time coming here." After making sure all the boxes were filled with common medicines, they moved the boxes out. When they had moved out all the boxes, Yao Ran quickly took all the special storage into her space before closing the door. There were more than 200 of these special medicine storage, and it is estimated that she had harvested at least hundreds of thousands of new medicines this time. Leaving the room, they searched around the office, grabbed useful supplies, and headed to the exhibition hall. There is a wide range of medicines in the exhibition hall, ranging from medicines to treat high blood pressure, medicines to lower blood sugar and blood lipids, to common hot compresses to treat muscle pain. Although the number is not large, there are too many varieties to ignore. Looking at the large packaging, Yao Ran suggested, "Let's take apart the outer packaging. We can save at least 2/3 of the space." The other 3 nodded and quickly started working. Huang Zhihui is a biochemistry student at Junqing University. Although she does not understand medical skills, she does know a little bit about medicine, and sorting these commonly used medicines is not a problem for her. Long Yu and Shi Xian opened the packages, and Huang Zhihui quickly sorted them into different plastic bags. While the three of them were busy unpacking the medicine, Yao Ran was searching the workstations. On these workstations, she found coffee, biscuits, various snacks and pastries, tea for men and women, and self-heating food. There were not much supplies, so Yao Ran took them all away. Seeing a lot of puffed bag snacks, she was not polite and put them all in her own space. These snacks are not filling and take up a lot of space. No one else will take them away. When she came back, Long Yu and the others had already finished unpacking the medicines and filled 2 large camping backpacks. Carrying the heavy backpacks, they went to the 19th floor. There were 3 pharmaceutical companies in this office building, and they prioritized searching those companies first. The second company also has a lot of medicine. Huang Zhihui, who had visited this company before, said, "The main business of this company is vaccines. They are all good things, but we cannot take them away." Through the glass wall, Yao Ran saw various vaccines placed in special refrigerators, including the smallpox vaccine, tetanus vaccine, rabies vaccine, meningitis vaccine, AIDS vaccine, influenza vaccine, and so on. N/O/vel/B//and.C///OM. The special refrigerators have their own battery and can provide power for at least 1 month after a power outage. However, once they took the vaccine out, it cannot be stored at room temperature and must be used within 24 hours. Otherwise, the vaccine will be ruined. Yao Ran looked at the special refrigerators for a second and then followed the others to continue collecting supplies. After sweeping through 3 pharmaceutical companies, they filled an inflatable boat with medicines and other supplies. After working all morning, the 4 of them stopped for lunch. They found a lot of self-heating food and prepared some for lunch. While eating, Shi Xian glanced at the inflatable boat filled with medicine and said, "We found enough medicine but not much food. When we were looking for medicine, I saw several famous live broadcasting companies in this building. How about we try our luck?" The others did not object, and another round of sweeping began after lunch. The first company they visited was a live broadcast company for cosmetics and skincare products. Long Yu and Shi Xian were not interested, but Huang Zhihui's eyes lit up when she saw them. She pulled Yao Ran and started choosing happily. Various famous brand-name cosmetics, facial masks, lipsticks, and expensive creams are piled everywhere. Huang Zhihui didn't hesitate and threw all the expensive ones into her backpack, while Yao Ran picked up the ones Huang Zhihui didn't want and secretly put them into her space when she didn't pay attention. The 2 of them also selected several sets for Jia Xiang and Deng Qiqi. The men had no interest and were just looking for survival supplies. When they were done, they went to the second live broadcast company. Before leaving, Long Yu said, "Yao Ran, we will go upstairs first and have a look. When you are done, find us." Yao Ran nodded. "Okay." After Huang Zhihui filled half of her backpack, she said, "Elder sister Yao Ran, I will go up first." "All right." As soon as Huang Zhihui left, Yao Ran put everything into her space and went upstairs when she was done. Before Yao Ran walked into the second company, she saw Long Yu and Shi Xian had already come out. She looked at their stiff expressions and asked curiously, "Have you finished searching this floor?" Long Yu shook his head and said, "This company is for you and Zhihui." After saying that, the 2 of them hurried upstairs without waiting for Yao Ran to ask any more questions. Confused by their reactions, she walked into the office and saw rows of sexy lingerie hanging on hangers, on display for everyone who came. Yao Ran finally understood why Long Yu and Shi Xian ran away just now and chuckled. While she was laughing at them, Huang Zhihui saw her and asked, "Elder sister Yao Ran, do you want to pick some clothes? You choose first. I will go look elsewhere." Yao Ran said as she walked to the CEO's office. Based on her experience, the stuff in the CEO's office is usually good. Yao Ran took a hammer from her backpack, broke the lock, and walked in. The moment she stepped into the CEO's office, she raised her eyebrows. Such a luxuriously designed office must have good things inside. She looked around and saw a safe in the corner of the room. Since there was no time to open it, Yao Ran put the safe directly into her space. Seeing several antiques displayed there, Yao Ran was not polite and took them all away. When she walked out of the CEO's office, Huang Zhihui had already finished choosing clothes for herself, Deng Qiqi, and Jia Xiang. She looked at Yao Ran and asked, "Did you find anything good?" Yao Ran shook her head and said calmly, "Nothing good. Just a few antiques." After hearing her answer, Huang Zhihui lost interest and said, "Elder sister Yao Ran, I'm going to find elder brother Xian first." "All right." Yao Ran pretended to be picking out clothes, and after Huang Zhihui left, she quickly put all the useful things into her space. If she wasn't worried about Long Yu and the others noticing something, Yao Ran really wanted to take away all the wooden furniture. When extreme cold hits, these things can save lives. Unfortunately, she can't do it for the time being. After leaving the second company, Yao Ran went upstairs. When Huang Zhihui saw her coming, she waved to her and said, "Elder sister Yao Ran, come and pick out your favorite snacks." Yao Ran walked into the third company and found that it was a live broadcast company specializing in food and drinks. Unfortunately, it only promoted snacks and bottled beverages. There are various well-known brands of snacks, including beef jerky, mutton jerky, nuts, bread and pastries, famous internet drinks, and even ice creams. Unfortunately, the ice creams had melted in the freezer. The items took up space and filled several large plastic bags. Xian saw a few packs of new garbage bags in the utility room and took them away. These things may come in handy later. Time passes quickly, and searching together like this is inefficient. Long Yu looked at them and said, "Let's split up. There are 16 floors upstairs that still need to be searched. Each of us can search 4 floors." The other 3 people also agreed, and they quickly divided the floors. Yao Ran chose the 4 highest floors and decided to start searching from the top floor and move down. The company on the top floor turned out to be a branch of a well-known home appliance company in Xiaodu City. The product exhibition hall is spacious and showcases stylish air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart electric cookers, and other futuristic home appliances. In her previous life, the government set up bases in various locations across the country, and the living conditions in some bases were very good. When she was caught as an experiment subject, Yao Ran once dreamed of having her own home. If she had the chance in this life, she really wanted to visit the bases that were rumored to be paradise at the end of the world. Besides, she has solar generators and solar batteries that can be charged inside her space, and electricity is not a problem for her. If she doesn't need these home appliances later, that's also fine. She can discard them when her space is full. Thinking of this, Yao Ran decided to pick out a few things she liked in case she needed them in the future. She looked around the exhibition hall and found that the prices of these home appliances all started from 6 figures. Yao Ran clicked her tongue and commented that rich people really know how to enjoy their lives and put away the highest-priced items. These things take up a lot of space, but Yao Ran has no shortage of space to store them. Walking into the storage room in the back of the exhibition hall, Yao Ran saw that it was filled with supplies. Big companies do offer great benefits. She looked at the shelves and saw milk, tea, and various powdered drinks, as well as many whole grains, red dates, lotus seeds, shark fins, birds' nests, and many more. These items were probably used to entertain customers. Unfortunately, the things inside the refrigerator and freezer had spoiled. Next to the storage room is a small kitchen. There is a lot of milk powder, various flours and beans, eggs, condensed milk, dried fruits, canned food, instant food, and so on. Yao Ran checked the eggs and found that they had not spoiled yet, so she took them away. There was fresh meat in the freezer, but unfortunately, it was all spoiled. After moving all the useful things into her space, Yao Ran went to the CEO's office to check and took away the safe and a few small antiques. She then checked the workstations and found many instant foods, bottled drinks, and snacks. Just as she was about to leave, Yao Ran noticed several boxes stacked in the dark corner of the office. Were it not for her excellent eyesight, she might have missed them. Yao Ran checked one of the boxes and found nothing written on it. Out of curiosity, she opened the box, but she didn't expect it to be filled with small umbrellas of all sizes. She stared at the boxes of small umbrellas for a while, then opened another large box. After checking a few boxes, Yao Ran couldn't help but wonder who bought these small umbrellas. This company sells home appliances, so someone must have bought them and sent them here. There are 60 large boxes with 1,000 small boxes inside each. Each small box contains 100 small umbrellas, for a total of 6 million small umbrellas of various sizes. Yuran noticed a purchase invoice in one of the boxes and finally saw the name on it, Tangming. She thought about it and remembered that Tangmin was the CEO of this branch company. Yao Ran just saw his name on the shiny black name plaque on the mahogany table in the CEO's office. She glanced at the large boxes and then pretended she didn't read the purchase invoice. Although Yao Ran has never dated anyone in her life, she knows that small umbrellas and contraceptive pills are highly sought after and valued by wealthy people at the end of the world. She looked at the boxes and said, "All these are supplies. Let's just take them away." Without hesitation, she put all 60 large boxes of small umbrellas into her own space. After sweeping the company, she walked downstairs. The next few floors are technology companies. In addition to numerous workstations, there is a small storage room and a small kitchen. Yao Ran went directly to the storage room. The shelves are filled with expensive snacks, self-heating foods for overtime workers, drinks, instant foods, canned foods, and even condiments. Yao Ran was satisfied to see that the entire storage room was full of supplies, so she collected them all into her own space. Before she walked out of the empty storage room, she noticed a large freezer and refrigerator in the back. She didn't see them just now because of the shelves. She just glanced at them, turned around, and left. However, before she could reach the door, she heard a familiar buzzing sound from behind. The buzzing sound was very familiar, and Yao Ran's eyes lit up. She quickly walked to the freezer and refrigerator and discovered that the buzzing sound was indeed coming from the refrigerator. She reached out and touched the refrigerator and felt a faint heat coming from it. The refrigerator is still working. With a hint of surprise in her eyes, Yao Ran held her breath and opened the large refrigerator. Just as she expected, as soon as she opened the door, it lit up and cold air hit her face. Looking at the fresh meat and high-quality products inside, Yao Ran sighed and muttered, "This company must have made a lot of money. The boss treats the workers really well." After taking out everything from the refrigerator, she opened the large freezer and found that everything was still frozen and intact. There was even a bunch of ice cream there. Yao Ran was very satisfied with her luck today and quickly took everything away. in/o/vel/b//and c//om. Since the freezers and refrigerators are still working, the company must have backup batteries. The battery should be large enough to support 2 large appliances for nearly a month after the power outage. Yao Ran searched around the storage room and found a small door on the wall next to the refrigerator. When she opened the door, she saw a large solar battery there. She had purchased the same type of solar batteries before and knew that the solar panels could be installed in different places. After thinking about it, Yao Ran took out a toolbox from her space and started to remove the battery. When she was done, she looked for the solar panels. After more than 5 minutes of searching, she found the solar panels installed on the wall outside of the building. Seeing that the installation location was tricky, Yao Ran decisively decided to give up. She had a lot of new solar panels in her space, and these few little ones weren't worth risking her life. After making the decision, Yao Ran searched the workstations and found a lot of food, drinks, and snacks. Then she went to the CEO's office. Unlike other CEO offices she had seen before, this one was larger by multiple times. Yao Ran looked around the spacious and luxurious office and clicked her tongue in amazement. She walked around the office looking for antiques and safes. However, she searched the office, the reception room, the lounge, and even the private bedroom but could not find the safe. Touching her chin, Yao Ran guessed that this CEO might not use a safe like other CEOs, but instead directly built a safe deposit room. But where can she find it? While she was thinking, Yao Ran's eyes fell on the giant painting that took up half of the wall. Curious, she walked to the painting. Judging from its security measures, this painting should also be an antique. Since it was an antique, Yao Ran would not let it go and directly brought it into her space. However, when she took the painting away, Yao Ran was surprised to find a large iron door there. As expected, this CEO is really different from other CEOs. After finding the safe, Yao Ran was overjoyed and quickly checked the door and found that there was an automatic lock on the door. Without electricity, the door cannot be opened. Others may leave disappointed, but Yao Ran has a special tool given to her by Grandpa Su. Without wasting any more time, She took out the lock jammer from space. She placed the jammer on the door, turned it on, and waited for it to unlock the door. 20 seconds later, Yao Ran heard a click, and the door was opened. She quickly turned off the jammer, put it back in her space, and opened the heavy door. When walking into the safe room, Yao Ran's eyes widened in surprise. Countless shelves were filled with antique ornaments. The walls were covered with paintings and calligraphy, and many individual shelves were covered with glass boxes displaying high-value antiques. Yao Ran walked to a stand in the center of the room and saw a long sword there. Judging from the complicated patterns on the scabbard and hilt, she was sure that this long sword was also an antique. Without electricity to power the security measure, Yao Ran could easily open the glass box and take out the sword. She drew her sword, and it flashed with cold light. It looked heavy, but when holding it, Yao Ran couldn't feel the weight. After slashing it a few times in the air, she felt that this long sword was easier to use than a military knife. She raised her hand and swung the long sword towards the stand. Clang! Thud! The moment the long sword came into contact with the thick steel, Yao Ran felt its smoothness, cutting the steel like tofu. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "This is a divine weapon." Yao Ran was satisfied with the sharpness of the sword, so she put the sword back into its sheath and carried it on her back. Then, she walked over to the antique shelves. The antique shelves display many antiques, such as blue and white porcelain vases and bowls, wine pots, three-legged wine glasses, tripod furnaces, inkstones, and many more. Yao Ran has lived with her grandfather for 2 years and has only a little understanding of antiques, but she knows that these things are authentic antiques. If the end of the world hadn't come, she would never have had the chance to see these antiques in her life. It's a pity that this is the end of the world, and these precious antiques are not even worth a loaf of bread. However, for Yao Ran, these antiques are the only way to upgrade her space, and she won't let them gather dust here. With a wave of her hand, she put away the antique shelves along with all the antiques displayed on them. in/o/vel/b//and c//om several paintings and calligraphy works by ancient masters hang on the wall. Just take one out, and it will shock the world. She took it all without batting an eye. In the corner of the room, Yao Ran discovered a mountain of boxes. Curious, she walked to the corner and discovered that the boxes contained limited edition liquors from all around the world. Unlike antiques that are only useful to her, these limited edition liquors can be used as hard currency in the future. Yao Ran sincerely thanked this wealthy CEO and swept all the boxes into her space. After clearing the first area, Yao Ran walked to the second area, where limited edition watches were displayed. Some of these watches are even set with real diamonds and made of real gold. She didn't know if the watches would have any value in the end of the world, but she had enough room to take them with her. Who knows, maybe she will meet some rich men who want to buy these watches from her. Or maybe in the future, she could take them out and gift them to others to build relationships with influential people. After arriving at the Ling Yuan apartment complex, Shi Xian turned off the motorboat's engine, dimmed the flashlight, and the four of them rode toward Building 3 as quietly as possible. When they finally arrived at Building 3, it was already midnight. Most people were already asleep, but Yao Ran still felt like someone was staring at her. She looked around but found nothing. She frowned slightly, but seeing that Long Yu and others were already moving supplies to the building, she quickly helped them pass the supplies. Huang Qian, Jia Xiang, and Deng Qiqi had been waiting for them and came down to help them move supplies as soon as they saw the motorboat approaching. It took 7 people nearly an hour to move everything back to the 20th floor. Since it was late at night and everyone was exhausted, they decided to go back to sleep and deal with the supplies tomorrow morning. Early in the next morning, they gathered in Unit 2001. 7 people sat on the ground and began to organize and divide the supplies into 7 equal parts. Although Huang Qian, Jia Xiang, and Deng Qiqi did not go out together, the 3 of them stayed to guard the 20th floor, which was considered a contribution. After 2 hours of sorting and dividing the supplies, they looked at the remaining large bags of seeds, fertilizer, and plant nutrition solutions. Long Yu looked at Yao Ran and said, "I found these seeds, fertilizer, and plant nutrition solutions in one of the companies last night. Since you are good at planting, I think it would be better to give them to you." The other 5 people had no objections. None of them knew how to farm, and the weather was getting colder every day. Heavy rain also made the air humid, making it difficult to store the seeds properly. Yao Ran remembered that a company specializing in the production of new seeds was in that office building. She had also taken countless bags of seeds, fertilizers, and nutrient solutions last night, and this was the perfect opportunity for her to use them openly. After thinking about it, she nodded and said to Long Yu, "Then, if you guys want to eat fresh vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms, you can come to me." After hearing her words, the corner of Long Yu's lips curved up slightly, and he said, "You can't take back your words." Yao Ran nodded, "Of course. You are welcome to visit my home at any time." When the others heard her words, they all looked at the faint smile on the corner of Long Yu's mouth. After a moment of silence, they lowered their eyes and pretended to see nothing. After the supplies were distributed, Long Yu, Huang Qian, and Shi Xian helped Yao Ran move them to her apartment. With the supplies collected last night, it would not be a problem for them to stay at home for half a year. After sending the three of them away, Yao Ran put all the supplies in her space and only left some in the kitchen. They only ate junk food yesterday, and she woke up with a sore throat. Yao Ran made a pot of chrysanthemum tea and brought it to the living room. She then sat on the floor and took out a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, a plate of pickled lotus roots, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of steamed buns from her space. Yao Ran was eating breakfast and recalled the feeling of being watched last night. This wasn't the first time she felt someone was watching her. This also happened once when Long Yu and the others came back from the supermarket. She thought for a long time and muttered, "Is it Long Guangwei?" After asking this question, Yao Ran shook her head in denial. If the person looking at her is really Long Guangwei, he will definitely rush out and beat her when he sees her. Based on his personality, he won't hide from her. However, apart from Long Guangwei, Yao Ran didn't have any mortal enemies. As for the organization, before humans obtain supernatural powers, they shouldn't know anything about her. In her previous life, Long Guangwei was the one who told the organization about her dual abilities. But in this life, Long Guangwei knew nothing about her abilities. The organization would never set its sights on a nobody like her. Now that both of her enemies have been eliminated from the suspect list, there is only one answer. Some people target them for supplies. After finding the answer, Yao Ran calmly finished her breakfast and washed the dishes. When she came back last night, she didn't have time to sort out the supplies collected from the office building. When Yao Ran entered her space, she was shocked by the changes in front of her. The area of farmland, grassland, fish ponds, and warehouses has doubled, and the small villa has also become larger. Yao Ran walked to the lake and saw that the lake had not changed except for some changes in the water. Looking at the sparkling lake water as the sun shined on its surface, Yao Ran squatted by the lake and scooped up some water with her palm. She took a few sips, and her eyes filled with joy. The healing effect of the water has become stronger. This is great. With this lake, I should be able to survive the nuclear radiation in the future. After checking the lake, she walked into the villa. The villa became larger, and 2 more bedrooms were added to the first floor. Yao Ran walked around the villa and found that in addition to the 2 new bedrooms, the living room was expanded by 20 square meters, the bathroom was expanded by 5 square meters, the kitchen and balcony were expanded by 20 square meters, and the storage room and the ice cellar were double in size. Yao Ran was satisfied with the expansion of her space and went to the farmland to plant more fruit saplings. She now has 32 acres of farmland, enough for her to grow fruits, vegetables, and grains. After planting fruit saplings and more than 10 acres of sweet potatoes, Yao Ran also planted more than 5 acres of various medicinal herbs and then went to the warehouse area to organize the newly added supplies. Fortunately, she had bought many shelves before. Otherwise, with so many supplies piled together, it would have been too messy. 5 hours later, Yao Ran looked at the neatly arranged supplies with satisfaction. Before leaving the space, she looked at the time floating in the villa's living room and found out that after the space was upgraded for the 4th time, the added time remained the same every day. Yao Ran sighed and thought that she still needed to save more time, just in case of an emergency. In order to save more time, she quickly left the space. As soon as she came out of the space, there was a knock on the door. Yao Ran went to open the door and saw Long Yu. "Yao Ran, we are going to visit other office buildings in the area we went to last night. Do you want to go together?" Yao Ran thought for a while and asked, Who will stay behind today? Long Yu replied, Sure, Xian must go with us since we need his driving skills. So we decided to let Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi stay and guard the 20th floor. Since we are going out in the daytime, it will be more dangerous. It's safer for them to stay at home. After hearing his explanation, Yao Ran frowned slightly. She looked at him and said, Last night, I felt someone was watching us. If we let only Zhihui and Qiqi stay at home today, the people who observed us last night would probably decide to attack today. Long Yu thought for a moment and said, I will go talk to them first. You can get ready and come to Unit 2001 to find us. Yao Ran nodded. Okay. Just as Yao Ran was preparing to go out, Long Yu knocked on the door of Unit 2001. Huang Qian saw him coming back and asked, Captain, will Yao Ran come with us? Long Yu nodded. Yes. But she is worried because the only people guarding the second floor today are your sister and Deng Qiqi. Just when Long Yu finished speaking, Jia Xiang came over and said, Don't worry, Captain. I have trained them for almost 1 month, and they will be able to deal with those people downstairs without any problem. As long as they don't open the doors, it will be fine. Now that Jia Xiang had said so, Long Yu nodded and said nothing. While waiting for Yao Ran, Long Yu said, Yao Ran also told me that she felt someone was observing us last night. We must be careful when we go out this time. It seems that we are being targeted. When Huang Qian and Jia Xiang heard this, their expressions became solemn. The two nodded and then went in with Long Yu to wait for Yao Ran. 5 minutes later, Yao Ran knocked on the door of Unit 2001 with a backpack and a long sword on her back. Seeing her coming, Long Yu and the others picked up their backpacks and prepared to set off. However, before they could open the metal door on the stairs, someone knocked on the metal door at the outer layer. The 5 of them looked at each other for a moment, and then Yao Ran opened the inner metal door and looked out through the glass window of the outer metal door. When her eyes fell on the thin and dirty middle-aged man knocking on the metal door, she sneered. Sensing the change in her aura, Long Yu lowered his voice and asked, Yao Ran, what's wrong? Yao Ran turned to look at the others and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. It seems I can't go with you guys today. Before Long Yu could ask why, he heard the man outside shouting angrily, Yao Ran, open the door. I know you are here. Bitch, open the door for me. Their faces darkened when they heard the curse words. They looked at Yao Ran and saw her smiling. Long Yu released his clenched hands and asked, Do you know him? Yao Ran sighed helplessly and nodded. Unfortunately, I do know him. Hearing her answer, Long Yu and others fell silent. Since that man is Yao Ran's acquaintance, they can't make decisions for her. Noticing their silence, Yao Ran said, Don't worry. I can deal with him. You guys should leave quickly. Otherwise, you may not get anything today. Since there was nothing they could do for her even if they stayed, Long Yu and others agreed. Before leaving, Long Yu said, Be careful. Yao Ran smiled mysteriously at him. Him? Don't worry. After saying that, she opened the outer metal door. Before Lan Guangwei could scold Yao Ran, he met Long Yu's cold eyes. Sensing Long Yu's murderous intention, Lan Guangwei subconsciously took a few steps aside to make way for him. When Long Yu walked past Lan Guangwei, he paused, gave Lan Guangwei a warning look, and then left with the others. In addition to Lan Guangwei, Chen Meilin and Lan Lifei were also present. Lan Lifei's eyes lit up when she saw Huang Qian and Shi Xian. Nowadays, it's rare to see 2 handsome men who look clean and strong. However, when she saw Long Yu, Lan Lifei was stunned. She couldn't help but stare at him until he disappeared from her sight. Standing at the top of the stairs, Yao Ran saw everything clearly. When she saw the way Lan Lifei looked at Long Yu, Yao Ran looked at her thoughtfully. In the past, Lan Lifei would not stare at men like this. At most, she glanced a few times at handsome and attractive men. What Lan Lifei loves most is not men but money. Just now, Lan Lifei looks like she wants to eat her 3 teammates and strip them naked. Yao Ran even thought she saw Lan Lifei's saliva dripping when she saw Long Yu. The greed and lust in her eyes were too obvious for Yao Ran to ignore. Yao Ran crossed her arms, leaned against the door frame, and smiled at the 3 of them. What brings the 3 of you here? When Lan Guangwei and others heard her question, they came back to their senses and glared at her. Lan Guangwei pointed at Yao Ran's nose and roared, You still dare to ask? You robbed my house and sent us to prison, and you still dare to ask? Yao Ran's ears hurt from his shouting, and her smile disappeared. She looked at him coldly and said, "Stop shouting, or I will pull out your tongue." As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Guangwei was stunned, and a chill ran down his spine. He looked at Yao Ran in disbelief and thought, "Is this woman really that timid Yao Ran that I know? Now she even dares to threaten me?" Just when he was stunned by Yao Ran's threat, Chun Meilin quickly stepped out from behind. She smiled tenderly at Yao Ran and wanted to hold her hands, but Yao Ran avoided Chun Meilin's hand in disgust. Seeing Yao Ran's disgusted look, Chun Meilin was furious, but she still smiled and gently said, Ran, why didn't you tell us that you live here now? Do you know how long your father has been looking for you? We are all very worried about your safety." After speaking, Chun Meilin glanced at Lan Lifei. Seeing that her daughter was still staring downstairs dazedly, she lightly squeezed Lan Lifei's arm and motioned for her to speak to Yao Ran. Lan Lifei looked away reluctantly from the stairs and smiled at Yao Ran. "Mom is right. Ran, you look good. Do you live here alone?" Yao Ran watched them putting on a show for her to see and asked, "What? Do you want to live here with me?" n/o/vel/b//and c//om. When Lan Guangwei heard this, he snorted coldly and said, "It's your honor for me to live with you. Don't be stubborn and open the door for us." When she heard his words, Yao Ran wanted to laugh but held back. She still needed to find out how much Lan Guangwei knew about the organization. Since they had already come to her willingly, Yao Ran would naturally not refuse. She smiled and stepped aside. "Okay, come with me." Thinking that Yao Ran was still the timid and cowardly Yao Ran, Lan Guangwei looked at her with disgust and walked past the two metal doors. When Lan Lifei walked past Yao Ran, she paused and asked, "That man just now, do you know him?" Yao Ran pretended to be stupid and asked, "Which one?" Lan Lifei blushed when she thought of Long Yu's handsome face and glared at Yao Ran in annoyance. "The most handsome and tallest man. What is his name?" Yao Ran shrugged and calmly lied, "I don't know. I just moved here and haven't talked with anyone else." When Lan Lifei heard her answer, she laughed at Yao Ran's ignorance but was also happy. Since Yao Ran doesn't know that man, her chances of getting close to him will be higher. If she can get those men, her life will be much better in the future. Besides, who would complain about having too many handsome and helpful men? Yao Ran watched Lan Lifei walk away with a blushing face and calculative eyes. She clicked her tongue as she looked downstairs. It seems that being handsome also brings a lot of trouble. Yao Ran locked the metal doors and followed Lan Lifei back to her apartment while thinking, the ancients were indeed wise. One can see and admire handsome men, but one must not rely on them. Cleaning up rotten peach blossoms can be very troublesome. Just as she was about to go in, she saw Deng Qiqi opening the door of Unit 2001 and wanting to greet her. Yao Ran shook her head at Deng Qiqi and said silently, "Just pretend you don't know me." Before Deng Qiqi could ask her what she meant, Yao Ran had already walked in and closed the door. "Qiqi, what are you doing there?" Huang Zhihui asked as she walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of egg noodles. Deng Qiqi closed the door and said, "I heard someone yelling at elder sister Yao Ran and wanted to see what happened. But just now, she asked me to pretend that I didn't know her. It seems that she didn't want those people to know about our relationship." Huang Zhihui thought for a while and said, "Since elder sister Yao Ran said so, let's follow her instructions." Deng Qiqi nodded, closed the door, and the two had a simple lunch together. After Yao Ran locked the 3 metal doors, she stood at the door and watched Lan Guangwei, Chun Meilin, and Lan Lifei searching around her apartment. Looking at the empty living room, Lan Guangwei frowned and asked, "Why don't you buy furniture? How can we live like this?" Before he could continue to complain, Chun Meilin's excited voice came from the kitchen. "Husband, look. She has a lot of food here." Lan Guangwei heard that there was food and hurried to the kitchen to look. While the two were rummaging in the kitchen, Lan Lifei had already checked the master bedroom and went to the 2 guest rooms that had been turned into planting rooms. Seeing Yao Ran growing a lot of vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms in the 2 rooms, she was ecstatic and shouted, "Dad, Mom, there are so many fresh vegetables here. Come and take a look." When Lan Lifei came out of the planting room, she had several big, red tomatoes in her arms. Seeing her stuff her mouth with the tomatoes, Yao Ran's eyes showed a hint of disgust. The 3 uninvited guests looked around the apartment and rummaged for food for a long time. After filling their bellies, they returned to the living room and collapsed on the sofa contentedly. Seeing Yao Ran still standing at the door, Lan Guangwei frowned and shouted at her, "What are you doing there? Still not going to cook lunch? Do you want to starve me to death? Hurry up and go. Don't be lazy there." Yao Ran's eyes became colder, but she still smiled and said, "Please wait a moment." Seeing her obediently go to the kitchen to cook, Lan Guangwei was satisfied. While the three uninvited guests were resting in the living room, Yao Ran put away her backpack and long sword and then calmly cooked a few dishes and steamed rice. An hour later, she brought the dishes to the low table in the living room. Just as she was about to sit down, Lan Guangwei glared at her. "Who told you to sit down? Go and stand there. Don't stay here and make me lose my appetite." Yao Ran said nothing and went to the planting room to practice her wood ability. However, when she saw the three of them devouring the food like hungry ghosts, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. "I can't wait to have fun with them." While Lan Guanghui and others were enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Yao Ran was quietly practicing her wood ability. Thud. Crash. 10 minutes later, she heard a noise coming from the living room. Yao Ran stopped training and took a look. Seeing the three uninvited guests lying on the ground moaning in pain, Yao Ran shook her head and said with a hint of curiosity in her voice, "TSK, TSK, TSK, look at all of you. How dare you eat the food I cooked for you?" Hearing this, Lan Guangwei glared at her, but his whole body was in pain, and he couldn't say a word. He reached out to grab Yao Ran's leg, but she took a step back, avoiding his outstretched hand. Lan Guangwei lowered his hand and said with difficulty, "What did you put in the food? How dare you do this to me? Do you want to kill your father?" Yao Ran looked at him and said calmly, "It's nothing. I just scattered a little poison on your rice. It won't kill you, but you will suffer a little bit of pain." Hearing what she said, Lan Guangwei's eyes almost shot out lasers. If gaze could kill, there would be countless holes in Yao Ran's body. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "Does this hurt a little? The pain almost killed me." Seeing that Lan Guanghui was speechless, Yao Ran sat on the sofa and calmly watched them writhing in pain on the floor. Seeing Yao Ran's cold eyes and amused expression, Lan Lifei's heart trembled. She clenched her hands and looked at Yao Ran with a hint of confusion, fear, and shock. Lan Lifei broke out in cold sweat, endured the pain, and asked sadly, Ran, why did you do this? We are your family." When Yao Ran heard her question, he smiled and asked, "Why can't I do this to you? I remember everything you did to me. Isn't it time for you to pay back everything that you owe me and my family?" Lan Lifei lowered her eyes full of confusion. She didn't understand what went wrong that made Yao Ran become like this, so she could only try to get some information from Yao Ran. Yao Ran observed them and found that Lan Lifei seemed different from before. Usually, Lan Lifei would have scolded her to death for doing this to them. However, after asking a few questions, Lan Lifei fell silent and seemed confused by what had happened. Yao Ran thoughtfully looked at Lan Lifei, opened her lips, and said probingly, "Lan Lifei, you look different from before." As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Lifei's body stiffened. Yao Ran noticed this subtle movement and narrowed her eyes. Yao Ran stood up and walked to Lan Lifei. Upon seeing this, Chun Meilin tried to crawl to her daughter, but the pain made her body weak. She glared at Yao Ran and shouted angrily, "You little slut! What do you want to do to Fei Fei? Stay away from my daughter. Don't you dare to touch her. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Although she shouted with all her strength, her voice was actually very weak. Yao Ran ignored Chen Meilin and squatted in front of Lan Lifei. Yao Ran pinched her chin to force Lan Lifei to look at her. She then looked into Lan Lifei's eyes and asked slowly, "Who are you?" Lan Lifei's eyes trembled when she heard this question. She wanted to break away from Yao Ran's grip, but she was in so much pain and had no strength. Lan Lifei lowered her eyes and said tremblingly, I am your elder sister. Why do you ask such a question? Ran, you are very strange today." At first, Yao Ran thought that Lan Lifei's personality change was caused by her 2 months of imprisonment. However, since meeting Lan Lifei today, her every move seems to be very different from the past Lan Lifei. Since she can go back in time and be reborn, Lan Lifei can also experience the same thing. However, if Lan Li Fei was reborn and returned to the past, her innate personality would not have changed much. What's more, Lan Li Fei also knew about her jade pendant in her previous life. If this woman in front of her is really Lan Li Fei, then she should ask for the jade pendant as soon as she meets her. But so far, she has not even mentioned it even for once. Yao Ran narrowed her eyes and stared at Lan Li Fei for a long time before retracting her hand and wiping her fingers with a wet tissue. Seeing Yao Ran let her go and look away from her, Lan Li Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She clenched her hands, and her thoughts were filled with fear and confusion. What's going on? How did Yao Ran, who was originally timid, become so powerful? Isn't she just a cannon fodder? Also, what is going on here? How could Lan Li Fei and her family become like this? With their wealth, it would be impossible for them to live such a humble life. Lan Li Fei looked at Lan Guangwei and Chen Meilin, then lowered her eyes and clenched her trembling hands tightly. And that imprisonment. There is no such plot in the book. No, I have to get the jade pendant from Yao Ran as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late. Yao Ran didn't know what Lan Li Fei was thinking. She looked at Lan Guangwei and smiled. She watched the poison torture Lan Guangwei, and the hatred in her heart suddenly came like a tsunami, swallowing up her sanity. Lan Li Fei raised her eyes and saw this scene. The coldness and madness in Yao Ran's eyes made her so scared that her whole body trembled. Something is wrong with Yao Ran. I needed to find out what was wrong with her. I might really die in her hands today. While Lan Li Fei was panicking, Yao Ran calmly dragged Lan Guangwei's legs toward one of the planting rooms. Bitch, let me go. What do you want to do? Lan Guangwei tried to free his legs from Yao Ran's hands, but everything he did failed. The more he struggled, the stronger Yao Ran's grip on his legs became. In the end, he couldn't endure the pain and chose to stop struggling. Chen Meilin saw this and shouted in panic, Yao Ran, what are you going to do to your father? You rebellious daughter. Let him go. Yao Ran paused when she heard Chen Meilin shout, turned around, and smiled sweetly. We haven't seen each other for several months, and I have a lot to say to him. Aunt Chen, you should just be obedient and stay there. Being stared at by Yao Ran, Chen Meilin was so frightened that she peed herself. Seeing the yellow water seeping out of Chen Meilin's lower body, Yao Ran clicked her tongue and complained in dissatisfaction. Hey, look what you did. You made my house dirty. Yao Ran snorted and said, be patient. I will deal with you later. Leaving these words behind, she dragged Lan Guanghui's legs towards the planting room. After the door was closed, Chen Meilin and Lan Li Fei trembled with fear when they heard the sound of the door being locked from inside. The next second, Lan Guanghui's screams were heard from the other side of the locked door. Arg! Chen Meilin was so frightened that she rolled her eyes and fainted. At the same time, in one of the planting rooms, Yao Ran was slowly slashing Lan Guanghui's arm with a military knife. This knife is extremely sharp. Yao Ran held the knife and slowly cut off Lan Guanghui's flesh thinly. When she picked up the piece of flesh between her fingers, not even a drop of blood could be seen. She held the thin piece of flesh, showed it to Lan Guanghui, and asked slowly, Father, what do you think of my knife skills? Don't you think I'm very talented? Lan Guanghui almost fainted from the pain, but he still stubbornly held on to his consciousness and furiously stared at Yao Ran. Seeing Yao Ran admiring the piece of flesh she had just cut off from his arm, Lan Guanghui's heart trembled. For the first time in his life, Lan Guanghui discovered that his daughter, who he had always stepped on, actually had such a crazy side. Yao Ran noticed Lan Guanghui's fearful gaze and raised her eyebrows. Her smile brightened, and she asked, What? Are you afraid of me? Seeing that Lan Guanghui was too weak to answer, Yao Ran cut another piece of flesh from his arm. Arg! Lan Guanghui was in so much pain that his mind became blurry. In the midst of the pain, he heard Yao Ran's cold voice. I know you were the one who killed my grandfather. You also killed my mother and covered it up as a car accident. Lan Guanghui's eyes shrink when he hears what she had just said, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. He gathered his remaining strength and asked hoarsely, How do you know? I clearly. Realizing what he said, Lan Guanghui quickly shut his mouth. Yao Ran threw away the thin piece of human flesh and said what Lan Guanghui had not finished. I know. You clearly covered all your traces and destroyed all evidence. You even killed those who did your dirty work. Yao Ran looked at Lan Guangwei's pale face and asked, "You must be wondering how I found out, right? Do you want to know how I know about that?" Lan Guangwei became more and more shocked as he listened to Yao Ran's words, and the eyes he looked at her were filled with horror and disbelief. Yao Ran observed his expression and smiled. "Why don't you ask me how I found out? Aren't you curious?" Lan Guangwei was really curious, so he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who told you?" Yao Ran was very satisfied with his obedience and pointed to the closed door. "Your beloved daughter told me." Hearing this, Lan Guangwei shook his head and said in disbelief, "Impossible. Fei Fei doesn't know about this at all. You must be lying." Lan Guangwei seemed to realize something and sneered at Yao Ran. "Huh? Do you think you are smart?" Yao Ran tilted her head slightly and asked curiously, "Why do you think I'm not smart?" Lan Guangwei laughed wildly and gritted his teeth. "Do you think you can drive a wedge between me and my daughter? Dream on." After hearing what he said, Yao Ran rolled her eyes and said, "You don't believe me, do you? Fine. I will let you ask your daughter yourself." After saying that, Yao Ran stood up and left the room. When Lan Lifei saw her coming, she pretended to be unconscious like Chen Meilin. However, a few seconds later, she felt sharp pains in her scalp. When she realized that Yao Ran was dragging her to the planting room by her hair, Lan Lifei could no longer pretend to be unconscious and shouted in panic, "You crazy woman! Let me go! What do you want to do to me?" Yao Ran was not irritated by her screams and scoldings and calmly dragged her towards the planting room. Lan Guanghui's eyes turned red when he saw his beloved daughter being dragged by the hair, and he scolded Yao Ran angrily. "Bitch, let go of my daughter. You are just like your mother, a dirty bitch that slept with a wild man." Yao Ran had no relationship or love with her long-dead mother, so she didn't feel much when Lan Guangwei scolded her biological mother. However, after hearing what Lan Guangwei had just said, she looked at him thoughtfully. Although Yao Ran is curious why he said those words, she doesn't care whether Lan Guangwei is her biological father or not because all of them will eventually die. Even if she is not Lan Guangwei's daughter, Yao Ran has no interest in finding her biological father. For a man who can abandon a woman after sleeping with her, that kind of man would be better to die. She threw Lan Lifei, who was screaming like a slaughtered pig, to the ground and said, "Shut up, or I will pull out your tongue." Lan Lifei was frightened by her threat and quickly crawled to Lan Guangwei's side. She hid behind him and sobbed softly. Looking at his daughter crying in pain, Lan Guangwei felt heartbroken and protected his daughter behind him. Seeing his protective look, Yao Ran snorted coldly and said, "Lan Lifei, do you know who killed my grandfather and mother?" Ever since Lan Lifei hid behind Lan Guangwei, Yao Ran's eyes have never left Lan Lifei's body. When she asked the question, Yao Ran clearly saw Lan Lifei's body stiffen for a moment. Seeing that Lan Lifei refused to speak, Yao Ran raised her military knife and said, "Do you know what Lingji punishment is?" When Lan Lifei heard this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Yao Ran in horror. The next second, she suddenly looked down at Lan Guanghui's arm and saw that pieces of flesh were missing. Looking at the uneven meat in his arms, Lan Lifei couldn't control her fear and screamed in horror. Yao Ran clicked her tongue, picked up a piece of thinly sliced flesh from the floor, and showed it to Lan Lifei. She smiled and said, "If you don't answer my questions truthfully, I will cut off the flesh on your face." Lan Lifei looked at the thin slices of flesh on Yao Ran's fingers and quickly turned around. She retched and vomited until she vomited out the stomach acid and gall water. The bitter and stinging taste burned her throat and made her already pale face even paler, but she couldn't stop the nausea and kept vomiting. Yao ran through the pieces of flesh in front of Lan Lifei and said, "Tell me, who killed my grandfather and mother?" After suffering physical and mental torture from Yao Ran, Lan Lifei knew she had no choice but to tell the truth. Otherwise, she will be the next one to be sliced by Yao Ran. She trembled and slowly raised her index finger, pointing at Lan Guangwei, and said, "Its father." As soon as she said these words, Lan Guangwei was shocked. He turned to look at Lan Lifei and asked in disbelief, "Fei Fei, how could you know that? Who told you?" Lan Lifei closed her eyes tightly, ignoring Lan Guanghui's disappointed gaze, and tremblingly said, Father went to the hospital and killed your grandfather with a pillow. Your grandfather died of suffocation, not organ failure. Father also orchestrated and killed your mother in a car accident to get the Yao family's property. After saying that, she quickly begged, Yao Ran, I have told you everything. You can't kill me. Please let me go. I shouldn't die here today. Lan Guangwei looked at his beloved daughter and felt very disappointed. He had planned and worked hard for decades to give her a comfortable life and a bright future, but she betrayed him. Yao Ran looked at Lan Guangwei's sad and disappointed expression and smiled. You heard it yourself. She told me. After Yao Ran said that, Lan Guangwei suddenly looked at her and said, Not right? You knew this long before Fei Fei told you, right? Who told you? Yao Ran sighed and shook her head. You should use your brain to do good deeds. Unfortunately, you are greedy and ruthless. If you gave me a way to live in the past, I might spare your life today. It's a pity that you didn't even give me a decent way to die, so you can't blame me for what I did to you today. Hearing this, Lan Lifei looked at Yao Ran. She thought Yao Ran's words sounded strange and had a hidden meaning, but she couldn't put a finger on it. After a moment of silence, she asked, How do you know about that? I have never told you before, and you have no way to investigate this matter. Yao Ran smiled and replied, What if I told you that I came back from hell to take revenge? As soon as these words came out, Lan Lifei's eyes widened in shock. Lan Lifei pointed at Yao Ran and said in disbelief, You are not the real Yao Ran? As soon as she said that, Yao Ran raised her eyebrows slightly. I am the real Yao Ran. But you are not the real Lan Lifei, right? Listening to their strange conversation that had no beginning and no end, Lan Guangwei looked at Yao Ran and asked in confusion, What is this? What are you talking about? She is my daughter Fei Fei. Yao Ran looked at Lan Guangwei's confused face for a moment, and then at Lan Lifei's pale face, which was full of shock and disbelief. At this moment, Yao Ran was sure that the Lan Lifei in front of her was not the Lan Lifei that she had known for years. In this case, Yao Ran must find out which Lan Lifei tortured her in her previous life. Yao Ran clenched the knife and asked coldly, When did you replace the real Lan Lifei? Being stared at by Yao Ran's cold eyes, Lan Lifei knew that if she dared to lie, she would have no way to survive to see tomorrow's sun. However, she also knew that if Yao Ran was really reborn after death, she might have a deep hatred for the Lan family. It would be best for her to confess and clear up the family feud between Yao Ran and the Lan family. After making the decision, Lan Lifei said, I came here 2 months ago. I didn't know what happened, but when I opened my eyes, I was imprisoned in the prison. When Lan Guangwei heard this, his face turned pale, and he fell to the ground weakly. He looked at Lan Lifei as if he had seen a ghost, leaving him with no strength to speak. Yao Ran narrowed her eyes and asked again, Do you know anything about the Yao family's heirloom? Lan Lifei's eyes lit up when she heard this. She excitedly looked at Yao Ran and asked, Do you have the jade pendant in your hand? Can you show me your family heirloom? Yao Ran stared at her and asked slowly, Why do you want to see my family's heirloom? Lan Lifei opened her mouth and wanted to answer, but she held back and changed her words. I'm just curious. Looking at her evasive eyes, Yao Ran was very sure that it was the Lan Lifei in front of her who discovered the secret of the jade pendant and tortured her in her previous life, and not the spoiled and stupid Lan Lifei who only knew how to spend money. Now that Yao Ran got the answer she wanted, she was sure that the person who tortured and used her was Lan Lifei in front of her. There is no way she will let them go today. However, before killing them, she needs to find out everything about the organization from them. She squatted in front of Lan Guangwei and asked, Do you know the organization named the Ark? Hearing her question, Lan Guangwei raised his eyes, shook his head, and numbly said, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of an organization named the Arkansas. Yao Ran observed him for a few seconds and knew that he was telling the truth. Since Lan Guangwei didn't know about the Ark, how could he contact this organization in her previous life? Just as Yao Ran was thinking about this problem, she saw Lan Lifei trying to escape. She sneered and stabbed Lan Lifei's leg with her military knife. Sensing the pain, Lan Lifei screamed and almost fainted. Yao Ran, you crazy woman. Yao Ran sneered. You still want to run? I think you don't want your legs anymore. Before Lan Lifei could curse again, Yao Ran inserted the knife into her other leg. She rotated her knife and turned the flesh into pulp. The originally beautiful legs turned into a pile of minced meat in just a few seconds. Lan Lifei collapsed on the floor in pain. Blood oozed from her calves, staining the floor and turning it into a beautiful red carpet. She looked at Yao Ran with hatred and said weakly, "I will kill you." Yao Ran pulled out the bloody knife from her legs and said, "If you tell me what I want to know, I might consider letting you go." Lan Lifei closed her eyes, remained silent for a long time, and then gritted her teeth. Winners know when to advance and retreat. Since the situation was not good for her, she should give Yao Ran what she wants for now. Lan Lifei gathered her strength and asked weakly, "What do you want to know?" "The Arkansas. Since Lan Guangwei doesn't know about them, you must know about them. Tell me how much you know about them and how you know about them. Do you know anyone from the Ark?" If Lan Lifei wants to leave here alive, she can only tell Yao Ran everything she knows. She opened her eyes and hoarsely said, "I will answer all your questions, but you have to let us go." Yao Ran smiled, "No problem." After receiving her promise, Lan Lifei said, "The Ark was founded to find a medicine to save humankind after the spreading of nuclear radiation. At present, the Ark has not been founded yet." Yao Ran thought for a while and asked, "Who was the founder of the Ark?" "I don't know. The founder of the Ark has never appeared in public, so I have no way of knowing." Lan Lifei gasped for a moment and continued, "I have already told you everything I know about the Arkansas. You have to let us go. You promised me." Yao Ran smiled and said, "You haven't told me how you knew about the Arkansas." Lan Lifei glanced at Lan Guangwei and saw him staring at her with complicated eyes. She lowered her voice, "I am a transmigrator from another world." Lan Lifei hesitated for a moment and then said, "I had a car accident while reading a novel. When I opened my eyes, I realized that I had become the novel's Lan Lifei. This world is the world in the book. None of you are real, and everything that happens in the future will go according to the plot." Yao Ran had guessed Lan Lifei was a wandering soul and had taken away the original Lan Lifei's body. However, she did not expect Lan Lifei to know about the Yao family's jade pendant and the Ark because she had read a book that told the story of their world. Yao Ran was shocked by this news and clenched the knife in her hand tightly. She couldn't accept that everything she had suffered in her 2 lifetimes was just a plot created under an author's pen. Seeing her fall into silence, Lan Lifei said, "You have got what you want. It's time to fulfill your promise." Listening to her words, Yao Ran slowly raised her eyes. She smiled and said, "You are right. It's time to fulfill my promise." The next second, Yao Ran raised her knife and cut Lan Lifei's throat. As if she wanted to make sure that Lan Lifei really died, Yao Ran stabbed her several times in the heart. When she finally stopped, her face and body were splattered with blood, and Lan Lifei already died with her eyes open. Seeing what she had just done, Lan Guangwei backed away from Yao Ran and shouted in horror, "Fei Fei, you crazy murderer." Yao Ran stood up, wiped the blood on her cheek with the back of her hand, and slowly approached Lan Guangwei. Hell! She slit his throat and stabbed his heart multiple times before he had a chance to scream for help. Looking at Lan Guangwei's body covered in blood, Yao Ran suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha! Die! All of you finally die." A few seconds later, she calmed down, took the knife, and left the bloody scene. When she came to the living room, she saw that Chen Meilin was still unconscious. Yao Ran clicked her tongue. There is a hint of disappointment in her tone when she says, "Since you didn't cause much harm to me, I will let you die painlessly. You should be grateful." After saying that, Yao Ran killed her, just like how she killed Lan Guangwei and Lan Lifei. Now that she had avenged her grandfather and mother, Yao Ran felt nothing. She stared numbly at her bloody hands for a long time before dragging the 3 corpses out. Yao Ran dragged the still warm bodies to the end of the corridor, opened the window, and threw them out. A few seconds later, 3 splashing sounds were heard, and then she calmly closed the window. When she turned around, Yao Ran saw Deng Qiqi and Huang Zhihui looking at her in shock. Seeing her covered in blood, they were shocked and didn't know what to say. Seeing their pale faces and the fear in their eyes, Yao Ran lowered her eyes in disappointment. After a moment of silence, she raised her eyes and smiled at them. Yao Ran raised her index finger to her lips and playfully said, "Shoo, this is our little secret. Deng Qiqi and Huang Zhihui were frightened by Yao Ran's smile. They quickly nodded like chickens pecking at rice and promised, "We will not tell anyone about this." After saying that, they hurried in and came out with mops and water. Huang Zhihui smiled stiffly at Yao Ran and said, "Elder sister Yao Ran, why don't you go and take a shower? Qiqi and I will help you clean the floor." Yao Ran felt sick in her heart when she saw that she was covered in the Lan family's dirty blood. She nodded and said, "Thank you." Deng Qiqi and Huang Zhihui quickly shook their heads and waved their hands. No, no, no. This is what we should do." Seeing that they were sensible, Yao Ran smiled at them and went home. After the door closed behind her, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi swallowed their saliva in fear and looked at each other. This elder sister is so scary. Back in her apartment, Yao Ran took a mop and cleaned the blood on the floor. After she was done, she lit the fragrant incense to cover the smell of blood in the air. After the scent of blood dissipated, she entered her space and took a long bath. Today, she fulfilled one of her promises to avenge her grandfather and mother. Now that Lan Guanghui and his family are dead, the next thing she has to do is collect information about the Arkansas. She must find their headquarters before they establish their power at the end of the world. N/o/vel/b//and c//om coming out of the space, she lay on the soft bed. Yao Ran stared blankly at the ceiling for a long time before closing her eyes. As she relaxed, exhaustion set in, and she soon fell asleep. However, nightmares from her past life returned and disturbed her sleep. At the same time, Long Yu and his friends were also fighting a group of people. When they had just left the Ling Yuan apartment complex, Long Yu sensed someone was observing them. Despite keeping a low profile, they are still targeted by others. After following them for more than an hour, the men finally lost their patience and revealed themselves. Long Yu looked calmly at the rubber boats that rushed out from the corners and blocked their way. Huang Qian held the military knife and whispered, "Captain, some of them have guns." Long Yu glanced at the men, who proudly showed off their guns, and said, "It's fake." Huang Qian was surprised when he heard this and asked, "Fake?" But before he finished speaking, Jia Xiang interrupted him, "You are a sniper, but your eyesight is so poor. I think you should ask Yao Ran to check it out for you. See if she can improve your eyesight." After listening to Jia Xiang's words, Huang Qian rolled his eyes at her and retorted, "Please, I only make friends with real guns. I'm not familiar with fake guns." Before the two could continue their argument, a middle-aged man on the rubber boat at the front suddenly said in annoyance, "What are you doing there? Stop wasting our time and hand over your motorboat. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you today." Listening to the familiar words, Xian sighed and complained, "Can't they be creative and use other words? I've had enough of these cheap, low-level ways of threatening people." After hearing what Xian said, the middle-aged man became furious and said, "Brothers, kill them." When they heard the order, the robbers drove the rubber boats directly to Long Yu's motorboat. Their intention was clear: to crash into the motorboat. Seeing this, Xian touched his forehead helplessly and muttered in disbelief, "They actually used a rubber boat to hit a motorboat. Are they fools?" Just before the rubber boats hit the motorboat, Xian suddenly made a difficult move, drifting the boat and turning it around. The next second, they heard screams from behind them. "Watch out! Crash! Help!" Instead of crashing into the motorboat, the rubber boats crashed into each other and capsized. More than 20 people fell into the water. Some couldn't swim and screamed for help, but the strong water current drowned out their voices and swallowed them. Seeing this scene, Huang Qian smiled and gave Xian a thumbs up. "Well done, brother Xian." Xian smiled and said modestly, "It's just a little trick." After struggling for a moment, the middle-aged man and his subordinates finally overturned the rubber boat and climbed on it. However, Long Yu and his friends did not plan to give them a chance to get into the boat. Before those people could get into the rubber boats, Xian drove the motorboat toward those who were busy climbing and getting into the rubber boats. Their faces turned pale when they saw the approaching motorboat. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head to look at the tall buildings on their left and right and shouted, "Do it now!" When his voice echoed in the surroundings, Long Yu sensed danger and warned Xian, "Xian, be careful." Xian saw something shooting towards them and stopped the motorboat. Because of the sudden brake, Jia Xiang almost flew out of the motorboat, but Huang Qian quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her back. When the four of them saw what had just attacked them, Huang Qian couldn't help but curse. Damn it! They're trying to knock us down with ropes. If Brother Xian is 1 second late, we will all fly away. Long Yu looked coldly at the crisscrossing ropes trapping them inside. He frowned slightly and said, "Cut the ropes." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Qian and Jia Xiang used their military knife to cut the thick ropes. Before they could cut the ropes, Xian suddenly said, "Captain, they are coming." Long Yu looked around and found that in addition to the group that had attacked them just now, many people were coming from the surrounding buildings. Seeing this, he knew that these people would not stop until they got what they wanted. Since they dare to seek death, Long Yu will grant their wishes. He reached into his backpack and pulled out 2 guns. Long Yu threw the guns to Jia Xiang and Xian and then took out a black box from under the motorboat's cover. Huang Qian, use this. Huang Qian heard Long Yu calling him and turned around. When he saw the familiar black box, his eyes lit up and he quickly opened it. Seeing a sniper rifle inside, he couldn't help but assemble it excitedly. While Huang Qian quickly assembled the sniper rifle, he did not forget to praise Long Yu. "Captain, you are amazing. Where did you get this baby?" Long Yu took out another gun from his backpack and answered calmly, "I stole it." Huang Qian was surprised by his answer. "What?" Before he could ask for the details, a group of people had already entered their shooting range. Long Yu raised his gun and said coldly, "Leave no one alive." Feeling the murderous aura emitting from Long Yu's body, Huang Qian and others stopped talking. "Yes, Captain." Under the leadership of Long Yu, the 4 of them began to kill people who entered their shooting range. Jia Xiang covered for Huang Qian as he held a long sniper rifle and aimed at those hiding in the building. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few seconds, Long Yu, Xian, and Jia Xiang killed more than a dozen people, while Huang Qian killed more than 20 people hiding in the surrounding buildings. Seeing this scene, those who wanted to rob them were frightened. Bang! When Long Yu shot the man next to the middle-aged man to death, he came back to his senses. His face turned pale, and he shouted hoarsely, "Retreat! Hurry up and run away." After hearing their leader's words, the others also came to their senses. However, most of them were swimming towards Long Yu's motorboat, which was already some distance away from the nearest building. Even if they turned around right now, they wouldn't have time to escape the guns. Moreover, the other side also has a sniper who focuses on killing those who run away. One of the people looked at the middle-aged man and said desperately, "Boss, you also have a gun. Shoot them." The leader held the fake gun tightly and gritted his teeth. None of these people knew his gun was fake, but he couldn't let them know. If they knew it, they would kill him first in anger. However, there is no way he could kill someone with a fake gun. Seeing the leader's hesitation, those people looked at the men with guns and urged, "What are you guys waiting for? Do you want them to kill us all before you come to your senses? Kill them quickly." Those men holding guns looked at the middle-aged man and hesitated. They had just received the guns this morning, and no one knew how to use them. Their leader told them just to take out the guns when they were robbing people, and the rest would be easy. But in the current situation, if they don't fight back, the opponent will wipe them out. Unable to move forward or retreat, one of them gritted his teeth and raised his gun. He aimed at Long Yu, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Hearing a gunshot, the man opened his eyes excitedly. However, before he could cheer, the scene in front of him shocked him. There is a small red-colored flag on the end of the gun barrel. Looking at the small flag, the man's eyes shrank. This is obviously a fake gun for pranking people. He raised his eyes and angrily looked at his leader, wanting to scold him. Bang! But before he could say anything, he saw his leader was shot in the forehead and fell into the water. Splash! The leader's body fell into the water and disappeared within seconds. Before he could react, the man heard another gunshot. Bang! The next second, he felt something hot hit his eyebrow, and he lost his strength. The man was still holding the fake gun tightly as he disappeared into the water. 10 minutes later, Long Yu took out the binoculars from his backpack and scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one alive, he lowered his gun and said, "Cut the ropes." "Yes, Captain." Following his order, they quickly cut off the ropes blocking the motorboat. Putting away the gun, Xian started the engine and drove away, leaving a pile of corpses floating in the water before the water current swallowed them up. An hour later, they arrived at the suburbs. Xian drove to the first office building and saw that the windows were broken. He looked inside and saw shattered glass everywhere, overturned tables and chairs, and wet footprints on the floor. Xian looked at his friends, shook his head, and said, "We are late." Long Yu thought for a while and said, "Let's go see other buildings." All right. Xian drove the motorboat and visited all the office buildings in the area, but they had all been looted. Sitting on the motorboat, Huang Qian looked at the others and said, "What should we do now? We can't go back empty-handed." Long Yu was silent for a moment and said, "I have been monitoring the temperature these days, and it drops by 2 degrees every few days. I'm afraid the temperature will be even lower from now on." When Huang Qian heard this, he scratched his head in distress and asked, "Captain, what are your plans?" Long Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Let's collect some wooden furniture and bring it back for firewood. We have enough supplies for half a year, but there is not enough fuel. With the current weather, we don't know what will happen in the future. It's best to prepare early." Xian also monitored the temperature for 2 weeks and found that it was getting colder day by day. He looked at his friends and said, "Captain is right. We must seize the opportunity before others notice the change in temperature. There are only so many trees in Junqing City. When people realize the change in temperature and start collecting firewood, it will be more difficult for us to get them." Since Long Yu and Xian had said so, Huang Qian and Jia Xiang had no objections. After making their decision, the 4 of them chose the most remote office building. Xian is the brains and driver of the team and has the lowest strength, so he stays to guard their motorboat while the other 3 go to collect wooden furniture. Climbing the windows, Long Yu found everything in a mess. They looked around and saw that the chairs were mostly made of plastic and the tables were made of sawdust with a lot of glue. When burned, glue produces toxic fumes, making the tables unsuitable for use as firewood. After searching the whole building, they found only a few packages of instant noodles and a few bottles of mineral water. They moved the small box containing some supplies back to the motorboat. Long Yu got on the motorboat and said, "Let's try other buildings." They searched the office buildings one by one and found a bunch of firewood, a small amount of food, and a few bottles of mineral water. Looking at the pitifully small amount of supplies, Huang Qian said, "We are not very lucky today. Only this last building is left. I don't know if anyone has been here since our last visit." Xian parked the motorboat, and Long Yu checked the surrounding situation before climbing into the building. After he nodded at them, Huang Qian and Jia Xiang also climbed in. Although there are signs of break-in, the situation is better than other office buildings. However, when Long Yu and others entered the 6th floor, they were stunned. Huang Qian rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Captain, has anyone moved the things here?" Long Yu looked at the empty floor and frowned. He walked to the CEO's office and found that everything had disappeared, and only some useless things were left there. Turning to look at Huang Qian and Jia Xiang, he said, "Let's go separately and check out the other floors. We will meet Xian in 20 minutes. Huang Qian and Jia Xiang nodded. "Yes, Captain." The 3 of them separated and went upstairs. 20 minutes later, they came back with complicated expressions. Xian looked at them and asked, "What's wrong?" Jia Xiang sighed and replied, "This place is empty." Xian didn't understand what she meant and asked again, "What do you mean?" Huang Qian shrugged, the literal meaning. "This building is empty. There are only some useless things left." Seeing that Huang Qian and Jia Xiang were not joking with him, Xian looked at Long Yu and saw that he was deep in thought. Long Yu was silent for a moment and said, "I remember there was a mountain nearby. Let's go there to find more firewood before going back." Since they only scraped together half a boat of supplies, they had to look elsewhere for more supplies. While the 4 of them made their way to the mountain, Yao Ran was awakened by gunshots outside. Since the power outage, the apartment's soundproofing has deteriorated. Yao Ran didn't know what technology the developers used when installing sound insulation in the apartment, but it did not seem to be working anymore. The developers must not have expected that this high-end residential area would have a power outage for a very long time. Bang! Before Yao Ran opened her eyes, another gunshot rang out in the silent night. She sat up and rubbed her forehead for a moment until the headache disappeared. After putting on her coat, she took the long sword and went to open the door. Seeing her coming out, Deng Qiqi went to greet her. Elder sister Yao Ran. Yao Ran saw her hiding by the window at the end of the corridor while Huang Zhihui was holding a gun and squatted beside the metal doors at the stairs. She frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" Huang Zhihui turned to look at her and said, "We are surrounded." Yao Ran approached her and leaned closer to the metal door. She heard some faint sounds coming from the other side of the metal doors. She lowered her voice, looked at Huang Zhihui, and asked, "Do you know how many people came tonight?" Huang Zhihui shook her head. "We don't know. In addition to these people surrounding the stairs, there are people from other buildings who are sniping at us." Hearing this, Yao Ran's eyes turned cold. "The gunfire just now, was it from a sniper?" Huang Zhihui nodded and said solemnly, "Yes. It was dark outside, and we couldn't determine the sniper's location or how many of them." Yao Ran nodded. "I understand. You stay here for now." After saying that, she returned to her apartment and took out 3 pairs of night vision goggles and night vision binoculars. She also took out a sniper rifle from her space. After assembling the sniper rifle, Yao Ran put on a bulletproof vest and changed her pajamas. After she was done, she left the apartment with her sniper rifle and a long sword on her back. She gave Deng Qiqi the night vision goggles and said, "Qiqi, go guard the metal door with Zhihui." Deng Qiqi took the night vision goggles and nodded. She put on the night vision goggles and then handed the remaining one to Huang Zhihui. After that, the two squatted down and guarded the door. After sending Deng Qiqi away, Yao Ran used night vision binoculars to observe the buildings in front of her. If a sniper is targeting them, the person must stay in the building opposite Building 3. Yao Ran carefully observed the surrounding buildings and found movement in Building 5. Before she could see the sniper clearly, she suddenly felt danger and crouched down quickly. "Lower your head." Upon hearing her warning, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi quickly lay on the ground and covered their heads with their arms. Bang! Crash! A second later, a bullet passed through the window, shattered the glass windows, and hit the wall beside the metal door. When Yao Ran saw the deep hole in the wall, she knew that the person who just took action was really going to kill them. Huang Zhihui looked at the hole in the wall and said tremblingly, "This man is really here to kill people." Unlike Huang Zhihui, who has an older brother who is a sniper, Deng Qiqi is just an ordinary civilian. When she saw the hole in the wall, she realized this was not a game. If they are not careful, they will die. She glanced at Huang Zhihui's pale face and then at Yao Ran's cold face. Looking down, Deng Qiqi finally realized that the world had changed. Without the law, whoever has a stronger fist can kill at will. Yao Ran was like this. So was the person who shot at them just now. Deng Qiqi held the gun tightly and whispered, "Hui hui, we can't die. We must survive and wait until elder brother Qian comes back." Huang Zhihui turned to look at her friend and noticed some changes in Deng Qiqi. She reached out to hold Deng Qiqi's trembling hand and said, "Yes, we must survive and eat hot pot tomorrow." While the two friends cheer each other on, Yao Ran is looking for a way to kill the sniper. She looked out the window again and quickly hid. Bang! A second later, another bullet hit the corridor wall. Yao Ran calculated the time and tried several times before finding the time interval between each shot. The sniper will shoot again 10 seconds after shooting, so she needs to make the most of the time and kill the sniper before the next attack comes. Yao Ran took a deep breath and said, "You too, go back to your apartment. Don't come out until I call you." Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi knew how dangerous their current situation was, so they didn't make a fuss and quickly crawled back to their apartment. The sniper seemed to have seen them moving and shot at Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi, but the bullets missed, and the two returned safely. 1 second after the bullet hit the wall, Yao Dash squatted in front of the broken window and aimed at the corner of the rooftop of Building 5. Through the sniper's scope, Yao Ran saw the shocked expression on the sniper's face. She calmly aimed at his head and pulled the trigger. Shayu. Yao Ran's sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer, so no one knew that she also had a sniper rifle. The next second, Yao Ran saw the sniper's head tilted back and then disappeared from her sight. The sniper must be dead by now. She calmly looked through the scope, searching for another sniper. Fortunately, there is only one sniper. Yao Ran breathed a sigh of relief and knocked on Unit 2001's door. A few seconds later, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi opened the door and saw Yao Ran there. Deng Qiqi looked at Yao Ran and asked, "Elder Sister Yao Ran, are you all right?" Yao Ran nodded. "Yes. The sniper is dead. Now we need to clear out those people hiding in the stairs." After saying that, she looked at the two guns in their hands and asked, "Do you guys know how to use guns?" Huang Zhihui nodded confidently, while Deng Qiqi hesitated and nodded a few seconds later. Yao Ran looked at them and said, "Good. Because we don't know if those people hiding in the stairs have guns or not, you two should stay here while I go check the situation first." Huang Zhihui frowned when she heard this and asked worriedly, "Isn't this too dangerous for you?" Yao Ran shook her head. "We have no choice. We can't wait until they break in. At that time, they will have the advantage in numbers, and the situation will become more dangerous for us." Huang Zhihui knew that Yao Ran was right, so she said nothing more. After making a plan, Yao Ran quietly walked to the metal door while Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi looked at her from the door of their apartment. Yao Ran signaled Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi to hide in the apartment first, and then quietly opened the metal door. With only the outer metal door left, Yao Ran put on the night vision goggles and looked out of the small glass window. Wearing night vision goggles, she could see clearly in the dark. There were more than 20 people outside, hiding in the darkness. Some of them were armed with guns, while others were armed with knives, iron bars, and machetes. Yao Ran sneered and thought, "These people are here to kill." Just when Yao Ran was thinking about how to kill those people with minimal losses, Long Yu and the others finally came back. When they were still some distance away from the Ling Yuan apartment complex, Shi Xian turned off the engine, and the four of them rode toward Building 3. As they approached, Long Yu suddenly raised his hand and lowered his voice. "There's something wrong here. Be careful." Huang Qian looked around with night vision binoculars, but because it was dark and raining heavily, he couldn't see clearly what was going on around him. He observed for a while and said with a hint of worry in his voice, "Captain, the window on the 20th floor is broken." After hearing this, Long Yu took the binoculars from Huang Qian's hand and looked at the 20th floor. His face darkened when he saw the broken windows. "Let's go back as soon as possible. I'm afraid Yao Ran and the others are in danger." "Yes, Captain." The four of them hurriedly rode back to Building 3. 10 minutes later, they quietly climbed into the building. After Shi Xian tied up the motorboat and two inflatable boats, he took out his gun and followed Long Yu and others. Under Long Yu's leadership, they slowly climbed the stairs. Building 3 is very quiet today. People living in the corridors did not dare to make a sound, and most of them huddled in the corners, trying to minimize their presence. When they reached the 18th floor, Long Yu raised his hand, and the four of them hid behind the wall. Long Yu looked at the group of people guarding the stairs toward the 19th floor with cold eyes. He made a few hand gestures, and then Huang Qian and Jia Xiang nodded. When they saw the opportunity, Huang Qian and Jia Xiang quietly moved to the other side of the wall. Under Jia Xiang's protection, Huang Qian equipped his sniper rifle with a silencer and calmly aimed at the man holding the gun in the corridor. Thud! The man was shot in the forehead and fell to the cold floor, startling his companions. One of them walked quickly to the dead man and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that his companion didn't respond, the man pushed his companion slightly and was shocked when he saw the hollow in the middle of the dead man's forehead. Bikar. Before he could warn the others, Huang Qian shot him, and he fell to the ground. Thud. The others suddenly became alert when they saw the two men lying motionless on the ground. A burly man who looked like the group leader looked around and said, "Search. Someone must be causing trouble here." As soon as his voice came out, Huang Qian shot him and killed him on the spot. Thud. The remaining three people looked at the blood seeping from his forehead and froze on the spot. Long Yu, Shi Xian, and Jia Xiang saw the opportunity and took action quickly. They raised their military daggers and easily cut the throats of the remaining three people. Slash, slash, slash. After making sure that all of the robbers were dead, they quietly took away the guns and then searched the 18th floor. Seeing the residents living on the 18th floor pretending to be dead, they left and moved to the 19th floor. Unlike the 6 men guarding the stairs and corridors on the 18th floor, more than 20 men guard the stairs and corridors on the 19th floor. Long Yu observed and found that most of the people were holding knives and machetes, and only 5 people were holding guns. He used hand signals to tell Huang Qian to kill those men with the guns first. Huang Qian nodded and found a place to hide while Jia Xiang and Shi Xian were waiting for Long Yu's signal. When Huang Qian was ready, Long Yu signaled him to attack. The next second, a man with a gun suddenly fell to the ground. Thud. Before anyone else could react, Huang Qian reloaded his sniper rifle and shot the second person, while Long Yu, Shi Xian, and Jia Xiang came out from their hiding place and killed the 3 robbers with guns. Slash. 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 When the other robbers came to their senses, Long Yu, Shi Xian, and Jia Xiang had already attacked on the robbers closest to them. Who are you? Ugh. When these thin and dirty people, who gathered to rob weaker survivors, met well-trained fighters like Long Yu and his friends, they had no chance of fighting back. The fight was over in less than 2 minutes. Long Yu looked at the robbers lying on the ground, groaning in pain, while Shi Xian and Jia Xiang gathered the guns and other weapons. Long Yu looked at Shi Xian and said, Shi Xian, don't let them escape. If they try to escape, kill them. I'm going to check on Yao Ran and the others. Huang Qian, come with me. Yes, Captain. While Shi Xian and Jia Xiang were busy tying up the robbers, Long Yu took out the keys and opened the door. On the other side of the metal door, Yao Ran kept listening to the sound of fighting below. When she heard the sound of someone opening the door, she looked out through the small glass window on the metal door. When she saw Long Yu and Huang Qian there, she relaxed her fingers on the long sword's hilt. When did you come back? She asked as she stepped to the side to let them in. Long Yu looked at her for a while to make sure she was all right and replied, about half an hour ago. Long Yu glanced around and saw 3 deep holes in the wall next to the metal door. He examined the hole for a while and found 3 bullets embedded in it. He turned to look at Yao Ran and asked, what happened? Yao Ran pointed to the broken window at the end of the corridor and said, there is a sniper hidden on the rooftop of Building 5. He is already dead. There should be no more snipers now. After listening to her explanation, Huang Qian and Long Yu looked at each other and saw the same worry in each other's eyes. Today, they were attacked by a group of robbers, and the 20th floor was also attacked. These people are most likely from the same group. Yao Ran looked past them and asked, where are Shi Xian and Jia Xiang? Long Yu turned to look at her. We just captured a group of people. Shi Xian and Jia Xiang are guarding them now. I will go get some rope to tie them up. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of Unit 2001 opened, and Huang Qian saw his younger sister walking out. Seeing that she was uninjured, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, are you okay? Huang Zhihui smiled at her elder brother and nodded. I'm fine. Thanks to elder sister Yao Ran, Chi-Chi and I can survive. After hearing what his younger sister said, Huang Qian turned to look at Yao Ran and sincerely said, thank you for taking care of them. Yao Ran waved her hand. We should take care of each other. While they were talking, Long Yu came back with a large roll of rope and said, I'm going to check on those people. Yao Ran and the others followed him downstairs. When they arrived at the corridor on the 19th floor, they saw Jia Xiang kicking a man. Judging from her cold expression, it seemed that the man had done something awful to anger her. Long Yu handed the rope to Shi Xian and asked, what happened to her? Shi Xian lowered his voice and whispered, when we are going to interrogate them, that person. He pointed at the man huddled on the ground while Jia Xiang kicked him without mercy and continued. He said he came to kill us and steal supplies. Long Yu looked at Jia Xiang's cold face and asked, did he say anything else? Shi Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. He said he wanted to rape Yao Ran, Zhihui, and Chi-Chi before eating their flesh. When Long Yu and Huang Qian heard this, their expressions darkened. Yao Ran noticed the change in their auras and looked at Jia Xiang thoughtfully. It is not rare for men to rape women and for people to eat each other at the end of the world. However, judging from Jia Xiang's huge reaction, she seems to hate rapists and cannibals. She observed Jia Xiang but said nothing. Seeing that the man had fainted and was on the brink of death, Long Yu said, Jia Xiang, that is enough. Once we get the information out of him, you can do whatever you want to him. Jia Xiang kicked the man a few more times before she calmed down. She turned her head and found her friends looking at her with worried eyes. She took a deep breath and calmly asked, Captain, what should we do with them? Keeping them alive is a waste of supplies. After she finished speaking, the other robbers looked at her in horror and quickly begged for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children at home. I can't die. I didn't know they came to kill people. I just followed them because they promised me food. Please don't kill me. Yaoran thought they were too noisy and said, "Shut up, or I will help you to shut up. Just answer what we ask." Looking at this group of young people with cold faces, the robbers did not dare to make any more sounds. After silence returned to the corridor, Yaoran looked at Long Yu and asked, "What do you want to do with them?" Long Yu thought for a moment and said, "Xian, find out who is behind them. I want to know the answer before morning." Xian nodded. "Yes, Captain." After receiving the order, Xian, Jiaxiang, and Huang Qian dragged the robbers towards the end of the corridor. Long Yu, knowing their bloody interrogation methods, said to Yao Ran, "The supplies we brought back are still on the motorboats. Let's move them up." Yao Ran nodded. "All right." After handing the robbers over to his three friends, Long Yu took Yao Ran, Huang Zhihui, and Deng Qiqi to move the supplies back to the 20th floor. When they finished moving everything, he hid the motorboat and returned to the 20th floor. Looking at the pile of chopped wood, Yao Ran asked, "Have you noticed the change in temperature in the past few days?" Long Yu nodded. "Yes, winter is coming. We must prepare more firewood before the temperature drops further." Hearing this, Deng Qiqi said, "Elder brother Long Yu, the rain hasn't stopped yet. Do you think it will snow?" Long Yu shook his head and frowned slightly. "With the current weather, we can't predict anything. It might snow suddenly, or there might be another typhoon. At the moment, all we can do is prepare for whatever is about to happen." After speaking, he looked at Yao Ran and said, "Let's distribute the supplies first." After the supplies were distributed, several splashing sounds were heard outside. Not long after, Xian, Jiaxiang, and Huang Qian came back. "How is it? Have you found out who the mastermind behind this attack is?" Long Yu asked calmly. Xian shook his head and reported, "Those people don't know the real boss behind them. They were all hired for tonight's mission and didn't know the real motive of this attack. They all thought they were just here to grab supplies, and their supervisor promised to give them 20% of tonight's harvest as a reward." Jiaxiang thought for a while and said, "These people should be from an organized gang." When she finished speaking, the atmosphere became gloomy. Organized gangs are difficult to deal with, and they have weapons. If these people really target the 20th floor, then Long Yu and the others need to be prepared for a bloody battle. After a long silence, Long Yu said, "It doesn't matter. Since they sent people to kill us tonight, they will send people again. We just need to be more careful until we find the real enemy." After discussing for a while, they returned to their apartment with their supplies. Yao Ran returned to her apartment, took out a bulletproof glass, and walked out. When she saw Long Yu holding the toolbox, she said, "I have extra window glass here." Long Yu looked at the thick, bulletproof glass, calmly put down the ordinary glass, and then took the bulletproof glass from Yao Ran. After replacing the windows, they say their goodbyes and returned to their apartment. Yao Ran locked the 3 metal doors and put away the supplies into the space. She took a quick shower and then went back to sleep. She had just fallen asleep when she was awakened by the noise and desperate cries coming from downstairs. Such things happen frequently these days. Yao Ran covered herself with a quilt and fell asleep again. She slept until she woke up naturally. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Yao Ran ate 2 bean paste buns, 2 scallion pancakes, and a cup of hot milk. The weather was terrible, and the temperature was getting colder every day. The plants she planted had turned yellow, so Yao Ran diluted some nutrient solution and poured it on the plants in an attempt to replenish the minerals in the soil and save them. After pouring some nutrients into the soil, Yao Ran used her wood element energy to give the plants some vitality. The initially yellowed leaves slowly turned green, but the plants still looked slightly wilted and unhealthy. Yao Ran thought for a while, took out a bucket of lake water, and watered the plants. Since her wood element energy couldn't completely rejuvenate the plants, she might as well try the lake water. Maybe the lake water has other functions besides healing and replenishing energy. If her lake water can revive these plants, humanity may be able to grow food in the future. She's not a holy mother who wants to save the world, but she can't live alone. As long as her interests are not disturbed by others, Yao Ran does not mind making a little contribution to her country and humankind. After tending to the plants on the balcony, Yao Ran went to check the plants in the 2 planting rooms. Seeing that they were in the same condition as the plants on the balcony, she gave them some nutrient solution, watered them with lake water, and then healed them with her wood element energy. She kept working until her wood element energy was exhausted. Back in the living room, Yaoran took out an extra large empty bucket and used her water element energy to create water. After filling the bucket, she took another extra large bucket from the space. By the time her water element energy was exhausted, Yaoran had filled 4 extra large buckets. Looking at the clear water in the buckets, Yaoran felt happy. Her water element ability has improved by leaps and bounds since the time she was reborn. Where before she could only produce a small bucket of water, she can now produce 4 extra large buckets of water. Whenever her energy is used up, she just needs to drink some lake water and rest for a while, and then the energy will be replenished again. As long as she keeps repeating the training every day, she might be able to produce enough water for her daily use when extreme heat hits the world. Yaoran waved her hand and sent 4 large buckets filled with water into the space. After drinking the pre-boiled lake water, she began to meditate to restore her wood and water elements abilities. Just when she closed her eyes, there was a knock on the door. She opened her eyes and walked over to open the door. Seeing Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi's faces covered with bruises, Yaoran asked in surprise, "What happened to you two?" Huang Zhihui touched her bruised face and grimaced in pain. Qiqi asked elder sister Xiang to train her last night, so I decided to train with her. Who knew elder sister Xiang was a Spartan trainer? We only trained for 2 hours this morning, but we had suffered a lot under her iron fists. Yaoran looked at the two of them and saw the determination in Deng Qiqi's eyes. What happened last night seemed to have a significant impact on this gentle young woman. Yaoran smiled at them and said, "It's good to exercise, but don't get hurt." Listening to her advice, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi nodded. After talking for a while, Huang Zhihui almost forgot the purpose of coming and asked, "Elder sister Yaoran, do you know what happened last night?" Yaoran shook her head. "I don't know. I was too tired and sleeping deeply." She looked at Huang Zhihui's eager expression and asked, "Do you know anything?" Deng Qiqi said, "Lu Hong was robbed last night." Yaoran raised her eyebrows slightly, waiting for them to continue. Huang Zhihui snorted and explained, "Yesterday, they brought back a lot of supplies, and those people under him were bragging about how much supplies they got. Their bragging definitely annoys someone, and they were targeted. After we were attacked last night, Lu Hong and his group were robbed." Deng Qiqi nodded and added, "I heard that those people attacked Unit 0804 first. Lu Hong and others heard the screams and rushed there. When they arrived, the robbers were bullying the wife of that family. They managed to save her, but they also got injured in the process. Unfortunately, when they returned to Lu Hong's house, all the supplies they had gotten before were robbed. Those who were left to guard the supplies were killed, but they managed to keep 2 rubber boats. I also heard that Lu Hong hid some supplies and 2 more boats in different houses. Otherwise, they would starve to death after losing the boats." After listening to their stories, Yaoran thought for a moment and said, "The robbers are luring tigers out from the mountains. These robbers seem to want to use Lu Hong and his group to collect supplies, treating them as leeks that could be harvested repeatedly." She frowned slightly. "These robbers are very smart. I don't know if they are on the same team as those who attacked us last night. If they were on the same team, it would be troublesome." Huang Zhihui heard this and said, "In addition to those who were killed last night, there are many people injured in the confrontation. They came to find you this morning, but elder brother Long, you drove them all away. 2 more people came just now and begged us to let you save their husbands." Deng Qiqi added, "Not only that, I heard that Lu Hong also found elder brother Long Yu and wanted to join forces with us, but he was rejected. When he left, Lu Hong said he would come back again later." Hearing this, Yaoran chuckled and said, "After what they did to us, they still dared to come and ask us to help them. These people are so shameless." While they were talking, Jia Xiang came. She smiled at Yaoran and asked, "Yaoran, do you want to go out with us today?" Yaoran had already looted what she needed from the surrounding area, and it would be dangerous to go any further in the current weather and situation. Moreover, the severe cold is coming, and the temperature is getting colder day by day. She would rather rest at home for a few days and tend to her plants. Yaoran thought for a while and shook her head. "I want to stay at home today. Due to the cold weather, the vegetables are not growing well. I want to see if I can save them." When Jiaxiang heard that her favorite vegetables were not doing well, she felt sad and quickly said, "Then you better stay at home today. Do you need anything? I can help you find them if you want." Yao Ran shook her head and thanked her. "I have everything I need at home. Thank you for your offer." Jiaxiang smiled and said, "It's nothing. We should help each other." After talking with Yao Ran for a while, Jiaxiang goes back with Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi. Not long after, Yao Ran saw them leaving in a rubber boat with Huang Qian and Shi Xian. By the afternoon, family members of those injured by the robbers last night had come several times. Yao Ran was annoyed by those people. Long Yu noticed her coming and going in the morning and came out to check the situation. Looking at Yao Ran's gloomy expression as she walked to the stairs, Long Yu stopped her and said, "Go back. I will deal with them." Yao Ran was annoyed by those people and didn't want to see them. She nodded and said, "Okay." After watching Yao Ran return to her apartment, Long Yu went to see those people who knocked on the metal doors. A few minutes later, screams were heard from the stairs. Please, don't hit me." Yao Ran raised her eyebrows when she heard the screams. From the faint screams she had just heard, she knew that Long Yu had beaten those troublemakers. With a smile on her lips, she walked to the kitchen. After her past life experience, Yao Ran found it difficult to trust people again. Even if she had stayed with Long Yu and knew that they were friendly to her, she couldn't tell them her secret. After all, at the end of the world, the most dangerous thing is not mutants or lack of supplies but the human heart. Not to mention friends and colleagues, even family members will resort to cannibalism in the darkest times. There is no shortage of supplies in Yao Ran's space. She believes that she can live a good life even if she is alone. But if possible, Yao Ran still wants to live among humans. The loneliness she experienced in her previous life was unbearable, and she hoped not to experience it again. But when she needs to leave, Yao Ran will leave without hesitation. Although she had that determination, she was still happy when Long Yu helped her deal with those people just now. If possible, Yao Ran hopes she can live with Long Yu and the others for a long time. Seeing that it was still early and she had nothing to do, Yao Ran decided to fill up the shelves in her space with food. When the extreme cold came, she didn't know if she would have the energy to cook. She took cooking ingredients from her space and prepared various wonton fillings. After she was done with the fillings, Yao Ran took out a bag of flour and made wonton wrappers. By the time she finished wrapping all the wontons, Shi Xian and the others came back. Yao Ran put the wontons into plastic boxes and placed them on the shelf inside her space. When she wants to eat wontons, she just needs to take out a box and cook them. The quantity of wontons in each box is enough to make one serving of wonton soup. After cleaning up the kitchen and washing her hands, she went out to see what they found today. When she came out of her apartment, Yao Ran saw the three men busy installing a metal door for Unit 2001. Huang Qian saw her coming and explained, "We were lucky enough to find these metal doors at the mall today, so we decided to bring them back." Yao Ran nodded to express her understanding and then returned to her apartment. It seems that after last night's attack, everyone has increased their vigilance and tried to strengthen the security on the 20th floor. Back in the kitchen, Yao Ran made a bowl of wonton soup and enjoyed a simple lunch. Before she could finish her lunch, Long Yu came. He handed her 2 keys and said, "We installed 2 more metal doors on the stairs of the 19th and 18th floors. Now, they need to go through 3 checkpoints to reach the 20th floor." With 2 more metal doors, everyone felt safer. Yao Ran took the keys and thought for a moment. She remembered that Long Yu had helped her deal with those people in the morning and asked, "Have you eaten?" Long Yu looked at her with a smile in his deep eyes and asked, "Do you want to treat me to lunch?" Yao Ran nodded. "I cooked wonton soup for lunch." If you Long Yu didn't wait for her to finish her words and quickly said, "I like wontons. Thank you for your invitation." Looking into his smiling eyes, Yao Ran opened the door wider and said, "Come in and have a seat. I will get you a bowl of wonton soup." Seeing her walking to the kitchen, Long Yu walked in and closed the door. He sat around the low table and smiled when he saw the half-eaten wonton soup on the lower table. Not long after, Yao Ran came back with a big bowl of wonton soup, twice as large as hers. She calmly put wonton soup in front of Long Yu and sat down. She then handed him the spoon and chopsticks and said, "I made several kinds of fillings. I don't know if they suit your taste." Long Yu took the spoon and smiled. "As long as it's your cooking, I like it." As she watched Long Yu eat, Yao Ran scratched her cheek and thought in doubt. I felt like I had just heard something incredible. Seeing that she was just staring at him, Long Yu asked with a smile, "You are not going to eat?" Coming out of her thoughts, Yao Ran picked up the spoon and started eating. After lunch, Long Yu took the bowls to the kitchen to wash them before Yao Ran could stand up. Since he was willing to work, Yao Ran decided to let him do it. Yao Ran sat in the living room and looked at the rain outside. When Long Yu came out of the kitchen, he saw her staring at the heavy rain in a daze. "Yao Ran, I'm going back first. Thank you for the lunch." "MHM." Yao Ran answered him without looking back. He stared at her for a moment and then left. After Long Yu left, Yao Ran entered the space and moved the safety boxes she brought from the office building to the villa. She used the key jammer and opened the safes one after another. As she expected, the antiques had disappeared. The only contents left in the safes were gold bars and some jewelry. Surprisingly, she discovers 2 guns and a lot of money in the large safe she took from the wealthy CEO's office. After sorting out those valuables, Yao Ran left the space. As soon as her feet landed on the cold floor, she heard Long Yu's voice coming from outside. "Yao Ran, can you open the door?" Yao Ran opened the door and asked, "Did you forget something?" He handed over a paper bag to her and said, "This is for you." She took the paper bag and looked at it curiously. Yao Ran opened it and saw 2 boxes of chocolates inside, and her eyes suddenly lit up. This brand of chocolate is her favorite, and it's very expensive. Seeing her reaction, Long Yu smiled and said, "I heard that eating sweets can improve your mood." Yao Ran held the chocolate and smiled at him. "Thank you for the chocolate." The two looked at each other for a moment before Yao Ran said, "I want to show you something. Please wait a moment." Without waiting for Long Yu to answer, Yao Ran returned to her bedroom. She put away the chocolates and took the money she found from the wealthy CEO's safe. She put the money into a backpack and carried it out. Seeing her coming back with a backpack, Long Yu glanced at her curiously but didn't ask any questions. "Let's go and find the others." Yao Ran locked the door, and the two went to find Xian and the others. After everyone gathered in the living room of Unit 2001, Yao Ran put the backpack on the low table and said, "I found this when we went to the office building last time. I just finished sorting out the supplies today, and I think that you guys need to know about this." She then opened the backpack in front of everyone. When the others saw it filled with money, their eyes widened in surprise. Huang Qian had never seen so much money in his life and asked, "How much money is inside this backpack?" Xian and Jia Xiang counted the money and said in shock, 2 million yuan. There's so much money. If it was before the natural disasters, they could even buy a small house in the suburbs with the money. But now, it is hard to say how much supplies this money can buy. Huang Zhihui sighed and said pitifully, "We have money, but we can't buy anything." They just went to the department store today and found that the price of rice has risen to 500 yuan per kilogram, and each person is limited to 1 kilogram per day. The rice sold is not of high quality, but is salvaged. Xian and Jia Xiang counted the money and said in shock, 2 million. Because of the dirty water, the government cannot guarantee that people won't get sick after eating the rice. It's edible, but there is no guarantee that eating it won't kill you. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions turned gloomy. There's no way they could spend all of this money now. They can only watch as this money becomes moldy and loses value. Deng Qiqi was silent for a moment and said, "Let's go out and buy something with this money." Huang Zhihui sighed. "We can't buy anything. Although there are purchase restrictions, the government distributes very few supplies every day. Many people queue for days and still can't buy anything." Xian thought for a moment and said, "Besides the government, there are people selling food and supplies. These supplies are also salvaged from the water, and the price of rice is 4 times higher than the official price. If we really want to spend this money, we can try to buy food from these suppliers." When Huang Qian heard this, he took a deep breath and complained, "Why don't they rob people? What kind of rice sells for 2,000 yuan per kilogram?" Jia Xiang glanced at him and said, "It's good to be able to buy food. Now, many people can't even afford to eat once a day." Hearing this, Huang Qian shut up and could only sigh secretly. Life is too difficult. Seeing that Yao Ran didn't speak, Xian asked, "Yao Ran, do you have any suggestions?" Yao Ran recalled the information she had heard in her previous life and calmly said, "The government is arresting illegal dealers, and those who are caught will have their money and supplies confiscated. We can give it a try, But we have no insider, and those illegal dealers will not do business with strangers without middlemen. Hearing this, Jia Xiang frowned and said, money will become less valuable in the future. More and more transactions are now done through barter. In the near future, money will become useless. We need to find a way to spend them all tomorrow. If we can't buy food, how will we spend it? Huang Qin asked. Yao Ran looked at him and suggested, we can buy other daily necessities. Winter is approaching, and the temperature is getting lower day by day. We still wear short sleeves right now, but already need blankets to sleep at night. The rain shows no sign of stopping, and I don't know if it will snow, but we must make preparations in advance. If it rains heavily when winter comes, this winter may be different from the usual winter. We should prepare some winter clothes and fuel as much as possible. The others fell into deep thought after listening to Yao Ran's words. After a moment of silence, Shixian said, I agree with Yao Ran. Let's go to the department store tomorrow to buy something. As long as it can be used, we must buy it. When they were discussing, Long Yu remained silent. Yao Ran, who was sitting next to him, felt a little uneasy when his deep eyes fell on her from time to time. After the discussion, Yao Ran left with Long Yu. Before she could open her door, Long Yu suddenly asked, Yao Ran, can you teach me how to make wontons? Yao Ran was so surprised by his words that she couldn't react for a moment. She thought he would ask her how she knew so much about the weather, but she never expected him to ask her to teach him how to make wontons. Seeing that she was just staring at him, Long Yu lowered his eyes and asked with a hint of sadness in his voice, you don't want to teach me? After hearing this question, Yao Ran came to her senses. She stared at him for a moment and then said, it's a small matter. I can teach you if you want. After receiving her answer, Long Yu raised his eyes and smiled at her. Can you teach me now? Now? Long Yu asked again. You can't? Yao Ran was speechless when she saw this tall and handsome man staring at her like an abandoned puppy. She really couldn't keep up with his thoughts. After a moment of silence, she asked, should I go to your apartment, or should you come with me to mine? Long Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this question, and he quickly replied, it's better to do it at my house. I can clean the house after we finish cooking, and you just need to teach me how to cook. All right. After Yao Ran agreed to his request, Long Yu smiled and said, then I will wait for you at home. Back in her apartment, Yao Ran took out a bag of flour and the ingredients needed to make wontons from her space. She put the ingredients into a basket and went along Yu's apartment. Before she could knock on the door, Long Yu opened the door from inside. He smiled and said, you are here. Please come in. This is the second time she has come to his apartment. So Yao Ran went directly to the kitchen without looking around. The kitchen is clean and tidy. Yao Ran put down the basket on the kitchen counter and asked, what fillings do you want to make today? Long Yu walked into the kitchen and said, what you cooked today is delicious. Yao Ran nodded. I brought some fresh meat, vegetables, and mushrooms. We can share them. Long Yu didn't want to take advantage of her, so he said, then I will provide flour and other ingredients. All right. After Yao Ran briefly explained to Long Yu how to make wontons, they began to prepare the fillings. They worked for several hours and made 3,000 wontons. Long Yu looked at the beautifully wrapped wontons in front of Yao Ran and then at the crookedly wrapped wontons in front of him. He scratched his head in confusion and muttered, I did as you said. Why can't I wrap it beautifully like you? Yao Ran stood beside him, not knowing what to say. Don't ask me. I also wonder why you can't do it correctly. Yao Ran was speechless. She taught him for several hours, but none of Long Yu's wontons looked good. Some had broken skins, some did not have enough filling and looked like deflated balloons, and some could not even stick the skin together and turn into blooming flowers instead. Seeing his confused look, Yao Ran patted his shoulder and said, the first time I made wontons, I couldn't even wrap them. You did it better than me. Really? Although Long Yu was doubtful, he was happy that she took care of his feelings and praised him. Yao Ran nodded and lied without blinking. Yes, you did a good job. After praising Long Yu a few times, she divided the wontons into 2 portions and put them into the small box she had prepared before. Seeing that she also took away the ugly wontons that he made, Long Yu's smile brightened. Yao Ran put away the box filled with wontons and said, now, I will teach you how to cook the wonton soup. Yao Ran spent another hour teaching Long Yu how to prepare the wonton soup and had dinner with him. When she finally returned to her apartment, it was already dark outside. She went into her space to take a shower and put the wontons into the warehouse. When she came out again, Yao Ran collapsed on the soft bed, thinking about what had happened today. It's incredible that she spent hours patiently teaching Long Yu how to wrap wontons and even had 2 meals with him. If it were her previous life, she would definitely question Long Yu's motives for approaching her. But now, she just wants to enjoy a peaceful life with her friends. Recalling the happy and comfortable feeling she felt when she was with him, the corners of her lips raised slightly. Yao Ran covered her cheek with her palms and muttered in a daze, "Is this what having a friend feels like? It's so nice to spend time with him." Early the next morning, Yao Ran was woken up by the noise outside. She got out of bed, took a shower, and brushed her teeth before going out to take a look. Seeing Huang Qian angrily arguing with someone on the stairs, she approached him and asked, "Who came to make trouble so early today?" Huang Qian turned around and saw her coming. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you still remember that Lu Hong and his team were robbed 2 days ago?" Yao Ran nodded, and then Huang Qian pointed to the people crowding on the corridor of the 19th floor and said, "They are here to ask for your help to treat their family members. I turned them down a few times, but they kept coming again and again. It's really annoying." After hearing what he said, Yao Ran looked at the crowd and calmly said, "I'm not a doctor, and it's useless for you to beg me. There's nothing I can do." The crowd outside was speechless and stunned by her cold words. After a long silence, an old man rushed out from behind the crowd and suddenly knelt in front of Yao Ran and said, "Miss Yao, you are a good person. You can't let my son die. Please help him. I beg you." Seeing the old man kneeling on the ground and bowing deeply to Yao Ran, everyone came back to their senses and followed the old man. They knelt before Yao Ran and begged her to save their family. "Miss Yao, you are a doctor. Doctors have the heart of a parent. I beg you to save my son." "That's right. Miss Yao, as a doctor, you can't just watch them die. It's your duty to save people." Yao Ran stood there calmly and chuckled as if she was listening to a joke. But Huang Qian's face became darker and darker as he listened. Seeing that Yao Ran didn't speak, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed over and grabbed her hand. However, before the middle-aged woman could grab Yao Ran's hand, Yao Ran took a step aside and avoided her hand. "Io!" The middle-aged woman fell heavily to the ground and hit the wall. "Mom!" The daughter was shocked when she saw this and quickly went over to help her mother up. She checked her mother's condition and asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Mom?" Seeing the bruises on her mother's head, the young woman glared at Yao Ran and asked angrily, "What are you doing? How can you hurt people like this?" As soon as these words came out, Huang Qian couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at the young woman and cursed, "Damn it! Are you blind? Didn't you see that it was your mother who rushed towards Yao Ran and almost hurt her?" The woman was startled by Huang Qian's fierce looks. Before she could speak, Huang Qian turned to look at the other people kneeling on the ground and said, "All of you, get out of here. Otherwise, I will beat you all." The crowd was so frightened by his angry expression and cold eyes that they dared not speak. However, they knew they couldn't leave like that. They need to bring Yao Ran with them. Otherwise, those injured men would be dead for sure. Last night, 3 more people died from blood loss and infection. Unable to get those injured men to a hospital or find a doctor, their only option was Yao Ran. As long as she agrees to treat them, those injured men still have a chance of survival. Yao Ran knew what they were thinking and was trying to figure out how to get something out of this situation. But Huang Qian didn't have enough patience to deal with these people. He pulled out his military dagger and pointed at the crowd. "Whoever dares to cause trouble here, I will kill that person. Get lost." This time, those people did not dare to stay any longer. Under Huang Qian's cold gaze, they staggered and ran away one after another. After everyone left, he looked at Yao Ran and calmed down. "Yao Ran, if they come to trouble you again, just tell me. I will take care of them for you." Yao Ran nodded and smiled. "Thank you." After the two locked the metal doors, they returned to their apartment. For breakfast today, Yao Ran had a bowl of egg porridge, 2 small steamed buns, and a cup of soy milk. Just after finishing breakfast and picking up her backpack, Jia Xiang calls her. They need to leave early and spend 2 million today. Before leaving, Huang Qian reminded his younger sister and Deng Qiqi never to open the metal doors for anyone. If someone comes to trouble them, The two of them should wait at home for them to return before dealing with the troublemakers. When they arrived at the department store at around 8 o'clock, there was already a sea of people waiting in front of it. As Yao Ran and her friends joined the queue, a staff member walked out of the store with a megaphone. He stood on the chair and said, "Today's food has been sold out. Those who want to buy food, please come back tomorrow." When he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. After a moment of silence, shouts and cries filled up the area. "I've been queuing up since yesterday, but I still can't buy food. How does the government handle this matter? Why is it sold out so fast? Less than 10 people went inside, and you said the food was sold out? Are you kidding me? Is it really sold out? Did you hide the food and keep it for yourself? How can people live if they can't even buy food? The government should do something about this." Cries of despair, angry shouts, and voices of grievance filled the air. However, the heavily armed soldiers were there to guard the area, and no one dared to make trouble. Now that the troops are armed with live ammunition, even if they rush into the store, they may not be able to leave alive. What's the point of getting food but not being able to eat it? Their faces were numb and exhausted. They stood for a while and then left helplessly. When the situation calmed down, less than 10% of the people remained. Most of them came to buy food, and when the staff announced that there would be no more food for today, those people left in despair. As the crowd dispersed, the department store suddenly felt too quiet and spacious. Yao Ran and her friends waited for a while before it was their turn to go in. There were fewer items on the shelves today compared to the last time they visited the department store. Everything that could fill their stomachs was sold out, including snacks that no one wanted before. Yao Ran walked around for a while and saw a corner selling purified water. Customers would need to bring their own water containers to buy the purified water. However, just by looking at the turbid water, Yao Ran knew the source of the filtered water. Thinking of the corpses and garbage floating in the floodwater, she decisively turned around and left the corner selling purified water. Since there weren't many customers, Yao Ran had more time to look around. Only some household appliances, clothes, quilts, and daily necessities were left on the shelves. Yao Ran looked around and found that the prices of some items were 5 times higher than before. Although she has a lot of money, she doesn't intend to squander it. After looking around the department store, Yao Ran found that there were still 2 inflatable boats left. The price had risen to 60,000 yuan per boat. Since they already had enough boats to use, Yao Ran didn't buy the remaining 2 inflatable boats. She came here today to buy supplies for the incoming winter. Although she has prepared a lot of supplies in her space, Yao Ran still needs to buy some to cover the existence of her space. For the time being, the things in her space cannot be given to others, so Yao Ran has to find another way to get some winter supplies for Long Yu and the others. Food and fuel prices have skyrocketed, but prices for clothes, quilts, and daily necessities have remained relatively unchanged. After all, people will prioritize food that is now hard to find. Yao Ran browsed the shelves selling clothes and coats and saw a knee-length mink fur coat. The coat was very soft to the touch, and she felt warm when she put her hands inside it. She liked it and looked at the price. A mink fur coat costs 60,000 yuan. It's very expensive. They are available in both men's and women's styles, and prices vary depending on size. Yao Ran thought about it and bought 14 of them at once. She prepared 2 pieces for each of them. In addition to mink fur coats, there are also warm cotton jackets, down jackets, assault jackets, socks, rain boots, thermal underwear, etc. Yao Ran bought some for each of them, and then went to find Long Yu and the others. Seeing that only a few items were in their shopping basket, she asked, "Are those the only ones you want to buy?" Long Yu nodded. "Machim, if you finish, we can pay and go back early." "All right." After confirming that there was nothing more to buy, Yao Ran and Long Yu went to pay while Shixian, Huang Qian, and Jia Xiang waited outside. Yao Ran bought some compression bags and packed the purchased items with them after paying. Many people had no money or food and were starving. When they saw Yao Ran spend almost 1 million yuan on clothes and quilts, those people's eyes were red with envy. Just when Yao Ran and Long Yu left the department store to meet up with Shixian and others, a young man in his early 20s approached the 2 of them cautiously. Long Yu and Yao Ran noticed that the young man had been following them from the moment they left the department store and wanted to see what he wanted to do. The 2 of them pretended not to notice the young man and joined Shixian and others. Seeing that they had more people, The young man hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to approach them. Shirshin saw him coming and said, "Someone is coming." At his reminder, the other 4 people turned to look at the young man. Under their vigilant gazes, the young man felt a little nervous, but when he thought that he could make some money today, he encouraged himself and walked towards them. He stood a few steps away from Yao Ran and asked in a low voice, "Miss, do you want to buy food?" Yao Ran raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard his question. She observed the young man and found that although he looked thin, his clothes were clean, and his complexion was healthier than others. Compared to ordinary people, he looks like a well-fed man living a good life. After a few seconds of silence, Yao Ran asked, "What type of food do you sell?" The young man took out a small pack of compressed biscuits and a handful of yellowish rice from his pocket. He showed it to Yao Ran and said, "I have compressed biscuits and rice. Which one do you want?" Yao Ran looked at the yellowish rice, knowing it had been salvaged from the floodwater, and lost interest. She then looked at the small package of compressed biscuits and was surprised to find that they were the same as the ones she had bought from the factory before. She looked at the young man and asked, "What's the price of compressed biscuits and rice?" Seeing she looked interested in his goods, the young man smiled. "Rice is 2,200 yuan per kilogram, and compressed biscuits are 100 yuan per pack." Huang Qian couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard the price. The price of rice actually increased by 200 yuan compared to yesterday. Moreover, this person dared to quote 100 yuan for a small pack of compressed biscuits. He really dares to open his mouth and has a huge appetite. Unlike Huang Qian, who was surprised by the price, Yao Ran did not react after knowing the price. After thinking for a while, she said, "I need to discuss it with my friends first." The young man nodded, "Sure." Then he walked away and waited in the distance. After the young man left, Yao Ran looked at the others and said, "We have more than 1 million left. Do you want to buy food from him?" Long Yu said, "We don't have any connection to find other black market dealers, so we should try it." The others listened to his words and nodded in agreement. "Then what do you want to buy?" Yao Ran asked again. Long Yu did not answer her question but asked her back, "What do you think?" Yao Ran had thought about it and calmly said, "I want to buy compressed biscuits. Although rice is a good thing, we need water to cook it and side dishes to go with it. Moreover, the rice he provided was also salvaged from the water. I'm not sure if it's safe to eat. In addition, the shelf life of compressed biscuits is very long, at least a few years, and we can eat it directly. Compared with rice, the price is also lower. I also saw that his compressed biscuits are specially made for military rations. This is a good thing. Although spending 100 yuan to buy a pack of compressed biscuits seems expensive, one pack contains 10 blocks of compressed biscuits. If we eat sparingly, a small pack of compressed biscuits can last for 3 to 5 days. This is a good deal." After listening to her thoughts, Long Yu and others agreed with her and decided to buy compressed biscuits. Yao Ran counted the remaining money, which was enough to buy 10.500 packs of compressed biscuits. If divided equally, each person could get 1,500 packs. So many compressed biscuits could be eaten for a long time. After making the decision, Yao Ran and Long Yu walked up to the young man. Seeing them coming, he smiled and asked, "How is it? Have you decided which one to buy?" Yao Ran nodded. "We want to buy 10.500 packs of compressed biscuits." When the young man heard her words, he was stunned. After a moment of silence, a smile broke out on his face, and he said quickly, "I can't make a decision on this order. Can you wait a moment while I ask my boss?" Yao Ran nodded. "Okay." Watching the young man leave in a hurry, she asked Long Yu, "Do you think they have so much food on their hands?" Long Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "If they want to become black market dealers, they must have at least that much food. After all, those dealers are doing business with wealthy and influential people, and the quantity of goods for each transaction will not be low." After hearing his answer, Yao Ran nodded in agreement. Before long, the young man came back and said, "My boss agreed. We can make a deal." He smiled and added, "My boss is waiting for you too. You can come with me to inspect the goods." Yao Ran and Long Yu agreed and followed the young man. They walked to a secluded corner and saw the young man's boss. The boss looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a clean shirt and leather shoes. Judging from his clothes and behavior, he should be a businessman who is used to dealing with wealthy customers. The boss smiled at the two of them and extended his hand to them. Hello. My name is Ling Yi. Long Yu shook hands with him, and then Ling Yi said, I heard from my younger cousin that you want to buy 10.500 packs of compressed biscuits? Long Yu nodded. Yes. Ling Yi smiled and said, Great. I have prepared your order. You can check them to see if the quality meets your standards. He then said to his subordinates, Bring the goods here. Yes, boss. Soon, several men came back with more than 26 boxes of compressed biscuits. Long Yu inspected the goods and confirmed the quantity and quality of the compressed biscuits before nodding to Yao Ran. Yao Ran opened her backpack, counted the money, and then put it into a black plastic bag. She handed the plastic bag to Ling Yi and said, Boss Ling, you can count it to see if the amount is correct. Ling Yi smiled and said generously, No need to count it. I believe that you won't lie to me. He collected the money and asked, May I know what your name is, miss? We may have more opportunities to do business again in the future. Thinking that he was the only black market dealer they knew, Yao Ran also wanted to establish a connection and said, My name is Yao Ran. Ling Yi was in a good mood to get a wealthy customer and smiled. Then I will wait for the day when we meet again. After saying that, Ling Yi took his people and left. Before leaving, the young man said, Miss Yao, my name is Yuan Rihue. If you need anything, you can find me here. Yao Ran nodded, and then Yuan Rihue hurriedly caught up with Ling Yi and others. After all the money had been spent, Yao Ran said to Long Yu, We should go back before dark. With so much supplies, it will be dangerous to travel after dark. All right. Long Yu asked Xian and the others to help him move the compressed biscuits to the motorboat and inflatable boat while Yao Ran waited to guard the boats. Xian and Long Yu stayed on the motorboat, while Yao Ran, Jia Xiang, and Huang Qian stayed on the inflatable boat to guard the supplies. After covering the supplies with a tarp, they tied the inflatable boat to the motorboat with ropes and left immediately after ensuring the supplies were securely tied. With so many supplies, Xian decided to take a detour to avoid encountering robbers on the way. Although it takes longer for them to return to the Ling Yuan apartment complex, their field of view is wider, and they can instantly spot anyone approaching them. They returned with 2 boats full of supplies, once again attracting the attention of the residents of the Ling Yuan apartment complex and making people jealous. However, jealous people can only endure silently. Many people wanted to join forces with the 20th floor, but Long Yu ruthlessly rejected all of them. When they moved the supplies to the 20th floor, many residents in Building 3 stared at them. Even if they want to keep a low profile, they can't do it now with so many envious eyes staring at them. However, no matter how those people stared at them, Yao Ran and her friends ignored all of them. They are already known as villains and don't care if their reputation gets worse. Just as they returned to move the remaining supplies up to the 20th floor, Lu Hong and his team came back. Seeing the boxes in the hands of Long Yu and others, Lu Hong could only sigh. They searched everywhere but found nothing. Even the few moldy breads they managed to find were snatched away by robbers on their way back today. He looked at the rich supplies found by Long Yu and his friends and sighed again. Although they all came from the same apartment complex, one could only lament the differences between their abilities. They moved the supplies back to Unit 2001 and divided them equally. After they were done, Yao Ran and Long Yu each took their shares and returned to their apartment. Back to her apartment, Yao Ran took off her raincoat and boots and went into her space. She put away the supplies in the warehouse and then went to take a hot shower at the villa. After feeding the animals and tending the plants in the farmland, Yao Ran left the space. She first went to the planting room and balcony to check the condition of the plants. Seeing that they were healthier than before, Yao Ran watered them with lake water and then used the wood element energy to nourish them. After exhausting her wood element energy, Yao Ran drank a glass of lake water and then made a pack of self-heating hot pot for lunch. After being outside for the entire morning, she felt cold and wanted to eat a spicy hot pot. Yao Ran made a spicy hot pot and ate a bowl of rice while watching a movie on the phone in the living room. Before she could finish her lunch, she heard the sound of helicopter propellers. Her hand paused while picking up a piece of beef, and she focused on the faint sound outside. As time passed, the sound of the helicopter propellers became louder and louder. Yao Ran put down her chopsticks, put on her coat, and left the apartment. When she came out, Long Yu and Xian also came out of their apartments. They looked at each other for a moment, and then Long Yu climbed up the stairs and went to the rooftop. As soon as he opened the door to the rooftop, Yao Ran and Shi Xian heard the noise from downstairs. Knowing that those people were here to inquire about the helicopter, Yao Ran said to Shi Xian, I will go up and have a look. Please stop those people if they come up. Shi Xian nodded and said, All right, leave this place to me. Seeing Shi Xian go back to call Huang Qian and others, Yao Ran climbed up to the rooftop. When she arrived at the rooftop, Yao Ran saw Long Yu looking up at the helicopter hovering on the roof of Building 3. Not long after, 3 soldiers slid down from the helicopter on ropes, followed by 3 large boxes of supplies. After the soldiers and supplies landed safely, the helicopter took off and then flew to the next building. Each soldier is fully armed and wears bulletproof armor. When they saw Yao Ran and Long Yu looking at them, one of them saluted them and said, Hello, comrades. Long Yu and Yao Ran returned the greeting, and then Yao Ran asked, Are you here for rescue? The soldier looked at her and explained, Miss, we are here to distribute supplies to the residents. Can you call them up? Yao Ran nodded. I can call them over, but I need one of you to follow me. I'm afraid they won't listen to me and will cause trouble. Seeing Yao Ran's sweet and innocent look, the leader nodded and said to one of his subordinates, You go and follow her. The soldier nodded. Yes, sir. Yao Ran led the way and led the soldiers to the 20th floor. When the soldier saw the metal door on the stairs, he asked, Why are there metal doors blocking the stairs? Yao Ran had no intention of hiding anything, but she also had no intention of telling the truth. She put on a troubled expression and mixed the truth and lies in her explanation. Her voice sounded helpless when she said, Those people downstairs have always been targeting me and my friends. They saw that we were young and tried to rob us many times. Worried that they would kill us while we slept, my friend and I decided to install a few more doors to keep us safe. The situation in the Ling Yuan apartment complex is actually much better than outside. Nowadays, it is normal for people to rob and kill each other for a pack of instant noodles. After listening to Yao Ran's explanation, the soldier said nothing more. He followed her and looked at the clean corridor and the metal doors installed in the apartments with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this fortress-like environment, the soldier couldn't help but glance at Yao Ran. Seeing soldiers following behind her, Shi Xian was not surprised and said, The residents want us to hand over our supplies. I plan to wait for you to come back before deciding what to do. The soldier looked at Shi Xian and said, Please open the door. I will talk to them. Since the soldiers wanted to help him deal with those troublesome people, Shi Xian had no objection and opened the metal door for him. As soon as the metal door opened, someone shouted, They are opening the door. Let's go in and get the supplies. Before anyone could take action, the soldier raised his gun and shot toward the ceiling. Bang! As soon as the gunfire rang out, everyone was shocked. Seeing the residents' ferocious expressions, the soldier completely believed Yao Ran's words. It must not be easy for a young woman to protect herself from these people. He lowered his weapon and coldly said, I have a mission to deliver emergency supplies to the residents here. Everyone needs to show their household registration to receive the supplies. One household registration can only get 1 pack of supplies. Seeing the residents' dissatisfaction, he added, Come to the rooftop one by one and stop making trouble. Otherwise, I will not be polite to you. After saying that, the soldier looked at Yao Ran and politely said, Miss, you can take your household registration and go get the supplies. I will stay here to guard this area. With the soldier volunteering to guard the 20th floor for them, Yao Ran and her friends could go up and get their share. She nodded to the soldier and said, Thank you. Yao Ran, Shi Xian, and the others went back to get their household registration and then went to the rooftop. When they arrived, they saw Long Yu talking to the soldier's leader. When the leader saw that the soldier had not returned, he asked Yao Ran, Excuse me, miss, where is the young soldier who went with you? Yao Ran explained the situation to the leader and then said, He said he would help us guard the house so that we can come here to get supplies. The leader nodded and said to the other soldier, Open the box, register the name, and then distribute the supplies. 1 pack of supplies for each household registration. Yes, sir. While the soldier was busy opening the boxes, Yao Ran said, Long Yu, you should go back and get your household registration book. Before Long Yu could speak, the leader took a pack of supplies from the box and said, No need. He had registered his name. After speaking, he handed the pack of supplies to Long Yu. Seeing this, Yao Ran looked at the two of them thoughtfully but said nothing. Soon, People who were living on the lower floor also came one after another. Yao Ran and her friends lined up, registered their names, and then received a pack of supplies. After everyone got their share, Long Yu said goodbye to the leader and left with his friends. Just as they reached the door, they heard a woman living in apartment number 1803 say, "Comrade, there are 8 people in my family. How can you just give me 1 pack of supplies? This is not enough at all." The soldier shook his head and explained patiently, "Each household registration can only receive 1 pack of supplies. If you get your share, please leave. Don't hinder others." The woman was unconvinced and pointed at Yao Ran. "She lives alone, but you gave her 1 pack of supplies. This is unfair. If you give her 1 pack, you should give me 8 packs because there are 8 people in my family." When other residents heard her words, they also started complaining. "That's right. We have many people in our family, but we only get 1 pack of supplies. Why do people who live alone get the same amount of supplies as we do? This is not fair." "Yes, comrade, the distribution of materials must be based on the number of people to be fair." Seeing more and more people joining the protest, the leader pointed his gun to the sky and shot. Bang! These days, he met many such people. Every time he distributed supplies, those people would find trouble and force the soldiers to do what they wanted. Fed up with their protests, the leader coldly said, "Take it or get lost." The residents were so frightened by the leader's fierce expression that they shut up instantly. With the leader guarding the supplies and another soldier guarding the 20th floor, no one dares to cause trouble. Seeing that he could control the situation, Long Yu left with Yao Ran and his friends. An hour later, the soldiers finished distributing the supplies. Before leaving, the soldiers guarding the 20th floor knocked on Yao Ran's door. Seeing her opening the door, the soldier said, "I heard from other residents that you are a doctor. Miss, do you want to work in the hospital?" Yao Ran shook her head and smiled. "I'm just a medical student, and I haven't graduated yet. I'm afraid I don't have enough skills or experience to treat people." When the soldier heard her words, he felt slightly disappointed. The next second, he nodded and said, "I understand. If you're interested in working in a hospital, you can visit the Star Tower Hotel. We set up a hospital there and stationed an army to protect the medical staff." Yao Ran nodded. "All right, I will think about it." After bidding farewell, the soldier made his way to the rooftop. Not long after, Yao Ran heard the sound of helicopter propellers. She returned to the living room and began training her body and abilities. While she was busy training, Long Yu was in the middle of a meeting with his friends. In the living room of Unit 2001, 4 people were sitting around a low table. Shi Xian looked at Long Yu and asked, "Captain, you came here without telling Yao Ran. Do you have anything important to tell us?" Long Yu nodded. He took out a piece of paper and put it on the table. Looking at his curious friends, he explained, "The soldiers who delivered supplies just now gave me a letter from Commander Su. You should read it first before we talk." Shi Xian read the letter and frowned. "Commander Su actually wants you to return to the army?" Long Yu looked at Huang Qian, Jia Xiang, and Shi Xian and said, "Since I have retired from the army, I will not go back. However, if you want to go back, I will not stop you. If you decide to return to the army, I can contact Commander Su for you." Huang Qian heard this, exchanged looks with Shi Xian and Jia Xiang, and then said, "Captain, I will not return to the army. I will follow you." Shi Xian and Jia Xiang nodded in agreement. Seeing Long Yu looking at them thoughtfully, Jia Xiang hesitated and said, "Captain, I retired because after you left, the new captain who took over your position was from the central government." She clenched her hands and added, "He always assigned us dangerous tasks, but when we came back, he covered up our achievements and made them his own. I was tired of being used, so I left the military." Looking at their gloomy expressions, Long Yu knew that the 3 of them were not having an easy time in the army. He looked at the letter on the low table for a moment and then asked Shi Xian, "Do you know what happened to our other brothers after I retired?" Shi Xian hesitated and replied, "After you retired, the higher-ups put a lot of pressure on Commander Su, forcing him to disband the Special Force team. The other brothers were assigned to different regiments, and we don't know what happened to them afterward." After hearing Shi Xian's answer, Long Yu's eyes flickered for a second. He lowered his eyes and hid his emotions from his friends. Jia Xiang looked at Long Yu and asked, "Captain, will you inform Commander Su about our choice?" Long Yu looked at her and said, Yes. We need to let him know our decisions so he won't pin his hopes on us and can find others to help him. After discussing for a while, Long Yu returned to his apartment and wrote a letter to Su Qipeng. He sealed the letter, put on his raincoat, and took off on his motorboat. In the evening, as soon as Yao Ran finished her daily training, there was a loud noise downstairs. Just as she was about to go and take a look, the sound got louder and louder. After coming out of the apartment, she saw Huang Zhihui leaning against the metal door. Yao Ran raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Zhihui, what are you doing there?" Huang Zhihui turned around and saw her. She waved to Yao Ran and smiled. "Elder sister Yao Ran, are you also coming out because of the commotion?" Yao Ran nodded and walked to her. The two of them leaned against the metal door, listening to the conversation downstairs. It appears that people are returning from rescue centers. These people wanted to camp on the corridor, but the original residents on the high floors disagreed. As floodwaters continue to rise, rescue centers are becoming more crowded day after day. People don't eat well or sleep well and are very tired because they need to be constantly on guard against theft. No one can endure such a tiring life for a long time. After considering the pros and cons, these people decided to return home. Living in the corridor is several times better than living in a small place in a rescue center where they can't even stretch their legs while sleeping. However, no matter how they begged, the original residents disagreed to let them stay in the corridor. It's hard enough for them to live decently in this damp weather, heavy rain, and lack of supplies. But now they have to deal with these people living in the corridors. They just can't accept it. These people do everything outside the door every day, including eating, drinking, and defecating, which is very frustrating for the original residents. Moreover, because supplies were scarce, the original residents couldn't relax and felt that these people would rob them of their supplies. How can they live in peace with these people living outside their door? What if they were killed while sleeping at night? Just thinking about it makes the original residents shudder in fear. After all, just 2 days ago, Lu Hong and his teammates were robbed at night. No one knew who the robbers were, and no one could get the supplies back. After that day, many robberies occurred, and everyone became more wary of strangers and no longer helped others easily. No residents were willing to accommodate those who had just returned, so they were forced to seek help from floor to floor. Soon, they arrived at the 18th floor and saw a metal door installed on the stairs to the 19th floor. These people said nothing and went to find the people who lived on the 18th floor. When the middle-aged woman living in Unit 1803 heard their request, she put one hand on her hip and pointed toward the stairs with the other. "We can't accommodate you here. The people living on the 19th and 20th floors have a lot of supplies. You should go to them instead of begging us who have nothing to eat." After hearing her words, everyone's eyes lit up. Thanking the middle-aged woman, they hurried to knock on the metal door blocking the stairs toward the 19th floor. Seeing this, the woman snorted coldly and said with obvious jealousy in her voice, "I would like to see if you can still be arrogant after today." Humph. N/O/vel/B//and C//OM. Listening to the knock on the metal door, Huang Zhihui looked at Yao Ran and said, "It seems that the woman living in Unit 1803 deliberately led these people to trouble us. Elder sister Yao Ran, what should we do now?" Yao Ran smiled at her and calmly said, "We can just refuse them." As she spoke, a desperate voice came from the other side of the metal door. Although they knew that the people living on the 20th floor were ruthless, they could only grit their teeth and try their luck. The man leading the group looked at his thin wife and son. After thinking about it for a few seconds, he clenched his hands and kneeled decisively on the cold floor. He banged his head on the floor and sincerely said, "Please let us stay by the rooftop door. We promise not to disturb you." When the others saw him kneeling on the ground, they quickly knelt down and begged, "Please give us a way to survive. We promise not to cause trouble or disturb anyone living on the 19th and 20th floors." Yao Ran wouldn't let them live on the 19th or 20th floor. These people had just returned from a rescue center, and no one knew what they had gone through there. She doesn't want to test people's hearts, nor does she want to invite wolves into her home. Yao Ran looked at the people kneeling outside and said calmly, "It's useless for you to beg me." As soon as she finished speaking, a sarcastic female voice suddenly sounded from the corridor. How could it be useless? When Yao Ran heard the familiar and annoying voice, she looked toward the corridor on the 18th floor and saw the middle-aged woman living in Unit 1803. The woman put her hands on her hips and said, "All of you just came back, so you may not know this. This morning, the soldiers came to distribute supplies to us. Each household registration can only receive 1 pack of supplies." After everyone heard this, they all regretted not coming back earlier. Otherwise, they would have received a pack of supplies and would not have to go hungry today. The middle-aged woman observed everyone for a moment and continued, "Everyone has many family members living together, but those people who live on the 20th floor each receive a pack of supplies." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone murmured in a low voice. Seeing the envious, regretful, and surprised expressions on the faces of the returning residents, the woman continued to add fuel to the fire. She raised her voice and said, "In addition, these young people are also very capable. Every time they come back, they will bring back at least 3 shiploads of supplies. With so much supplies, they can live comfortably for many years." Then she sighed and looked at the crowd with pity. "All of you just came back, so you must be hungry and cold, right? Is there anything wrong with them sharing a little food with you? When everyone is facing disaster, they shouldn't be selfish, right?" Seeing the returning residents nodding in agreement, she felt proud and added, "Young people should respect the elderly and love their children. It is the duty of the young and capable people to help those in need." After finishing her speech, the middle-aged woman turned to look at Yao Ran and said with a proud smile, "Don't you think so, Miss Yao?" After saying this, the middle-aged woman turned to look at the people kneeling on the ground, looking like she was waiting for a good show. On the other side of the metal door, Huang Zhihui gritted her teeth and said, "This woman is really annoying. She deliberately caused trouble for us this morning, and now she is instigating these people to rob us. She is obviously targeting us." Yao Ran looked at the middle-aged woman who looked at her provocatively. She sneered and said, "Calm down. Now is not the right time to deal with her. Just let her jump around for a few more days. When the opportunity comes, we can just let her know the consequences for targeting us." Before Huang Zhihui could ask what they should do with these returning residents, Yao Ran smiled and said, "Since she wants to kill us with a borrowed knife, then we can just defeat her in her own game." After saying that, Yao Ran turned to look at the people on the other side of the metal door. She looked troubled and said helplessly, "Please don't be deceived by this aunt. I saw that she received 8 packs of supplies this morning. She also hid a lot of food at home. I remember that she joined Lu Hong's team. These days, her family always goes out with Lu Hong and the others. When they came back, they would bring a lot of supplies. She has a lot of family members, so she must get more shares than others." Seeing that her lie aroused everyone's interest, Yao Ran added, "After you all went to the rescue center, each building elected a building manager. Lu Hong is the building manager of Building 3, and he controls all supplies in Building 3. Working for Lu Hong, she must collect a lot of supplies. If you are in trouble and need food, it is best to ask Lu Hong to help you. If he can't handle even this little thing, then he should resign as the building manager and return the supplies he collected from the other residents." As soon as Yao Ran finished speaking, the middle-aged woman pointed at her and shouted angrily, "Bitch! How dare you lie to them and scheme against me? Everyone here is not a fool." Judging from what the middle-aged woman had said before and the information Yao Ran had given just now, they knew that the middle-aged woman wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. Now that they knew this, how could they let the middle-aged woman use them to deal with the people on the 20th floor? If the middle-aged woman really angers Yao Ran, they will be the ones who suffer, while the middle-aged woman can stand aside and reap the benefits. After thinking about it, the leading man stood up and turned to glare at the middle-aged woman. Feeling their anger, the middle-aged woman subconsciously took a step back and asked with a hint of fear in her voice, What do you want to do?" The man snorted and said, "Do you think we are blind or stupid? Go and bring Lu Hong to us. Otherwise, we will stay here and let you suffer with us. No one wants these people living in front of their home, including this middle-aged woman." After hearing his threat, she said angrily, "You can't stay on the 18th floor. If you have any questions, just go to Lu Hong. I'm not your worker. I won't go." Hearing this, the man ignored the middle-aged woman and looked at the people who came back with him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Everyone, I'm going to find Lu Hong. Can some of you go with me?" Everyone knew that they had become grasshoppers tied on the same rope, So 5 young people stood up and agreed to follow him, while the rest stayed in the corridor on the 18th floor. The corridor was crowded with a lot of people, and the middle-aged woman finally felt threatened. She had no choice but to hurry back home and inform her family. Huang Zhihui watched the middle-aged woman run back home with her tail between her legs and laughed. She gave Yao Ran a thumbs up and said, "Elder sister Yao Ran, you are so awesome. Your trick of making dogs bite dogs is flawless." Yao Ran chuckled. "It's nothing. As long as food and supplies are mentioned, those people outside will know what to do. If they have brains, they will not fight us but will go and find Lu Hong." Yao Ran shrugged and added, "After all, if they dare to fight us, they will die. However, they still have a chance to gain some benefits against Lu Hong. A wise person knows which choice to make in this situation." Huang Zhihui was deeply impressed by Yao Ran's tactic of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After dealing with those people and causing trouble for the middle-aged woman and Lu Hong, Yao Ran and Huang Zhihui went back to the apartment to have dinner. At the same time, the man led 5 men to look for Lu Hong. They went down to the 13th floor and impatiently knocked on the door of 1307. Soon, Lu Hong opened the door and saw 6 thin and dirty men standing in front of his door. Their faces were dirty, with sunken cheeks and impatient expressions. Lu Hong frowned when he smelled the sour smell emanating from their bodies. Although he despised them, Lu Hong still asked them politely, "Do you need anything?" The leading man was satisfied when he saw Lu Hong being polite to them. He couldn't slap the smiling person, so he calmed down and said, "I heard that you are the building manager elected by the residents." When the man saw Lu Hong nodding, he wanted to say that Yao Ran had told him about Lu Hong, but he hesitated. There would be no good outcome for anyone who went against the people who lived on the 20th floor, so he better not mention that female devil for now. He made his decision and said, "When we came back, others had already occupied our houses while some of us couldn't go back because the house was flooded. We asked other residents for help, but no one wanted to help us. Since you are the building manager, you have to help us solve this problem." Lu Hong was stunned when he heard the man asking him to help them arrange accommodation. He cursed secretly in his heart but showed a helpless smile. "Comrade, I also want to help you, but I can't do anything. In our current situation, no one will listen to me." The man was not satisfied with his answer and said, "Then what should we do? We have been living in this place since it was built. There is no way we can ever leave and go to the rescue center ever again." Seeing the man's gloomy expression, Lu Hong changed his strategy and asked, "What about you go and live on the 19th and 20th floors? No one lives in the corridor, and only a few people are living there." Hearing this, the leading man sneered. "All right, since you gave us this idea, then you should talk to the residents living on the 19th and 20th floors. This is your responsibility as the building manager." Lu Hong was angry, but there was nothing he could do except agree to the man's request. Since he agreed to serve as a building manager, he received no benefits, but he had to work hard for free and serve the residents of Building 3 every day. Because of this, his wife and parents are unhappy with him these days. Lu Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I will try to talk to them. However, I cannot promise you that they will let you live in the corridors on the 19th and 20th floors. You should all know the temper of the person who lives on the 20th floor." After saying this, Lu Hong reluctantly followed the men to the 18th floor. He stood in front of the locked metal door blocking the stairs toward the 19th floor and knocked for a long time, but no one came. He was a little annoyed, but he still held back his temper and politely said, "Miss Yao, can you open the door? I have something to discuss with you regarding the accommodation of the residents who are coming back today." Lu Hong waited for a few more minutes, but the residents of the 19th and 20th floors did not respond. Seeing that even Lu Hong could not control the residents of the 20th floor, the others were desperate. They rushed to the metal door, kicking it while yelling and cursing. "Open the door. Who are you to block the corridor? That is a public place. Come out. I have lived here for many years. If I want to stay, who dares to drive me away? Open the door for me." Seeing that the situation had escalated out of control, Lu Hong knew that he had to leave, lest these idiots anger the living devils living on the 20th floor. Looking at the leading man, he said quickly, "Everyone, please listen to me." He tried to talk to them, but they ignored him. Lu Hong was fed up with these ungrateful, idiotic people. He looked at the leading man and said, "Since you guys won't listen to me, then I can't help you anymore. Do whatever you want." After leaving these words, Lu Hong hurriedly left and returned home. When the leader saw Lu Hong really leaving without turning back, he knew they couldn't rely on Lu Hong. He used to live on the 4th floor, but now he has nowhere to live. Thinking that the temperature was getting colder, he gritted his teeth and said to the others, "Everyone, let's just live in the corridor. If those people dare to drive us out, we must fight back. If we leave, we will die. So our only way to survive is to stay. We cannot wait for death, so we must fight for survival." After hearing this, a man who accompanied him to find Lu Hong said, "But we are starving and weaker than those people." Hearing this, the leader sneered, "We outnumber them. As long as we want to stay, who can drive us away?" Listening to his words, the despair and anger in everyone's eyes disappeared, replaced by hope and determination. That's right. As long as we work together, who can drive us away? After some discussions, those people decided to live on the 13th floor. Since Yao Ran said that Lu Hong controlled the supplies in Building 3, it would be easier for them to obtain the supplies if they lived in front of Lu Hong's house. When Lu Hong found out that those people chose to stay on the 13th floor, he was so angry that he almost fainted. As the days passed, the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, and the floodwaters continued to rise. Under Yao Ran's careful care, the plants finally grew healthily. Since the last time they came back from the department store, Yao Ran and the others stayed at home and didn't go out to search for supplies. Despite the continuous rain and cold temperatures, they are still busy with daily training. Under Jia Xiang's Spartan training mode, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi's fighting skills improved dramatically. Standing on the balcony, Yao Ran listened to the sound of rain hitting the glass window and looked at the lush green plants in the planting pots. With the combination of nutrient solution, fertilizer, lake water, and Herwood elemental energy, the plants grew faster and larger than ordinary plants. The vegetables, potatoes, and mushrooms were ready for harvest, so Yao Ran decided to harvest them today. After she was done, she put some vegetables, mushrooms, and potatoes into 2 plastic bags. Yao Ran had promised Long Yu and the others before that she would share the harvest with them. Coincidentally, Huang Qian also suffers from unhealthy eating and feels pain every time he goes to the toilet. The timing is just right to balance their diet. After filling 2 large plastic bags, Yao Ran put the remaining harvest into the warehouse. Then she washed her hands, put on her coat, and left with 2 plastic bags filled with freshly picked vegetables. Just when she was about to knock on Long Yu's door, he opened the door. He felt someone standing in front of the door, so he went over to take a look, but he didn't expect that the guest was Yao Ran. Yao Ran didn't go out often, and she rarely found him. Most of the time, it was him or his friends who were looking for her. Long Yu smiled at her and asked, "Is there anything you need my help with?" Yao Ran handed him a smaller plastic bag and said, "I just harvested the vegetables, mushrooms, and potatoes. This is your share." Long Yu took the plastic bag and said, "Thank you. Your timing is perfect. I had finished the vegetables and wanted to exchange some with you today, but you came to give this to me first." Seeing another plastic bag in her hand, Long Yu asked, "Is that for Shi Xian and the others?" Yao Ran nodded. She seemed to remember something, looked at him, and explained, "They have more people, so I give them more vegetables. Also, Zhihui tells me that her elder brother is always in pain when he goes to the toilet. I think he needs to eat more vegetables." When Long Yu heard this, he was stunned. 2 seconds later, he chuckled and said, "I see. In fact, if the vegetables were divided equally, the number of vegetables given to him would be at least 3 times that of Shi Xian and the others." However, Long Yu was still happy when Yao Ran took the initiative to explain to him. Since she already delivered Long Yu's share, Yao Ran said, "Then I will give this to them first." MHM. Long Yu did not close the door but watched Yao Ran knock on the door of Unit 2001, watched her hand the plastic bag to Huang Qian, and then waved to her when she returned home. Seeing the plastic bag in Long Yu's hand, Huang Qian asked, "Captain, Yao Ran only gave you that much?" Long Yu nodded, "MHM." Huang Qian looked at the big plastic bag in his hand and asked generously, "Do you need more vegetables? I can share some with you." Long Yu smiled when he heard what Huang Qian said. He waved his hand and said, "This is enough for me. You should eat more vegetables." Huang Qian looked at Long Yu and shyly said, "Oh, all right." If you need more later, just come to find us. MHM. The two chatted for a while, then took their plastic bag and closed the door. 2 days later, Yaoran woke up naturally and went to the space to wash up. As she left the space feeling refreshed, there was a knock on her door. Seeing it was Longyu, she smiled and greeted him. Longyu, good morning. He smiled and said, good morning, Yaoran. Yaoran looked at him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes and asked, it's rare for you to find me so early in the morning. Do you have anything important to tell me? Longyu nodded. Yes. Yesterday, I went out to check the situation outside and found a pig farm. I also found a few pigs there. We plan to go there to catch the pigs today. Do you want to go with us? Yaoran was surprised to learn that there were still pigs outside. Longyu must be very lucky to have found those pigs, which are still alive. However, instead of feeling happy, Yaoran thought that he was a little strange. Often, when people find supplies or food, they won't tell others. She was curious about why Longyu came to tell her about this information instead of hiding it. If he left secretly with the others, Yaoran wouldn't know about the pig. They can get more for themselves without having to share the meat with her. Yaoran looked at him and curiously asked, Longyu, why are you telling me this news? If you go alone with the others, you don't have to share the meat with me, and you guys can get more shares. When Longyu heard what she said, he suddenly felt unhappy. Longyu stared at Yaoran for a moment and said, I thought we were close enough to trust each other. I didn't expect you to think of me like this. Do you think I am a stingy and greedy person? Didn't we agree to help each other and share supplies equally? She suddenly felt like a scumbag and a greedy person. Seeing his aggrieved look, Yaoran was speechless. Brother, I just asked you out of curiosity. Why do you look like I'm bullying you? Longyu waited for a while and found that Yaoran looked at him a little strangely. But before he could ask her why she was looking at him like that, Yaoran sighed and awkwardly said, I'm sorry. I've never had friends, so it's hard for me to trust others. Please forgive me if my random question hurts you. Hearing this, Longyu frowned slightly, feeling sorry for her. Seeing Yaoran's awkward look, his mind spun rapidly, trying to find a way to ease the uncomfortable atmosphere. After thinking about it, Longyu smiled and shook his head. I was just kidding you. So, will you go with us? After hearing what he said, Yaoran was speechless again. Brother, can you stop making such jokes? It's not funny. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then Yaoran nodded. Thank you for the invitation. When are we going to that pig farm? Longyu replied, Sure Xian and the others are ready. We are only waiting for your answer. Since Longyu can find the pig farm, others can also find it. Yaoran thought for a while and said, Give me 2 minutes. I have to change clothes first. Longyu nodded, then we will wait for you. After Longyu went back to get his raincoat, Yaoran quickly put on the stab-proof clothing and then put on her coat and raincoat outside. She hurriedly left the apartment with a waterproof backpack and a long sword on her back. Seeing her coming, Longyu looked at Huang Qian and said, Be careful while we are away. Those people might come and attack us at any time. Huang Qian patted his chest and grinned, Captain. Don't worry. As long as I am here, no one can take away our supplies. After they checked their preparation for the last time, Longyu and Shi Xian carried 2 inflatable boats while Jiaxiang and Yaoran followed them. Seeing the 4 of them coming down, the people living in the corridor could only look from a distance with envy. Longyu pushed the inflatable boat out of the windows and said, I'm going to get the motorboat first. After saying that, he left in the inflatable boat. When Shi Xian pushed the other inflatable boat out from the windows, Yaoran looked thoughtfully at Longyu's disappearing figure. Not long after, Longyu came back on a motorboat, dragging the inflatable boat behind him. After parking the motorboat near the windows, Jiaxiang tied Yaoran's inflatable boat to the inflatable boat connected to the motorboat. After everything was ready, Yaoran sat on the first inflatable boat in the middle of their formation. Longyu sat on the second inflatable boat on the back, and Jiaxiang sat on the motorboat, helping Shi Xian observe the surrounding situation with binoculars. To save time and for their safety, Shi Xian chose a remote and broader road. Before setting off, he had checked the map and planned the safest and shortest route to the pig farm. It took them 3 hours to reach the suburban pig farm, which is located on high ground and has not yet been flooded. On their way, Jiaxiang saw something moving in the water. She pointed to their left side and said, Shi Xian, something is moving there. Xian looked in the direction she pointed and frowned slightly. It looks like a bloated corpse. Xiang zoomed in the binoculars to get a clearer view. After a few seconds, she suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "It's a pig! Hurry up, Xian. Go and save it." When Xian heard that it was a pig and that it was still alive, he stopped wasting time. He made a sharp turn and drove towards the floating pig. Judging from its physique, the pig weighed at least 300 kilograms. The pig can swim, but it can't swim for long. It has no strength and can only float on the water surface and float downstream. It must have been in the water for too long and had to swim to survive. When it saw Xian coming on a motorboat, it made a weak sound as if asking for help. Seeing Xiang use a stick to catch the pig, Ran stopped her. She opened her backpack, reached in, and took out a fishing net from her space. She handed the fishing net to Xiang and said, "Use this to pull the pig." Xian looked at her backpack and was curious about how much Ran packed in it. It seemed like she had everything they needed. Xiang nodded and used the fishing net to prevent the flood from washing away the pig. The fishing net covered the pig, and then Xiang, Ran, and Xian worked together to pull the pig to the motorboat. The pig did not struggle or scream, and calmly allowed them to pull it closer. The three of them then lifted the heavy pig onto the motorboat while Long Yu guarded them. The pig is big but not fat and has a sunken belly. Apparently, it has been starving for a long time. It is lucky to be alive until now. After they put the exhausted and starving pig down, Ran reached into her backpack and took out an electric shock baton. Without saying anything, she turned on the power to the maximum and shocked the pig. Oink! The pig let out a shrill scream, tilted its head, and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Xian and Xiang looked at Ran speechlessly. So ruthless. After a moment of silence, the two glanced at the pig and then looked away. In/o/vel/b//n c//om. After Ran returned to the inflatable boat, Long Yu said, "We should hurry up. I'm worried that the pigs will run out to find food and fall into the water." Xian nodded, started the engine, and drove towards the pig farm. After driving for a while, he found a secluded place suitable for parking their boats. Four people jumped out of the boats and tied 3 boats to nearby trees. After making sure no one was around, the 4 of them made their way to the pig farm. Long Yu was the one who found the pig farm, so he walked in front of the others to lead the way. Due to the rain, the roads became muddy and slippery. In just 10 minutes, Ran slipped and almost fell several times. Seeing this, Long Yu stretched out his hand to her without saying anything. Ran hesitated for a second and then held his hand. She felt awkward holding Long Yu's hand, but it was better than falling over and rolling into the water. With Long Yu's support, Ran walked with difficulty for more than 10 minutes. Seeing the sign in the distance, Long Yu said, "We have arrived." Ran stood in front of the broken gate and observed the surrounding situation. The pig farm wasn't flooded, but there were no people either. "The pig pen is at the back," Long Yu said after confirming that there was no danger. After walking for another 10 minutes, they saw a pig pen that could accommodate more than 300 pigs. From the distance, Ran heard the faint grunting of the pigs in the pig pen. Long Yu held her hand, and they walked to the pig pen. He said, "Yesterday, I found 10 pigs in it." When Long Yu pushed the door open and walked into the pig pen, Ran smelled the stench in the air and frowned slightly. Fortunately, it wasn't unbearable because the rain dissolved some of the stink. She looked around and saw several pigs in cages. Judging from the pigs' sunken bellies, it seems that no one has taken care of the pigs here since the typhoon hit Junqing City. Seeing that the 10 pigs were still there, Long Yu turned to look at Xian and Xiang and said, "Xian, the 2 of us will deal with the pigs. Xiang, can you move the dead pig over so we can process it?" Xiang is stronger than Xian and Ran. Carrying a pig weighing 300 kilograms is nothing to her. She nodded and said, "Okay." After Xiang left, Long Yu let go of Ran's hand. Since they didn't need her help here, she looked at him and said, "I'm going to see if I can find any supplies." Killing a pig is not an easy task, so Long Yu does not intend to let Ran help them. He nodded and reminded her, "Be careful." "I know." After leaving the pig pen, Yao Ran walked around the pig farm and found the feed warehouse. She had bought pigs before, and it was not easy for her to prepare pig feed every day. Now that she is here, she wants to see if there is any pig feed available. Yao Ran pushed the door of the warehouse and found that it was unlocked. There was no electricity, and the warehouse was shrouded in darkness. Taking out a flashlight from her space, Yao Ran slowly walked into the warehouse. She checked every corner and made sure that there was no danger before she looked at the things inside. Seeing the huge warehouse filled with pig feed, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, Yao Ran was very happy. It seems the pig farm owner had just restocked the pig feed before the typhoon hit the city. She turned around and saw a crusher placed next to the corn. The crusher should be used to crush the corn before mixing it with pig feed. With a smile on her lips, Yao Ran put the crusher and pig feed into her space. She then looked at the large pile of corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. After thinking about it, she took most of them, leaving only a few hundred kilograms. Later, she will inform the others over so they can bring back the corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes together. There is a small building next to the warehouse with many shelves filled with veterinary medicines for treating pigs, such as tylosin, lincomycin, sulfadizine sodium, and many more. Without thinking twice, Yao Ran took everything away, including the shelves. Continuing her search, she came to a small house. Judging from the desk filled with documents, this small house should be a place where the workers who work on the night shift spend the night. Yao Ran went to the kitchen and found 3 50-kilogram bags of rice, 2 barrels of cooking oil, various seasonings, 2 gas cylinders, a double-head gas stove, a small bag of noodles, and a freezer. Having learned from her experience, Yao Ran did not open the freezer. Leaving the kitchen, she searched the other room, gathering whatever was still usable. She put everything she found in the living room and closed the door. After leaving the small house, Yao Ran walked back to the pig pen to inform Long Yu and the others. On the way, she suddenly heard a grunting sound coming from across the road. Looking at the bush, Yao Ran hesitated for a moment, pushed the bush away, and followed the sound. Walking on the slippery ground, she fell several times before she saw 6 pigs in the distance. Judging from their bulging bellies, these pigs must be pregnant with piglets. All the pigs looked very thin, with not much meat on their bodies except for their bulging bellies. Yao Ran thought for a while and slowly approached them. Just when the pigs noticed her, Yao Ran quickly brought them all into the grassland in her space. When the pigs appeared on the grassland, they froze for a moment before grazing in a hurry. Yao Ran sent her consciousness into the space and observed the pigs for a while. Seeing them eating grass with relish, she poured prepared mixed pig feed into a large pig trough and placed it a few meters away from the starving pigs. Afterward, she prepared a basin and filled it with lake water. The pigs looked malnourished, and she hoped they would recover after drinking the lake water. When the pigs smell the fragrance of pig feed, they stop eating grass and stagger to the pig trough. Seeing them eating and drinking happily, Yao Ran retracted her consciousness from her space. Since there is a group of pigs here, there should be more pigs nearby. Judging from the size of the pig pen, there should be at least 300 pigs in this pig farm. However, Long Yu only found 10 pigs in the pig pen, and now she found 6 more pigs. They also spotted a pig on their way here. These pigs were starving and must have escaped from the pig pen in search of food. If she could find the remaining pigs, she could have more pigs in her pig pen, and her future supply of pork would be guaranteed. Yao Ran looked around and saw the messy pig's footprints on the ground. Because of the rain, the new footprints had almost disappeared. If she hadn't looked carefully, she wouldn't have been able to see them. Yao Ran followed the footprints and carefully searched for the traces of the remaining pigs. A few minutes later, Yao Ran saw pig manure scattered on the ground, and the grass had been eaten bare. She followed the traces and continued her search. Soon, she found another group of pigs staggered forward. From the direction they were heading, the pigs seemed to be climbing up the mountain. Since the grass below has been eaten bare, the pigs instinctively run to the top of the mountain in search of food. Climbing a mountain in heavy rain is very dangerous. The ground was slippery and difficult to climb. If she was not careful, she could fall and break her neck. Even wearing a raincoat, Yao Ran was still soaked by the rain. Seeing that the pigs were still climbing up the mountain, Yao Ran entered the space and made a cup of ginger soup. After drinking the hot ginger soup, she felt warm and left the space. As the ground became steeper, Yao Ran took out a hiking pole, supported her body, and walked forward. She searched for another 20 minutes and finally saw the remaining pigs. More than 100 pigs gathered together, gnawing at the remaining grass on the ground. There were a lot of them, and it was very messy. Yao Ran observed the pigs for a while and found that they seemed to be more aggressive than the pigs in the pig pen. Although pigs are lazy animals, they can go crazy if they are hungry and are just as dangerous as wild boars. Moreover, the pigs had been living in the wild for at least a week and appear to have turned into wild boars. It would be difficult and dangerous for her to catch those pigs directly without preparation. With her current abilities, it would be difficult to get close to the pigs without alarming them. After pondering for a moment, Yao Ran took out a large pig trough from her space, filled it with pig feed, and mixed the feed with sleeping powder. After getting ready, Yao Ran put the pig trough back to the space. Then, she slowly approached the pigs and placed the pig trough in a safe place. Before the pig noticed her, Yao Ran quickly ran away and hid behind a big tree. The rainwater seeped into the pig feed, and soon, the scent of the pig feed filled the air. The pigs munching on the weeds suddenly became alert. They grunted anxiously and started looking for pig feed. Yao Ran slowed her breathing and patiently waited for the pigs to find the pig feed. She watched them search for a while before they found the pig trough and started fighting for the food. N/O/vel/b//and C//om while the pigs were fighting and eating food. Yao Ran saw some pigs staggering and moving unsteadily. Thud. Soon, the pigs fell to the ground one after another. Although the sleeping powder is very effective, it can only make those pigs sleep and doesn't kill them. Yao Ran bought this sleeping powder from Grandpa Hua before, just in case something unexpected happened. Who knew that before she could use it on humans, she would feed the sleeping powder to the pigs first. When the pigs had eaten all the pig feed, the remaining pigs spread out and started eating grass again. Yao Ran sneaked up on the unconscious pigs, put them into the grassland inside her space, and then filled the pig trough with pig feed mixed with sleeping powder again. Soon, the remaining pigs smelled the fragrance of pig feed in the air and came back to eat with relish. 10 minutes later, the last few pigs lay unconscious on the muddy ground. Yao Ran walked out of the tree and quickly took the pigs and the pig trough into her space. Then, she returned to the pig farm. When she returned to the pig pen, she saw only Shixian and Jiaxiang. The two of them had just returned from processing a pig in the backyard. When Shixian and Jiaxiang saw her, they asked at the same time, "Yao Ran, are you all right? What were you doing out there for so long?" Yao Ran looked around and calmly replied, "I'm fine. I searched around the pig farm and found supplies in a warehouse and a small house. I came back to let you know and see if we can move the supplies to the boats." Hearing her answer, Shixian and Jiaxiang breathed a sigh of relief. After searching for a while, Yao Ran didn't see Long Yu, so she asked, "Shixian, where's Long Yu?" Shixian explained, "You didn't come back for a few hours, so Captain went out to look for you. He is worried that you are in danger." After listening to his explanation, Yao Ran felt a little guilty for making them worry. Seeing that she was soaked by the rain and covered in mud, Jiaxiang pulled her to the campfire under the eaves and said, "Sit here to warm yourself first." Yao Ran sat obediently on the low stool and fell into silence. Although she felt guilty and wanted to find Long Yu, she knew that she better wait here, lest they miss each other. Half an hour later, Long Yu came back. The rain soaked his clothes, and he had a gloomy expression. He took off the hood of his raincoat and said, "I can't find Yao Ran. Is she back?" Yao Ran looked at his worried expression and soaked clothes, feeling a little guilty. She coughed lightly and said, "Well, welcome back, Long Yu. I'm sorry for making you worry." Hearing her voice, Long Yu paused for a moment and then wiped the water from his eyes. He raised his eyes and saw her sitting by the campfire. Long Yu was relieved to know that she was all right despite being covered in mud. With water still dripping from his hair and clothes, he walked up to her. He stood under the eaves, wrung out the water on his shirt, and looked at Yao Ran. "It's good that you are all right. You didn't come back for several hours, so I thought you were in danger. Where are you going? I can't find you anywhere." Yao Ran scratched her head guiltily and replied, I searched around the pig farm and found food and supplies in the warehouse and a small house. I couldn't bring them over by myself, so I kept them in the warehouse and the small house. I originally planned to notify you after searching the pig farm, but I didn't know you would go out to find me. I'm sorry to cause trouble for you. Long Yu shook his head and said, It's fine as long as you are all right. After warming up for a while, Long Yu went to the pig pen's backyard. Seeing him coming, Xian said, Captain, we have cleaned up all the pig hair and put the blood into the pots according to your instructions. Before killing the pigs, Long Yu cleaned several large pots he found in the pig farm to hold the pig blood. Given their current situation where food is hard to find, pig blood can be used to fill the stomach and clear the lungs. After boiling the pig blood, they could eat it, and based on the amount of pig blood they collected, it could last them for a while. Since the pig hair had been cleaned, Long Yu took out a butcher knife he had brought from his backpack. He learned how to kill pigs yesterday, and there would be no problem for him to take care of these 10 pigs. When Yao Ran finished drying her clothes and came to the backyard, Long Yu had already killed 3 pigs and put the pork and offal in basins. Seeing her coming, Long Yu stopped what he was doing and said, Yao Ran, you came at the right time. We were just discussing how to divide the pork. Which part do you want? Yao Ran had just found more than 100 pigs, and she didn't want to compete with Long Yu and the others for pork. So she said, Just give me a few kilograms of lean meat. You founded this pig farm, and you worked hard to slaughter and clean them. You guys should get more share this time. When Jiaxiang heard this, she shook her head. Let's just divide it equally. Yao Ran knew from Jiaxiang's expression that they would not agree to her suggestion. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, How about giving me the pig's offal and the pig's head? Since Long Yu had no talent for cooking and could be said to be a kitchen destroyer, he had no objection. Jiaxiang was even worse than Long Yu and was banned from the kitchen. As for Xian, he has no problem making some simple dishes, but he doesn't know how to deal with the pig's offal and the pig's head. The 3 of them nodded in agreement and decided to give all the pig's offal and the pig's head to Yao Ran. As for meat, they gave her more than 200 kilograms of lean and fatty meat, including the bones. After all 10 pigs were divided and cleaned, Yao Ran looked at the others and said, I don't think we can bring all of these back in one trip. Long Yu, Xian, and Jiaxiang fell into silence as they looked at the pots of pig blood, offal, bones, heads, and meat. They are so excited about the thought of eating meat that they forget that 10 pigs can produce nearly 3 tons of meat, including offal, bones, and blood. Long Yu thought for a while and said, Xian, and I will bring back the supplies you found in the warehouse and small house first, and then come back to transport the rest. You can stay here with Jiaxiang and guard the remaining supplies. With so many supplies, they will attract the attention of others. It would be very dangerous if only the 2 of them transported 3 boats full of supplies. Yao Ran frowned slightly and said, We can't keep fresh meat for too long. If you bring it back like this, people will target us. How about I stay here to process the pork into pork jerky and cook the pig's offal and blood? We are short of fuel, and it is troublesome to process pig heads and pig offal at home. I can clean and cook them here for easy transport. She then looked at Jiaxiang and said, Also, Jiaxiang, please go back with them. It's very dangerous for only the 2 of Long Yu and Xian to transport so much supplies. Unlike them, Yao Ran is an ordinary citizen. Although she can fight and is stronger than the average college student, she is a woman, after all, and it would be very dangerous if she encountered a group of robbers. Hearing this, Long Yu asked with a hint of worry in his voice, Won't it be too dangerous for you to stay here alone? Yao Ran smiled and confidently said, I can protect myself. Now that she said so, the other 3 had no choice but to agree. After some discussion, the 4 of them first moved the supplies Yao Ran found to the boats. When they had filled the 3 boats, half of the corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes remained in the warehouse. Long Yu looked at Yao Ran and said, You must be careful and stay alert. I will try my best to come back as soon as possible. Yao Ran nodded. I know. You guys should be careful on the way. After Long Yu watched Yao Ran walk back to the pig farm, he got on the inflatable boat, and Xian started the motorboat's engine. To shorten the trip, Xian did not take a detour and chose the shortest route, which took at least 4 hours round trip. While Xian carefully drove through the dangerous water currents and heavy rain, Yao Ran put everything into the warehouse in her space. She then went to the small house before entering the space to take a bath. After spending several hours in the pig pen, Yao Ran really wanted to take a shower to wash away the stench. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yao Ran went to the small villa's kitchen. She used her mind to move the pig blood out of the warehouse. She cut the pig's blood, which had already become jelly, into large pieces and boiled it in a large pot. N/O/vel/b//and C//om while waiting for the pig blood to be cooked. Yao Ran cleaned the pig heads and pig offal with her mind. Because of this convenience, she chooses to work in her space rather than the outside world. If she worked in the kitchen of a small house on the pig farm, cleaning the pig offal and head would take hours. However, the work can be completed in just 2 hours inside the space. Because she was busy working, Yao Ran didn't know how long she had been in the space. She looked at the timer floating in the living room and realized that she had been in the space for more than 3 hours, so she decided to leave. Since getting her space, she has saved a lot of time. But the more she saves, the safer she will be in the future. It's better for her to be frugal and not waste too much time staying inside the space. After leaving the space, Yao Ran only needs to make pork jerky and braise some pig offal and pig head. The work is not complicated, but it takes time. She didn't plan to cook all the pig's offal and head today. She only braised some for Long Yu and the others to eat and keep the rest for future use. First, Yao Ran cut the pork into thin and long slices and set them aside. Then, she prepared the sauce to marinate the pork. Since there is a lot of pork, Yao Ran decided to make spicy jerky, sweet jerky, and original salty jerky. Just as she was preparing the marinade sauces, Long Yu and the others came back. Before Yao Ran could see them, she had already heard their voices coming from outside. What did Yao Ran cook? It smells so delicious. Hearing Huang Qian's excited voice, Yao Ran looked towards the kitchen door. Seeing him walking in and sniffing the air, she smiled and replied, I made pork jerky, braised pig offal, and braised pig head. Huang Qian saw the pots of pork slices and asked, Have you finished cooking? Yao Ran shook her head. Not yet. I'm still preparing the sauce for the jerky. Just when Huang Qian was feeling disappointed, Long Yu's voice came from the living room. Huang Qian, come and help us move these supplies. Yes, Captain. After Huang Qian left the kitchen, Yao Ran calmly took the pig blood, pig offal, and pig head from the space and placed them in the corner of the kitchen. The pig's offal and head still needed to be braised, while the pig's blood had been cooked and could be eaten directly or made into soup. 40 minutes later, Long Yu, Jia Xiang, and Huang Qian came back, all drenched from head to toe. Long Yu went to the kitchen and asked, Yao Ran, is there anything I can transport back first? Yao Ran pointed to a corner of the kitchen and said, the pig blood is ready, but the offal and head still need to be braised. Long Yu saw 3 pots of pig blood and said, I will move the pig blood back first. I brought some plastic bags to pack the pork jerky. When you are done, you can pack the pork jerky into the plastic bags. Yao Ran nodded. All right. Just when Long Yu walked out of the kitchen, Yao Ran heard Jia Xiang sneeze. Achoo. She put down the spatula and turned down the heat before going to the living room to take a look. When she saw Jia Xiang's red nose and misty eyes, she asked, Jia Xiang, do you catch a cold? Jia Xiang rubbed her itchy nose and sniffed. I'm fine. It's just a little cold. Yao Ran looked at her pale lips and said, you guys should rest for a while. I will prepare some ginger tea to keep out the cold. After hearing what Yao Ran said, they did not refuse and sat on the floor to rest. Back in the kitchen, Yao Ran took out the ingredients for making ginger tea. First, she washed the ginger and cut it into thin slices. Then, she put the ginger into a kettle, boiled the water over high heat for 1 minute, and simmered it over low heat for 5 minutes to bring out the medicinal properties of the ginger. When the color of the water turns slightly yellow, Yao Ran turns off the fire and pours out the ginger tea through a fine sieve. She divided the ginger tea into 5 cups and then mixed a spoonful of honey into each cup. Yao Ran came to the living room with 2 cups of ginger tea and handed them to Jia Xiang and Long Yu. After that, she returned to the kitchen, brought 2 more cups of ginger tea to the living room, and handed them to Shi Xian and Huang Qian. Holding a cup of ginger tea, the 5 of them drank slowly. Finishing her ginger tea, Jia Xiang felt warm all over. She was happy and sighed contently. Huang Qian brought the empty cup back to the kitchen and said, Yao Ran, This ginger tea is delicious. Where did you get the ginger? Yao Ran lied without blinking and replied calmly, I found it in the kitchen. Seeing that Huang Qian believed what she said, Yao Ran returned to the kitchen. Since the sauce was ready, Yao Ran took the pot off the stove and prepared the sweet sauce while letting the spicy sauce cool to room temperature. Due to the low temperature, the sauce cools quickly. Yao Ran divided the pork into 3 portions, marinated 1 portion with spicy sauce, and set it aside. Afterward, she marinated another portion with salt and garlic. While she was busy in the kitchen, Long Yu came over and said, Yao Ran, we will transport the supplies back first. Yao Ran raised her eyes to look at him and nodded. Okay, be careful. MHM. After Long Yu and the others left, Yao Ran quickly put the marinated pork into the space and processed it with her consciousness. She plans to make smoked jerky because smoking is the most delicious way to make jerky. When smoked, the jerky has a wonderful smoky flavor. Yao Ran then searched the warehouse for suitable wood to make smoked meat jerky. After several minutes of searching, she found hickory wood. She didn't have much hickory wood, but it was enough to smoke all the pork. After selecting the wood, Yao Ran quickly started the smoking process. The marinated pork needs to be smoked for at least 3 hours before it is ready. When Long Yu and the others came back for the 3rd time, Yao Ran already finished making the pork jerky, braised pig offal, and braised pig head. When they walked into the small house, they saw her sitting in the living room chewing pork jerky. Seeing that the plastic bags were filled with pork jerky, Huang Qian couldn't wait to pick a piece and put it in his mouth. The moment the spicy taste spread in his mouth, he almost cried from happiness. Turning to look at the exhausted Yao Ran, Huang Qian said, Yao Ran, thank you for your hard work. This pork jerky is really delicious. Yao Ran waved her hand tiredly and smiled. It's good that you like it. The seasonings are all used up, and there is only half a bottle of gas left. We should bring it and the gas stove back. Seeing her tired look, Long Yu said to his friends, let's rest and eat something first before we go back. It was already dinner time, and the other 3 were already starving. They sat on the floor and took food out of their backpacks. With the addition of pork jerky, their simple dinner becomes more delicious. After resting and regaining some strength, the 5 of them quickly moved the food to the boats. After the fresh pork was made into pork jerky, although it became smaller, it still filled 2 boats. Seeing that the motorboat still had room, Long Yu decisively decided to dismantle the wooden furniture in the pig farm and bring it back as firewood. The 3 boats were loaded with supplies, and they returned to the Ling Yuan apartment complex in a good mood. When they finally arrived at Building 3, it was already midnight. Yao Ran and her friends gritted their teeth and carried the supplies up to the 20th floor. Seeing them come back, Huang Zhihui and Deng Qiqi also came down to help move the supplies. After they had divided the supplies, Long Yu helped Yao Ran bring the supplies to her apartment and then went home. After returning to her apartment, Yao Ran quickly entered her space and took a hot bath. Although she was wearing a coat and raincoat, she still got wet from the rain and felt very cold. After soaking in warm water for 30 minutes, her sore muscles relaxed a little, and she felt much better. Leaving the space, she dried her hair and lay on the bed. As soon as she closed her eyes, Yao Ran fell asleep immediately. Early the next morning, Yao Ran woke up before dawn. She had been too tired yesterday, and her sleep quality was very poor. Feeling a slight headache, she rubbed her brow to relieve the pain and then went to the space to wash up. After coming out of the space, Yao Ran drank a glass of lake water, and her headache disappeared. Just as she was about to make breakfast, she heard someone calling her name outside.